Chapter 1 Demon Slayer Blade. After a busy day, Gyuder Hai skillfully opened the browser and entered the URL. Today he decided to relieve the classics. Ali, it's morning. Go to death, you are a pervert. Looking at the blonde girl on the screen, the blonde girl. Kaiyu Ala Jiang, forever classic. I'll never get tired of watching it. It's time to get the matter up, just put some glue first. The wise time, Gyuder erected, full of regret and self-blame. Oh! A sin. It's another day of killing. The thrilling appetite of the Gyuder Haolakan decided to take a good meal and make up for it. When I opened the door, a dazzling holy light flashed by. Open your eyes again, and in the dark night, neon lights illuminate the surrounding roads. Surrounded by humans wearing kimono and suits. Ding, ding, ding. Come on, go and take the tram. Okay. The tram stopped and a couple got on the bus. Ding, ding, ding. The tram drove away. The 10th century island-style architecture was confused. Hey, your uncle, little boy. Where did you do it for me? Is this still in China? Ah. Is the door of my room any door? The shuttle system of all worlds is being bound. 1%, 10%, 33%, 75%, 99%. 100%. The shuttle system of the Wanja shuttle system is successfully bound. Language module loading successfully. The current world of the host is the world of Demon Slayer, Blade. Please explore the specific time yourself. Newbie gift package has been distributed and can be opened at any time. I'll go. I actually traveled through time. In addition to Shock, the only one who is alone in the Mirage is Drought and Amaranth. He wants to find a place where no one is available to open a newbie gift package. However, just halfway through, Gyuder Hanyan a Sud Lu Chu. This is the world of Demon Slayer, Blade, and it's still at night. If you go to a place where there is no one, wouldn't it be a gift to the ghost? There is a small cart selling ramen not far away. There is a bench opposite the cart. There are not many people nearby, and there are less than 10 people looking around. Just here. The Gyuder swears to the craftsman next, the communication system. Newbie gift pack, it contains all the treasures in the heavens and all worlds, practice techniques, ability seeds, bloodlines. After opening it, you can get any of them. Note, using a password can increase the probability of obtaining more advanced items. Secret order. What's the point of bringing things? Where are you playing Naruto mobile game here? Although I don't know what the secret order is, I'm a silly dressed girl. If you miss it, what if you miss it right? VIP 666. Incorrect password. VIP 888. Incorrect password. Okay, play like this, right? 5 minutes later, after entering thousands of secret orders in a row, all of them were wrong. The system of the Gyuder Hahao system issued a benefit. System, I'll send you the URL I have collected for a long time. You can do it. Can you please let me open a good thing? As he said that, Mr. Gyuden, Han, was not right, the URL I entered just an hour ago. Password error, asterisk and %, hashtag. System error at hashtag %and. Virus in the system asterisk UN %, I carat $. Damn it, the system was actually fucked by the virus on the website. Guard defended the sacred. If this is because of garbled code, the system will be broken, then it will be done. Newbie gift package has been opened, get. Sun Descent. God level Chi training method. Xiandu asterisk 9999. Zanpaku. Ghost path. Single tomato Sherinon asterisk 2, no bloodline restrictions, level form increases with strength. Blank eyes asterisk 2, no bloodline restrictions, level form increases with strength. The body of an immortal. Chakra seeds of 7 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. God level chakra refining technique. Domineering aura, low level, increasing with strength. Armed color domineering, low level, increasing with strength. The domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, low level, improves with strength. Additional passiveness, the owner can feel the other person's thinking and emotions, and convey the user's own consciousness to others, affect the mind and thoughts of others and generate strong resonance, and can even change the other person's values and ideological consciousness. This domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, which can be called the highest level, cannot be obtained through cultivation, but is innate like dominant color, and is even rarer than dominant color. 6 styles. Renren and Yuan. 3. Feeling the changes in the body and the various skills that come out in your mind. Gyuder Hans Hung Bo. I'll go, the virus is awesome. System restart #%Yuan. Restart failed %, and system self-destruction countdown, 0. With a bang, the ecstatic Gyuder Haya was deaf in his ears and a roar. Both eyes were also exploded by the system, causing brief blindness. Finish, I'm having a big time. Dingling. The sound of glass crystal falling on the ground colliding with stone bricks sounded. What's the matter? Although the explosion of the system of Gyuder Haili system has temporarily lost 5 senses. But with the existence of the immortal body, Gyuder quietly snatched the hexagonal crystal on the ground. Pick up the crystal and put it in your pocket. The origin of the plaque of Vunno's cooking crystal. If there is no error in perception, this crystal seems to have fallen to the ground out of thin air after the system explodes. Is the system core? Tongzi, are you okay? Gyudershan. The system did not respond. It seems that Tongzi really exploded. I'll be silent for Tongzi for a second. If you don't have it, you'll be gone. Anyway, I already have the capital to linger in the world of Demon Slayer, Blade. System, it's okay if you don't want it. The Gyuder crane was on the recliner, leaning against the back of the chair, and the 5 senses were slowly recovering under the restoration of the immortal body. Playing with the system core in your hand. Not only that, the more advanced chi from the Dragon Ball world in the body swallowed the spiritual power and chakra. This makes chi unique to chakra and spiritual power. The divine level chi training method and the divine level chakra refining technique are also being integrated and upgraded, forming a brand new chi training method. 5 minutes later, Gyuder Hana brother complained to the elders. The girl howled vinegar and climbed the machine to recite the model in the south. I found that as long as my mind moved, a transparent screen will appear at the core of the system. Backpack, Xiandu *99999. Function, shuttle through all worlds, not available. The immortal beings in the core of the system were taken out, and they found that as long as the mind moved, they could be put in and removed at will. But you can only take out the fairy beans and put them in. As for the function, shuttle through all worlds, it appears grey-brown, as described. Not available. Putting aside the core of the system, Gyutarhi talks about the plot. The Sun bloodline, the immortal body, and the Thriakala domineering aura greatly enhanced their physical fitness. I don't know the combat power, but I definitely don't fight Washeo. As for the Sun tail, Gyuders drove Brother Fu's mother for a while, as long as he wanted to follow Hinkan grow tails. Just have a tail, but now the strength is too weak, so there is no need to grow it. It only increases trouble and weakness. By the way, my experience is a bit awesome. It's simply a small class god, and it's also a passive small class god without consumption. If I remember correctly, it should be the experience of Princess Oki in One Piece Mermaid Island. With this, it's amazing. Then, the Zanpakura sword with an original form of ordinary samurai sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the Zanpakura Kwai in hand. What is your name for Zanpakura? If the user wants to use the full strength of the Zanpakura, he must know the name of the Zanpakura he is using. If you don't know the name of Zanpakura, you will not be able to explain it, let alone explain it. Luo. 2 ethereal female voices, one left and one right, sounded at the same time. Queen Gyutarhi couldn't help but recite. Luo. White light flashed, and the squids were in the pure white space. The neck was held by 2 arms of varying lengths. All of these 2 arms are delicate, smooth, and slender. Master, you are here. Asterisk 2. 2 figures came from Gyuder to Gyuder, and he was so good at comparing to Gyuder. After seeing the 2 girls' appearance, the girl's body was in a stunning field. Yuluo, that's what it means. Royal sister and lowly. Not only that, the girl is also very familiar with her. The royal sister is Yukino Deep Dong, the snow girl in the undead snow girl and the curse ring, and lowly is Ali Kyuya, whom she met not long ago. Chapter 2 Zushi. Master, I am the concrete embodiment of your Zanpakura. Yukino said, my name is Au. Kyuya Ali said, my name is Xiluo. The 2 girls said in unison, our name is Yuluo. Hearing the introduction of the 2 girls, the sirens of the sirens. I don't know what to say. With this Zanpakura, my kidneys are in danger. It seemed that he had noticed that Gyuder Hanan Chi Au and Xiluo stepped forward and hugged Gyuder tightly. Said, sorry, master, although we really want to help you fulfill your ideas, we are not able to be concrete in this world because of your strength. So, please become stronger quickly. Ayu, Xiaoluo, wait for you. White light flashed, and the slightest slap in the air. The Zanpakura in his hand turned into a yin-yang sword with black and white colors. Yuluo has completed the first resolving, and is still the usual liberating type. Gyuder Fenjian perceived that as long as he thought, the sword in his hand could be changed into the same style at any time, 1 black and 1 white. It's bad, I forgot to ask Yuluo what ability he has. Everything cannot be cut, indestructible, and replicate. Yuluo's voice was in the beginning of the Zanpakura that Wei Aun came into contact with, and he would have it forever. Copying seems to be awesome, but it is of great use to the current Gutahaha. After all, this is not realm and realm, and there is no Zanpakura to copy. At this stage, only everything is not to be cut off and indestructible to the Gyuder River apricot. After taking back the radish of 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 the. Originally it was a single Magadha Sherinon, but after the various rewards of the novice gift packages integrated with the absorption system of the Gyuder and Chi, it was automatically upgraded to the 3 Magadha Sherinon. With the blessing of the Sherinon, Gyuders saw people and things at the end of the night in the distance. It's okay, it should have a good effect in conjunction with the experience and hearing. After testing the Sherinon, it switched to rolling eyes. Rolling your eyes and opening it. With the center of the Gyuder, you can see everything within a radius of 500 meters and there is no way to hide it. These 2 people don't seem to be human, right? Under the perception of rolling eyes, the circulation of energy in the body of a man and a woman walking towards her 100 meters away was very different from that of others. Ghost? Or ghost hunters in the ghost killing team. The Gyuder Kondixi Gorge lay quietly on the seat, waiting for the man and woman. 3 minutes later, a man and a woman officially walked into the scene. After seeing the 2 of them clearly, Gu Ta said, after seeing them clearly, he said, "Hello, Miss Zushi." Faced with the sudden greeting, Zhu Shi was shocked and looked at Gyuder's drought hard time, retreated, quickly pulled up the kimono on his right arm, and his left fingernail fell into his right arm. He could cut it at any time and launch a vampire technique. Seeing this, Yu Shilang also stepped in front of Zhu Shi, his hands turned into claws, and his teeth were grinning and stared at the skeleton fiercely. "Who are you? Ghost or ghost hunter?" Zhu Shi asked vigilantly. "Do you have to choose one of them? Why can't it be an ordinary human? Ordinary people?" Zhu Shi doesn't believe in Gyuder's dry tomb. Not only know yourself, but also there was also a dangerous aura on it. It has nothing to do with ordinary people. The other party may even know that he would come here a long time ago and deliberately waited for him here. For the first time I met, my name is an ordinary person, Gyuder Hai. Come and ask Miss Zushi to do me a favor. After saying that, the Kyuden nut on the seat was lost. Where are people? Yu Shilang was shocked. Looking left and right, but I didn't see the Gyuder Han Na Mori. You. Looking at the sudden appearance in front of him, Gyuder Haiziashi panicked and took a step back. Yu Shilang turned around and looked at him, and Gyuder Hao Yuhuan made a fuss about the customs of arbitrary and scheming. Go to die. Yu Shilang, eager to protect his master, slapped the skeleton at the skeleton with one claw. Seeing this, Zhu Shi hurriedly shouted. Yu Shiro! Stop! Having seen the rate of poverty in the arid order, its own strength is definitely not weak. At least there is definitely no problem in killing yourself and Yoshiro in seconds. Never be an enemy. Now, although it is impossible to distinguish whether it is an enemy or a friend, once Shilang hurts the other party, he will become an enemy and there is no room for turning around. The breeze blows, blowing hair. Yoshiro's pointed claws stayed at a distance. The rosy in the Han womb nest was rejuvenated and the seringai was restored. Mr. Zushi. Although he was puzzled, Yoshiro still obediently stopped attacking and retracted his palm. Just now, Zhu Shi sorted out his appearance and said apologetically. Make the institution laugh. No obstacle. Gyuder He-Fi feedback. Yu Shilang is not qualified to hurt himself. Article, I don't know if I need my help. When I saw the silence of the silence, I was also very curious about such a strong man. Can he really help the other party? This is not urgent. Miss Zushi wouldn't invite me to sit at home. Hearing that Gu Tahi went to his and Lord Zhu Shi's home, Yu Shilang suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart, which was quite unhappy. This person has bad intentions, and I am afraid he has some plans for Lord Zhu Shi. Bead. Yu Shilang was about to remind Zhu Shi, but he couldn't agree. Zhu Shim smiled and said. Of course, please follow me. Please. Along the way, Shilang stared at the sea of Gyuder vigilantly for fear of the disaster. Fortunately, I had nothing to do along the way and came to Zushi's family successfully. Zushi and Yoshiro's houses are decorated with Yoshiro's blood ghost technique, which will reduce the sense of existence and confuse the vision, which is difficult for ordinary people to discover. But as long as you open your eyes, you will be in your eyes. In the living room on the first floor, under the order of Zhu Shi, even if he was thwarted by the phoenix, Yu Shilang had to go and take a look at the regret of the phoenix. Article, can you say that you need my help now? The snails are scattered and their jades are broken. Miss Zhu Shi, what do you think of me? Zhu Shi frowned slightly, and did not understand what Gyuder wanted to defend Song for a while. What do I think of you? I am not looking for a husband, so what do you have to do with me? What do you mean? Fight against Gyuvu Ba until dawn. Zhu Shi was shocked. How does this person know what I am thinking? You must know that looking for someone who can fight to dawn with Gui Wei Wuzan has never told anyone about this. Even Yu Shilang never knew it. Looking at the handsome and confident boy in front of him, Zhu Shi suddenly felt that the other party really had the ability to drag Gui Weian until dawn. Zhu Shi's face was nervous and half believing and half doubting. Are you really okay? Chapter 3 Capture of Zushi. For me, nothing is impossible. The momentum of Gyuder he was in a state of failure. Buzz. The invisible domineering aura swept across the house, although it did not cause direct damage to Zushi and Yoshiro. But the ubiquitous terrifying pressure still made the two tremble. Originally dissatisfied with the fact that Gyuder Drought and Ram Chilang had collapsed to the ground, looking at Gyuder in horror, Zhu Shi, who was sitting on the sofa, was not much better. Although nervous and scared, I was also extremely excited. Because she finally met a man who is not as bad as Gyuvu. The last time he was not prepared, Guiwuya broke into a self-destruction and ran away, and he was never born in 100 years, and he survived the death of Ji Kuyuanyi. But this time, I will never make the last mistake again. Ghost dance is not miserable. Your death is approaching. The domineering aura dissipated and the room was in a mess. Zhu Shi said tremblingly. If you can really help me kill Ghost Dance, I will repay you in the next life. Please. The world of beads is aimed at the ruthenium calcification. During the long years, Zhu Shi has been studying medicine, researching himself every day, and looking for those who can drag Ghost Dance to dawn. Now that the opportunity has come again, Zhu Shi must seize it. Because she didn't know whether this would be the last chance she had in her life. Mr. Zushi, you. Yu Shilang saw that Zhu Shi bent down to thank the boy in front of him, and said that he would repay him with a cattle and a horse in his next life. He was irritated. The Gyuder nuclear picking weights and blowing the street maple Lang Yao's hand held up Zhu Shi's chin that bent over and buried in his chest, and said, Miss Zushi is so serious, just call me Ming Ang. And if you want to repay me after killing Guiwuya, why wait until the next life? I don't think this life will be impossible. Faced with the loving actions of Gyuder and Lu Jingxi Saluo, Zhu Shi felt his heart beating faster, and his heart, which had not moved for hundreds of years, caused ripples. Zhu Shi's eyes dodged, his cheeks flushed slightly, but soon he thought of something, and his face showed sadness and pushed his hands towards the skeleton. No. I am an evil ghost who cannot forgive my crimes and will never be Before Zushi could finish his speech, the Zushi who was about to complain was blocked. The loneliness of hundreds of years was released at this moment, embracing and catering to the skeleton of the skeleton. The two hugged each other and kissed each other happily in the living room. Yu Shilang, who was still slumped on the ground, was stunned. Is Lord Zhu Shi, whom I am thinking about, now being controlled by others? Why does this happen? After a long time, the Gyuder Han oval maple blue men opened their eyes. At this moment, Zhu Shi's cheeks were flushed and very shy, and he did not dare to regret the sign with Gyuder at all. Zhu Shi, I know you want to die with Guiwuyan to atone for this sin. But since I'm here, this kind of thing won't happen. The next life is too far away, I can't wait. I will kill all the ghosts in the world and kill Ghost Wu Yuzhen to help you atone for your sins. Believe me, I will definitely let Guiwuyan regret coming to this world. As a escaper, Zhu Shi was helpless and lived carefully every day for hundreds of years. On the one hand, you should avoid the evil ghosts devils 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 devil. Zhu Shi didn't think about such a day, but she could not simply die if she was carrying her sins. Dedicating to killing Guiwuya and dying with Guiwuya is the best ending in his opinion. Nowadays, there is a handsome, elegant, majestic, handsome, 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 heroic, extraordinary, domineering boy who chooses to help him atone for his sins. Kill all the ghosts in the world, kill ghosts, and dances. How could this not make Zhu Shi feel moved? Zhu Shi said with tears in his eyes. I believe in you, but can you wait until Guiwuyan killed before joining you? Before killing Guiwuyan, Zhu Shi felt that he was still a guilty person, and he felt guilty and did not dare to go to the squad with the squad. Yes, I can afford to wait for this. Gyuder he slumped and reached out to wipe away Zhu Shi's tears. Yu Shilang, please go back to your room and wait for a while. Ming Ang and I have something to talk about. Zhu Shi said to Yu Shilang who was stunned. Yu Shilang nodded dully, his eyes were dull, and he stood up and walked towards his room. After Yu Shilang left, Zhu Shi sat on the sofa and did not forget to ask. Ming Ang, what are you asking me to help? The medicine to turn into a human. When Zhu Shi was about to be surprised when he heard that Gyuder he was snatching the medicine for human transformation, he suddenly remembered that after he made clear distinction, he said. The human transformed medicine has not been developed yet, and some of the most important experimental subjects are missing. The blood of the 12 ghost months. Gyutar he Shif. Zhu Shi nodded, but at the same time he was curious about what Gyutar he's medicine to transform into humans. Does he have family or friends who have become evil ghosts? Zhu Shi, what year is it now? Zhu Shi was puzzled. Why did Gyutar he ask about this? Could it be that he is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years and just woke up today? No. If the evil ghost of an era is not impossible for him to know himself. And we also need human-turned medicine. In the second year of Taisho, Zhu Shi replied and asked Gyutar Hai. Ming Ang, are you an evil ghost? Evil ghost? Do you think I am? Zhu Shi shook his head, and just passed through saliva with the Kyudan nuclear monsters and neon roasted ying. Zhu Shi was able to taste the Kyuda Han and the Emperor's Gyuda Han's gun. Don't think so much, I'm just an ordinary person. The medicine to transform a few evil ghosts back to humans. Gyutar regrets the disaster and waves, thinking about the timeline of Demon Slayer, blade in his heart. In the second year of Taisho, the weather and temperature of clothing are almost April and May. Then Tanjiro should still be practicing with Rikitaki Zuoji in Najiriyama. Meili in Ganlu Temple has joined the ghost-killing team. The butterfly Connie has long been killed by the child. Giwu Yuzan is likely to hide in Tokyo. Zhu Shi, 2 years. At most 2 years, I will help you kill Giwu, Washao. Before this be aggrieved and be careful, Giwu Yuzan is likely to hide in Tokyo. Zhu Shi covered his mouth and was shocked. Ming Ang, do you think Ghost Wuya is in Tokyo? Well, so wait for me. Bang! A sudden explosion sounded, and Gyutar quickly stood up. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Stay here. I'll go out and have a look. After saying that, Gyutar Hanmi's sedan jumped to the roof and looked in the direction where the explosion came. Chapter 4, Ganlu Temple Honey. By the window inside the house, Yu Shiro, who had been in a daze, was looking at the scenery outside the house, heard the explosion and rolled and crawled and ran hurried towards the living room. Mr. Zhu Shi, it's not good. An explosion happened, let's go out and hide. Although Zhu Shi has promised to be angry with Gyutar he and WJ, Yu Shilang thought again, wouldn't he have a next life? If you don't do this life, then you will be in the next life. Anyway, as a ghost, you can live to the end of time. In the cycle of reincarnation, there will definitely be a lifetime Lord Zushi who will be with him. Gyutar Drokdil yellow can afford it. In the living room, Zhu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu Shiro was not anxious about his own affairs. How could Zhu Shi not understand the admiration of this little guy Yu Shilang? But the two of them will never come together. The roof, the carpet is full of emus. Remind the current timeline. Can it be a pair? The explosion was the center of the Tokyo imperial capital, which was about 2 kilometers away. If it was Pilang, Zhu Shi and the others would have no problem hiding in the house, and it would not be affected. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Tak defended the geese and came into the house. You are hiding here and it won't affect you. Give me a blood collection device. Give it. Yu Shilang took out a blood collection device from his arms and handed it to the skeleton of Gyutar. Seeing Gu Tahi leave, Zhu Shi hurriedly asked. Where are you going? Blood collection. After saying that, the Gyutar nuclear weight harvesting house rushed towards the center of Tokyo. 5 minutes ago. In the Tokyo imperial capital, a group of 10 people wearing ghost-killing team uniforms and strangely colored men formed a circle next to the street, discussing how to find the traces of the 12 ghost moons, Xiaxin II, and Pilang. The lead of Purgatory Akasuro divided 10 people into 5 teams to ensure that someone could protect the people when he was in trouble and had no skills. Purgatory apricot and cheerful, shouting loud slogans. We will protect the peace in the imperial capital. On the side, Miri, who was teaming up with others for the first time, was a little crazy when she saw the passionate appearance of Purgatory apricot Shaoro. The two of them searched for traces of the wolf along the street. At this time, a little kid ran forward because he wanted to joke with his mother behind him. I didn't pay attention and hit Mealy's back. Since Mealy's muscle strength is 8 times that of an ordinary person, the little kid fell down and started crying after this collision. Seeing this, Mealy quickly squatted down to comfort the little brat. When the shrew not far away saw her child crying, he quickly stepped forward and snatched him from Mealy's hand. Indiscriminately, he scolded. "What weird hair color are you doing? And you're not wearing a knife. I think you are a human trafficker, right? You must call the police." Faced with the sudden reprimand and misunderstanding, Mealy shivered nervously. "Ah!" he quickly stuttered. No, I am." However, the shrew, regardless of whether Mealy is a human trafficker or not, he did not give him a chance to explain and insisted on calling the police. But fortunately, the purgatory apricot, full of righteousness, stood up, picked up the little kid, comforted him, and explained the reason to the shrew. The little brat who had recovered his calm sat on the shoulders of Purgatory and Shuro, looked at the strange hair color of the two, and said naive. "What a strange hair color! It must be caused by the ancestors who ate too much, right?" After a joke about hell, Xing Shulang and Miri continued to search for the traces of the wolf. Bang! The explosion sounded, and one of the rooms on a row of 3 floors suddenly burst into flames and thick smoke rose. Bang! 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 One after another, explosions came from all directions of the entire imperial capital, and people were surrounded by miserable roars. "I'll go and save people." After seeing the big explosion, Mealy turned around and rushed to the location of the explosion closest to her. However, what Mealy didn't know was that a bullet was shooting towards the direction of his running. "Stop!" Apricot, who noticed the danger, grabbed Miri's Haori and Miri was forced to stop. At the same time, a bullet shot through Mealy and shot into the wall. If Mealy hadn't happened to be caught by Xing Shaoro and stopped, she might have been shot at the head. Mealy was stunned and frightened. Purgatory Itsuro turned around and looked in the direction where the bullet was shot. A black shadow on the roof opposite the street held a spear in his hand, removed the shell and loaded it again, muttering something in his mouth. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro disappeared from the spot. Again he appeared and came to Pilang, holding the sun wheel knife in his hand. The breath of flame, the first type, the fire is not known. With one knife, Xing Shulang stepped onto the edge of the roof. Pilang took out his white gloves and put them on his hands, looked up at Purgatory Itsuru. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro also saw the lower in Pilang's eyes. The blue veins at the corners of his eyes burst out, and he was full of fighting spirit. He vowed to kill Pilang and eliminate harm for the people. The peach wolf who recognized Purgatory Apricot as Purgatory Shaolang smiled. "Where are you pretending to be your mother? You don't know how you insulted me. I have been developing vulgarly for more than 10 years, just for today. I will not be a ghost if I don't take revenge." In response to this, Purgatory Apricot Shaoro just spoke. "Who are you?" "Ah!" Pilang was stunned. His whole body trembled. In his eyes, "I am just a garbage that doesn't even deserve to leave memories." "Ah!" With a roar, Pilang fired 5 shots into his mouth with a pistol to vent and relax. Opposite it, Purgatory Apricot Ron was confused. "Isn't this ghost crazy?" After calming down, Pilang decided to use blood to remind Purgatory Akatsuro of what he had done to him. "Because of you, so many people died in the imperial capital." After a fierce battle between one man and one ghost, Purgatory Apricot Shaoro's ridge knife slashed at Pilang's neck, preparing to end the battle with one move. But it was tightened by the wolf shadow on the wolf's neck and could not be pulled out. "Oh my god! Why are you so uneasy?" Pilang smiled evilly, and dozens of explosives fell to the ground. Bang! A big explosion occurred on the roof, directly blowing up half of the building. Mealy, who was organizing rescue, heard an explosion and rushed forward to try to rescue Purgatory Itsuru from the ruins. Pilang, who had only half of his body, stood up and his upper body recovered instantly. Appeared beside Mealy and grabbed Mealy's ponytail with one hand. You are a subordinate of Purgatory, you have no taste of hair like him. Let go or pause. A figure suddenly appeared beside Pilang at some point. The arms were attached to the wolf's arms with one knife. Roll. A side kick hit Pilang's waist. The wolf flew backwards 100 meters away and was heavily embedded on the wall. How can such beautiful hair be contaminated by such filthy things? Where did the source of the burp in the Gyutar asked. Is it okay? My name is Gyutar Hai. What's your name? Chapter 5, The Wolf. It's been so many years since I can remember it. It seems that no boy has ever praised my hair. My hair color looks like a freak in their eyes, extremely ugly. Because of my hair color and strange power, I can't find my husband in my hometown. Because of hair color, even if it is wrong with others, it will still be considered your own fault and even become a human trafficker. Now, there are actually people, and they are handsome boys, who praise my hair for being beautiful. Take the initiative to ask for my name. I am so happy, so nervous, and I like it very much. Moreover, he is so powerful that such a powerful evil ghost actually kicked him away. 2. My name is Mealy in Ganlu Temple. Thank you for helping me. Mealy arched her waist hard toward the Gyutar Han Lao arc. Get up, don't be so polite to me. After Mealy got up, Gu Tan shouted. Mealy, you look very good, your hair color is very beautiful, I like it very much. Want to be with me? Ah! Mealy was shocked. Then my heart pounded. What does Ming Ang Jun mean? Is this confession to me? So direct? I like it very much. So excited. But will Ming Ang Jun accept his strange power? Seeing Mealy's pretty face blushing and her eyes were full of love, but she was a little hesitant. Gu Tak Hanza asked, touching Mealy's cheek. Xiao Mealy, are you afraid that I will be afraid of your strange power? Don't worry, no matter how strong you are or how amazing your appetite is, I will accept you. And my strength and appetite are also very huge. The Xian bloodline of Kotahaya will naturally not have much lower appetite. Mealy is very good at eating, it is good to eat, and it is a blessing to be able to eat. If Mealy can't be eaten, how could she have such a good figure? I heard that I was very fed. Mealy suddenly felt like she found home. Ah! Ming Ang, do you really don't care? Mealy, who is already deeply involved in the vortex of love, subconsciously ignored why she had so many things about herself. Of course I don't care. So, are you willing? 3. I do. Mealy shouted loudly, crying with joy, and finally someone could accept him. Then he rushed to the school and hugged the body tightly. Gyutar drooped frog touched Mealy's head and said gently. From now on, you, Mealy in Ganlu Temple, is my woman. I won't let anyone or ghost bully you. Bang! With a gunshot, the Pang Wolf, who had recovered from his complete rebirth, had already crawled out of the wall and aimed at Mealy with a rifle in his hand. Grandma, show your love in front of me, look at me shooting you to death. On the other side, Apricot and Shuro, who had just crawled out of the ruins, held the sunwheel knife and saw the bullets shooting at Mealy from a distance. Seeing that the bullet was about to hit Mealy, Purgatory Apricot Shuro quickly reminded. Hide. However, before he could finish his sentence, the bullet was only 10 centimeters away from Mealy. At the critical moment, the words Gyutar Hezi extended his left hand covered with a dark armed color and grabbed the bullet. Catch bullets with bare hands. Ha ha ha, arrogant boy. When I saw the young cherry blossoms in Gyutar Hao Yuhuang, laughed. I can't wait to hear Dr. Han Mao Xin Shu. Purgatory Apricot also believes that Gyutar Hang's hard roundabouts are entangled. After all, how can the body of the mortal body block the rifle's bullet? Looking for death. Purgatory Apricot Ron shouted angrily. In his subconscious, the bullet finally shot into Meili's mind. The ending is already destined, and no one can die at the hands of Pilang. The breath of the flame, the type of the flame tiger. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro held the Sunwheel sword in his hand and stabbed towards the Pialang. The flames around him were as fast as a tiger. Facing the flaming beast Pink Wolf, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Vampire technique, Luhuokyukan, Shadow Wolf. The shadow under the wolf's body turned into a shadow wolf, and he rushed towards the Purgatory Apricot. Not only that, Pilang also pulled out a Gatling machine gun from his shadow. Revenge. Go to die, Purgatory Itsuru. In the middle of the ruins, the Gyuder nuclear incited his palm and a bullet fell to the ground. Meili in her arms, because of the battle between Purgatory Apricot and Pilang, she realized that she was still on a mission and needed to save people. Meili looked at Gyuder Hai and asked Gyuder Hanba. Ming-Eng, I still have to carry out a mission to remove the bomb. Call me brother Ming-Eng, let's go and remove the bombs together. I have a special ability to easily find the bombs. Gyuder Welding touched Meili's head and said gently. Yeah. Okay brother Ming-Eng. Meili was happy. The girl howled and rolled her eyes. There was no bomb in the surrounding houses. Let's go, here. The two came to a house, smashed the window with a punch, and took out the bomb placed inside. But at the same time, more than a dozen shadow wolves also walked out of the shadow and stared at the two of them viciously. Meili was holding the bomb and looking at the dark, ferocious shadow wolf, full of eyes, was a little scared. Brother Ming-Eng, Meili has only joined the demon killing team for a few months now, and at most she has learned some basic swordsmanship. There is no heart to belong to the strong. It is impossible to kill these shadow wolves without injury. There is time to help Meili become stronger in the future. Now. Gyuder Hang Meili protected her arms and said. Don't be afraid, just leave it to me. Hug me tight, my brother is going to start showing. Yeah. Meili nodded and hugged the skeleton with her hands tightly. The Gyuder He Zhong Lai Chiao Yui blinked, the Zanpakara Yuluo appeared in his hand. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot and appeared again, behind Zhong Ying Lang. The shadow wolf paused and his body split into pieces. Escape quickly. Don't worry about me, run away. Not far away, the shrew who had insulted Meili was now being besieged by 5 shadow wolves. The shrew sat on the ground and shouted loudly to his son, asking him to escape soon. But the little brat had never seen such a scene. Not only did he dare not run away, but he also walked towards the shrew tremblingly and cried in tears. Regarding this mother and son who had bullied Meili, Emperor Gyuder Hanchong took the blame. But I couldn't stand the prayer of honey in my arms. Brother Ming-Eng, save them too. Listen to you. Meili's face turned red and she nodded lightly. Shave. The Gutak beat the prize and swayed the servant next to him, and killed all the 5 shadow wolf with one blow. Too lazy to pay attention to the mother and son, Gyuder River was looking for other bombs with a glass. After finding 3 bombs and destroying them, killing nearly 50 shadow wolf. It was observed that the battle between Purgatory Xingshulang and Pilang had entered the final stage, and the ruins of the Gyuder Han Tu Lu Di were piled up. Chapter 6 Killing the Wolf. Brother Ming-Eng, can you help Mr. Purgatory? Purgatory Apricot Shaolang has the kindness of knowing Meili, and Meili must not repay her. Now Purgatory Apricot Shaoro is covered in blood, his clothes are torn, and full of traces left by the burning and explosion of gunpowder. On the other hand, although the large gun rifle and Gatlin's bullets have been fired, there are still many pistol revolvers that can be used, and there are no scars on the body. The condition looks much better than the Purgatory Apricot. Meili is very suspicious of this state of doubt whether Purgatory Apricot Shaolang can successfully kill Xiaxian Sai Zio Yulang. No, the fruit of the fruit is the same as the Emperor's Pilagi. I'm afraid Itsuru won't need my help. Meili, don't underestimate anyone. King Shulang has his ultimate move but has not used it. But since you have spoken, I'll ask him. Since you have to ask, you have to let each person and one ghost stop. The pupils of the Gyuder Ra and Chu Huangzai shrank slightly. The domineering color is activated. The unique aura of the king flocked to the purgatory Akatsuro and Pilang who were fighting. The invisible pressure made the two of them suddenly pause. Pilang's limbs were weak and fell to the ground and could not move. His eyes were full of horror, and he almost fainted. Purgatory Apricot is not much better either. Purgatory Atsuru, who reacted in time, held the sunwheel knife tightly on the ground with both hands, and struggled to support his weak body, preventing himself from lying on the ground like a wolf. Who? Is there really such a strong man in the world? This kind of momentum is useless even if the sorrowful moon is coming. Is it possible that it's ghost dance? It's not a miserable thing. Purgatory Apricot Ro raised his head little by little, trying to find a strong man who released his pressure. Brother Mingeng, what's wrong with Mr. Purgatory? Since Mealy is not the target of the Overlord color, Mealy doesn't know what happened at this moment. I might be a little tired. Seeing that the Purgatory Xing Shulang was like a centenarian with a stick, the girl quickly dissipated her Overlord color. The Purgatory Apricot Sururo, who was struggling to support him, suddenly felt relaxed, as if the giant mountain pressed on him suddenly disappeared, and the fear of the superiors also disappeared. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro tried hard to pull out the ridge knife that was inserted on the ground, and after a few steps, he finally straightened his body. Looking around, Purgatory Apricot Shaoro saw Mealy in Ganlu Temple and the boy who was about the same age as him at that time. Is Mealy okay? Purgatory Apricot is a little unbelievable. That is the bullet of a rifle. Although you can avoid it, it does not mean that you can catch the bullet with your bare hands. And even if you are so close, you are still in trouble, let alone bringing people to avoid it. If it is a sound column, maybe it can. Is it a boy who is about the same age as me but has the strength of a pillar? Looking at the Purgatory of Apricot Surura, I felt that it was not impossible. Xing Shaoro. Don't be nervous. My name is Gyuder. I just want to ask if you need help. Gyuder He's Chi Vinegar sent appointment to the Hanmu team Xing Shulang. Help. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro was a little confused, but when he saw that he was in the Gyuder He Concrete's raid value, he was a toad. I remembered that the two of them were still close in such critical situations, and I had some thoughts in my heart. Did Mealy ask this person to help him? Thank you, you are so sad that you are so cruel that you must be killed by me. Refusing to Gyuder Han's infernal affairs, Apricot Shaoro lifted his sword and turned to look at the Pepilang who was still struggling on the ground trying to get up. After getting up many times without success, Pilang picked up the revolver and shot the last few bullets into his head. After the neurons were reshaped, the wolf finally regained control of the body. Ha! Die! Die it all for me! Pilang stood up, and the two eyeballs in his eyes looked in different directions in irregular directions. He had become a brainless person and fell into madness. Vampire technique Luhuoku cavity. War wolves. Hundreds of shadow wolves from all directions rushed towards the wolves, merged into the wolves' body, and wrapped around their bodies. In just a moment, it turned into a real werewolf. Holding a huge Japanese long knife in his hand. Aou! With a wolf roar, Pilang held the long sword tightly with both hands, and stared at Purgatory Apricot. Realizing that the Pialang has reached its strongest state, this blow will determine the outcome. Purgatory Atsuru also held the sunwheel knife tightly with both hands, his eyes full of perseverance and indomitableness, and every breath was accompanied by a blazing flame. One person, one ghost, and four eyes were facing each other, and they took action at the same time. Table tennis. The ghost sword and the sunwheel sword collided with each other and made a crisp sound of blows. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, and his face was majestic. Slashing with blood and blood. Make the final choice. Burn! Burn! In the name of Purgatory. Yan's breath, mystery, Ju's type, Purgatory. The surging flames burst out from the purgatory apricot Shaoro's sun wheel knife, burning everything and cutting off everything. Haboom! The flames went out, and only half of the remaining body remained, and fell to the ground and could not recover. 12 ghost moons, the second of the lower strings, the wolf and the kill. The purgatory apricot, who used the final mystery, was exhausted and had difficulty breathing and was swaying. The cuter nuclear weight-picking team opened the side of Xing Shulang and reached out to lift it up. Purgatory apricot Shaoro saw that it was Gyuder Han's slightest, and he squeezed out a smile and said, "Thanks. It seems I won." After seeing the victory of Infernal Atsuru, the members of the Demon Slayer watching the battle all rushed to this side, supported Infernal Atsuru and put him down on the ground, and then carried him to a simple bandage. "Get out!" The Gyuder's consuming marinating liquid collection device walked to Pilang next to the remaining body. "Insert the needle and automatically collect blood." Meow. The cat's meow sounded, and a black and white with some green hair, with Yushilang's blood ghost technique hanging around his neck, and a kitten with a small backpack on his back appeared out of thin air. "Oh, Cha-Cha-Meru!" Put the blood collection device into the Cha-Cha ball backpack, and the round sludge stall collapses. "Chik-Haman, remember to say to Zushi after you go back, 'Don't worry about me, I'll go back in a while.'" Cha-Chawan nodded spiritually. Meow. Another cat's meow, and Cha-Chawan disappeared. 3 minutes after the battle, the ghost-killing team's logistics hidden came on stage and began to formally treat and bandage the Purgatory Atsuru and other injured ghost hunters. Looking at the people being treated by the hidden members, Meili suddenly asked, "Brother Ming-Ang, am I not suitable to stay in the Demon Slayer team?" "Meili, you should ask yourself what you are like." Gyuder Hehuang put Meili's head on. Poke a hand at Meili's soft breasts. Bullied. Meili's ears turned red in an instant, recalling her original intention of joining the Demon Slayer team. "In order to find a husband who can protect him, I chose to join the demon-killing team. Now that my husband has found it, is it really necessary for me to stay here?" Seeing Meili's heart swaying, Gu Tak was in a state of collapse. "Xiao Meili, everyone has their own way, just follow their own hearts. It's not only that you can do this thing by walking on this path, but that you can do it no matter which path you are on. Everything has a husband, no need to worry." After a moment of contemplation, Meili collapsed against the nuclear barrier of the Gyuder. "Brother Ming-Ang, I want to be with you. I want to become stronger." Chapter 7 Meili leaves the ghost-killing team. "Haha. Good. Then let's keep getting stronger together and kill the evil ghosts." Gyuder Bo's old beg. Ahem. After bandaging and treatment by the hidden members, the Purgatory apricot Shaoro, who was barely able to walk with the help of everyone, walked towards the Gyuder Han Tuyi who was kissing. Immersed in the bridle of the Gyuder and the bridle of the bridle, and heard the cough sounds coming from beside him, and quickly let go of the bridle of the Gyuder. Quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of your mouth and said shyly and nervously, "Refining Mr. Purgatory, are you okay?" "It's okay, just a little injury. If you didn't call the bomb to dismantle the bomb, I wonder how many people would die." Purgatory Xing Shulang thanked him at the "Please trouble you. A small matter is not troublesome. By the way, I don't know how to cut the flag and wield the whistleblower. I realized that the thieves If the Gyuders are exhausted, the strength of the demon-killing team will surely skyrocket. Join the Demon Slayer? Let's forget about this. I like to be relatively free," said Gyuder Howen. Purgatory Apricot feels a little regretful. "However, if you encounter the 12 ghost months and cannot solve it, I can help you kill it, even ghost dance." But, before waiting for the Purgatory Apricot round, he said excitedly, "Real? Stop, don't be excited, I haven't finished speaking yet." But the premise is that I can bring people to and from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team at will. The little girls in the butterfly house at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team are the ones who are in the guise of the Gyuder. This. Purgatory Apricot Tsuruo hesitated because he could not make decisions about this matter. I'll ask my lord for your opinion. No problem, go and ask. Purgatory Atsushiro called the crow and informed the crow about the specific situation here. Oh! The crow flapped his wings and flew high toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. 5 minutes later, in the courtyard of the Lord of the Demon Slayer headquarters, Yoishikiya looked at the information from the frontline Purgatory in Shuro. Sleeping into deep thought. Just power, I will oppress the second of the 12 Ghost Moon and Purgatory at Sushiro to the point where I can't fight. There are such powerful humans in this world. Will this person be the second successor to Kuyuanyi? If so, before finding Gui Wuzan, this person must hide. Otherwise, once Gui Wuzan knows that there are such powerful people in this world, it may be another century-old tactic to survive humanity. Hide until the nuclear labor. Yoshiki took out another letter from the Raven. This letter was sent here directly after the battle. The situation of the battle on the front line is recorded in detail. When Purgatory Apricot Shaolang was buried under the ruins, the speed was comparable to the sound column. The Black Hand took the bullet, took the melee of Ganlu Temple to look for the bomb, killed the Shadow Wolf, rescued the mother and son, and returned to the ruins, which was terrifying and oppressed. All kinds of behaviors show that he has no malicious intentions towards the ghost-killing team, and even takes the initiative to kill the evil ghost. This is really a big bet. The bet right, Ghost Dance Y Washeo's curse can end here. I was wrong in betting, and the ghost-killing team was destroyed. The sacred Shikiya closed his eyes and the breeze blew his face. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again and said, "Go, agree to his request and give him the right to bring people into and out of the Demon Slayer team at will, but at the same time, he must also contribute when the Demon Slayer team kills the 12 Demon Moon and even Gui Wuzang. You can do the rest." A crow with a circle larger than other crows and a darker and brighter hair flapped its wings and flew rapidly to the Tokyo imperial capital. 3 minutes later, the crow successfully arrived in the imperial capital and came to everyone. It fell on the head of a hidden member and said, "Eisen and medical accent. Who is Gyuder Haijun?" Hearing this sound, the silhouette of Gyuder regret came, as if the next moment was a sentence, "When did you have the illusion that I did not use the mirror flower or water moon?" Everyone looked at the sea of Gyuder and looked over. The nuclear crackdown on the Gyuder nuclear file. For the first time I met, I am Yoyasa Saya's servant. After the order of Shizuya Shikiya, I came to answer your request. I won't say some polite words anymore. Probably you don't like to listen to them either. I'll just tell the result. Yoishikiya agreed to your request and allowed you to take people to and from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Similarly, when you encounter 12 ghost months, please help me. After hearing that his conditions were agreed, Kurthahao said. No problem. Since that's the case, you can set off to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team immediately. Said the Raven. I'll take you to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. This is not urgent. I still haven't done anything. When I finish my business, I will naturally go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Please use Meili's original Raven. There is some time when I have not said goodbye to Zushi yet, and Gyuder Hekang hurriedly returned to Meili and have a good time in the imperial capital. I am not in a hurry to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. The original crow of Ganlu Temple Meili. The crow was confused, and the crow was cut into a hurry. Seeing the crow confused, Meili quickly explained. That Mr. Purgatory, I'm going to withdraw from the Demon Slayer. Sorry. Meili took off the Hiroshi knife from her waist and held it in her hand and handed it to Purgatory Apricot. This Purgatory Itsuro was a little surprised. Is such a good column-level seedling going to leave? It seems that they want to follow the girl and Huang Feng, and they are also considered to be handsome men and women. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro did not take over the ridge knife. Okay, agree to leave the team. But you don't need to return the Sunwheel sword. I believe you will definitely use it in the future. Hearing this, Mealy said excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Purgatory. In the sky, a crow with a 4-leaf clover on its neck flew to Mealy. This bird is Mealy's crows. After seeing Miri choose to leave the team, the raven understands the sack muscle of the sack of the sack of the sack. I see. From now on, you will no longer belong to the Demon Slayer team, but will belong to the Gyuder Sea. From now on, there will be special crows connected with you. Be sure to tell him what you passed to Gyuder Hanaga. Ah? Why? Master, do you want me any more? Li asked Mealy reluctantly. Mealy took Li to her palm, stroked her head and said. Who said I don't want you any more? Brother Ming-Ang is my husband. From now on, I will always be with Brother Ming-Ang. Even if you belong to Brother Ming-Ang, can you still be with me? Hearing that it wasn't Mealy who didn't want him, Li said happily. Oh, that's it, the master is the best. Chapter 8 Capture of Milk. The crow that had arranged the arrangement to produce Yoshia Yasuya flew away. Purgatory Akashauro and others also left the imperial capital one after another, and returned to their own houses to find their mothers to report the results of the battle. And Gyuder walked towards the direction where Zushi was. Brother Ming-Ang, where are we going? Go and find a ghost. Ghost? Mealy was a little surprised. Since it is a ghost, why not let the ghost-killing team take action just now? Are we going to kill him? No, but staying at her house. Mealy was even more surprised when she heard it was a boarding. Brother Ming-Ang, will that ghost eat us while we are asleep? No, Xiao Mealy, because she is a good ghost. Then Gyuder Helioi told the story of Zhu Shi. Hundreds of years ago, I was seriously ill and turned into an evil ghost to seek eternal life in order to accompany my children, but I lost my mind and killed my husband and children. After regaining his mind, he regretted his behavior, but because of his superb medical skills, he was forced to follow Gui Wui Iwuzan and had to suppress his feelings in his heart. I felt that I had to continue to kill people, and at the same time I was secretly looking for Gui Wuzan's weakness. One day, Zhu Shi and Gui Wu Baon met Ji Kuyuanyi, the founder of Riding Breath in his peak period. Ji Kuyuan easily injured Gui Wuvasheo with just one knife, but because of the mistake, Gui Wuvasheo failed to finish the attack in time, causing Gui Wuvasheo to explode and escape. But this also made Zhu Shi escape from Gui Wuzang's control. After 100 years and the transformation of the body, Zhu Shi reduced his demand for human flesh and blood. He only needed to eat a small amount of human blood every day to maintain his body functions. As a doctor, whenever Zhu Shi met a dying person, he would ask him whether he would be a ghost who did not have to eat humans and only needed to suck a small amount of blood to survive. As a result, Yu Shilang chose this path. To this day, Zhu Shi spends every day regret, and studies the medicine that turns Giwasan into humans every day. He works hard to kill Giwasan every day. After listening to the story, the posthumous title of Gyutarhang Cai's tomb is a little sad. He was obviously such a great mother, but she became like this because of Gui Wuzan. Brother Ming-Ang, Sister Zhu Shi is so miserable. I have decided. I want to become stronger. Kill Giwu, and avenge Sister Zushi. Gu Tai Welding touched Mealy's head and said. There will be such a day. After going around, the two finally arrived at the villa where Zhu Shi was. The filters are broken. Arrive. Have you arrived? Mealy looked at the empty space around her and felt very confused. There is nothing here. Could it be that Sister Zhu Shi lives underground? Gyuder regrets the slasher of the silence of the stern eyes. Ding! A noticeable knock on the wooden door sounded. Mealy reached out to grope forward in surprise. Touched. Brother Ming-Ang, this house will actually be invisible. It's night now, don't disturb the people around you. Gyuder Hefei held the blessing on Mealy's small lips. Meili smiled and closed her mouth obediently. The gate of the courtyard was opened. Yu Shilang stretched out his hand to signal Gyutar how to compete with him. When he saw the follower of the Gyutar Hedian, he was shocked. Because Meili is wearing the ghost-killing team uniform at this moment, she is undoubtedly a ghost hunter in Yoshiro's eyes. Yu Shilang shouted loudly into the courtyard. Sir Zhu Shi, run! The ghost hunter is here! Ghost hunter! Hearing Yu Shilang's shout in the courtyard, Zhu Shi rushed outside the house. I saw the honey Li next to Gu Tak Han. At this moment, Zhu Shi felt his heart was broken. Why, he had already agreed to be with you in this life, why did you still bring ghost hunters here? Do you want to kill me? Ming Anju. Seeing Zhu Shi's grief, Gyutar Hankai misunderstood Zhu Shi. The Gyutar regrets the beautiful Aureole, and the Aureole is angry. Shilang glances at him and comes to Zhu Shi in an instant, holding Zhu Shi's face in both hands and said gently. Don't listen to Yu Shilang's nonsense. Meili is not a ghost hunter. And even if it's a ghost hunter, do you think she dares to bully you if I am there? Since I said I would let you live with me for the rest of my life, can I still lie to you? Seeing that something was wrong, Meili quickly walked to Zhu Shi and said. Sister Zhu Shi, I am no longer a ghost hunter, and I will not kill you. You are a good ghost. I have heard Brother Ming'ang tell you. I will kill Gui Wu, and help you avenge me. Looking at Meili's innocent eyes, Zhu Shi realized that he was overly worried. It's all Yu Shilang's fault. If it weren't for him, how could he have misunderstood Ming'ang? Erasing the tears from Zhu Shi's eyes, Gu Tahi threw Zhu Shi into the house with Meili in his right hand. Only Yu Shilang was left standing alone in the courtyard. Broken. Good intentions have done bad things. In the living room, there is a basic idea of there is a great opportunity to be held in the living room. Ming'ang, you haven't exposed too much strength, right? Gyutar here returned to collapse. No, don't worry, my current strength is not worthy of making Gui Wu Baku afraid. And even if Gui Wu Iwuzan hides in Infinite City and doesn't come out, I have a way to catch him and torture him. Zhu Shi, you'll be at ease. Well, thank you Ming'ang. Zhu Shi smiled, then looked at Meili again. Ming'ang was so bad. Less than an hour later, he turned back a beautiful woman. And the pectoralis major muscle is still so huge and white. Sister Meili, I'm sorry for what happened just now. After all, as a ghost, I'm really afraid of the ghost hunter of the ghost killing team. Meili giggled. It's okay, Sister Zhu Shi. Looking at Meili's cute appearance, Zhu Shi stood up and said. It's getting late. I'll clean up a room for you too. You guys go back to the house to rest first. As an old woman hundreds of years ago, Zhu Shi was not disgusted with men's 3 wives and 4 concubines. Anyway, Meili has already returned with Ming'ang, so why not get the bridal chamber today? Okay. Meili, who had been busy for the middle of the night, was already a little tired. The Gyutar Han Tuyi came to a house on the 2nd floor with Zhu Shi. You guys rest, I'll leave. After saying that, Zhu Shi quickly went downstairs, not disturbing Ming'ang and Meili's bridal chamber. The Gyutar Hanchuan pushed open the door and walked into the room. When she saw that there was only one bed in the room, Meili's cheeks turned red in an instant. There is only one bed in the house. How should I rest? Should I be with Brother Ming'ang? Will Brother Ming'ang suddenly attack him while he is sleeping? So nervous, so shy // /o/omega/o// Brother Ming'ang, it seems that there is only one bed here. What? Don't you want to sleep with Brother Ming'ang? Gu Tahi talked about taming. Chapter 9 Zhu Shi's Envy. It's 3 o'clock in the sun. Ding! The knock on the door sounded, and Zhu Shi's voice sounded outside the house. Ming'ang, is it convenient to come in? Gyutar Hang covered with honey glass and said. Come in. Zhu Shi walked into the house with 2 bowls of porridge. When he arrived inside the house, Zhu Shi put a bowl of porridge on the table beside him and said, "Since you wake up, then eat. As for Sister Meili, I'll feed her." Then he walked towards Meili with another bowl of porridge. The Zushi, who knows how hard Meili is, will naturally not let Meili, who has been busy all night, do it himself. "Then I'll trouble you." After thanking Zhu Shi, Gyutar Han Lang glub along. Zhu Shi, who was about to wake up Meili, unconsciously glanced at Gyutar He Lai mansion. Then his body trembled and almost sprinkled the porridge in his hand. Zhu Shi felt guilty. No wonder Meili was so painful last night. I'm afraid that this kind of strong man cannot be controlled by himself. Even if he is a ghost body, he will probably be seriously injured. Even united Meili may not be good. Many people must be subdued. Looking at Meili, who was sleeping peacefully, Zhu Shi admired her from the bottom of her heart, and at the same time, there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. Meili is so powerful. Not comparable to that of yourself. In the future, you can be the main force and use it to uniform the powerful. Zhu Shi woke up Meili and fed Meili porridge to Meili in person. After Meili and Gyutar finished drinking the porridge, they said in unison, "Hungry." Seeing that Meili and Gyutar were like starving ghosts, they went to make porridge for the two again. Even if you finish drinking a pot of porridge, the Gyutar Han rabbit is hurt by the bottom of the bottom. This bead was so shocked. It's okay if Meili says she's hungry, after all, her muscle density is 8 times that is very expensive. What's the point of defending the tent? Hehe, Zhu Shi, I forgot to tell you that I actually have a lot of food, several times larger than Meili. As he said, the scoundrel. Meili also looked at Gyutar's skeleton. Brother Ming'ang did not deceive himself, and he was very strong, even if he could not break free. This matter was proved last night. The same is true for intake. It's great to be with Brother Ming'ang. The two of them did not barely hungry until they finished eating all the few foods used by the Zushi family to pretend to be human. You have eaten all the food. If you want to eat, buy it yourself. As he said that, Zhu Shi took out some money and handed it to Gutak's skeleton. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Zhu Shi is still quite wealthy. By the way, Sister Meili is a new dress that I haven't worn yet. If it's the size, I have modified it and it should fit you. I'll wash your uniform for you and seal the hole in your chest. Otherwise, your brother Ming'ang would have to hold off all the eyes of men in this world. Zhu Shi said jealously. Ah? Why? Miri, who was deceived by clothesman Masao Maeda, thought that all the female members of the Demon Slayer team were like this. I remembered that I had this doubt when I joined the demon killing team, but after hearing what Maeda said that all the female members of the demon killing team were like this, I chose to believe it. Now it seems that I am being deceived. Meili felt ashamed, burying her head deeply in her chest. Brother Ming'ang, I'm sorry, I thought the other female members were like this. Gyutar drinks a hilarious It's okay, just correct your mistakes. Xiao Meili is still the person I love the most. When I find that guy Masao Maeda in the future, I will help you punish him. Kiss me, put on my clothes, brother, I'll take you shopping. Meili shyly raised her head and stole the slander from Yin Street. Zhu Shi, who was standing beside him, felt itchy when he looked at the two extremely intimate people. I don't know when I can kiss Ming'ang like Meili. Okay, stop kissing Ming'ang, I also want to help Meili wear clothes. Go and wait outside. Zhu Shi gently patted Gyutar's drought and drove him outside the house. After closing the door, Zhu Shi began to change clothes and wash for Meili. Looking at Meili's plump and perfect figure, Zhu Shi was very envious. The competition is under great pressure. Half an hour later, Zhu Shi's Hongyu helped Meili finish changing clothes. Meili, wearing wooden clogs, wearing a kimono, folded her hair, and walked outside the house with small steps. Gyuder said that the badgers were so thin. Looking at the change of the past style, she looks quite a lady from a noble family, and she is very cute and shy. Kawaii. Gyuder's dry mirror feeds. Looking at the eyes of Gyuder, Mili, who was focusing on her, asked happily. Brother Ming-eng, am I good looking? The Gyuder defended the Yuyuan to hurt the customs and said all the poems describing beauty that I had seen before. The eyebrows are like green feathers, the muscles are like white snow, the waist is like bunches of planes, the teeth are like shells, the fingers are like roots of peeling onions, and the mouth is like red elixirs. Take delicate steps, and the exquisiteness is unparalleled in the world. You should be a beauty. Mili listened seriously, but she didn't expect that she was so beautiful in Brother Ming-eng's heart. Hehe, Brother Ming-eng is also very handsome. Mili likes Brother Ming-eng the most. Mili stepped forward and hugged Gyuder high and lay down on the tomb of Gyuder Dryman, listening to Gyuder Dryman's breasts. Chapter 10 Blood-sucking. Mili, let's go, Brother Ming-eng will take you to go shopping and eat delicious food. Okay. Gyuder defended Mili and left the villa and walked around the imperial capital. Both of them didn't know what was sold nearby, but they just went shopping anyway. When you meet someone who sells food, buy some food, and when you meet someone who plays, you will stop and have fun together. On the tram in the Tokyo imperial capital, Mili was holding various desserts and snacks in her arms, and she was having a lot of fun. This is the tram, this is the first time I've taken it. It's just that the speed is a little slow. Mili said through the window and looked at the crowd moving backwards. Come to a sight, I went to a place where I was very lazy. This is the center of the imperial capital, the most prosperous place in the island country. There were endless people coming and going around. While walking around, the Gyuder Han rabbit blows the boat in front of the shop. After a casual glance, Gyuder and Ajoki, who were originally walking forward with Mili, were Brother Ming-eng. Mili shouted and stopped, looking at the skeleton of the clothing store. Looking at the various relatively cutting-edge and gorgeous clothes in the clothing store, especially those dummy models wearing white and black silk, Gu Tak said, Mili, let's go buy clothes. Entering the store, the waiter stepped forward to entertain him. What are you going to buy, sir? Pick as you like. Gyuder defended his loyalty and defeated him. Take out all the stockings in your store and I want them all. Whether it is black silk, white silk, sexy silk, long tube, short tube, or over-knee socks, I will take it out all of it. When the waiter saw that the auntie drank and tear her beetle, he bowed and nodded respectfully. Sir, wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Brother Ming-eng, why are we buying so many stockings? Mili asked in confusion. Isn't it enough to have a few stockings? And what is sex silk? The cream residue left by eating the cake at the corner of the mouth of Gyutarhang. Mili stretched out her fingers to wipe it off, put it into her mouth, and said, Hehe, you'll know when you get home. After packing all the stockings and buying Mili a few favorite casual clothes, the two walked towards the villa. The villa was very deserted, and Zhu Shi and Yu Shilang all hid at home with their yard doors closed. I was afraid of being shined by the sun. Fortunately, before leaving, Zhu Shi cut off the slaughter of the slaughter. Otherwise, I would have to climb over the wall and enter. As soon as he entered the entrance, Yu Shilang reluctantly came out to greet him. Giving the purchased clothes to Yu Shilang, Gyuder He was defeated. Where is Zhu Shi? Mr. Zhu Shi is conducting research. Yu Shilang replied. Last night, after Cha Cha Wan handed the blood to Zhu Shi did not conduct research as soon as possible because he was worried about Gyuder Hanmo Shen #. And in the second half of the night, I couldn't calm down because I eavesdropped on the wall. It was not until an hour after the Han Rabbit man went out shopping that Zhu Shi, who was surrounded by a scar, calmed down and studied the blood of the wolf. It has been 4 or 5 hours now. Ming-eng, Sister Mili, you are back. Zhu Shi, who had just finished his research, walked out of the study and headed towards the slaughter of the slaughter. Well, are you tired? Looking at Zhu Shi's tired look, Gyuder Khan and Mu collapsed. Do you want to drink blood? I'll take it for you if you drink it. Zhu Shi only needs to drink 50 milliliters of blood every day to meet basic needs. This little blood is just for the charming legs of Gu Tahaha. Come now. Zhu Shi looked around the house. There were only 2 humans, and there were no one else. If I accept it now, I will definitely have to bleed from these 2 people. Zhu Shi quickly refused and said, No, I can't drink your blood. One is the future husband and the other is the future sister. With the lessons of the past, Zhu Shi said that he would never do anything to hurt his husband. Why can't it work? This little blood doesn't hurt or itch to me. My blood is neat and it is much cleaner than the ones outside, and the taste is sure to be delicious. You can linger after drinking it once. He possesses the body of an immortal, as well as the blood of Sun people, and also has the existence of qi in his body. Gyuder regrets the drought and dysfunction, has absolute confidence, so Zhu Shi will never forget it after taking a sip. Open your mouth. The fingertips condensed a blade of air into his arms, and cut a wound into his arm. Suddenly, the fragrance that only ghosts can smell instantly filled the entire villa. Zhu Shi, who hasn't drunk such high-end blood for hundreds of years, almost never had any water leaks. Yu Shilang also stared at the greedy greed of the rime of the Gyuder he sirloin. It smells so fragrant. After living with Lord Zhu Shi, he has lived for so long. Every day, he either drinks the blood that is extremely viscous with blood lipids and blood sugar, or drinks the blood that contains viruses. The taste is poor and there is no fragrance. This is the first time I smelled such a fragrant blood. 1 drop is stronger than 100 drops. Although he showed a greedy look on his face, Yu Shilang did not force himself to ask for the silence of the silence. There are still basic morality and self-knowledge. Unable to be rejected by Zhu Shi, the arm of the Gyuder Brown Benyang pressed on Zhu Shi's red lips. Zhu Shi, who had originally had grudges, directly broke his defense after tasting such delicious blood. Start sucking. It feels like a starving ghost rushed to the Manchu and Han banquet and was eating and drinking. Zhu Shi, who was so jealous that she was eager to find that she would suck at least 100 or 200 milliliters, but she didn't expect that she would only suck about 50 milliliters, so she stopped. Why don't you drink it? Zhu Shi shook his head and said, drinking too much is not good for your health, 50 milliliters are enough. Chapter 11, Transmission. And your blood has nearly 100 times more energy than ordinary people. These 50 milliliters are completely enough for me to consume for 3 months. Not only that, I feel that my physical strength and blood ghost skills have also become much stronger. Zhu Shi felt the changes in his body and truthfully gave the Gyuder nuclear file. Listening to Zhu Shi's description, Yu Shilang was also very greedy for Gyuder's drought. But the result is that the custom of Gyuder Brown Benyang is accusing the custom of. Yu Shilang, who was prepared in his heart, did not complain. If you don't give it to you. It's enough to smell it. I'll bandage you. As he said that, Zhu Shi was going to get the medical box and shouting to pierce the arm for Gu Ta. Gyuder He-han through Zhu Shi, raised his arm and said, No need, it's completely restored. Everyone looked at it and found that there was some residual residue, and Zhu Shi did not lick the blood clean. There was no trace of scar at all. Zhu Shi reached out to touch the very smooth, really scarless. Zhu Shi said in surprise, Ming Ang, are you special physique, just like the 8 times the muscle density of Meili, but mine is a super strong reply. Then brother Ming Ang, the one in your hand doth that. Because of his limited expression ability, Meili didn't express what she wanted to say after a long time. Okay, if that goes on, it will become a stutter. Gu Ta said. Meili, you are talking about this. As he said that, the savage brown land energy condensed at the fingertips, forming a very sharp savage blade. Yes. It's this brother Ming Ang. Meili said excitedly. Looking at Meili's excited look, the Gyuder nuclear device collapsed. This is a way of expressing qi, and it is also the method of strengthening that I will teach you from now on. With this, you can even destroy the earth under our feet and even the earth in the future. Ah! Everyone was shocked when they heard Gyuder Hana Fang. Really buzzing? Destroy the earth and the earth? Is this really something that humans can do? Even the gods and myths can't do this. I know it's hard for you to believe what I say now, but after I show you another use of anger, you will believe it. Afterwards, Gu Tak was worried and calmed down, concentrating on mobilizing the energy in his body. Nanny! In the shocked eyes of everyone, the Gyuder trench was like a swan. In the living room, I saw that I had completely escaped from the ground, and I was very strong. Even ordinary people like Bidalai can learn it, but they don't know how to make it. Little dance technique, easy to grasp. In the living room, the girl was floating, doing various difficult movements at will. Looking at the shocked expression of the two ghosts and one person, the badger was ulcerated. How is it? Now do you believe what I say? The two girls nodded dully, thinking that the mother of Gyuder Hejiao was very ill, but they all thought that the road disease was not ill. Could it be that Ming Ang was an immortal who came to save himself? Brother Ming Ang can actually fly. This is too awesome. Is Brother Ming Ang a god in the sky? Gyuder's slow horns fell steadily from the air and stood on the ground. Okay, don't be stunned. Mealy, go back to the room first, and I'll teach you the method of refining qi later. Mealy nodded excitedly and said, okay Brother Ming Ang. Run quickly to the second floor, and run to yourself and the... Zhu Shi heard Gyuder Han Mengdian call out to practice qi together when he heard the fire. Some little disappointment. Regarding Zhu Shi's little thoughts, Gu Tak was restored. Holding Zhu Shi's little hand, Gu Ta Hao blew and took off the bath. Sit. Zhu Shi sat down without saying a word. There is a scene of a quarrel between a young couple. The Gyuder crane was beside Zhu Shi, holding Zhu Shi in his arms, and whispered, "Are you dissatisfied with the cultivation method I didn't teach you?" Zhu Shi shook his head slightly and said, "If you don't teach me, you must have your ideas. No matter what you think, I will agree, without complaints." Gyuder he. Real. Zhu Shi nodded lightly. Gyuder Hang Tao Road. Follower, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I'm afraid that after I teach you, when you drink the human-changing medicine in the future, the medicinal properties of the human-changing medicine will not work for you. I don't want you to never become a human being in your life. Although ghosts have super recovery ability and may not even die after being beheaded, there are many restrictions. I guess you know this. Zhu Shi, you don't want to live in the dark all your life, do you? Listening to the corners of the eyes of Gyuder Hanmo Shenjun Zhu Shi, tears flashed. Just like the one who is a nuclear store, she really doesn't want to live in the dark anymore. She wanted to walk into the sun and feel the warm sunshine. Okay, let's go upstairs together, you can watch from the side as well. When you teach you the method of refining qi in the future, you can get started quickly. Well, thank you Ming Ang. Zhu Shi started from the draught of Gyuder. Then the two walked to the second floor together. Inside the house, Mealy sat cross-legged on the bed, and the Gyuders were directly opposite Mealy. The two of them faced each other with their palms, as if they were really practicing the unique martial arts. Since Mealy is not a person from the Dragon Ball world, if no one leads the air, you can't feel the existence of air at all. Therefore, the qi in one's body is transported to the honey body. Circulate in his body for a week to let Mealy remember this feeling. Then cultivate your own qi, sense the qi in your body, and feel the qi of all things. Qi binds the lock of the human body. Once you can sense the existence of qi, then your cultivation can break through the limits of the body. If you cannot sense the existence of qi, no matter how much you practice, you will be bound to your limit. Just like Mr. Satan in the Dragon Ball world. Although he is the most powerful person on the surface, he is weak. Bidalai, a daughter who can easily be beaten by her cultivation spirit. This is the mystery of qi, a bit like idealism. After a long time, after the mark of qi was engraved in the body of honey, the Gyuder Hang Sintao sent qi to the honey. The next step is to let Meili feel the anger by herself, and she no longer needs herself. The. Get out of bed carefully. He said softly. Let's go, it's already dark, let's go out to play. Go out to play? That's not good, Zhu Shi said embarrassedly. How did my pure pearl world become like this? My mind was full of lust. I'm not playing with you. I'm asking you to take me shopping. You've been in Tokyo for so long, and you must know where Tokyo is fun at night, right? When he heard that he wasn't playing with himself, Zhu Shi's cheeks suddenly turned red and hot. So it's shopping. Chapter 12 Going to the Mist Mountain. The villa was followed by Yu Shilang. As Zushi's most loyal supporter, no matter how much harm Zushi has to Yushi, no matter who Zushi loves or who is loved by him, it cannot affect his admiration for Zushi. Yu Shilang always believed in this sentence, a dead person is facing the sky. In Yu Shilang's opinion, although an ordinary person, although some magical methods are used, he cannot live to the end of time. As long as you wait for Gyuder's nuclear laziness to play, you can wait for the reincarnation of the Pearl World to continue your previous relationship. He, I am so smart. Zhu Shi walked and stopped in Tokyo on the lively night. Yu Shilang left after squeaking at Zushi. He has to buy human blood to maintain the most basic life activities. Neon lights illuminate the entire Tokyo capital, and all women and girls are wearing kimonos, accompanying relatives and friends, playing and enjoying things on the streets. The man with 5 fingers crossed his hands and walked side by side on the bustling street. During this period, Gyuder howled and recited the song Si Jing, and Si Jing wanted to buy it for Zushi. But when I think of Zhu Shi as a ghost, it seems that he does not eat human food. So he dispelled this idea. Instead, I bought a hairpin for Zushi. It was just the money paid by Zhu Shi. Then, under the guidance of the shop owner, he then put on his hairpin and inserted it into his hairpin. It's very good. Gyuders are exhausted and silly. Zhu Shi's cheeks were slightly red, and a faint smile appeared. Well, thank you, Ming Ang. I spent 2 or 3 hours wandering around Tokyo until the crowds on the street became scarce. After the silence of Gyuder Haizu, Yu Shilang returned to the villa. Zhu Shi entered the study and continued to study, and checked the status of honey. The second floor, the Gyuder Han rabbit is a Mukeo Huan. Pushing open the door, Meili was still sitting cross-legged and feeling her breath. When Gutake was beside Meili, Meili opened her eyes. Seeing that it was Gyuder Hanli, Meili happily hugged Gyuder Hai and said kindly, "Brother Ming Ang." Yet, Gyuder Hang Meili hugged her in her arms, stroked Meili's hair, and asked, "How about Meili, do you feel angry?" After lying in the arms of the squat, his eyes were full of doubts. Yet, "I feel it, Brother Ming Ang. But why are you even less angry than me? What's the point?" As he said that, the sodium brews of Garatum began to rise. "Wow! Brother Ming Ang, is this your anger? So powerful!" Meili exclaimed. "Meili, next I want to teach you the control of your energy. Control your own breath to a normal person, even worse than that of a normal person. Only in this way, when you encounter opponents who can sense their anger in the future, you will be surprised." The 12 ghost moons, the third of the wind strings, Akaza is the ghost who can sense qi. By perceiving the strength of the opponent's qi, we can judge the opponent's strength. Meili wiped off the sweat from her forehead and said excitedly, "Brother Ming Ang, I finally learned to control my energy." After several hours of teaching, Meili finally learned how to control her energy. Successfully control your own breath to the level of an ordinary person. The bright moon hung high in the sky outside the house, and it was already midnight. Looking at the tired honey, Gu Takan woke up and narrowed his head. After Gyutar Hang's head was buried in the huge meatball on Meili's chest, he hugged Meili and fell asleep. 1 month later, in the living room in the villa, Gyuder Hai Mili, Zhu Shi, and 2 people sat on the sofa. Gyuder Heke impeached Kong Pang Mai, and put his right arm around Mili's waist and said to Zushi, Zhu Shi, are you sure you won't follow me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team? Zhu Shi posted on the Gyuder Dryman AI and felt the last warmth and said, No, Ming Eng, please take Sister Mili with you. As long as you don't forget me. As early as a month ago, the day when Gyuder defended Mili to the villa, Zushi knew that Gyuder had the right to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer. I know that I will leave me one day and go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, but I am not very sad. I just didn't expect it to be so fast, it's only a month. Before I could give everything to Ming Eng was about to leave. As for why Zhu Shi didn't follow the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, it was because Zhu Shi knew very well how disgusted the ghost-killing team members were about ghosts. She didn't want to let her fight with the people from the Demon Slayer team. This will not be good for anyone. It's better to stay here, as long as Ming Eng has himself in his heart. The account file of Lai Muchen was broken in Gyuder Hantun Fiza's personal fat maple. Never forget it. In the silence of the silence, he was noisy about this. Although Sister Zhu Shi did not do anything to the man and woman, she did everything else she should do. Mili is not a stingy person either. It would be better if Sister Zhu Shi is such a good person to be his sister. After all, Brother Ming Eng is too powerful, even if he has 8 times the muscle density. Sometimes I can't stand it. It's just a pity that Sister Zhu Shi didn't follow her to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. As one of the few who has not experienced the attacks of evil ghosts and has taken the initiative to join the ghost-killing team, Mili naturally cannot experience the disgust of ghost hunters towards evil ghosts. Brother Ming Eng, I want it too. Mili gave the Gyuder nuclear file. Okay, all. Muwa. Gyuders shook the lords and the pastoral minister Zhang Ziyi personally twisted the news. After a moment of warmth, I had my last breakfast. The villa, the Gyuder Han Tuyo hit the villa, jumped up, and flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Yes, I also learned the technique of dancing in the air in the Gyuder Dry and Drought Sputum. With the technique of dancing in the air, the speed of traveling is much faster. The crows fly in front, the Gyuder Han rabbits are Shi and Lun. Li. Go to Nao Mountain first. Gyuderkan gave a gift from Mueliang. As a raven, Li's mind contains the entire Tokyo imperial capital and a map of 100 miles around it. I naturally know the location of the Nao Mountain. Li changed the direction of her flight slightly and flew towards the Nanwu Mountain. It is mid-June now, when will the blue flowers on the other side bloom? In the original work, only Tanjiro and his mother knew about the blue one. No one knows whether the Tanjiro family has eaten it or not. As the most mysterious flower in Demon Slayer, Blade, Gyuder Heian Huang went to see it and tasted it. I want to see how awesome this ghost dance is, day and night, and the undesirable blue spider flower is. After more than 10 minutes of flying, the two finally arrived at the foot of Nao Mountain. Brother Gyuder Hizafeng noticed the breath of 1 big 2 small 3 small ones. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Rinteki Zuoji, Sagato Tanjiro and Sagato Nezuko who is asleep. Chapter 13 Tanjiro. Let's go up the mountain. Gyuder said with regret and panic. The two took off again and flew to a wooden house in the mountains. Joji Rinteki, who was making boxes for Nezuko outside the house, saw 2 people flying down from the air. Even though he had been killing ghosts for decades, he was still shocked and retreated, picked up the axe on the ground, and looked vigilantly at the 2 young girls in front of him. Who are you? Is it a human or a ghost? Or something else? Retreat quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. In the air, when Lin Taksaki wanted to fall on Mili's shoulders, he hurriedly said, Stop. Lin Taksaki. They are both guests of the Lord. Put down your weapons and don't be presumptuous. Rinteki Zuoji was shocked, the Lord gave Yashakia's guest? What a joke. When Rakaki Suoki was a pillar, he served the father of Shizuya Shikiya. After his death, he retired and became a nurturing person. Although she did not have too much contact with Shizuya Yoya. But it is still clear about Yoyashiya's strength. Yoyashiya has the charm of a lord who surpasses his father, which is true, but this does not mean that he can make a guy with the power of an immortal become a guest minister. Although he was puzzled, he did not sense malice from the silence of the Hanturan. Lin Takzuki had to put down his axe. I wonder what the two adults are here. Mr. Lin Tao, let's find Tanjiro and visit his sister. What? When he heard that Gutaki was robbing his aunt and visiting Nezuko, Lin Taki was shocked. Why did this person know that Tanjiro and his sister are here? Seeing that Lindao Zuoji became nervous again after hearing his purpose, the Gyuder nuclear device collapsed. Mr. Linlong, don't be nervous. We have no malice. We just come and visit the two of them. I like Nezuko very much. You really have no malice towards this brother and sister? Asked Zojinji, Lindao. More than real gold. Lin Taki was silent for a moment and said. Okay, Tanjiro hasn't come back yet, Nezuko is in the house, I believe you understand her situation. Of course, let's take a look at Nezuko first. The three of them entered the wooden house. In the small wooden house, Nezuko lay on the blanket, covered with a quilt and fell asleep. The Gyuder crane was beside Nezuko, looking at Nezuko with a bamboo tube stuffed in her mouth, stretched out her finger and poked Nezuko's face, and said to Miri. Meili, she is as cute as you. Meili nodded and said. Well, it's really cute. But Brother Ming-Ang, why is she biting a bamboo tube in her mouth? To prevent her from eating people. Said Gyuder. Eat people? Meili exclaimed. Unexpectedly, I met another beautiful female ghost. If nothing unexpected happens, this Nezuko sister will become her sister in the future. As soon as he thought of this, Miri's eyes also had a little more concern for Nezuko. The squat of the Gyuder his hunger site was surrounded by a coffin, and he picked up his hair and talked about Nezuko's past. A family that seems to be ordinary and happy is the only successor of the breath of the sun in the world. Ah! Tanjiro's family is the descendant of the breathing of Hiroshi. Lintaki Zuoji was confused. I didn't expect Tanjiro to be so big. No, if Tanjiro is the descendant of the breathing of the sun, why can't he breathe of the sun? Lintaki Zuoji said in confusion. Don't worry, Mr. Linlong, listen to me slowly. Subsequently, Kyuta Hang Takre tells the situation of Tanjiro's family. Although he was the descendant of the breathing of the sun, after hundreds of years of evolution, the breathing method has long changed into a sacrificial dance, the god of fire. The successor of the previous generation of Hina's breathing method, Tanjiro's father, died of illness before he passed on the Kamikazura's inheritance to Tanjiro. One day a year and a half ago, Tanjiro went out to sell charcoal and sold it until night. On the way home, an elderly man living alone was forced to stay at night and asked to live in his own home, but he did not return home. That night, Gui Wuzan, who conducted a large-scale Ghost-host experiment, passed through the location of the Zayaman family. Tanjiro's mother, as well as 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, were all killed by Gui Wuzan and injected with ghost blood. In the end, only one person became a ghost and survived, and she was Nezuko. Although Nezuko became a ghost, she lost most of the memories of human periods, but after meeting Tanjiro, some childhood memories were evoked. Recognizing the other party as his brother, he resisted not taking Tanjiro. Today, a year and a half have passed. Nezuko has never eaten any human beings and uses sleep instead of recovery. Not only that, Nezuko's special feature is that although she is the ghost turned into by Gui Wuyan, she is not monitored and controlled by Gui Wuyan. Outside the house, Tanjiro, who had already returned, heard someone visiting inside the house and was about to enter and say hello, but when he heard that the other party was talking about his past, he stopped. I have been listening to the house outside the house, and I have been talking about the silence of 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 the. Tanjiro clenched his fists and his forehead was bulging. After a year and a half, I finally found out that the murderer who killed his mother, brother, and sister. Ghost dance is not miserable. You. Unforgivable. Tanjiro, come in, I have something to ask you. I felt that Tanjiro's Karta Hanmo looked at the location of Tanjiro outside the house and said. Tanjiro walked into the wooden house. Without saying a word, she went straight toward the chlorine. Please tell me where Guiwuyun is. This person is so clear about his past, so he must know the traces of Giwuvasheo. Bastard. Luntaki, who had long regarded Tanjiro as his family, saw Tanjiro actually seeking revenge on Guiwuvu. What is the difference between this and seeking death? Not only that, he even knelt down and begged for others to do things. Where did your backbone go? Lintaki Zuoji shouted angrily. Just based on your current strength, even if you know Giwu's traces are in vain, can you defeat him? Stand up. Lintaki Zuoki took out a wooden strip and whipped Tanjiro's back. Tanjiro was unmoved. Looking at Tanjiro who was kneeling toward him, Kyoto River walking, stood up and came to Tanjiro and said. When Yoshiyuki Tomuka wanted to kill Nezuko, it seemed like that was what you begged him. Did you forget what he said to you? Kyoto's call to the hierarchy still fears that way is stupid. Bang, the wooden floor was broken directly, and Tanjiro's forehead knocked a hole into the floor. Oh, you're still so cowardly after a year and a half. Raise your feet and return to Nezuko. Tanjiro, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language and tell me what you want to do. Chapter 14 Blue Ribbon. I think. Tanjiro trembled all over and got up little by little. I want to kill Giwuwu. Avenge my mother, brother, and sister. Tanjiro stood up completely, raised his head and roared desperately with all his strength. Hi! Hi! After roaring, Tanjiro's chest slumped and looked at Kyuta with determination in his eyes. Also, turn Nezuko back to humanity. Seeing this scene, Gyutarhan smiled afraid of the cold temple. Yes, this is the expression that the ghost hunter should have. Tanjiro, I know you are not sure whether you can turn Nezuko back into humanity. Now I can give you a definite answer, do you want to hear it? Tanjiro said without any hesitation. I want to hear it. Then listen, your sister Nezuko can become a human. Hearing this, Tanjiro was ecstatic and bent down to thank him. Arigato. Although Nezuko can become a human, the process required is very difficult. Not only that, there are many evil ghosts in the dark who covet Nezuko's flesh and blood, so try to become stronger, boy. Don't forget the breath of the sun, the god of fire. Whether you fully master the breath of the sun is the key to whether you can kill the ghost dance. Gyuta drank Junjiao's side gave Tanjiro. Nezuko has not become a human, and her brother-in-law Tanjiro cannot die suddenly, just in case. This is Xiandu. No matter how seriously you are injured or how tired you are, you can instantly recover to your best condition after eating it. I want to use it after practicing hard so that I can continue to practice hard and become stronger. Whether to use it when saving people or saving lives in the future depends on you. By the way, eating a fairy bean can make you not hungry for 10 days. He believed in the sacred sack. Such precious fairy beans were of course used to save people. After putting away the fairy beans, Tanjiro bent down again to thank him. Arigato. The Howls vinegar and gang Quaker milk and gang guru milk and gang guru mud gang guru milk and gang guru mud gang guru milk and 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 gang. Don't stay there all the time. Come here, I'll ask you a question. Tanjiro came to the squat and handed it to Tanjiro. The pattern on it is the blue-red shore flower that Giwasan dreams of. Have you ever seen this kind of flower? Tanjiro nodded and said, I have seen this kind of flower. My mother has taken me to see this kind of flower. This blue flower will only bloom at noon on July 15th every year, and will wither in less than 5 minutes. It will bloom on July 15th, and it is June 15th. There is still 1 month left to bloom on the blue-red shore flower. Specific location. Tanjiro closed his eyes and recalled for a while walking eastward along my house for about a kilometer. There is a small earth block there, and the other side of the small earth block will be full of these blue flowers every July 15th. It's done well. Nezuko is very beautiful and cute, protect her. Let's go. Farewell to Tanjiro. He flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team under the leadership of the Gudahan Hanchuan. Brother Ming-eng, can Xiande really be hungry after eating it for 10 days? Mealy in the sky asked in confusion. Try it. Gute. What's the ditch? Hehe, thank you Brother Ming-eng. Mealy took the Xiandu and swallowed it in one mouthful. The body, which had already consumed a lot of physical strength, instantly recovered to its best state, and there was no feeling of hunger at all. Wow! It's so amazing! I've really returned to my best condition, and I'm not hungry. Mealy said in surprise. It's great to be with Brother Ming-eng, and you can eat all kinds of delicious food. Gyuder Hai, who has 99,999 fairy beans, cares about the gains and losses of these 2 or 3 fairy beans at all. After you have the strength in the future and can travel through the system core, you can go directly to the Dragon Ball world to make a wish to make infinite fairy beans, or plant fairy beans by yourself, and the time to make a wish can be accelerated. There is no need to worry about the shortage of fairy beans. By the way, Brother Ming-eng, what is that blue flower? Miri couldn't help but be curious when she thought about going to Najiri Mountain to look for Tanjiro just now. Blue-red shore flower, it is said that if a ghost eats this kind of flower, it can become a perfect creature that is not afraid of the sun wheel sword, and even if he is beheaded, he will not die. But this is true or not, even knows whether it is true or not. Oh, Mealy was a little surprised. It turns out that Brother Ming-eng has something I don't know. The account file of Gyuder He Kong Rises and Beats Paye is broken. Silly, I'm not an immortal. How could I know everything? Even the original author of Demon Slayer, Blade, did not clearly state whether the Blue Ridge can really turn ghosts into perfect creatures. It's all ghost dance, it's natural to think. Giwuyuzan became a ghost who is immortal but afraid of the sun because he took medicine, and he lacked the blue spider flower. Therefore, Gui Wuyen believed that the last medicine that the prescription lacked the blue-red shore flower was supplemented and then made into medicine and taken, he could live without aging, not afraid of the sun, and become a perfect creature. However, if you eat the blue-red sponge flower and replenish the prescription, you will become an ordinary person. As for what effect the blue-red spider flower has, I picked the blue-red spider flower in a row and found an opportunity to catch a few ghosts and experiment. After half an hour of flight, the leader of the Demon Slayer finally arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. A crow flew into the air and connected with Lee to exchange information. When he saw the Gyuder Han rabbit flying in the air, his eyes blinked a few times and shook his head. I doubted whether I had read it wrong. When can humans fly in the sky? Are you flying in the sky? Asked in disbelief. What do you think? Gyuder's true gift. This, how is this possible? The crows in charge of receiving the sacred people were almost suspected of the birth of the bird. Flying around the side of the Gyuder Han rabbit. You forget it, I'm just a crow, so let me leave this kind of thing to Lord Shakia. The crow who can't figure it out decided not to think about it anymore, and the short-lived bird life cannot be wasted on such things. Guaren, come with me, I'll take you to see your lord. After saying that, the crow flew towards the villa where the Lord Shakia was. The crow looked back from time to time, wanting to see how the two of them flew. The result is that it cannot be seen at all. These two humans can move without having to do anything or touch their feet. This is too weird. It's really big, there are all kinds of forests. Chapter 15 Butterfly House. The scoundrels followed the crow and flew into the courtyard where the lord of the ghost-killing team, Shakia. After receiving the squid team headquarters of the squid team, Shakia also came to the corridor to wait for the squid frame of the squid. The result was that I saw two people flying in the sky. Nanny. It's really Ziodeo's butt opened his eyes. Someone can fly in the sky. After being shocked by Shizuya, he was delighted. I have bet right, with such immortals helping me, killing ghost dance is just around the corner. Guaren, Miss Ganlu Temple, welcome. Sayashikiya nodded. The swearing of the swearing is a tragedy. There is no need to be so polite. The scenery in Butterfly House is quite good. You can arrange it and Mealy and I will live in Butterfly House. Hearing that the sacred genus Kindi is living in a butterfly house, Yoshia was a little embarrassed. There is the residence of the insect pillar. And it is the medical logistics department of the entire ghost-killing team. If there are no appropriate reasons, it is not easy for everyone in the butterfly house to move out. While Shakia was thinking about how to explain it, the slaughter was broken. By the way, there is no need to let the butterfly house move out, it's good to be more lively. Hearing this, Yoshia smiled and said, that's all about it. Shakia looked at a crow next to her, and the crow flew out of the courtyard. After a while, a masked yin came to the courtyard. I'll take you to the butterfly house. After the silence left, the silence of Shizuya was thoughtful. It is required to live in a butterfly house, and there is no need to clear the site. Speaking of which, it seems that the butterfly house is full of women, right? Recalling the fact that Gyuder Han Naas Hong's Haikayua, as soon as he appeared on the battlefield of duel with Pilang, he took the honey glass of Ganlu Temple. And it seems to have something to do with Zushi. If the Gyuders and Huan Falcon were criticized, then everything seems to be much more reasonable. Is it just that Gyuder Hexiana's thoughts are just like that? Yoshia looked up at the sky in the distance and murmured to himself. There are 2 days left to be the Zuhi conference. I wonder how my cute swordsmen are doing. On the other side, following him to the butterfly house, I saw Kanasaki Aoi waiting outside the courtyard to greet her, Kanahu, and 3 small people. The 3 little ones were talking non-stop when they saw the slogans of the Gyuder Han Tuyi and the Tuyi. Are those 2 people going to check into the butterfly house guests? It seems yes, that brother is so handsome. That sister's hair color is also very beautiful. Aoi Kamisaki and Kanahu also saw the Akuta Han rabbit. Kanahu just stood calmly and looked at the 2 of them, with only a slight smile on her face. She could not see anything, she didn't say a word, not knowing what she was thinking. Aoi Kamizaki wondered why there were guests living in Butterfly House, and she was also full of energy. Because of the tone of the raven, the identity of this guest seemed to be at the same level as that of the pirate. Since that's the case, then you must show all your strength and serve these 2 guests well. When the girls in the house were standing in front of the house, they hid towards Kanzaki Aoi and Kanzaki, and ran to the distance. His mission has been completed, and the next thing is the butterfly house. It has nothing to do with yourself. After leaving inward, Aoi Kamizaki hurriedly said, welcome to tear the matter through the incident. My name is Kanzaki Aoi. The 3 little ones also shouted. Welcome to tear the matter through the incident. My name is Tegui Kiyoshi, Nakahara Sumi, Takaden Nao. Chineu blinked at the sacred genius to show respect. In order to avoid the silence of 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 the S. Go Jian plays with her, she is the sister of Lord Kurihua Luokongnai, the insect pillar butterfly ninja. Since she is a little unfamiliar with expression, please forgive me. Gyuder he. By the way, there is no need to be so distant. I can't be that old age. Just call me my name or brother Ming Ang. Meili said on the side. Call me sister Meili, too. Hearing this, the three little ones said in unison, Brother Ming Ang, hello sister Meili. Looking at the cute appearance of the three little ones, the young man Hao Yanjun was shocked. What three cute little guys? Seeing that brother Ming Ang praised him, all three little ones smiled happily. Kamisaki Aoi relaxed a lot when she saw the solemn pillars. Brother Ming Ang, please come in sister Meili. Aoi Kamisaki took the two to the huge courtyard. There are many flowers planted in the courtyard of the butterfly house, and colorful butterflies are flying among the flowers. There are clothes hangers on the open space in front of the medical building, and the clothes hangers are bedding that Aoi Kanzaki has washed and dried. Although Aoi Kamisaki was a ghost hunter who passed the final selection of the demon-killing team, she was timid and afraid of death and could not attack the ghost, so Aoi Kamisaki was arranged in the butterfly house by Butterfly Ninja. Here, Aoi Kamisaki fully utilized her talents and basically took care of all the affairs of the butterfly house, and organized the butterfly house in an orderly manner. It can be said that when Butterfly was not around, Aoi Kamizaki was the second owner of Butterfly House. When he came to a relatively empty two-story villa, Aoi Kamisaki said, Brother Ming Ang, sister Meili, this is your villa. It has been cleaned up long ago, and it is equipped with all the furniture and can be moved in at any time. Then Kamisaki Aoi pointed to the villa next to this villa and said, On your left is Sister Worm Pillar Butterfly Ninja's villa, and on the left is my villa and Xiaoqing and others. Yet. Gyuder he asked. Where is the butterfly ninja? Brother Gyuder Welding found that there was nothing else in the butterfly house except the person around him. It's human. Butterfly nest is not in the butterfly house. Mr. Cuckoo went out to buy medicine, and he should be coming back soon. As he said that, a figure quietly appeared at the gate of the butterfly house. The Gyuder barked and saw the butterfly ninja carrying a bamboo basket. Kamisaki Ao, who didn't know that Butterfly Ninja was back, was wondering what Gyuder suddenly turned his head and looked at the gate, and heard Butterfly Ninja say, Oh, you can actually find me right away. It's so amazing. Before Kamisaki Aoi looked at Butterfly Ninja appeared in Gyuder. When Kamisaki Ao was about to say something, Butterfly Nin handed the bamboo basket in her hand to Kamisaki Ao and said, Zayakui, go and do your business, leave it to me. Kamisaki took the bamboo basket, looked towards the squid, and then left. Chapter 16 Butterfly Ninja. The jealousy paw is comparable to Bai Xian's black hair, with a purple color at the end of the bangs, wearing a butterfly hair accessories on his head, less than 1.6 meters tall, with a smile on his face and a gentle tone, but he has been in an angry state, and the butterfly horny eyes reveal a sense of pity. Butterfly refused to be killed by the evil ghost, and later her sister also died at the hands of the evil ghost. However, even if you are weak, you can't cut the evil ghost's heads even if you use a knife. You can only use poison to kill the evil ghost. Finally, after more than a year of ingesting wisteria toxin in his body, he was swallowed by Tong Mao and sacrificed his life. He barely killed Tong Mao and avenged his sister. Calculate the time. It is almost time node for the first time to intake wisteria toxin. Butterfly Nin frowned slightly because he saw a strange emotion in the eyes of the person in front of him. It seems that the other party has known him for a long time. Butterfly Nin asked slightly. Well, why do you look at me with this kind of look? Did we know each other before? Gyutar Hitu. I don't know. Butterfly Ninja curled her lips and said, It's really strange. As the guest minister of the Lord, I guess he must be very strong. Can we talk about it? After the last battle of Pilang, Purgatory Itsuru was sent to Butterfly House for treatment and recovery. During this period, Butterfly Ninja learned about the strength of the Purgatory Apricot through the story of Apricot Suzuro. He was able to suppress the second half of the lower string and the Purgatory Apricot, who had barely possessed the strength of the pillar, based on his momentum and 100 meters away. And it doesn't affect the honey glass of Ganlu temple beside you. This is really magical and terrifying. Trial? Yes. But if I win, can you agree to my request? What are the requirements? Butterfly was puzzled. You can agree first. After pondering for a moment, Butterfly Ninja said. I promise, as long as you win me, I will promise you a request. But the premise is within my ability, and it cannot be murder, arson, or something, and I cannot make some rude requests to me. Gyuder he. Nature. What if I win? Butterfly Ninja asked back. If you win, I'll tell you who the ghost you've always wanted to kill. Hearing this, Butterfly's hair suddenly became furious, the smile on her face disappeared, and the veins on her forehead swelled up. The anger that was suppressed on weekdays was released. Draw out the sunwheel knife and point it at the skeleton of the Gyuder. Table tennis. The sound of iron tools colliding sounded. After Mealy noticed the anger of Butterfly Ninja, although she knew that Butterfly Ninja would definitely not hurt Gyuder Hai, she still came to Gyuder Hia in an instant and pulled out the sunwheel knife and pushed away the sunwheel knife in Butterfly Ninja's hand. Butterfly Ninja was about to open her mouth and ask, I was stunned when I saw that my sunwheel knife was pushed away. So fast. Her speed is not inferior to her. And the strength is greater than that of yourself. Mealy stared at Butterfly Ninja unhappily and said. Don't think about hurting Brother Ming-Ang. Are you Mealy in Ganlu Temple? Butterfly said in surprise. Do you know me? Hearing Miri's answer from Ganlu Temple, Butterfly Nin was even more confused. According to Purgatory Akashauro, isn't Miri from Ganlu Temple just a member of the Ren level ghost killing team? Although it seems that the muscle density is 8 times that of an ordinary person, and Purgatory Apricot is interested in taking it as his stepson. But it's not that strong, right? The speed is comparable to that of yourself and the strength is stronger than yourself. Isn't this a pillar level combat power? Where is it just a level of Ren? A month ago, I did not refine Qi, and I did not refine Qi. It was indeed at the level of Ren. However, after learning the method of refined Qi, Mealy and her strength has improved rapidly every day and night. After a month of Qi refining and various struggles with Gyuders, until they were exhausted, Mealy was no longer comparable to her in the past. The archiving file of the Gyuder Mujajuan was broken. Mealy, take the knife back. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Ming-Ang had spoken, and Mealy naturally took back the rim knife and retreated to Gyuder Heli. The jealousy in the dark mute said. Are you having a lot of doubts? I will solve your doubts if you beat me, otherwise, you must agree to my request. Humph. Come with me. Butterfly Ninja put away the sunwheel knife. Walked to the Rehabilitation Martial Arts Hall at Gyuder Heshinuo House, Mealy followed closely behind. The martial arts hall is not allowed to wear shoes. The 3 of them took off their shoes and walked into the martial arts hall. Butterfly Ninja was wearing purple socks wrapped around her little jade feet and walked towards the weapon stand with the wooden sword. Mealy, wearing white silk, walked towards the seat in the distance and sat down to watch the battle. Instead, he went straight to the center of the venue, waiting for the Butterfly Ninja with the wooden sword to come to him. Looking at the empty hands of the Gyuder High, Butterfly Ninja asked. You don't take weapons. I just thought about it. If you want to defeat me, it's a dream. After all, you can't even beat Mealy. So I decided to let you, as long as you can hit me with a wooden sword, I will lose. Butterfly was stunned and suddenly became angry. This person is so arrogant. I want to see if it's a fool. Butterfly Nerve rushed to the skeleton with a wooden sword in hand and chopped straight towards the skeleton. I saw Gyutar Han swapping. No Huan closed his eyes, and behind his hands, he quickly sideways to avoid the attack of Butterfly Ninja. The attack fell to nothing, but Butterfly Ninja took the knife and picked it up with his backhand. The heel of the Gyutar core exerted force, and his body was sliding backwards as if it was sliding on the ice surface, avoiding the attack of the Butterfly Ninja. How is that possible? Butterfly was shocked. Although the floor of the venue is a little smoother than that of ordinary ground, it is not so smooth, right? Watching the swordsman of Gyutar Fanjiaji, Hineyi, Butterfly Ninja directly use the breathing technique to attack the sword of Gyutar. The dance of bee teeth really swaying. Butterfly Ninja stepped forward and held the sword in one hand and stabbed it straight, stabbing it at the Kyuta Hanman Misho. In response, the Emperor of Gyutar and the Emperor of the Three Kingdoms were stunned. Dragonfly Dance Compound Eyes Hexagons. Butterfly Dance Teaching. Centipede Dance Centipede Abdomen. The sword technique of the insect breathing was used by Butterfly Ninja, but all of them were closed with their eyes and their hands were covered with exquisite body techniques. Not only that, Butterfly Ninja also found that Gyutar Hegemomi asked to attack and set an evasion posture in advance. In this case, Butterfly Ninja is very clear about it, that is, the other party has insight into his attack, observes his own micro-movements, and prepares in advance. But the Emperor of Gyutar Han rebelled against the King of Muse. Why can you still sense the situation around the periphery with your eyes closed? Half an hour later, the butterfly fell to the ground with sweat. Purple socks wrapped in small jade feet, leaving a footprint on the ground every step. Butterfly Nervous suddenly felt desperate when he looked at the Gyutar Sea, who was only one step away from him. It was obviously less than 1 meter away, but it just failed to hit. The butterfly held the breath and his hand holding the wooden sword dropped naturally, and no longer made an attacking position. With his eyes, Gyutar he said. What? Don't attack anymore. Are you going to give up? Then he took a step forward, less than 30 centimeters away from Butterfly Ninja. Seeing this scene, Butterfly Ninja exerted force instantly. Dragonfly Dance Compound Eyes Hexagons. The Butterfly Ninja attacked the skeleton again at an extremely fast speed. It's very hiding, right? This time it was so close and it was a 6 combo, so I see how you can hide. This time, Gutak was so fat that he could remove his dysentery. Butterfly Nest was delighted and said excitedly. You lost. Chapter 17 Requirements. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, Butterfly Ninja instantly stunned and lost her smile. Because she saw that the wooden sword was about to hit Gyutar Heomi's Nanghuang Buletanju, it was broken directly. It seems that there is a layer of invisible armor 1 or 2 centimeters thick, covering the lie of Gyutar Hebazhu. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Butterfly Ninja fell into a daze. Me? Grass? You are playing without a slut? You? Can't play? You? A little trash? No? Have strength? Ah? You? You don't dare to confront me in a hidden manner? You? Play? Nothing? Bah! In this regard, Gyutar Hanjing Jingqian smoked smell. There is no way, who makes his talent so awesome. In less than a month, he practiced the armed sex to the level of exterior entanglement. Gutahi raised his arm, stretched out his fingers, buckled his middle finger inward, and pressed his thumb on the nail cover of the middle finger. Slowly stretched towards Butterfly Nin's forehead. Bang! The daughter-in-law, was leaning on Butterfly Nin's forehead. Butterfly withstood the pain and retreated. A slight pain came from my forehead, which was difficult to eliminate. Butterfly Ninja released and threw down Mujian and rubbed his forehead with his hands. Looking at the skeleton with resentment and grievance. He, you lost. It seems to be harmless, but in Butterfly Ninja's eyes, it looks like a big devil. Butterfly Nest thought that Gutahi made rude requests to him and violated him. Very scared. After all, with your own strength, it is really hard to resist. No. Butterfly Ninja picked up the short sword again and raked Yu Chen towards the Gyutar. Gyutar regretted the attack and reached out to touch her forehead. Light green air covers the drought. The neon is exhausted and the old man is finally calm. The gas absorbs chakra and obtains the ability to chakra. Butterfly Nest suddenly felt a slight relief, and the pain on her forehead disappeared. The voice of the Gyutar Halaquina came from his ears. Don't move, I'll treat you now. Butterfly endured the heat of her cheeks and realized that she was a misunderstanding. Gyuder was forgiven. Snort. This person is so bad that he deliberately misunderstood him. To make yourself look ugly. While treating, the body of the wisteria turbulent It seems that the butterfly ninja has not yet begun to consume wisteria flower poison. Okay, the treatment is done. The forehead doesn't hurt anymore, right? Butterfly nodded blankly, her eyes kept looking at the hand that had just touched her. What was that thing on his hand just now? Why did the wound on his forehead instantly heal? Stop looking, I'm going to make a request next. Gyuder Ding Zhang Butterfly Ninja waved in front of him. Butterfly Neng came back to her senses and said calmly. Take it. You can't refuse to agree after I come forward. As long as I don't violate what I said before, I will agree. Sure. Sure. If there is no violation, will you still not agree? Impossible. Okay. You have courage. The Butterfly King gave a thumbs up. Butterfly Ninja thought Gyuder Hozhong was flicking him, so he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his forehead. After seeing that it was his thumb, he quietly put down his arm. My request is. As the nuclear party of Gyuders asked for a request for a dry sack, the butterfly nest became more and more nervous. What exactly does this guy have to make? From now on, you cannot intake any toxins that are harmful to ghosts in your body, including but not limited to wisteria flower poison. The butterfly was worried about his heart and looked at the skeleton in horror. Who are you? How do you know what I think? Who are you? Butterfly nervous punched Gyuder Hebaxi's eyes were red and tears appeared on the corners of his eyes. Yesterday she remembered this way of killing the ghost in the string and avenging her sister, but the next day she was told by this person. And I also require myself not to use this method. Once you can't use this method, how can you avenge your sister? Sadness spreads in the butterfly's heart. The butterfly thumped the Gyuder sea with tears dropping on the ground. I can't agree. Otherwise you can't avenge your sister. Meili, who was watching the game in the distance, saw this scene and knew that Brother Ming-Eng was about to start again. The number of sisters is about to increase again. Brother Ming-Eng is so bad, he found another sister for himself. Although I think so in my heart, I still have to step forward to comfort me when I see my future sisters crying. As soon as Meili got up, she was planted by Gyuder He-han and Pu Gushu. It is not the time for Meili to take action. Gu Tahi talked about taming mathematical intersection symbol U mu ge mu butterfly nervous, comforted. Xiao Ren, who said that there is only one way to avenge your sister. And even if you use this method to avenge Chini, will Chini be happy? What should Chineu do after you die? Butterfly house, there are no butterfly houses, is it still a butterfly house? Think about Kanahu, Xiao Aoi, Xiao Qing, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Nao. But I can't even cut off the evil ghost's head. I really have no other way except this method. Using poison is the only way that Butterfly Ninja can think of. Xiao Ren, since you can't find a way in yourself, why not look for others? For example, on my body. As he said that, the butterfly flew up. Feeling the empty footing, Butterfly Ninja quickly turned her head and looked under her. I found myself and I was empty. This. You butterfly looked up at the handsome boy holding him in shock. Why can it fly? Because I was sent by God to save you. Hearing the return of Gyuder Hisu, he said angrily. Humph, then God is really blind. He actually sent you a lewd embryo like this to save me. So, Miss Little Nin, are you willing to be saved by me? The other hand touched the Butterfly Ninja's hand, trying to hold the Butterfly Ninja's hand. Butterfly Ninja sensed that Gutak was shirking his hands and subconsciously resisted. I haven't promised to let you save it yet. Don't move, I'll take you out to fly. Hearing the drought of the butterfly stopped resisting. After the hand of the Gyuder he 5 good butterfly ninja, he covered his anger on the surface of the butterfly ninja's body. Then he loosened the arm holding butterfly ninja slightly. After completely letting go, butterfly nerve found that he didn't need to stop in the air. Try moving it. Butterfly ninja began to walk in the air, and the butterfly ninja's hand followed him. After butterfly ninja became familiar with this feeling, the nuclear equipment of the Gyuders collapsed. Go out and fly. Gu Ta Hao flew out of the venue with the butterfly nerd, and the two of them flew freely in the sky, freely and unrestrained. Relaxed and comfortable. Chapter 18 Capture Butterfly Ninja. 10 minutes later, Gyuder returned to the venue with the butterfly ninja and landed on the ground. Butterfly's heart was beating wildly at this time, and the feeling of flying just now was too high and too exciting. As apologized for the deceitful director, I am apologized for a dog, and I am a fool, but I am a pure boy. So, Miss Little Nin, are you willing to be saved by me now? Butterfly, who was still in a state of excitement, nodded dully. Now he has completely believed that the Gyuder river thieves will save himself. Gyuder Enli held Butterfly Nin's cheeks in both hands and kissed Butterfly Nin's small lips. Butterfly endured a numbness in her body and wanted to resist, but her body did not listen to her words. Instead, she catered to the skeleton of the Gyuders. Butterfly Ninja hugged her arms, and the two kissed each other passionately in the center of the venue. After a long time, the Gyuder nuclear incited the butterfly nest, and the butterfly nest's cheeks were red, like a ripe little apple. The earlobes are also terrible. The heat was so hot that my mind was blank. Looking at the butterfly ninja who had been kissed and fell into numbness and dullness, the saliva remained on the lips of the butterfly ninja. He said gently, Xiao Ren, promised me that I must not intake wisteria toxins in my body. I will make you extremely powerful. I am weak and unable to use the sun wheel knife to cut off the evil ghost's neck. It doesn't exist. As long as I'm here, you will have an evil ghost who can kill Connie with one sword. Avenge Chini. Hearing that the butterfly came back to his senses, he stepped forward and hugged the sea of Gyuder and said, Thank you, Gyuder Hai, if it weren't for you, I really I don't know what to do. As he said that, Butterfly started crying with sobs. After their parents were killed by evil ghosts, Butterfly Ninja and her sister Butterfly Connie could rely on each other for their lives. But since her sister Connie died, no one can tell the Butterfly Ninja, and she can only bear it silently and move forward alone. Anger, grievance, confusion, sadness, loneliness, and years of various emotions followed one after another, all buried deep in the heart by Butterfly Sun, and dared not show it. She began to learn from her sister's smile and show her smile to others. But that is just to make yourself look mature and steady to cover up your fragile heart. She worked hard to become stronger and became a pillar. And he took in several stepsons with good talent, but these stepsons died one by one at the hands of the evil ghost. It seems that suffering has been targeting Butterfly Nest, so that no one can rely on or tell it. The bad luck has been targeting the people around him, making Butterfly Nang always lonely. Butterfly Ninja knew that the evil ghost who killed his sister was the Winding Ghost. She wants to take revenge. But I found that even if the ghost stood in front of me and let myself cut with a knife, I would cut the ghost's neck. Faced with such a weak body, even the butterfly torture that he thought he was smart was useless and could only find another way. Use the method of poison to sacrifice yourself and sacrifice your life for another. However, today, there is a handsome boy of the same age as me. He uses his actions to show that even if you are a butterfly-supported person and your body is weak, I can still give you the ability to kill the Winding Ghost. A sonorous and affirmative tone declared to Butterfly Ninja, my confidence and absolute grasp of the Gyuder River are fierce. How could Butterfly Nang be unhappy, not excited, or excited about this? Crying with sobs, telling the grievances of Butterfly enduring the past. The tears that fell took away the loneliness in Butterfly Nest's heart. Anger still exists, it will not disappear, it will only make Butterfly nervous stronger. Perhaps only if the evil ghosts completely disappear between heaven and earth, will the anger disappear. Embracing the petite butterfly, the girl trolls the 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 trolls. Mealy didn't know the story of Butterfly Ninja, but it was absolutely right to hug the two of them together. Gute Welding touched Butterfly Nin's hair and said gently, "From now on, you are no longer alone, there are me, there are honey glasses in Ganlu Temple, there are chestnut flowers falling from Chineu, and there are the butterfly houses." I don't know how long it took, but Butterfly Neng stopped crying. Just quietly hugging the skeleton of the Gyuter. It was already noon, and Aoi Kamisaki walked out of the kitchen and had already prepared lunch. Go to the venue to find someone to drink with the guests. As soon as I entered the venue, I saw the scene of 3 people hugging each other. Ah! Aoi Kamizaki rubbed her eyes and looked at it again. It is correct that Lord Butterfly Ninja hugged Brother Ming-Ang, Brother Ming-Ang hugged Butterfly Ninja, and Sister Mealy hugged Brother Ming-Ang and Butterfly Ninja. The relationship is a bit complicated. Looking at the peaceful scenes of the 3 of them, Aoi Kamisaki decided to quit first. "I won't bother you anymore, I'll leave." Aoi Kamisaki began to turn around. Throw. The severe pain from his forehead made Aoi Kamizaki unable to help but make a sound. Aoi Kanzaki hurriedly reached out to rub her forehead, and at the same time, her eyes full of tears looked in front of her. What did she bump into? As a result, Aoi Kamisaki actually saw the fallen flowers of Kana. Why is she here? After Aoi Kamisaki entered the venue, Kanaha saw that she was not having a meal for a long time and decided to practice sword first. As a result, I saw the drunkard and was a little stunned for a moment. I don't understand what happened to the 3 of them at all. And it happened that Kanzaki Aoi turned around, and Kanaha was stunned again, and the 2 of them collided with each other. Although Chineu cannot express his emotions, it will still hurt when he is hurt. Kanaha reached out to rub his forehead pitifully and looked at Aoi Kamisaki. The sound of Kamisaki Aoi's pain alarmed the Butterfly Ninja who was enjoying her hug. When Butterfly Nin heard the voice, she quickly turned her head to look and saw Aoi Kamisaki and Kanaki. Butterfly Ninja seemed to be afraid that the little secret would be discovered, so she quickly let go of the Sea of Gyuter. Han Rabbit's surname. Instantly he returned to his usual state and asked Aoi Kamisaki and Chineu, "Why are you here?" Aoi Kamisaki lowered her head and whispered, "It's lunch time." Chineu pointed to Aoi Kamisaki and stated that she was here to look for Aoi Kamisaki. She couldn't say that she was here to practice swords because Butterfly couldn't let her practice swords and wouldn't let her become a ghost hunter in the ghost killing team. Butterfly Ninja, who has lost her sister, does not want to lose Chineu anymore, so she has never allowed Chineu to practice swords and does not teach Chineu's breathing method. But he couldn't resist the talent of Chineu. Even if no one taught him, he mastered the breathing method by just recalling the practice of his sister Chiney in the past. Whenever the butterfly was away, he would secretly practice swords. Chapter 19 Aoi Kamisaki burns out. Then go and have a meal. The Butterfly Ninja said to the Gyuter Han Rabbit as if he ignored it. Ming-Ang, Mealy, it's time to eat. Yeah, let's go. Everyone came to the restaurant, and the 3 little ones helped Aoi Kanzaki bring in the kitchen. Considering that from now on, there will be 2 more people in Butterfly House, Aoi Kamisaki also specially made an extra meal for 5. But what Kamisaki didn't expect was the Akuta Heshinzi. The 5 people's regrets about Gyuter's words were just a twig. Seeing that he had just eaten some desserts symbolically, he gave his portion to Kanzaki Aoi and was very confused. Isn't it said that Mealy is 8 times the muscle density? How do you look like Gyuter Hanpan? Looking at the lunch in front of me, I was feasting on the food. Just as I was about to ask Mealy why she didn't eat it, I felt Mealy's thoughts. See The Color of Hearing, read the first chapter for details. It turned out that when I saw Mealy eating fairy beans casually, Mealy remembered it in her heart. But by the way, Mealy has such a perfect figure. The back entry must have a unique flavor. As the chief manager of Butterfly House, Kamisaki Ao naturally won't let her customers get hungry. Seeing that the trader broke up, he didn't even eat, so he went straight into the kitchen to start cooking. Aoi Kamisaki had just finished making a lunch for 5 people, and within 5 minutes, she was shocked by the gyuder again. For the first time, Aoi Kamizaki felt the challenge. Very good, right? I want to see if you eat quickly or if I cook quickly. Oh. Ah! Aoi Kanzaki was ignited. In the kitchen, I tried my best to make food. In the restaurant, I was very happy. Half an hour later, Aoi Kamisaki collapsed on the chair weakly, lowered her head, her hands naturally drooped, her eyes were dull, and she was exhausted, and she had completely burned out. But fortunately, I finally fed the skeleton of the gyuder. Living the name of the general manager of Butterfly Room. Butterfly Ninja, Chineu, and the 3 little ones were shocked at the dining plates and rice bowls piled up on the table, and the unchanged body shape of Gyuder Haya was shocked. Is this really the amount of food that humans can eat? I noticed the eyes of the 5 people, and the nuclear equipment of the Gyuders collapsed. Don't panic with special physique. Then, beside the burned-out Kamisaki Aoi Kami, touching Kamisaki's head and said, "It's done well, I love it." Hearing this, Aoi Kamizaki smiled when she originally had no expression on her face. Closed his eyes with satisfaction. Aoi Kamisaki. Sleeping. After scrambling the pot and spoon with all his strength for half an hour, Kamisaki Ao was exhausted both physically and mentally. I urgently need to sleep and rest and supplement. In order to prevent the severe pain in Kamisaki Aoi's arms from being unable to lift after waking up, Kamisaki's hands emitted a light green energy to heal Kamisaki's arms. Butterfly Nest saw Gyuder River Zhonghui asking about Gujun Song Jingxian's troublesome plague and asked, "Ming Ang, is this the same as what you pressed on my forehead before?" "Same, they are all the ability to heal injuries." "Can you teach me?" "Gyutar Hitu. I can't teach this. There is a chi in any world, but chakra is not. The chakra's sodium is used because of its characteristics, so healing ninjutsu can be used. Normal chi, that is, chi that Mealy learns, and chi that Butterfly Ninja will learn in the future, will not have this characteristic. It's just ordinary chi. Therefore, Gyuder Abo Beach is unsuccessful. And you can't learn it either, you need a special physique. Special physique? The pile of dishes on the dining table appeared in Butterfly Nin's mind. Is it a special physique of eating a cow for a meal? If this is the case, I really can't learn it. Where is Mealy? Butterfly Ninja asked. She can't learn it either. You can only learn a single chi. You can ask Mealy. She has been studying for a month and her talent for chi refining is pretty good. Gas. The word chi is familiar to most Chinese medical scholars. As the owner of Butterfly House and a doctor, Butterfly Nin knew very well what anger was. It's just that the chi in medicine is not the same as Ming Ang. In addition to the chi in medicine, Butterfly Ninja has also heard of another chi, which is a cultivation system different from the breathing method. It is called Do Chi. It is an energy derived from the ultimate martial arts. It is said that some very powerful martial artists can do this. But no matter how powerful it is, I have never heard of any martial artist who can fly. Therefore, this is not the case. Well, what I rely on when I took you flying before was just angry. Hearing that flying relies on chi and can learn it myself, but the butterfly became excited and came to Mealy and asked Mealy what chi was. After eliminating the fatigue of Kamisaki's arms, Gyudarako's nephew's body was examined, and after confirming that there were no other hidden injuries, he picked him up. Ask the 3 little ones. Who of you took me to Zyakui's room and let Zyakui have some rest? I. The 3 little ones rushed to defend the road for Gyuder in front. The butterfly ninja, who was discussing with Mealy what chi is, was also happy to see this scene. With the Gyuder Sea butterfly house, it should be much happier. Following the three little ones, Gu Ta Hao stirred up the room where Song Jingxi was located. There are 4 beds in the house. Gyuder's is really defeated. Which bed is Xiao Kui in? The 3 little ones came to one of the beds and said in unison. This. *3. After gently putting Aoi Kamisaki on the bed, the 3 little ones came to their respective beds and said. Brother Mingeng, this is my bed. *3. After Xiao Cheng, Zionaho, is tired and fall asleep, Brother Mingeng must also carry Xiao Cheng, Zionaho, back to the bed. Looking at the cute appearance of the 3 little ones, Gyuder He-Fi. Punishment. When you are tired and fall asleep, I will take you back to your bed and sleep with you. Is this okay? Okay. *3. I will sleep with Brother Mingeng at that time. I want Brother Mingeng to sleep with me in my arms. I want to sleep with Brother Mingeng. After leaving the dormitory, Butterfly Ninja and Mealy have already arrived at the open space of Butterfly House, and Mealy will show some of the use of chi. Butterfly Ninja watched seriously. Chineu also stood curiously not far away to watch. Gu Tak Hike asked. Chineu, do you want to learn? Want to learn? Chineu didn't know if she wanted to learn. So she took out the coins she handed over to herself by her sister Chini. When you need to make a choice, throw this coin and it will make the choice for you. Through seeing and hearing the colors, I heard the guitar high in Chineu's heart. Seeing Chineu take out the coin used for selection, so I pressed my hand on Chineu's hand that was about to throw the coin and stopped him. Kana, do you really don't know if you want to learn? Chapter 20 Healing Chineu. Hearing the question of Gyuder's drought, Chineu fell silent. Do I know? I don't know if I know it or not. Really don't know? Or is it fake and don't know? Do you really don't know? Or is it fake and really doesn't know? Is it true that I don't know if I need to toss a coin and I don't know if I really don't know if I really don't know if I have fake ones? Do you want to toss a coin? Should I toss a coin to choose whether to toss a coin? Gradually, Kanaho's various thoughts were entangled, causing him to stop thinking directly, stiffen and sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Hearing that Chineu's heart was already in turmoil, the slack of the slack of the slack of the slack. Kana, look at me. Chineu turned her head and looked at the skeleton. The Kyutaku put his hand on Chineu's shoulder, looked at Chineu's eyes, and expressed the thoughts in Chineu's heart, and at the same time used the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing to guide him. Your name is Rikwaluo Kanganeu. You just saw a girl named Miri of Ganlu Temple flying into the sky. Flying in the air, are you amazed at why she can fly? Looking at Mealy's smiling face, you feel comfortable and wonderful to fly. When you think of the syrup of the nuclear sodium, you think it's probably because Mealy learned it. You want to fly too, so you want to learn to be angry too. Yukinhua falls into the sky, I want to learn chi. These it's all your inner thoughts and your inner voice. Listen carefully, listen to your inner voice, what are your inner thoughts? Chineu looked at Kyuta Hana's eyes and said softly. I want to learn. Not far away, Butterfly Nin saw something wrong with Chineu and Carter Hanach, and hurried to the two of them. Butterfly was shocked when she heard the 5 words I want to learn chi. Because this was the first time she heard Chineu express her thoughts. Although they don't know what the two are doing now, Butterfly Ninja always feels that it is not the time to interrupt. Gyuder's is really defeated. Why do you want to learn to be angry? Chineu thought about it and said. Because I want to feel what it feels like to fly. After Kanaha finished speaking, she was suddenly stunned and covered her mouth with her hands nervously. What did you say just now? What does it feel like to fly? Is this what I said? Chineu let go of her mouth, then remembered a bottle of drink that Chan Ahui had bought for herself before, and said. 3 Want to drink marble soda. After saying that, Chineu once again covered her mouth in disbelief. because she found that she could actually express her thoughts. I want to be a ghost hunter. I want to join the demon killing team. I want to avenge Sister Shanna. I want to kill the evil ghost. I want Sister Shanawi. As Chineu said the last one, tears fell down her cheeks unconsciously. Butterfly, who was watching all this, was also filled with sand in her eyes and tears. After more than 10 years, Chineu finally had her own ideas. Chineu was finally able to express her thoughts. The treatment was very successful. The cuter nuclear incited Chineu, patted Chineu on the shoulder and said, "Go, Xiren can't wait." Kanaho looked aside and realized that the butterfly ninja had been waiting for a long time. "Sister Ninja! Kana!" The two girls hugged each other and cried loudly. The honey glass flew to the bottom of the moon and the moon was covered with ulceration. "Brother Mingeng, Chineu! Help her treat a disease, and it has been cured now." "Treat the disease? Don't you think she is usually a little silent, and like a puppet?" When I heard that Gu Da He Sheng Huo Huang Dan Mili really felt it was a bit like it. He can't speak, is taciturn, and only has one expression on his face. It is difficult to see a second one. Especially with such intense emotions as now. Brother Mingeng is so awesome. Mili kissed Gyuder Han Muchen's beheading. Then he asked in a low voice while Gyuder regret. "Will Chineu become my sister?" "Gu Da He said." Mili hugged her in her arms, pinched Mili's buttocks with her big hands and said, "What do you think? It's definitely true, after all, Brother Mingeng is a big bad guy." Old sex criticism. "So will my little Mili get angry?" Mili shook her head. "As long as Brother Mingeng has Mili in his heart, Mili won't care." Muwa. Gyuder has his relatives Parenka. So well behaved. Brother Mingeng will always have you in his heart, and will never forget you. Soon the two girls stopped crying and let go of each other. Chineu and Butterfly Ninja both looked at the cuter nuclear block. "Thank you, Brother Mingeng, Mingeng, dot. We will be a family in the future, so there is no need to thank you." Chineu and Butterfly said in their hearts. "Is it a family?" Hearing this word, Butterfly Nest was very shy. Chineu was slightly sad. "Is it the family of my brother and sister? Or family among lovers?" After hearing Chanel's thoughts, the Gyuder Han. It was not good to turn around and give her sister a guide. "Let's talk about it when you completely take down Butterfly Ninja's blood." The young man from the skull, and the other two came to the Kendo Hall. It is still like the Professor Mili who taught the method of chi refining. It was not until night that he could completely teach Butterfly Ninja how to refine his energy. The two women sat cross-legged in the center of the venue, carrying out their first understanding and consolidation of the chi. Another hour later, Butterfly Nin, who was the first to teach, opened her eyes. Before Butterfly Ninja got up, Kanaho also opened her eyes. It seems that Chineu's talent is much better than Butterfly Ninja, and Gu Tak is excited. The dinner has been prepared and waiting for Butterfly Ninja and Kanaho at the venue. Seeing the two woke up, he hurriedly said, "Sister Ninja, Chineu, go and have a meal." Everyone returned to the restaurant again. But what's different from the last time this time is that after tasting the dishes of Aoi Kamisaki, Kanaho said happily, "It's so delicious, Sister Zayakui." "Ah!" Aoi Kamisaki, who was eating, was stunned. Then he stuttered. "Fragrant fragrance. Jana, what did you say?" Looking at the shocked look of Kanasaki Aoi, Kanaho smiled and said, "Sister Zayakui, I said the food you made is delicious." Aoi Kamisaki stood up suddenly, looked at Butterfly Ninja, pointed at Kanaho and said, "Sister Ninja, Chineu, she has become cheerful, right?" Butterfly Neng smiled. "Yes." Aoi Kamizaki agreed with Butterfly Ninja's statement very much. "It's all for him to treat Chineu," explained Butterfly Ninja. "Yes, Sister Zayakui, it was Brother Mingeng who cured me," Chineu also said. Hearing this, Kamisaki quickly ran to the front of the welding, and excitedly hugged the welding and said, Thank you, Brother Ming-eng, thank you for treating Chanalu. I don't know how to thank you anymore. Meili on the side saw this scene. I understand that Aoi Kanzaki may become her sister too. Now there are only 3 little ones left. Brother Ming-eng shouldn't be so perverted, right? Chapter 21, Sleeping in a Hot Spring with Xiren. The next day, when I heard the excited voice of Kamisaki Ao outside the house. Wow! Kana, you can actually fly. Pick me up, I want to fly too. Miri beside her was also woken up by the audacity of Kanzaki. Brother Ming-eng, Chineu has learned to fly. So amazing! Although Meili has 8 times the muscle density, she has a talent for controlling strength and grasping qi. She has taken a day to learn the Wukong technique, which is also a genius. But it was a little too difficult to see in front of Chineu. It's really amazing. Let's go out and have a look. After kissing Meili's cheek, after some warmth, the slutty man got up and went outside the house. At this moment, Kanaha was flying in the sky with Kamisaki Aoi in her arms. The flight did not fly very quickly, but this still made Aoi Kanzaki shout excitedly. The 3 little ones raised their heads and looked at the 2 people flying in the sky curiously. Wow, Sister Chineu can actually fly. So amazing! I want to fly too. Chineu was seeing the sacred Sister Xiaokui, Brother Ming-eng, and Sister Meili are out. Hearing this, Aoi Kamiya turned her head and looked, and waved to him when she saw the sirloin, Han rabbit, and said, Brother Ming-eng, good morning, Sister Meili. Kana let me down. I'm going to prepare breakfast for Brother Ming-eng and Sister Meili. Chineu flew down with Kanazaki Aoi and put down Kanazaki Aoi. Kamisaki Ao walked towards the kata hai and took the 2 to the restaurant. The 3rd little boy saw that Aoi Kamisaki stopped flying, so he hurriedly ran to Kanaho and jumped and said, Sister Chanalu, I want to fly too. Me too. Fei fi fei. Chineu squatted down, reached out and rubbed the 3 little heads and said, Come one by one. Everyone has a share, don't worry. Okay. Asterisk 3. The 3 little ones shouted happily and finally could fly. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer team is full of crows. These crows are all eyeliners of Shizuya. On the one hand, they monitor suspicious personnel, protect the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, and on the other hand, they pay attention to the movements of the pillars so that they can contact the pillar as soon as possible when encountering emergencies. After seeing that Kanaho could fly, the raven flew for a while and then flew to the villa where Yoshia was. Report the situation to Shakia. In the villa, although Shakia listened to the report of Yama, he still couldn't hide his excitement. Brother Gyuder Han Mushang can really teach others how to teach them. If all pillars are equipped with this ability, will it be easier to kill ghosts? No. Soon, Yoshia denied his thoughts. People cannot be greedy. What's more, the Gyuder welding book does not have the obligation to teach the art of column flying. Everything will go with the flow. Tomorrow is the Zuhi conference. At that time, I will invite you to come here and listen to his opinions. Refining chi is not just sitting cross-legged and meditating directly on the spot. The body also needs to be tempered. The gravity chamber is obviously unrealistic, so after discussing it with Butterfly Ninja, the Gyuder Han Tudi Ren went directly to Daejeong village. Let the knife maker there melt some weight-bearing equipment, some barbells and dumbbells and so on. The village head of Daejeong village, Taidi Kawahara, was shocked when he heard that the 2 needed such a large amount of iron. Because the amount of iron used was too large, it was a bit stretched to rely on the iron in Daejeong village alone, so Taidi Kawahara Tengzhen reported directly to Shizuya. The final reply was, be sure to complete the task at all costs. Seeing this, Tg Kawahara Tetsujin no longer hesitated and said, "Sir, I'll play for a week, and in a week we will transport all the equipment you need Butterfly House." After getting the training equipment done, the butterfly nest was rarely with him. When did he take the opportunity to take down the butterfly nest? So the Gyuder Himame collapsed. "Xiao Ren, let's go to the hot springs." Butterfly Neng thought for a while and said, "Hot spring? Okay, but before I taught me the air dance technique, don't try to touch me. This is natural. At that time, we will teach you how to dance in the air while soaking in the hot spring." As he said that, Gu Tahao took the butterfly ninja's hand and ran towards the hot spring mountain. The two ran on the stairs up the mountain. Butterfly endorsed and ran away too. Looking at the mother of Gyuder, Dr. Mu said that Mao Chen Chang. Butterfly muttered, "What a bad guy." In a separate hot spring with wooden fences around it. Butterfly Ninja, who had already entered the hot spring, saw the scattered look of horror when he also entered the hot spring. "I didn't expect that Gyuder Han had such great confidence. Butterfly Ninja has no doubt at all that her petite self is no match for her at all. Ming Eng, why don't you forget it today?" However, the meat sent to the mouth was chased and thrown away by Gyuder Hes Hong Kong Mei. In an instant, the butterfly couldn't resist the reaction. He was drunk frequently and loosened his hands and was also whispered by the squid. "Back behind the back." Butterfly Nest said in panic. "Ming Eng, don't do this." Gyuder Hehan touched Butterfly Nin's cheek and said, "Shh. Speak softly, otherwise you will be heard by others." Butterfly took the opportunity to bite the Gyuder Han neon plant and said, "Let go quickly. Otherwise, I will ignore you again." As he spoke of Butterfly's teeth, he was still trying hard, trying to slacken the grapes for Gyuder He Huan's slack. But it was a dream to have a strong body that Gu Tahao wanted to bite his fingers with the biting force of the butterfly horny. The butterfly refused to steal the chicken and eroded the rice. Not only did it not bite the sea of Gyuder, but it was also stewed by Gyuder. "Ah!" Butterfly screamed. Chapter 22, The Pillar Meeting. Although the butterfly nest feels very painful, it is still within the scope of tolerance. In addition, the force of the Gyuders is used to exert force. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. "This bad guy Ming Eng, I wouldn't resist if I said this a long time ago. It's really strange now." Half an hour later, Gyuder Hang Xie tied the butterfly nerve. Butterfly endured the force and couldn't stand firmly. If it weren't for Gu Tahi's words, he would have hugged him in his arms and asked him to rely on him. He would probably have fallen into the hot spring. Butterfly Nin leaned against Gyuder Hana and gently hammered Gyuder Haya with his fist and muttered in a low voice, "You big pervert." Then he lay down in the draught of Gyuder and passed by. This sleep was slept until the sun was about to set, and the afterglow of the setting sun passed through the jungle and shone into the hot spring. Butterfly Nerve woke up. "There was no pain in my body. I guess I treated myself during the treatment of the stew. Humph, I'm a little conscientious." Seeing that Butterfly Ninja had woken up, Butterfly Ninja said while his hands were not honest. "Woke up?" Butterfly Nervous pushed away the arm of Gyuder Hana, turned around and took off his sled to the Gyuder trench and continued his fist. "Bastard, bastard, bastard, bastard. I didn't even say hello, I just took that one. Ah! You big bastard." A few minutes later, the tired Butterfly Ninja pointed at the Gyuder nuclear block and collapsed. "Not like this next time. This position is really uncomfortable." Gyuder Hizayudiaran pointed at his hand and said, "I'll listen to you, and you can do whatever you say next time you say. It's getting late, go back to Butterfly House." In order to save trouble, the butterfly flew to the butterfly house. 5 minutes later, the two fell on the open space of the butterfly house. The butterfly house where the Gyuder Han 2 Butterfly Nervous had been waiting for the Butterfly Nervous, and when they saw the two of them come back, they hurried forward to greet them. "Brother Ming Eng, Sister Nin, you are back?" Aoi Kamisaki asked curiously. Brother Ming Eng, haven't you gone to Daejeong village? Is Daejeong village very far away? Why are you just back now? When Butterfly Nest suddenly became uneasy when she heard Aoi Kamisaki ask why she came back late. I kept praying in my heart, don't say what happened in the hot spring. As the butterfly endured her wish, the gyuters were so fat that they just said to soak in the hot spring. We took a hot spring in Daejeong village. The hot springs in Daejeong village contain herbs, which is very comfortable. When I have time in the future, I will take you with me. Hearing that he could go to the hot spring, Aoi Kamizaki said excitedly. Okay, brother Mingeng is so nice. The three little sisters heard that they were going to take a hot spring bath and said excitedly. We're going to. Gyuter Hiyaiwei collapsed. Okay, I'll take you there then. Butterfly Nest saw the girl trolling three small ones going to take a hot spring bath. He immediately looked at the skeleton with a strange look. Everyone dispersed, and Chineu, who followed Butterfly Ninja, observed the slight changes of Butterfly Ninja. The walking posture is a little different from before. From the moment, Sister Nin and Kanahu could guess that the two had secrets that were hidden from everyone. However, Chineu, who had never heard of men and women, saw what the secret was. Soak in the hot spring. Soak the hot spring. Aoi Kamizaki was so happy when she thought about the opportunity to go to Daejeong village to soak the hot spring in the future. What do you need to prepare for taking a hot spring bath? It seems like I need to take off my clothes. Take off your clothes? Aoi Kamisaki suddenly felt that she had discovered something. Brother Mingeng and Sister Nin went to the hot spring together. So can it be understood that the two have met honestly? Ah! Aoi Kamizaki was shocked by her discovery. Sister Ninja becomes Brother Mingeng's woman, so what should Sister Meili do? No, Sister Meili seemed to be hugging the two of them in the venue that day. That is, Sister Meili doesn't care. So can you do that too? After all, Brother Mingeng is so handsome and has strength. On the other side, there are many examples of 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 in the other pages, there are many examples of there are many examples of there are many examples of the. Meili asked Gyuter Hai. Brother Mingeng, has Xiren already become your woman? Antarius is so happy and unhappy, and he said. Well, from now on, you will be your sister. Then Brother Mingeng won't take her over. Gute Welding touched Meili's cheek and said. This is not urgent. Xiren is not as greedy as you. And you don't know Xiren's physique. Can she bear such high-intensity training? Oh, that's it. The next morning, Kamisaki Aoi was in the squat at the squat in Gyuter Han and the girl Puncheo. Brother Mingeng is about to wake up and have dinner. Today is the day of Zuhi meeting. All Zhu will be present, and you have to go. Gyuter Heshen looked at him, but he didn't expect that he would also attend the throne meeting. Bang! After slapping Meili's butt, the nuclear gear of the Gyuter broke down. Xiao Meili, get up, I'll take you to the Zuhi conference. Meili rubbed her sleepy eyes and muttered. Wait for me, Brother Mingeng. After putting on his clothes, the two walked out of the house. Aoi Kamisaki was waiting outside the house for a long time and said, Brother Mingeng has already prepared breakfast, go and have a meal. Sister Nin is there too. The two followed Kanzaki Aoi to the restaurant, and the girls had already started eating around the dining table. When they saw the Gyuter Han rabbit, they all said hello. Brother Mingeng, good morning, Sister Meili. After breakfast, under the leadership of the crow, the butterfly ninja went to the courtyard where Shakia Yuya lived in the headquarters. At the same time, the courtyard where the pillars of the Demon Slayer headquarters were all found, following the crows in the sky and heading in the same direction. When the courtyard where Sayashiki Yoshia was located was more than 200 meters away, Brother Kyutan had already found 3 pillars in the courtyard. One leaned against a tree, and there was another breath on his neck. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Snake Pillar Ihe Zioba. The other 2 stood together. One of them has a very strong aura, much stronger than the other 2, it should be Rock Pill and Wretched Island Singming. Another Gyuder Hexa is familiar with, the Fire Column and Purgatory Apricot. During the period of Gyuder Welding Brother, 4 more breaths appeared in the courtyard. All 4 of them entered through the main entrance, and they climbed over the wall and came to the courtyard instantly. 7 people have already arrived at the current 8 pillars of the demon killing team, leaving only Butterfly Ninja. Since that's the case, I won't go to the main entrance anymore. Meili, Xiao Ren, let's fly in. Okay. Meili said happily, flying, what a cool thing, it will definitely surprise others. Butterfly Ninja said. Listen to you, but you have to take me to fly. Because of what happened to the Butterfly Ninja in the hot spring yesterday, the Butterfly Ninja has no time to practice Qi and learn the art of dancing. Otherwise, I would be able to fly today. Of course. The hand of Gyuder Hiseudai Ninja enveloped the Butterfly Ninja's body. Meili, go. The 3 of them exploded and flew into the air quickly, flying towards the courtyard at an extremely fast speed. The pillars in the courtyard noticed something flying towards me, and they all looked up. Chapter 23 Fengzhu's Challenge. All the pillars were shocked. Because they actually saw someone flying in the sky. It's not like being thrown up or being beaten away, it's really flying in the sky. This. What's the joke? Fengzhu Muti Kawamiya looked in disbelief when she saw the Gyuder flying towards the courtyard. The 2 of Snakema, Irhuo Kobanu, and Mizumaki and Yoshio Tomuka were also a little surprised. Yinzu Tianyuan's eyes radiated and sighed. This person is so gorgeous, holding 2 girls in hand and flying in the air. Rock Pillar and moaning in the darkness, and felt that someone was flying in the sky, and he clasped his hands together. It's really unbelievable, Amitba. Ha ha ha. Yanzu and Purgatory Itsuro laughed loudly and said. The final mother is robbed. Yu Huang, the young man is robbed and 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 the young. Kazumi Toru Ichiro, who is usually indifferent to most people and things, opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this scene. Are those 3 people flying in the sky? Gyuder Meili, Butterfly Nin, and the other 3 flew into the courtyard under the gaze of the pillars and fell down. Standing on the ground covered with stones. The people who need to attend the pyramid meeting have arrived, and even 1 more person has emerged. Tam. The wooden door of the house in front of everyone was pushed open. The 2 girls walked out and said in unison. The Lord is here. There was still a single eye in the house, and Yoyaya, who had not lost his eyes, walked step by step to the corridor outside the house, came to everyone, and said. You are all here, my lovely swordsmen. The weather today is really good, it's very suitable for gathering. I am very happy and pleased to be able to see you all come to attend the semi-annual Zuhi conference. After the words of Shizuya Shikiya fell, all the pillars respectfully knelt down on one knee and listened to the Lord's teachings. Except for Butterfly Ninja. She also wanted to kneel down, but was stopped by the squad. The Desert Inn said, you don't need Xiao Ren. You don't need to kneel down to anyone except me. Butterfly couldn't resist, but Kyuda Hai gave an apologetic look to Shikiya Yoshia. It's not that you don't kneel down, it's that your man doesn't let you kneel down. In response to this, Yoshia Saya expressed his understanding and said. Insect Pillar, from now on, you are like Guaren, and you don't need to kneel down when you see me. Miri, who was beside her, heard that Yoshia Shikiya didn't seem to mention her, and saw that everyone else had kneeled down, and asked Gyuder Hai nervously. Brother Mingeng, do I need to kneel down? Before she could scream, Shizuya Yoya said. You don't need it. Hearing this, Meili breathed a sigh of relief, and slapped Meili's butt slowly. After following me for so long, I have not practiced my courage at all. Meili stuck out her tongue and said in a low voice. Brother Mingeng, I don't blame me for this. Everyone told them to kneel down. The 8 pillars should be equal, but suddenly one person has a special appearance, and there are 2 people who can see the Lord not worship, and even a bit like being fair to the Lord. So, someone in the pillar began to dissatisfied. Mudaki Kawamiya said dissatisfied. Lord, I'm frank, although we have received the news that the guest minister of Gyutarhi has an equal status as you, and seeing him is like seeing you, now we don't even know his identity, and even the one he brings does not have to kneel down to you. We are disrespectful to you, and we are not convinced. I wonder if my lord can tell you what he has made to the Demon Slayer team and what he can bring to the Demon Slayer team. He killed a few more evil ghosts? Are there any 12 ghost months? A series of problems were told by Mashika Washimiya. With the help of his 2 daughters, Yoshia Shakia, who was sitting in the corridor, said apologetically, I'm not telling you about this in advance. So, let me talk about the specific role of Guaren in the demon-killing team. At the beginning, you all know the matter of the fire pillar, Purgatory at Sushiro going to the imperial capital to kill the 12 ghost moon, Xiaxian No. 2, Pilang. During the decisive battle between the Yanzu and Pilang, Guaren defeated Pilang and the Yanzu by a distance of 100 meters from their aura alone, losing his combat power. In order to make the rest of the primate believe, Purgatory Apricot also said, this matter is true, I can assure you. It's really just aura that makes me lose my combat power. Pilang even fell to the ground and couldn't get up and twitch. I almost doubted whether Guiwuyun appeared. He still trusts the character of Apricot of Purgatory Apricot. He said that he would definitely not be fake if he lost his combat power. Although Purgatory at Sushiro has not been a pillar for a long time and his strength is not as strong as other pillars, none of the people present can make Purgatory at Sushiro lose his combat ability based on his momentum alone. It is not possible to walk in the darkness of the silence, let alone 100 meters away. After this explanation, Zhongju then understood the joy of the plant in the drought-like plant. The dissatisfaction in my heart has eased a lot. If you are so strong, you are not bad. Yoshia said again. As for the evil ghosts killed by Guaren, there is currently no one, but it is not a problem to kill hundreds of them with Guaren's strength. What's more, Guaren is not here to kill these ordinary evil ghosts. His purpose in coming to the ghost-killing team is to help kill the 12 ghost Yus and the ghost king Guiwu. In the future, once you have news about the winding ghost and ghost dance, you can all pass it to Guaren through the crow, but the premise is that the news is accurate. After the sacrificial slap in Shakia Yoshia bragged, the dissatisfaction of the pillars was eliminated. Immortal Kawashimi took a deep breath. Now he really wanted to see what the hell is, the thief of 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 the thief of. Is it so amazing that he is as good as the Lord? Lord! I want to have a competition with Guaren. I can't decide this, it depends on the mood of Guaren. How many pounds of rice cakes does not help? The leech who wants to live in a butterfly house can't control the other party. If you want to fight, please seek the sacrificial pills yourself. Guaren, I want to have a competition with you to see your strength. I don't know what you think. Immortal Kawashia looked at Gyutar Hishifu. The Gyutar Han swung his weapons and the Emperor Bengzi was thinking about how to eliminate the immortal Kawashimi in seconds, and at the same time shocked the rest of the pillars. A second later, Gu Te howled and said in a shocking voice. Yes, as long as you can hold on with me for a second, I will be considered you win. As soon as this statement came out, Zhongju was stunned and doubted whether there was something wrong with his ear. 1 second? I heard it wrong, it should be 1 minute. 1 minute seems to be wrong, is it an hour? No, right? The cylinders looked at each other, and saw that the other party was as confused as he was, and instantly realized that he had heard it correctly, just 1 second. What a guy, so arrogant. I want you to see how strong you have. All the pillars stood up and retreated, leaving enough room for the 2 of them to fight. Chapter 24, Kill the Wind Pillar in Seconds. Meili was very proud and excited when she heard Gu Takyu's speech. Brother Ming-Ang is so powerful that he can defeat the pillar of the demon-killing team in 1 second. Also as a pillar, Butterfly Ninja still knows the strength of Feng Zhu. Much better than yourself. Although he was forcibly locked in the hot spring of the Kandang Hall by Gyuder and Yue in the Kandang village, he was unable to resist and took away his blood. But Butterfly still doesn't think that the phoenix is exhausted and the phoenix is coming to frame. After all, that's a pillar. Probably not. At least 5 seconds. When Mudaki Kawashaya heard about the drought of the Gyuders, he felt a little insulted. Yuya Shikiya was also a little confused. Isn't it too much for Guaren to be too arrogant? 1 second? Do you think it's cutting melons and vegetables? After all, it is a pillar, so it won't be able to hold on for even a second. I really can't hold on for a second, so why do I have to kill the demon slayer? I can disband. Fukukawa Shia got up, put his hand on the hilt of the Hiroshikawa knife at his waist, his eyes were fierce, and he grinned. Take out your weapon so that I won't be able to win. If you don't need it, you can take action first, otherwise you will have no chance to take action. Okay. I have a go. The angry Mudaki Miya directly pulled out the Hiroshi sword. Wind breathing, one type, dust whirlwind, and slashing. Step on. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Iwazaki Kawama took the first step. Then I saw the sharp eyes of the robe. Wyude Kawamiya fell to the ground without any signs. At this moment, the pillars also felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. An inexplicable sense of fear arose from the heart. My legs began to tremble unconsciously. Under the Karta Drought Eye, the domineering aura was mainly aimed at the immortal Kawame, but it made him faint and did not take too much pressure. At the same time, he exuded a little domineering aura, killing the other pillars with the sharp aura. The domineering aura dissipated, and the pillars felt relieved and sweated profusely. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro sighed in his heart, the slashing of the loyal skull and the fan was tired and became stronger. Meili looked surprised, Brother Ming-Ang was still so powerful. The butterfly ninja, who was not affected by the domineering aura of the overlord, was confused. What happened? Why did Wyude Kawama faint directly? What happened to the other pillars? Why do they look so tired? What exactly happened? Why can't I feel anything? Hello? Yoya Shikiya pretended to be calm. The battle is over, Guaren will win. Mr. Wildering you can lift Bud Hishuan aside and let him rest for a while. Yes, Lord. The demon-killing team, the strongest and least affected Wildering Yu Xingming, walked forward and carried the fainting immortal Kawama to the corridor, carefully put it down and let it rest for a while. After this time, Mude Shimiya took the lead in leaping with the Kyuta Han Mu. The pillars truly understood themselves and Kyuta Han Mu. That is the distance between heaven and earth. The other party didn't have to take action at all, and he was defeated directly. There is no need to fight at all. Such a strong man should be regarded as a guest of honor. Looking at the unconscious Muti Kawashimi, in order not to affect the beginning of the Jaihi meeting, Yoshiya Saya asked, Guaren, I wonder when I will wake up. About 5 minutes. After waiting for the coma of Immortal Kawashimi for 4 minutes, Immortal Kawashimi touched his head, stood up in confusion, and said to himself, What happened? Why did I faint? Where is this? When Mukui Kawashia saw Shikiya sitting not far from him, Mukui Kawashia instantly remembered what happened. I and Gyuderkan Zaijian pulled out the sword, took a step forward, and then it seems that there is no then. It seemed that I fainted at that time. Damn it! Did you really get killed in one move? Immortal River, since I woke up, then returned to the team. The voice of Shikiya's voice sounded, and Miyaki Kawa realized that it was time for the Hashio meeting. Fukukawa Miya quickly stood up and knelt on one knee and said, Yes. Lord. After saying that, Mudaki Kawama jumped off the corridor and stood back in the team. Now that everyone is already there, it's time to start the semi-annual pillar joint meeting. Pillars, come in with me. With the help of his two white-haired daughters, Shikiya Yoya got up and walked into the room. All the pillars, the Gyuder Han rabbits and she and. After everyone walked into the room, Shikiya Yoya's two daughters closed the door again. The sunlight shines into the room through the wooden doors that stick to paper, giving the dark room a hint of light. In order to make the room brighter, Rika and Hinaya lit up the two lanterns in the room. The light is limited, and a screen divides the wide room into two parts. Shizuya Yoya sat in front of the screen, beside him were two daughters, and two lanterns were 15 meters in front of the two daughters, for lighting. The first time I attended such a formal meeting, Meili couldn't help but feel a little nervous and kept shaking. Gu Ta Hang leaned against Meili, gently patted Meili's butt, and said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous, they won't ask for your opinion anyway, just listen to a story." "Ah? That's it," Meili said in a low voice. Seeing that the meeting was about to begin, the butterfly looked at the butterfly and made a swear gesture. The look of the butterfly looked at Meili, and she also made a swear gesture. Meili wanted to laugh, but finally got back in her mouth. Not that nervous anymore. Okay, the Zuhi meeting will begin now. First, let's report on the recent situation of the imperial capital. Akashauro not only inherited the name of his father's Yanzu, but also inherited his jurisdiction, the Tokyo imperial capital. Purgatory at Tsuru, this is so, this is so, this is so, first, then that is. In short, the situation is not optimistic in the absence of manpower. As for Gui Wu's whereabouts, they have not been found yet. After hearing this, Yoya Shikiya nodded and looked at the next pillar. After all the 8 pillars were finished, the results were basically consistent. There are constant little ghosts, big ghosts cannot be found, there is serious shortage of manpower, and there is no information about ghost dance. Indeed, manpower is a problem. The pillar-level combat power is currently missing. I wonder if any one of you can recommend it. There are only 8 of the 9-pointed masters so far, and one person is still missing, which makes Shikiya Yuya very distressed. The cylinders looked at each other and shook their heads. The demon killing team has too few advanced combat power, and there are not many who know how to breathe alone. There are only a few pillars present who have mastered the entire collection. They really couldn't imagine anyone who could become a pillar. There was one of Yanzu and Purgatory Apricot before, but she was abducted by Gyuder Hehuan Yuzhang. Now it's not even a ghost hunter, let alone let it become a pillar. Chapter 25, Sun's Breathing Method and Markings. Seeing that there was really no good candidate for Zongji, Yoya Saya prepared to hold the next issue of the Matsuki conference. I have a good candidate. Gyuder and Locust paid a visit to the file. Hearing this, Yoshia was delighted. Isn't Gyuder Wan trying to elect Meili as the last pillar? Meili seems to have 8 times the muscle density, and can fly, so it is not impossible to become a pillar. Oh, please tell me the name of this person, so let me consider it, said Yoshia Saya. All the pillars also looked at Gyuder Hai. I wonder who Gyuder he recommended. This person is Tanjiro Kaoru, the only remaining sun-breathing successor in this world. What is the breathing method of the sun? It sounds so awesome. Since the breathing method of the sun has been cut off for hundreds of years, only Yanzu, who is a swordsman family and has always served the lord of the ghost-killing team, felt that he had heard of this breathing method school somewhere. As the only one among the 8 pillars who had heard of the name Tanjiro Tomuka, Yoshioka's face was full of doubts. Tanjiro, the breathing method of the day? True or fake? Why don't I know? Didn't I send him to the teacher? Shouldn't it be the breath of water? It should be of the same name. As the Lord, Shikiya, heard the breathing method of this day, excitedly wanted to get up and ask, Gyuder, Hekinma, Chiang Tong. But because my body was too weak, I didn't get up for a long time. In the end, he could only sit in place and face the severity of 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 the Guaren, are you sure it's the breathing method of the sun? Isn't it Yan Zhi's breath? It is indeed the breathing method of the sun. Although he may not have fully mastered the breathing method of the sun, the specific sword style has been remembered in his mind. It is only a matter of time to learn the breathing method of the sun. Good, okay, if it is really as Guaren said, then this Tanjiro Kaoru is not bad for becoming a pillar. Seeing that the Lord was so excited, Zhongju couldn't help but become interested in the breathing method of the sun. I want to see who the successor who mastered the breathing method of sun. Since the successor of the sun's breathing method has appeared, I should tell you the history of the ghost killing team and the story of sun's breathing method. Then Yoshizue began to be born from the birth of Guyu, talking about the birth of Jiguyuan, who was born with markings on his forehead, and created the world's first breathing method, the Rizi breathing method. He joined the ghost killing team and derived different breathing methods based on the physique of different people. Immediately afterwards, a pattern of famous marks appeared on the bodies of most swordsmen who were strong and mastered breathing techniques, greatly enhancing the swordsman's strength. At this time, the Demon Slayer team was unprecedentedly powerful, and it was unprecedented. But there was a problem at that time, that is, all the swordsmen who mastered the markings could not survive the age of 25. This laid the groundwork for Ji Kuiyanshen's rebellion, and 50 years later, the strength of the demon-killing team was sharply reduced, and 100 was not yet available. The extinction of the breathing method of the day laid the groundwork. In one mission, due to Ji Kuyuanyi's mistake, he not only let Guiyuan run away, but also let a female ghost run away. In addition, his brother Ji Kuiyanshen rebelled and killed his lord. Ji Kuyuanyi was asked to apologize, but fortunately, the newly appointed lord forgives Ji Kuyuanyi. Just drove him out of the Demon Slayer team. If Tanjiro Zaemon is indeed the descendant of the Japanese breathing method, then Tanjiro's ancestors could only meet Ji Kuashiki at this time and learn Japanese breathing. Because 50 years later, Ji Kuiyanshen, who suddenly became a ghost, reappeared and killed all the descendants of the Japanese breathing craft of the ghost-killing team. It caused the extinction of the breathing of the sun. And the markings, like the breathing method of the sun, have never appeared since that day. Speaking of this, Yoshikawa suddenly said passionately, "My cute swordsman! The breathing method of sun is extremely important. He is related to whether the entire ghost-killing team can rise again and whether it can compete with the evil ghosts again. Because after my research on the history of the Demon Slayer team, I found that only swordsmen who have learned the breathing method of the sun can open the marks, and the rest of swordsmen who have learned the breathing method of the sun can open the marks. So, I suggest taking Tanjiro Zaemon to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, and you will train him to achieve the pillar-level combat power as soon as possible. I wonder what my lovely swordsmen want to do." "No objection, I will follow the orders of the Lord." "I have no objection, Lord, wise." "So much me." "Same for me." All the monks agreed with Yoshikawa's proposal. They just want to become stronger, turn on the markings, and kill evil ghosts. "I don't care at all about the fact that I will die at the age of 25. The moment they joined the Demon Slayer, they had already put their lives aside. The opinions were unified, and the monks and Shizuya Shikiya all looked at the skeleton. Now, the Gyuder howls and moves the party, and the base are afraid that the guards will be slightly flattering and chaotic. Don't be so excited, hey, because there are some special circumstances in Tanjiro Zaemon. I haven't told you about it. When I heard that the lucky luck in my heart disappeared when I heard that the Gyuder nuclear silence was gone. It is not the same name, but the successor of the Gyuder nuclear file Makahiro breathing method is that sister is the ghost Tanjiro. But how did he know? Yoshiyuki Tomuka doesn't understand, and he can't understand either. Oh, Guaren, please say that as long as Tanjiro Zaemon is not the kind of evil person who is extremely evil and unforgivable, everything has room for negotiation. What's more, Shizwea would not think that Gyuder's Hangwei Pingfeng Huanyuan's issue. It is probably a bit outstanding or unique to anyone who can be recommended by Guda Welding. He has a sister who has become a ghost. As soon as these words came out, the audience was silent. It's indeed a bit different. A second later, seeing that Zhangzhu wanted to start attacking and asked various questions, Xia Shikia said quickly, "Don't talk first, let Guoren finish speaking first." Upon hearing this, Zhangzhu had to swallow the words from his mouth first. This is the thing, that ghost, that night, that person like this. What happened to Tanjiro? Zhangzhu was not as excited as before, and hesitated. "Oh, by the way, Nezuko is the perfect creature that can overcome the sunshine and regain the memories of the human period, and become the perfect creature that Giwasan dreams of." As soon as these words were spoken, the pillars instantly had the intention to kill Nezuko. "We cannot let Guiwuvashao eat Nezuko, we must destroy Nezuko before this. Otherwise, Giwasan will become a perfect creature. As for protecting Nezuko, the pillar will not protect a ghost." The pillars just had this idea, and the Gyuder River was burning and collapsed. At the same time, Nezuko can also become an ordinary human through potions. The pillars were shocked again. The evil ghost turned into a human? Real fake? Regarding such an important matter, Shizwea Shikia couldn't help but ask, "Guoren, can the evil ghost really become a human? More than real gold?" Chapter 26 Angry Butterfly Ninja. Silence, a long silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressed for a moment. All the pillars have their own thoughts. Some believe in Tanjiro's brothers and sisters, some do not believe in Tanjiro's brothers and sisters, and some have an indifferent attitude. After a long time, Shizwea Shikia said, "As the successor of the breathing method of the sun, Tanjiro Zaemon is qualified to be a pillar. But the premise is that Nezuko has never eaten anyone, and will not hurt humans, be friendly to humans, and is not controlled by Giwa-ba. Tomuka, I won't hold you accountable for Tanjiro's affairs. Now I'll give you a task. I'll meet Tanjiro and Nezuko of the Sauceman at this time tomorrow." Yoshiyuki Tomuka respectfully thanked. "Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely complete the task. The Zuhi conference is here first. My lovely swordsman, let's continue tomorrow." Leaving the courtyard of Shikia and returning to Butterfly House. In the sword hall, the two men of the Gyuder Han Rabbit, the Phlegm Armor, Butterfly Nin and Chineu are refining their chi. Since Butterfly Ninja has not yet learned the technique of dancing in the air, he has been thinking about it. Let Butterfly Ninja teach the others. Although the talent of Butterfly Ninja is not good, after all, the physique is there, but it is still a pillar and has his own unique understanding of the control of power. In just half a day, I mastered the technique of dancing. The squids slowly flew up. The higher and higher, the faster and faster, and soon became proficient in mastering the air dance technique. Flying down from the air, Butterfly rushed to the drought-stricken wall with excitement. "Ming-ang, I finally learned it. Okay, Xiao Ren is so powerful. He learned the technique of dancing in the air so quickly. So is there anyone who rewards him for his husband?" asked the Gyutar Han Oyu Dai Ren. Butterfly ended up with his hand and was unable to bear the widow. It is a quiet place in Gyutar Hanao. Although it is just a kiss like a dragonfly, it is still a bit valuable as a Butterfly Ninja's kiss on his own initiative. Gutahi approached Butterfly Ninja's head and said in Butterfly Ninja's ear, "Xiao Nin, since you have learned the art of dancing, should you fulfill your promise?" Feeling the wet and warm air flow blowing in his ears, Butterfly Nin said with red face, "What promise? Didn't you say you can't touch you before you master the dance stories? Since you have mastered you now, does that mean that I can touch you?" Hearing what he said before entering the hot spring, the butterfly refused to call him. Snort. "You have the nerve to say, how did you agree at the beginning? But what did you do?" "I took my first time in a hasty way. I'm not ready yet." As he said that, Butterfly Neng beat the young man with a small fist with a resentful look on his face. "Ah! Big bad guy, see if I won't beat you to death." After a long time, the butterfly ninja, who was tired, smiled at the nuclear crackdown of the Gyutar nuclear device. "Let's do this, when will you kill a winding ghost? I'll do it with you and everything will be followed. Drill a winding ghost." At this stage, it is easy to kill any stringed ghost, but where should I find the stringed ghost? What are the fallen heroes and prostitutes Taro in Hannah Street? No, the medicine for transforming people has not been produced yet. When the fallen girl dies, my plum blossoms are gone. The other ghosts with the strings themselves cannot find them, and Tongma can barely find them. After all, it is easy to find such a big eternal Pure Land Buddhism. But I can't kill myself because I have to leave it to Butterfly Nest to avenge my sister. It seems that we have to speed up the production of human-turned medicine. With the medicine of transforming humans, the rabbit waved the plaque and the ghost danced in vain. Otherwise, Guiwivyu would die tragically, and the fallen princess would have to be buried with her. It seems that I have to go out and find the blood of the 12 ghost month for Zushi. Seeing that Gu Tak Han Liti was waving thanking the butterfly horny, he was a little anxious. Could it be that I am not even worth a winding ghost? Considering that the ghosts and gods that are in the 12 ghosts and moons are elusive, they may not be able to encounter them in several years. In addition, Butterfly Ninjutsu also missed what happened in Daejeong village hot spring that day. Butterfly Ninjutsu said again. "If you feel embarrassed, the 2 ghosts with the string are not bad, they can't do it randomly, they can't put it wherever they should, and they can't put it randomly." Oh! Gyutariabo was a little surprised. "Xiao Ren, keep your word." When he heard that the butterfly wandering asked for a request for a custom of the drought sack, he breathed a sigh of relief. With Ming Eng's impatient attitude and strength, it should not take too long to find 2 ghosts with the string. I can still afford it. Humph, do you think I'm the same as you? At night, Gyutar Han Yan Yan returned to the room with Meili. The next day, due to the movement last night, Butterfly Ninja and Konoha dragged their tired bodies and left the room. When they saw each other's appearance, they instantly understood and she heard it. Butterfly Ninja greeted Chineu normally as usual. "But I was very angry, okay, you Gutar Hai did it on purpose. Is Chineu also becoming your onthi trade meal?" Konoha's cheeks were slightly red, and she greeted Butterfly in a low voice. When they arrived outside the house, they saw the energetic skeleton of the Gyutar. "Good morning, Koinan, Kana." Guta greeted the 2 of them with a heartfelt gratitude. Chineu nodded shyly and said, "Good morning, brother Ming Ang." "Good morning, Ming Ang." Butterfly said, gritting her teeth without laughing. If the eyes are hurt, then Gyutar Hehuan will be killed by Butterfly Ninja's eyes. A small episode passed and the 3 of them came to the restaurant for breakfast. Seeing that Miri didn't come for breakfast, Kamisaki Aoi asked Gyutar Hai in confusion. "Brother Ming Ang, where is sister Meili?" "Meili is too tired and is still sleeping." Kanzaki Ao nodded thoughtfully when she heard this. Chapter 27 Nezuko who is indifferent. After breakfast, the squad went to the courtyard where Shikia Yoil was located. Come to the courtyard, Gutahaha lies and blows the grey beam scans the convoy to tie the umbrella of the milk and fear of the guards. The box containing Nezuko was now being held in the hand by Yoshio Tomuka Yoshio. Opposite Tomuka Yoshiyuki is Mushikamiya. Mushikamiya said to Tomuka Yoshikamiya angrily. "Hey! Give me the ghost in your hand." Even Yoshio Tomuka, even birds with birds are instantly not allowed to fly. Miyakawa, and he bypassed Miyakawa with a box. Mutant Kawamiya reached out to grab the box from Tomuka Yoshiyuki's hand. Tomuka Yoshiyuki quickly lifted the box and avoided Mutant Kawamiya's capture. Seeing Tomuka Yoshiyuki and the fierce pillar shaking and snatching the box containing Nezuko, Tanjiro was in a state of grief and anger. "Asshole! Let me go. Otherwise, even if you are a primate, I will not let you go." Tanjiro kept struggling, but it was still useless and could not break free from the constraints of Irhei Koba. Seeing that Nezuko in the box was about to be shaken, well, the nuclear barrier of the Gyuder was broken. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Yang, give me the box. In the fierce look of Muku Kawashimiya, Yoshio Tomuka handed the box to Kyuda Skeleton. Snort. Wyude Kawashaya didn't get the box, so he snorted coldly and decided to torture Tanjiro. A familiar voice came. Tanjiro looked up and saw the skeleton of the skeleton. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. The cherry blossoms on the side of Katahi came to Tanjiro and said. Let go, look at it, and you're so full of breath that you're so angry. Under the order of Kyuda Hana, Ihei Xiaobane had to let go of Tanjiro. Immortal Kawamiya also lost the opportunity to torture Tanjiro. The Gyuder family was afraid of Wei Sang. Have you learned to breathe in Rizi? Tanjiro nodded and said. Brother Ming-Ang, since you left, Master has asked me to concentrate on practicing sun breathing and no longer practicing water breathing. In order to let me learn sun breathing faster, Master also personally taught me to fight me. Now mine can use a few breaths of sun breath for a short time. As the breathing line of water, Lin Taki is naturally very clear about the breathing of the sun and knows its importance. Therefore, he no longer let Tanjiro practice alone, and chose to teach Tanjiro Onionon step by step. I was just about to participate in the final selection of the demon killing team this year, but I was brought here by Mr. Tomuka. While the two were chatting, Yoyoshikiya walked out. In addition to Coin, the pillars respectfully knelt down on one knee, and Tanjiro was naturally pressed down. The weather is still very good today. Yoyoshikiya sighed and looked at Tanjiro. After seeing the earrings on Tanjiro's ears, he was suddenly stunned. Then the smile on his face became even stronger. It is indeed the earrings recorded in the book. You are Tanjiro Kaoru, the descendant of Hinaki's breathing, right? Tanjiro nodded. I'm Tanjiro Sakaman. Well, it's very good. I already recognize you and Nezuko, but whether you can be recognized by other pillars depends on Nezuko's perseverance. Then, Yoyoshiki let his daughter read the letter written by Tsukiji Ryuki. The general meaning is that I am very optimistic about Tanjiro and Nezuko, and they will be the hope of the demon killing team. If Nezuko hurts others, Tomuka Yoshiyama and I will automatically apologize. Guaren, now we need to verify whether Nezuko is really not interested in humans. So, please cooperate with Bud Hikawa. The blood of immortal Kawamiya's blood, as the blood in the thin blood, has a huge temptation to ghosts, and is the best blood as an inducer. No problem. The storm of Gyuder Lin threw white storm and swept the coffin and squirted into Nanwayang. There was no direct sunlight here, so Nezuko would not be injured. Open the box and Nezuko walked out. Suspiciously he looked around in confusion. She remembered everything that happened around her just now. There is a big bad guy who not only has to attack himself, but also hurts his brother. Seeing Nezuko coming out, Akahakamiya jumped onto the corridor, pulled out the Hiroshi sword, and scratched his arm with one knife. Bring it on. Blood overflowed from the wound and dripped on the floor. A strong fragrance spread into Nezuko's nasal cavity. Nezuko unconsciously drained out of water and gasped. Looking at the Mudaki Kawashaya in front of him, Nezuko recognized him as the one who killed him and wanted to hurt his brother. Can't eat it. Can't eat it. Eating it will cause many people to suffer. Nezuko clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, endured the desire in her heart, and curbed the ghost's impulse. Tanjiro was also very nervous at this moment. Nezuko, you can't eat it. That's a human being. If you eat it, you will really become a ghost. Memories came. Nezuko saw her parents, younger brothers and sisters, and older brother Tanjiro. Snort. Nezuko snorted lightly and turned her head to the side. Immortal Kawami was stunned. Because this is the first time he has encountered a ghost who can resist his blood. Tanjiro, who was in the audience, couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw Nezuko overcame the desire in his heart. Seeing that the result was clear, Yoshikawa smiled and said, "This time, we should be able to ensure that Nezuko won't hurt anyone, right?" The pillars were silent and did not look at Shikiya, but looked behind him with a look of surprise. It seems that something shocking happened behind it. Tanjiro off the stage was also confused at this moment. Nezuko. Yoshiaki looked behind him and saw a drop of blood on his index finger. Nezuko, who had resisted the blood of Mude Kawame, was drooling all over the ground at this moment. "In the past, I want to touch the bad water." As he pointed, Nezuko's eyes moved. The fierce and evil arm turned around in circles, and Nezuko followed her arms. "I'll test you." Shikiya cursed in her heart, "What a joke! Why does this happen? Didn't Nezuko overcome eating people just now? What's going on now? Could it be the thin blood in the Gyuder orifice? What are you doing?" Seeing that the successor of the sun's breathing was about to be obtained, the Gyuder and the locust emblem came out. "What does this mean?" "It's nothing, I just think Nezuko is quite cute," teasing her. "Don't worry, I won't let her eat it." As he said that, the blood from the fingertips of Gyutarhang stuffed into his mouth. He took it out again, and the blood at the fingertips had disappeared. He reached his finger in front of Nezuko and said, "Eat." When Nezuko saw that there was no blood on it, she choked for a few times and actually cried out. "Woo! Damn it!" The Gyuder defended the sacred man, and he wanted to tease Nezuko, but he didn't expect Nezuko to cry so carelessly. "Ah!" Tanjiro was confused when he saw Nezuko crying because of a drop of blood. "No, girl, you are no longer a child, there is no need to cry because you don't get something, right?" No, Nezuko seems to be mentally similar to a child now, and it seems normal to cry. Chapter 28 Arrangements for Tanjiro. All the pillars and even the Masaya Shikiya Yoshia were all very shocked. These, what should I do? Who went up to coax it? Speaking of which, what kind of treasure is a badger's liquid? It can actually make a ghost cry. In contrast, the so-called thin blood in the so-called thin blood of Miyaki Immortal is simply scattered, and Nezuko doesn't even take a look at it. Gyuda Welding Dang touched Nezuko's head and comforted. "Nezuko-chan, stop crying. Can I give you something delicious?" Nezuko, who was crying, stopped crying, but was still choking, as if she would cry again if she was so worried about the role of the tyrant. Gyutarhan fed Nezuko his own blood, but took out a fairy bean and broke it in half. Sway half of them in front of Nezuko. As a magical food that can work against all creatures, whether powerful or weak, and has the same effect. It should be useful if you feed it to a ghost. Gyutarhan was sure, but what else can I do now? I can't really feed Nezuko blood. It's almost the same to feed white essence. Nezuko looked at the half-destined bean in front of her and sniffed her nose, but she didn't smell anything. But Nezuko could feel that she would not be hungry after eating this thing. So Nezuko nodded. Seeing this, Gyutarhan's hungbo is worthy of being a fairy bean, but awesome. Even ghosts love to eat. Gyutarhang Nezuko's mouth, the bamboo tube biting inside was removed and said, "Open your mouth." Nezuko opened her mouth and put half of the fairy bean into Nezuko's mouth. Nezuko swallowed half of the fairy beans into her stomach, and then began to develop secondly in everyone's surprised eyes. "Ah, it's not right. It should be growth. My chest is constantly getting bigger, my body is constantly growing taller, and a ghost horn is growing on my forehead. The limbs are covered with weeping willow-like patterns." Nezuko directly transformed from normal to semi-ghost transformation. "I'll go." Looking at Nezuko's exposed cleavage, Gouda Brown Benyang took Nezuko's clothes and covered it. No one is allowed to see except himself. When everyone saw Nezuko turning directly into ghosts, they all pulled out the Hibaric sword and came to Shikiya in an instant, waiting for the battle, staring at Nezuko tightly. As long as Nezuko has a tendency to attack, she will kill Nezuko at any time. "Don't change any more. If you change again, I will hit you in the butt." The Emperor Gyuder threw the clothes on Nezuko's chest and stroked Nezuko's head with one hand. If Nezuko continues to change, she will become completely ghostly. It will lose your mind if you completely devilishly at the first time, and then Tanjiro will have to take action to awaken him. Very troublesome. Fortunately, Nezuko did not completely ghostly transform, and after the semi-ghost transformation was completed, she stopped continuing to ghostly transform. Nezuko looked at Gyuder with a smile. She looked a little clearer than before. Then she opened her arms and hugged Gyuder's skeleton. At the same time, my body is getting smaller and smaller bit by bit, and it has returned to normal. It looks like people and animals are harmless. The pillars did not relax their vigilance because Nezuko's smaller size. What if it was a trick? Looking at Nezuko holding her, Nezuko was dependent on her. Is it a mother who has milk? Touching Nezuko's head, Gyuder smashed the guards and said, "It's okay, Nezuko has no intention to attack humans. I just ate too much and the energy in my body was not controlled well for a while, which caused the changes." Zongja was a little embarrassed and took the knife back again. At the same time, I also had a confusion in my heart, that is, what did Nezuko eat just now? It can actually cause such a big change. "Nezuko, are you okay?" Tanjiro asked with concern. Hearing his brother's voice, Nezuko let go of Kyuda and looked at Tanjiro, shook her head, indicating that she had no problem. Then he hugged Tanjiro and hugged Kyuda's body again. Tanjiro was helpless, and his sister ran away after all. Seeing that everything was still moving in a good direction, Yoyosaki was relieved. There is no big problem, just a relatively big episode. Everything was under the control of Guaren and did not have much impact on Tanjiro. The successor of Rizi Breath finally stayed. If this is because of the operation of Guaren just now, Nezuko attacked humans, then it would be a complete deer. Not only will the descendants of the sun's breathing method be lost, but the water columns of this generation and the previous generation will be explained here. What a thrilling day! Okay, this should really prove that Nezuko will not attack humans, right? What's more, there is the existence of Guaren. My lovely swordsman, what are you going to worry about? In the audience, although Ihei Kobain wanted to defend himself, he was unable to defend himself under Yoshiyuki Tomoka's obstruction. It can be seen that Tomoka Yoshio still cherishes his life. Tanjiro Zaemon, I intend to train you as the 9th pillar of the future, the High Pillar, and become the sharpest knife of the demon-killing team. Destroy evil ghosts in the world, and even ghost dances, no misery. I wonder if you have confidence. Yes. Tanjiro shouted excitedly. Nezuko and I will definitely defeat Gui Wu Wuzang, and continue to wave the blade in order to cut off the chains on our backs. Yoshia smiled and said, I'm very confident, but now you may not even be able to beat the 12 ghost months, right? And it seems that you haven't even killed an evil ghost. Tanjiro was speechless and his face turned red. This. Okay, don't be nervous. I will arrange for the pillars to train with you, so that you can reach the pillar level as soon as possible, and then go out to hunt down evil ghosts. Akukawa, Ihei, don't bully Tanjiro anymore. Now let's come in and continue the pillar meeting. The difference between this time's Jokia conference yesterday was that there was less Miri and more Tanjiro and Nezuko. As for why Tanjiro was there, of course, it was because some of the contents of the Jaihi conference were about Tanjiro. In order not to cause evil ghosts to hurt people a lot due to special training Tanjiro. After discussion, Zongja finally decided to let Tanjiro go back to his jurisdiction to conduct special training. Each column takes turns to train for 10 to 15 days. If there is an evil ghost injuring someone in the jurisdiction of the column where Tanjiro is located during this period, the column may allow Tanjiro to participate in the battle depending on the situation, provided that the opponent cannot be the 12 ghost month. If Tanjiro can achieve it is enough to fight against the 12 ghost months, and the premise is invalid. After discussing the matter about Tanjiro, Zongzuru and Sayashiki Yoshia discussed some miscellaneous matters, This time the Jihei meeting was finally over. Chapter 29 Tanjiro with 200 efforts, Part 1. After the Zuhi meeting ended, the Zuzu rushed to his jurisdiction at full speed. Tanjiro stayed at the headquarters of the demon-killing team. Because the first pillar responsible for Tanjiro's special training was Butterfly Ninja. Gyuto Welding touched Nezuko's head, who had been holding her, and said, "Nezuko, let go, I'm going home." It was noon at this time, and Nezuko needed to return to the box. Nezuko reluctantly let go of Kyudo, shrank her body and walked into the box. Tanjiro carried the box on his back, looked at Butterfly Ninja and asked, "Master Butterfly Ninja, when will we start the special training?" In order to reduce trouble, and to avoid the collapse of the nuclear equipment of the Gyuder Hanyuan, Ming-Eng, you will be the special training for Tanjiro from today. If you teach it, you will be rewarded. As he said that, Butterfly stood on tiptoe and kissed the girl from the Gyuder Han Muslim. "This is a deposit, come on. By the way, what was the thing you fed Nezuko?" Butterfly Nin is still very interested in the bean that can make Nezuko's huge changes. Xiandu. The Butterfly Man talked about the role of fairy beans. The Butterfly Man was shocked, and the silence of the Gyuder Hoga was rushing. Butterfly Ninja was about to ask, "Where is this thing planted?" The Gyuder Hanta clan collapsed. "Don't think about it. There is no vegetation in this world that can produce fairy beans, only I have fairy beans. Give it, you can take this half to study. I'll give you another pill." Seeing the immortal beans with 1.5 grains of uranium, the butterfly happily hugged the river and scratched the hemorrhoids. "Ming-Eng, I'll go back to study the Senbian first, and Tanjiro will leave it to you. I'll share it with you when I find the results." After saying that, Butterfly Nerve jumped and flew towards Butterfly House. The thing about the siege of the Gyuders is that even the Bulma in the Dragon Ball world cannot be studied, and it would be strange if you can study it. "Follow me, I'll take you to get a knife first. By the way, I made the demon-killing team uniform." Hidden. Gyuder shouted in his arms. 3 seconds later, a hidden person appeared in the silence. "What are the instructions for Gojian playing?" "Tao Tanjiro to the knife village. By the way, call Masao Maeda and ask him to sew a set of ghost-killing uniforms for Tanjiro." "No problem, I'll play with you V-sweep mission." As he said that, the Hito took out a black cloth to cover Tanjiro's eyes, stuffed his ears into his ears, and stuffed his nose into his nose. Then Tanjiro took his back and ran towards the Daejeon village quickly. As for the plaque said that he would take Meili to the Daejeong village. "I haven't taken a hot spring bath with Meili. I don't know whether it is true or false if those women with big breasts in the anime will float up when they take a hot spring bath. Today I happened to take Meili to experiment. Soak in the hot spring." "Okay, brother Ming-Eng, let's go." Soon, the silly talked about the scattered fried rice while Tanjiro was still reciprocating between different hidden secrets. After all, Tanjiro doesn't have the treatment of the priest yet, and he can only be considered a stepson, so he doesn't deserve to know where the Daejeong village is. Come to the village chief Tai Zhen's house, and the sirens were in a hurry. Find a house to live temporarily to train future Sun Poles, and at the same time create a knife for Tanjiro. This is easy to say. 4 houses, there are many more in the Daejeong village. As for the Sun Wheel knife, do you know what appearance requirements are for Gyuder Heron? It's just about the normal size, but I hope you will be forged by the village chief. Me? Tai Zhen was confused. If it is just an ordinary knife, it is enough for an ordinary knife maker to forge it, there is no need to let yourself go. That's right, because the owner of this knife is the successor of Rizzi Breath. Sun's Breath. Tai Zhen knew very well the value of these 4 words, which was the legendary breathing method. I didn't expect that I could hear these 4 words in my lifetime. If this person can use the Sun Wheel knife he forged, it will be a great honor for him. No problem, just leave it to me. I will definitely forge a Sun Wind sword worthy of the Sun's Breath. By the way, village chief, how much weight-bearing equipment has been made. Rizee's breathing is very harsh on the strength of the body. If you want to increase Tanjiro's physical strength in a short period of time, it is not enough to not be stressed. Some small sizes have been forged and can be used now. Then you can get me a set for the small size first. No problem. Then, under the leadership of the village chief, Gyuder spent a relatively quiet villa to live with Meili for the past 10 days and half a month. Now I just wait for Hito to bring Tanjiro to the Daejeong village. On the way to the Daejeon village, Masao Maeda, who was sewn in the ghost-killing uniform, was full of doubts at this moment. Why did Gukatsu Yakuto let himself sew a team uniform for Tanjiro? Could it be that my superb skills have been passed down to the simplified Chinese Academy of Sciences? As soon as I thought of this, Maeda Masato the husband couldn't help but began to fantasize about his appearance of suffocating others. After coming to the Daejeong village, Maeda Masato saw Gyuder Hai and the Meili of Ganlu temple beside him from afar. It looks familiar, where have you seen that beautiful beauty? The hair color is a bit familiar. What's the name of Meili? It seems that her team uniform was sewn by herself, but why don't she wear it now? When Kata Hai, who was waiting for Tanjiro at the door, saw Masao Maeda wearing glasses, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Meili, did you sew the clothes for you in the first place? Well, brother Ming-Eng is him. You go back first, and help you clean up him for your husband. Hidden came to Kata with Tanjiro on his back and was comparable to Egypt. There has been brought here by Kairi Katajiro. Well, your mission has been completed and you can leave. After putting down Tanjiro, the Hitomi left the Daejeon village. Katahara covered Tanjiro's eye mask, ear plugs, and nose stuffing, and removed it. At this moment, Tanjiro's face looked a little strange because he couldn't smell the smell emitted by the hot spring of Daejeong village. Brother Ming-Eng, is this Daejeong village? What does it smell? It smells so bad. The smell emitted by the hot spring that can heal. You can't use this either, I have something better. The time is limited. I plan to take you to kill the 12 ghost month in 10 days, but because your strength is limited, under normal circumstances, I will definitely not be able to kill the 12 ghost month, so I decided to train you in devil. All concentration is achieved within 10 days and the regular ones. Ah! Tanjiro was shocked. What about playing? You have been summed up for 10 days. Are you always there? Do you think I'm Superman? Now I can only support my breathing for 10 days at most. Brother Ming-Eng, can I really do it? If you don't force it, you will never know how much potential you have. Tanjiro, as long as you put in 200 times the effort of an ordinary person. More than 10 days are enough. Damn it! Tanjiro was confused. 200 times the effort of ordinary people? Use it for 200 days a day? 10 days are 2000 days, nearly 5.5 years. This is indeed more than enough. But can anyone really practice 200 times as hard as an ordinary person? Chapter 30 Tanjiro who works 200 times the effort, class. Brother Ming-Eng, will the 200 times of effort be exaggerated? Exaggeration? This is not an exaggeration at all. I have seen it with my own eyes. Tanjiro, who has a magical nose, can smell whether the other party is telling a lie. When Tanjiro smelled the slightest, the people were so irritated. Are there such awesome humans? At the same time, Tanjiro was also full of energy. Since what Akyong said was true, then he must be able to do it too. Okay. Brother Ming-Eng, from now on, I have put in 200 times my efforts to practice. Masao Maeda, who was listening to the two bragging, had a question mark in his head. One dares to say it, and the other dares to believe it. Very good. Put on the things in it, and from now on, you are not allowed to take off no matter what you do. The weight-bearing suit in Kyutahara handed to Tanjiro. Tanjiro held the bag with a weight-bearing suit, but the... Have you clutched? Hold it tight. Tanjiro replied subconsciously. Since that's the case, I'll let go. Tanjiro nodded, just loosen it, there is no need to be so solemn, right? However, when Kata Welding looked for Huang to incite, Tanjiro realized something was wrong. The things in your hand are super heavy. Tanjiro quickly stretched out his other hand to hold the bottom of the bag and held it in his arms. The huge weight made Tanjiro bend down and arch his legs and stick his butt to transfer the weight of the bag to his thighs. Then transfer it downwards little by little and place it on the ground. Not sure what was inside, Tanjiro dared not let go and throw it on the ground. What if it is broken? A minute later, Tanjiro, who finally placed his weight-bearing equipment firmly on the ground, stood up straight and breathed out. Hi! Brother Ming-Eng, what's this? Why is it so heavy? Can you really put it on your body? Weight-bearing equipment is worn on the body for weight-bearing and physical exercise. Tanjiro took off the bag and saw the iron ring and armor inside. This is weight-bearing equipment. Isn't the sand contained in the load-bearing equipment? How did it become pure iron? It seems that Tanjiro's hesitation was seen, and the cuter nuclear file collapsed. Tanjiro, 200 years of hard work. Hearing this, Tanjiro was once again full of energy. In order to become stronger, to turn my sister back into a human, and to kill Ghost Wu Wu, I fought hard. Tanjiro put down the box containing Nezuko on his back. Start wearing weight-bearing equipment one by one. After she was fully penetrated, Tanjiro felt that he had difficulty breathing. My god, is this a 200-fold effort? Masao Maeda shook his head in his heart when he saw Tanjiro, who was so tired. If I had to work twice as hard as I could, I would just kill me and count the ball. Masao Maeda, I'll give you a task, said Mr. Gyuderkan. Masao Maeda stood upright in an instant and said, please also want to be defeated. Urgent Tanjiro to run around the knife village for 5 hours. Don't take off the weight-bearing equipment during this period, but if you feel that Tanjiro can't run anymore, you can run with him on your back. Just walk Tanjiro around the knife village within 5 hours. If I find that you use external forces or do not let Tanjiro circle the Daejeong village within the specified time, you will be in great trouble. As he said that, the Gyuder rammed the orphans and frozen phoenix was used to shock Masao Maeda. Masao Maeda suddenly shivered, and nodded repeatedly in sweat and said, please ensure that the task is completed. The Kyutain lifted the box, patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said, Tanjiro, you can start, I will take care of you first. Come on. Run. Take Nezuko back to the room. Meili looked at the Gyuder he planting machinery and Nanhuayu's tour. Why is Brother Ming-Eng so angry? It's Nezuko inside. It soon became normal. Is this Nezuko? Looking at Nezuko, who had grown a lot bigger and had a lot more intelligent and clear eyes, Meili was a little surprised. I fed her half a piece of fairy bean and became much smarter. Nezuko is Miri from Ganluyi. You can play with Miri at home first, and I'll urge Tanjiro to exercise. Nezuko nodded. Nezuko still liked the big-breasted woman in front of her, and she looked very kind. Miri, I'll leave Nezuko to you, I'll leave first. Don't worry, Brother Ming-Eng, I will definitely take good care of Nezuko. Meili swears. On the small path outside the Daejeon village, Tanjiro dragged his tired body and took difficult steps, running forward step by step. The sweat shed completely wet the clothes, and the whole person was like fishing out of the water. By his side, Masao Maeda kept cheering Tanjiro up, cheering him up, and instilling all kinds of chicken soup. Time passed quickly, and Tanjiro didn't even run away 1/5 of it. He was already tired and almost fainted many times. Seeing that less than 1/5 of his run, Tanjiro was about to faint. He quickly put one of Tanjiro's arms on his shoulders, and with the other hand, he held Tanjiro's waist to help Tanjiro continue to move forward. After walking another kilometer, Masao Maeda, who was dragging Tanjiro, was sweating profusely. Masao Maeda looked at Tanjiro whom he was dragging and found that he had fallen asleep in tears at some point. Damn, why do I say I'm getting tired more and more? Masao Maeda reached out and patted Tanjiro on the cheek and said, Tanjiro, wake up. Breathe. Use breathing method. Just use the breathing method you have learned. Tanjiro opened his eyes hard, recalling the joy of the fire god that his father danced. Tanjiro, remember to breathe. This is what my father never forgets to say to himself after he danced for 1 day and 1 night. Breathe hard, as long as you keep breathing, you won't feel tired. Tanjiro has been using Hinaki breathing, but now he can't do it. But I can use Sun's breathing intermittently, and when I can't stand it, I can take a Sun's breathing. Restore physical strength and refresh your spirits. Suction. Hi. Tanjiro used Reno's breathing to recover his strength, and walked step by step with Masao Maeda step by step along the periphery of Daimiya village. Another hour later, the two finally left nearly 3 out of 10. Take out a celestial bean from the crab and divide it into 10 parts. Open your mouth. Tanjiro opened his mouth weakly. One of the portions of the Kyudorawa was thrown into Tanjiro's mouth. Tanjiro swallowed it in one mouthful. Although his spirit and body had not fully recovered, he had at least the strength to run. Run! Let him go and let him run by himself. Masao Maeda let go of Tanjiro, and Tanjiro began to accelerate little by little and ran forward. Seeing Masao Maeda stayed motionless, the Gyuder Han Shao Badger was defeated. What are you still standing there? Chase me! Masao Maeda was shocked and ran away to chase Tanjiro. Chapter 31 200 times the effort Tanjiro, Part 2. During this period, when Gyuderd was halfway through, he fed Tanjiro again. It is still 1/10 of the fairy bean. 5 hours later, Tanjiro and Maeda Masao finally ran around the knife village completely and returned to the door of the villa. At this time, the sun had already set and it was already late at night. Nezuko saw that her brother Tanjiro had never come back, so she waited at the door with Miri. When he saw Tanjiro, with his back hunched, like an old man who was about to walk, he was rude and looked like he would fall at any time, so he hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Oh Nezuko! The tired Tanjiro forced a smile. Then he said to Masao Maeda who was standing beside him. I'm sorry, I couldn't run into 5 hours and implicate you. I will tell Brother Ming-Eng and ask him to add the punishment to me. Although Masao Maeda is not as tired as Tanjiro, he was on the verge of being fed to Tanjiro along the way and helped Tanjiro from time to time. Seeing that Tanjiro was about to die of exhaustion and was still thinking about himself, Masao Maeda shook his head. No need, if you fail the mission, you will be punished. What's more, Masao Maeda didn't think that Tanjiro could run for 5 hours when he was wearing so many iron pieces. It is already thankful to be able to run alone, rather than letting yourself carry it back. I don't believe it anymore. Guaren will punish us when we see that we are so tired. Gyuder Hiyoyoshi was afraid that Visang would feed Tanjiro 3/10 of immortal beans to restore physical strength and not affect tomorrow's special training. Then he said to Masao Maeda, listen, my punishment for you is that you can't sleep tonight. You always look at Tanjiro and keep your breathing concentrated when you fall asleep. Once Tanjiro stops concentration, you must wake him up and keep Tanjiro breathing in full concentration. Did you hear it? Masao Maeda nodded in surprise. He thought that he was so stupid that he didn't expect that he would just not sleep all night, which was not simple. Please ensure that the task is completed. Don't say it so well. If I find out that you didn't wake him up when Tanjiro forgot to breathe in full concentration, you would be in a state of pain. Okay, go into the house to have a meal, finish the meal, and go to bed. After saying that, Gu Tahahao walked towards the second floor with Meili and Nezuko. On the first floor is the rooms of Tanjiro and Maeda Masao. Back in the bedroom, Meili looked at Nezuko who followed Gyuder Hihuang back to the bedroom and couldn't help but ask. Brother Ming-Eng, are you going to be with Nezuko tonight? Where is the source of melon seeds? said. "What are you thinking? Don't do it tonight, just sleep." It's because Nezuko and Maida Masao were not safe in the same room. Miri is confused. Masao Maida's old sex is correct, but brother Ming-ang, you seem to be even worse. Go and take Nezuko to wash and sleep. The next day, the two of them put on their clothes and washed up, and walked downstairs. Tanjiro and Maida Masao were eating breakfasts sent by other ink with dark circles. After seeing a muttering unsightly greeting from her mouth, she continued to bury her head. Looking at the exhausted two people, Gyuder Crane knocked on the sedan chair and the neon frame. Suddenly, 3 hidden men appeared in Gyuder, so it was so comparable. "What's the problem with Guaren?" the husband said. "Go and take these 2 people away, take a shower with cold water, and then bring them back. Effect your order." Sanyan quickly took the 2 away, and in just 10 minutes, Tanjiro and Maida Masao returned to Gyuder with great energy. "Are you full for breakfast?" "Gyuder Hishifu." The 2 shook their heads. "Eat first, and continue to go to the lap after eating." Tanjiro and Maida ended their breakfast in a hurry, and the Gyuder River was burning. It's still 5 hours, running around the Daejeong village. If the time spent today is longer than yesterday, the punishment will not just make you stay up late. Run. As long as you can't run to death, run to death. Accelerate. 6 hours and 15 minutes later, Tanjiro and Maida returned to the villa again. "I was feeding Tanjiro the last 3/10 of the remaining fairy bean yesterday. The nuclear file of Gyuder is broken. 30 minutes to settle lunch, then take an hour off." An hour later, "Tanjiro, I'll accompany you to practice swordsmanship." "Masao Maida, I will give you 5 hours off now to rest. After 5 hours, I will appear in the courtyard on time." "Understand." Masao Maida and Tanjiro nodded repeatedly. "I didn't sleep all night, and I trained with Tanjiro yesterday and this morning." Masao Maida was so tired that he didn't even eat, so he went back to the house to sleep. An hour and a half later, Tanjiro came to the courtyard. The Gyuder River Yujing found that Zanpakura Yuluo appeared in his hand. The current strength of the Gyuder Kongchang cannot make Yuluo concrete, but because of the special nature of Yuluo, it is completely possible for Yuluo to control herself and fight against the enemy. The Zanpakura hovered in the air. "Miro, give Tanjiro the opposite side more strength. As long as you don't die, then just abuse it." Yuluo received the order and directly divided 2 swords. A handful of Au and a handful of little radish. The 2 black and white swords quickly attacked Tanjiro. "I was still immersed in why can it hover in the air, and why did Tanjiro, who became 2 swords, dodged and scratched his arm." Fortunately, Maru did not take any action, otherwise Tanjiro's arm would have been fragile. The Katar shook Tanjiro's lost heart and scolded. "Tanjiro, what are you doing? Be serious." After coming back to his senses, Tanjiro started dancing to block the sword, and at the same time he did not forget to breathe in the sun. 5 hours later, Tanjiro did not have a complete piece of skin on his body. He was covered in blood, but he was still holding the sun wheel knife and desperately blocking Yu and Xiaoluo's attack. The girl who had been cream-pied in the hot spring followed the red cheeks of Meili back to the courtyard. Seeing that the time was almost over, he took back Yuluo. "Open your mouth." Half a grain of fairy beans fell accurately into Tanjiro's mouth, who was slumped on the ground. After swallowing the fairy beans, all the wounds that Tanjiro's body were cut by Yuluo disappeared, and his energy and spirit also recovered a lot. After a jump, Tanjiro stood up and bluffed the scoundrel at the scoundrel. "Thank you, brother Ming-ang, I have the fairy beans you gave me last time, and I haven't used them. In the next few days, brother Ming-ang will use my 2 fairy beans first." Tanjiro saw that Gyuder had accelerated his growth rate and did not hesitate to consume a large amount of such precious immortal beans on himself. Tanjiro really felt guilty about it. Brother Ming-ang is not close to him, but he is so kind to him. Tanjiro didn't know what to use to repay the Qatar. I can only return the null beans that I had nulled before to the null sea. As for the rest, I can only repay them if I have the ability to repay them in the future. Good boy, not bad, with a conscience. Gyuder Hengyang 2 fairy beans. Masao Maeda in the house heard the movement in the courtyard, and quickly jumped off the bed, rolled and crawled to the courtyard. Guaren. Well, it's still punctual. Go, I'm still running around Daejiang village for 5 hours, and the time cannot be higher than this morning. If it's higher than in the morning, you can experience it yourself. 6 hours and 15 minutes later, Tanjiro and Maeda returned to the courtyard. It's still not 5 hours. Masao Maeda, keep staying up late. Masao Maeda nodded weakly. Accompany Tanjiro back to the room and observe Tanjiro's breathing. Once Tanjiro is not in full concentration breathing, Tanjiro will be woken up immediately. If you can't wake up, you can directly hit Mambo with an elbow. The elbow was in Tanjiro's lower abdomen without the iron armor on his chest. On the second day, Tanjiro covered his stomach and bent over toward the dining table. The scoundrel asked the scoundrel to tie the scar and said, I'll give you a task to find Taizan village chief of Daejiang village. Transfer the equipment he forged is here. Just say I want it. How much luck is there? Remember, you can only be lucky. We must not use tools such as carts. Let me see that there are other people who help you transport it, or you use a cart or something. Humph, I will let you taste what it means to be unable to survive and die. A chill came to my face, and Masao Maeda was instantly shocked and sweated coldly. I feel like my mind will fall to the ground in the next second. Masao Maeda nodded dully and ran out of the house quickly. An hour later, Masao Maeda walked into the courtyard with difficulty with a sack of barbell pieces. After being placed in the yard, I left the yard because there was still nearly a ton of equipment not fully moved. The concrete edge of Gyuder may be injured and damaged. Go and find a 20 kg piece of squat in your arms and stance. Tanjiro did not hesitate at all and found a barbell piece with 20 kg in the sack and held it in his arms. Squatting in the courtyard. This is how to go back and forth, run, practice swordsmanship, squat and stance, and help concentrate when sleeping. Chapter 32 Tanjiro's new hibiscus knife. 15 days later, Tanjiro finally reached the state of full concentration and concentration. Strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Masao Maeda also lost hope for life and was unpopular. In front of the husband, Gutahaha said, Your mission is completed. You don't have to stay here from now on. At the same time, the fishy geisha appeared quietly. He planted an illusion for Masao Maeda. Every time after Tien Zhenfu fell asleep, Asao always appeared in his dream to mate with him. Masao Maeda, who didn't know that he had been planted with illusions, heard that his mission had been completed and he didn't have to stay here. An extremely bright smile appeared on his face, and tears filled his eyes. Finally liberated. Thank you, I'm lucky to see you. No, it's better not to see each other again in your life. After saying that, Masao Maeda fled here desperately without looking back. Papa. Brown letter neon frame. 2 hidden men appeared in the yard. What are the instructions for Guaren? Call more people and move all the cultivation equipment in the yard to the butterfly house. Looking at least 1 ton of various equipment in the courtyard, the 2 yins called people without any hesitation. Then nearly 30 people hid in the courtyard using carts to carry the equipment in the courtyard. Just as the village head of Gaba village, Taizhen, asked Tanjiro whether the forging of Tanjiro's ripples, Taizhen and his men came to the courtyard. When he saw Taizhen seeing the hidden person being transported, he said, Haha, Guaren, it seems I'm here in time. Living up to expectations, the Sunwheel sword has finally been forged. As he said that, Taizhen took the wooden box containing the Sunwheel knife from the guard beside him. Looking at Tanjiro, who was wearing an earring, asked, Is my friend the successor of Hiroyuki breathing, Tanjiro, the sauceman? Tanjiro nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. The only one, the new ridge knife has finally arrived. When the previous rim sword was fighting against Yuluo, several digs had already been broken. Basically it cannot be used. Village Chief, come in and chat. Gyuder nuclear file feed. Please. Tai Shen's guard stayed outside the door, following the Gyuder Han Dian's fear of the Wei Shao and sniffing the Yishui River. Miri and Nezuko also surrounded them curiously. 4 people and 1 ghost sat together around the round table. Tizen placed the wooden box on the table and pushed the wooden board away. The sunwheel knife with the sun's hape knife inside was exposed. Tanjiro excitedly stretched out his hands and picked it up. Hold the handle of the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Pull out the sunwheel knife and hold it in your hand. Putting down the scabbard, Tanjiro held the handle of the Hirohara knife with both hands, and used all his strength to the Hirohara knife's blade, and suddenly the Hirohara knife's blade appeared in a fiery red color. Red. It's red. It's actually red. Although the Hiroshideo was only popular for 1 or 2 seconds because of Tanjiro's limited strength, the village chief Tetsujin still cheered happily. Standing on the chair, pressing his hands on Tanjiro's shoulders and said, "Sir, Ghost Hunter, please use this sunwheel sword in your hand to kill the evil ghosts in the world. Please." Tizen bowed deeply to Tanjiro. The sudden respect made Tanjiro feel helpless. He quickly put down the sunwheel knife and said to Tizen, "Old sir, get up quickly. It is my duty to kill all evil ghosts in the world, so you must not do this." As he said that, Tanjiro returned a gift to Tetsujin. Bowed to Tizen. "No, no, no, Lord Ghost Hunter, I feel honored that the sunwheel knife that was forged under the lower is used by you. Please accept my worship." Tizen bowed again. Tanjiro quickly helped Tizen up and bowed back to the gift. "After you bow, I will bow." Bowing around, with a bang, there was a collision between the 2 sides' heads. "Hiss," the 2 said in unison. Then he looked at the other person and laughed. After Tizen left, the Storm Han Tuyi took Tanjiro back to the butterfly house first. Nezuko sat in the box behind Tanjiro. Gyuder Hao Yohuanji took Tanjiro to hunt down the 12 ghost months tomorrow. Chapter 33 Return to Butterfly House. Butterfly House. Aoi Kamisaki and Chineu, when they saw the slogan, they called the slogan. Everyone went out to greet them. "Brother Mingeng, Sister Meili welcomes you back." Gyuder Hefei. "Xiao Aoi, Chineu, long time no see, come and hug one." "Brother Mingeng, so many people are here." Aoi Kamisaki blushed. A little upset. Konoha didn't hesitate, so he carried it directly. Kata Welding touched Konoha's hair and hugged the twisted Aoi Kanzaki. "What are you hesitating? If you hesitate, there will be no place," Gyuder said with a blow to Pai Jinxi's cheek. Aoi Kamisaki shyly buried her head in the. After a while, the 3 little ones also ran out of the house and shouted, "I want to hug you too. I want Brother Mingeng to hug you too. Brother Mingeng, hug." Gyuder and Chineu kissed their cheeks gently and said softly, "Xiaoqing and the others are still waiting." Aoi Kamisaki and Chineu nodded slightly and let go of the skeleton. The 3 little ones jumped and wanted to be judged by Xiao Cheng, holding Xiao Nao with his right arm. Ask Chineu. "Kana, where is Xianan?" "Sister is still studying the fairy bean you gave her in the lab. Every day she spends a long time studying the sage beans." Chineu's tone was filled with a hint of complaining. "So, take me to see. By the way, Xiao Aoi, arrange your accommodation in Tanjiro." Gyuder Meili, Chineu, and 3 little 6 people came to the door of Butterfly Ninja's laboratory. Knocking at the door, the sound of Butterfly Ninja comes from inside the house. Enter. Entering the laboratory, Butterfly Nin was using a microscope to observe some tissues of the fairy beans on the pick. There are various books on herbs on the laboratory bench. Butterfly Ninja looked at the door and thought she was here to deliver food. When I saw that it was Gyuder who was playing with the spirit and poking the body. Follow I ran quickly to the sea of Gyuder and was about to jump to the sea of Gyuder and jumped to the sea of Gyuder and the. But when he saw the three little ones in the box and coffin, he gave up this idea. Just gently hugged the skeleton. Ming-Ang, you are back. Yeah, I'm back. Why, are you having problems with the experiment? Butterfly held her tightly and was stunned. After her observation, she found that the so-called fairy beans are basically no different from ordinary broad beans. It can even be said to be exactly the same. But it has special functions that ordinary broad beans do not have. Butterfly Ninja tried to figure out why this is, but she has gained nothing to this day. In addition to having more knowledge about ordinary broad beans in my mind. Stop studying this, it's meaningless. There are some things that are beyond your understanding. Sorry, I disappointed you. I was unable to find out the mystery of fairy beans. Butterfly Ninja said quietly. Why are you sorry for me? Don't put such pressure on yourself. Wait for me to come back in a few days and I will give you a blue spider flower for you to study. Blue-red shore flower. Butterfly said in confusion. Obviously, Butterfly Ninja doesn't know what the blue shore flower is. Afterwards, the Gyuder Hio Oyster Butterfly Ninja briefly told the story about the blue spider flower. After hearing this, Butterfly Ninja said in surprise. Ming-Ang, can you really get the blue-red spider flower? It should be possible, but you can only know the specific situation if you get it there. Okay, it's already noon. Get some cleaning up and go to have a meal first. Yes. Butterfly nodded and let go of Gyuder High to sort out his test bench. By the way, pack all the debris cut from the fairy beans. Inside Butterfly House restaurant. While everyone was there, the nuclear equipment of the Gyuders collapsed. Miri, Xiaonan, Tanjiro has reached the level of full concentration and Qianzhong, so I plan to take Tanjiro to hunt the ghost of the 12 ghosts, the Moonlight Stern. As a result, you will complete your agreement with Xiren. I will be back in about 10 days, so I won't take you there. You are practicing seriously in the Butterfly House with the equipment sent by Hidden. After you have the strength to kill the Winding Ghost, I will take you to hunt the Winding Ghost. Does anyone have any questions? The girls shook their heads and obeyed the old sheaths. At night, Butterfly Ninja sat in her room, looking at the night sky outside the house. Since the last time I was consumed by the Gyuder in a hot spring, I have been thinking about the Gyuder and the travels of the Gyuder. She thought that the Gyuders were in charge of the attack on the slaughter of 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 the. But I didn't expect that I had been leaving for half a month and had never come back. I finally came back, but I only stayed for one night. I will leave tomorrow, this time I will leave myself for 10 days. Big villain Gyuder High. After eating a clean mouth, I forgot myself. Butterfly sighed depressedly. Just as he was about to pull down the curtains and go to bed, he suddenly felt a familiar atmosphere outside the window. Ming-Ang. Butterfly Nin looked out the window excitedly. I found that the skeleton was thrown away by the vinegar. Butterfly Ninja quickly opened the window and let the Gyuder mountain come. When I saw the squid, I knew that the squid was so stupid that I could not help but feel free to say that the squid was so stupid. But he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why are you here?" The Butterfly Ninja fell on the bed and said to the Butterfly Ninja's cheek, "What do you think?" Mealy Butterfly said shyly. "I'll call her here too." Don't. Butterfly Ninja shook her head. Chapter 34 Ghost House Xiang Kai. The next day. The butterfly held back and gently placed it aside, kissed it on the forehead, and left the room. Come downstairs. Chineu just got up. Looking at the Kata Hai Kangahu who was coming down from the upstairs, he frowned and rubbed his eyes slightly. I thought I had read it wrong. Good morning, Channa. Gyuder Hao was holding Wei Fu in her arms. I read that right, it's Brother Ming-Ang. Brother Ming-Ang, why did you get down from the upstairs? Chineu asked in confusion. Do you want to know? Asked Kanahu's cheek. Chineu nodded. Gyutar Heshi's marriage was removed from his marriage times Su to dismiss Wei Zhou. Chineu's face was flushed and she had difficulty breathing. This. Brother Mingeng, what does this feel like? Now Chineu only feels his heartbeat accelerated and his whole body is hot and uneasy. This is called love, remember this feeling. Stop when I come back. Bye. In the living room on the first floor of the Gyutar Hoxim, Chineu stood there for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Gu Taha was talking about swallowing the food. At this moment, there was only Kanzaki Aoi in the restaurant. She was making breakfast for everyone in the butterfly house, but she looked a little absent-minded. The three little ones were playing with Nezuko in Nezuko's room, and Tanjiro got up early and went out for a run. Gu Tahao blows next to Jiao Jingxi, he asked. What's wrong with Xiaokui? She looks absent-minded. When I saw Gu Tahaha, I was frustrated and said. Brother Mingeng, am I useless? Gu Tahao took Kamisaki Ao's hand and found 2 chairs to sit down, asking. Xiao Kui, why do you think so? Aoi Kamisaki lowered her head and said. Because compared to the powerful strength, I can help Brother Mingeng kill ghosts, Sister Nin and Sister Miri, as a member of the demon killing team, I can't take up a knife to kill ghosts. The reason I can stay in Butterfly House is because Sister Nin took in with kindness. When I heard that Brother Mingeng was going out to kill ghosts, I really wanted to help Brother Mingeng, kill ghosts with Brother Mingeng, and kill the 12 ghost you, but I didn't have the courage to propose. I was too timid to face the evil ghosts. Brother Mingeng, what is the value of a swordsman who cannot kill ghosts? What is the function of it? The hair of Gyutar Hehan's Hikongji Nawis said. Xiao Kui, a person's value cannot be measured by how many people kill ghosts. If you can't kill ghosts, wouldn't it be enough if we don't become swordsmen? To me, Xiao Kui, your value is far greater than those swordsmen who kill countless ghosts. Because I don't have the food of Xiaokui and the hug of Xiaokui's love, I won't have the strength to hunt down evil ghosts. When I eat Xiao Kui's food, every slash I can swing and every evil ghost I kill is rewarded by Xiao Kui. Xiaokui, you have long become a part of me. I will kill the evil ghosts with Xiaokui's heart and Xiaokui's thoughts. So, Xiaokui, do you think you are still useless? Is it still a burden? Is it still valuable? Aoi Kanzaki shook her head with tears in her eyes. The Gyutar smiled happily, came to Kanzaki Aoi, lifted up the hair on her forehead, and kissed Kanzaki Aoi's forehead. Then he looked at Aoi Kamisaki's eyes and said. Xiao Kui, stop belittle yourself anymore. You are like Miri, Xiaonan, and Kanahu, and you are unique in my heart. If you want to learn Eng, I will teach you when I come back, okay? Aoi Kamisaki nodded happily and stepped forward to hug the skeleton. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, Aoi Kamisaki took the initiative to kiss Gyutar Haneo. After a simple kiss, Aoi Kamisaki went to prepare breakfast for everyone with satisfaction. After breakfast, Kata defended Tanjiro, who left the butterfly house with Nezuko's box on his back. Leaving the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team and rushing towards the foot of the mountain. The crow in the air of Gyutar Airlines waved and said, Li, mobilize the crow and help me find a villa hidden in the mountains and forests. In terms of specific location compared with Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, it is located in the south-south and east-west position, and there are farmlands nearby. By the way, there are 3 children in the village where Kenktian belongs, namely Ching, Genji and Takako. I'll notify me quickly once I find it. Since the only ghosts with the lower string that Tanjiro faced in the original work are the 3 ghosts of the lower string, the Ryukaku, the Ryukaku, the Ryukaku, and the one of the lower strings, the Nightmare Dream. Therefore, Gyutar hastily condemned the positions of these 3 ghosts among the 12 ghosts in the lower string of the moon. I can only attack these 3 ghosts first. It is best to look for it when you are tired and just go directly to the Spider Mountain in Nation. Next is Xiang Kai. Finally, it is nightmare, because nightmare appeared in Tokyo after the death of other ghosts in the lower string. Before Wuzan began laying off employees, where is the nightmare dream? As for why I looked for Zionkai first, of course, Zionkai was the weakest, and it was just right to become Tanjiro's whetstone. Brother Ming-eng, where are we going now? Tanjiro looked at the Kuda-he Shif who was walking aimlessly on the way down the mountain. Gyutar-he bandits file collapse? I don't know either, I'll know when Lee comes back. Let's go down the mountain first. When the headquarters of the Gyutar Hantunwei Shago Table Oxygen Killing Team came to the foot of the mountain, Lee also flew back. Finished. Come with me. It only takes half an hour to see the butterfly house. Lee found the ghost house within half an hour based on those broken clues. I have to say that the efficiency of the slaughter is very high. Tanjiro, you're leaving. Gyutar regrets Wei Shan secretly gives away. Then the two ran quickly and followed the beauty of the sky. 2 hours later, the two successfully arrived on a country road with fields on both sides. Looking at the surrounding scenery, I was unfamiliar with the help of the silence. It's here, there's nothing wrong. If nothing unexpected happens, Tanjiro met my wife, Simono, here, and they fought against the ghost house together. Lee, where is the ghost house? The Gyutar-he family is in a harmonious gown. Lee turned her head and pointed to the forest with dense vegetation and said, here. The Gyutar Han-tun was afraid that the Wei was arbitrarily walking towards the mountains and forests. 10 minutes after going deep into the mountains, a 2-story wooden villa came into view. Carbon treatment Lang stared at the villa in front of him and said, it smells of blood. Why are you still standing there? Enter the house. The Gyutar Han was afraid that Wei Shi was squinting and Radon Osprey. Zionkai grinned after sensing someone entering the villa. It seems that new food is coming. R2. Split it apart. Bang. Xiang Kai hit the transfer drum on his body. The Kuda-si, who was stepping into another house with Tanjiro, stopped. Since you have chosen to separate us, it's as you wish. I just don't know who you would choose. Tanjiro entered the room and the wooden door closed instantly. After reacting, Tanjiro quickly turned around and opened the door. As a result, the outside was no longer the corridor just now, but another room. A man covered in double-faced drums in the room. Ghost, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Chapter 35 Kill Zionkai. It seems that I chose Tanjiro. The wooden door in front of Katar Han knew that there was no one inside. Among the mother-in-law of Kuda, Tanjiro had already entered the room where Zionkai was. Tanjiro should be easy to deal with Zionkai now. No need to worry at all. After the battle is over, go in and give Gui Wu Wuzan the intensity. The Gyutars and Mian Pan were afraid that Wei Shan would walk to the room where Wei was. Change it. Bang. Inside the house, Xiang Kai beat the drum on his body, and the room began to rotate from bottom to top. The direction of gravity changed, and Tanjiro fell toward the roof. Before Tanjiro could adjust his center of gravity and stabilize, Zionkai continued to accelerate and beat the drum on his body. Bounce. Bang. Bang. Booming and jumping around. As Zionkai knocked faster and faster, the whole room was spinning like a drum washing machine. The clothes that need to be cleaned inside are Tanjiro. Tanjiro rolled back and forth in the house, rolling and impacting between the walls, ground, and ceiling. Boom bang 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 b. As Xiang Kai hits the chest and uses sharp claw marks to bulge on both sides, Tanjiro becomes more passive. This can't continue. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be hit by the sharp claws. Tanjiro slowed down his breath, held his breath and focused, quietly waiting for an opportunity to take action. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became solemn, and Kai no longer retained anything when he noticed something was wrong. Vampire technique Shangsu drum beats. Xiang Kai hit all the drums on his body at super high speed. The room rotated faster, and the claw-like waves emitted by the drum on the chest also increased from 3 to 5. But despite this, Xiang Kai still felt uneasy. The indoor temperature seems to have increased. It's now. Tanjiro opened his eyes suddenly and held the hibaro knife with both hands. The moment the toes hit the ground, quickly use the soles of your feet to exert force. Sun's breathing, cheese shape, Yang Huitu. Tanjiro started the ejection and stabbed Xiang Kai suddenly, creating a ring-shaped flame all over his body. Ding! Xiang Kai's head was stabbed directly by the Ruan knife. But just this way, you can't kill it. The breath of the sun, the shape of the one's hape dance. Tanjiro quickly slashed his sword, exerting force with his arms, and the Hiroshi sword slashed out from Xiang Kai's left head, surrounding Tanjiro, and slashed to the right side of Xiang Kai's neck. Coax. A round of flame slash cuts off Xiang Kai's neck. Tam. The wooden door was pushed open, and the silence came. He grabbed Xiang Kai's head with one hand and grabbed his hair and lifted it up. Ejected the blood collection device with one hand and went to Xiang Kai's body. Brother Ming-eng. Don't talk first. Tanjiro, who spoke in the guinea pig. He reached out and patted Xiang Kai's head, who was not completely dead, and said, "Hey hey hey! Call Ghost Wu, no misery. Please answer the phone with cowards and Giwuyuzan. We found the blue-red spider flower." The 5 words Blue Rich Side Flower were played by the Gyuder Nuclear Party, the role-playing ghost dance in the Tokyo Imperial Capital. In an instant, his eyes changed into ghost pupils, his face showed a hideous smile, and his eyes were full of excitement. Switch the perspective to Xiang Kai's side. Before she could ask Xiang Kai where this was, Gui Wei Wuzan heard a message from behind. Damn it, it's really connected. Hey, are you the boss of Gui Wuzan? Gui Wei Wuzan was about to get angry and asked Xiang Kai to kill the person behind him, but found that his connection with Xiang Kai was getting weaker and weaker. Damn, have you been killed? Gyuder Hang Gui Wuzan had already answered the phone, so he reached out and patted Xiang Kai's face and said, "Ghost Wei, look in front of you. Did you recognize who this is?" Gui Wu switched to Xiang Kai's perspective, which naturally had the same feelings as Xiang Kai. Now the man behind him slapped Kai in the face, which was slapping himself in the face. Gui Wei is extremely angry, but he can't do anything about it. After all, Xiang Kai is dead, and now it's daytime again, the evil ghost can't get there. Gui Wu looked at Tanjiro. Then his face was stunned and his heart stopped. The figure of the man buried in his heart for hundreds of years quietly appeared in front of him. "You're scared of boss, are you afraid? Are you pale now like a dead person?" Hehe, this is the new successor of the sun's breathing of the demon killing team. If you know the truth, just stand in the middle of the road with your head in your arms and let the sun burn you to death. Otherwise, this successor of the sun's breathing will kill you into your infinity city and chop you into meat sauce. It makes you unable to even self-destruct. Little brother, are you sweating profusely? He. When the nuclear accused K has turned into ashes and died completely. Gui Wei Wuzan was forced to hang up the phone. Brother Ming-eng, wouldn't it be bad for us to be so blatant? What if Gui Wuzan really hides in Infinity City? Tanjiro asked in confusion. Hide in Infinite City? Just you. Don't be stupid. Although Gui Wuyan is timid, he will not be timid enough to meet a successor of Sun's breathing that has not even reached the strength of the ghost. He will hide in Infinite City and never come out. After Gui Wu calm down, he will send the stringed ghost to kill you in the cradle. So, try hard to become stronger, boy. In a room full of experimental equipment in a luxurious villa in the Tokyo Imperial Capital. Gui Wui, his forehead was pale and covered in cold sweat. He supported his hands on the laboratory bench in front of him, gasping heavily, and was extremely frightened. My body began to tremble unconsciously. The scars on my body that have not felt anything for hundreds of years also began to sting. Boss Sham is sweating profusely now. Asshole! Gui Wuzhen pushed all the instruments on the experimental bench in front of him and knocked them away. Carry out desktop cleaning. Impossible, you are not that person. You can't become that person either. Drunk a waste who is not even the lower string ghost, think you can threaten me. Sun's breath? Humph. It depends on who is using it. Kihidharma, once again, Rizi Breathe appears, find him and kill him. In a room in Infinite City, Haihamu opened his eyes. The vitality is really tenacious. Can you not extinct in the world? Breath of the sun. Meow. Cha Chawan appeared outside the ghost house, and the blood of the original ghost, Xiaxin, Lu, Xiangkai, drawn by Gyutarhang, was placed in Cha Chawan's backpack. Cha Chawan, don't leave now, there is still a tube of blood. As he said that, Gyutar was afraid that the guards would be injured and the room was broken. Get into the house and call Nezuko out. Tanjiro entered the room and called Nezuko out of the box. He watched Gyutarika's blood collection device inserted into Nezuko's arm and asked in confusion. Brother Mingeng, why are you collecting the blood of ghosts and Nezuko? Make a human-changing medicine. The medicine to turn into a human. Tanjiro was shocked and asked in disbelief. Is it the human-changing medicine I understand? It's the one you understand, the medicine that turns ghosts into humans. The ant said. So good, go back, Nezuko. Nezuko nodded and returned to the box. Don't be so excited. Didn't I tell you before? Nezuko will be able to become a human in the future, and the way she becomes a human being is to become a human medicine. The two left the ghost house again, and the Gyutar called the special mark of the coffin. Said to Cha Chawan. Cha Chawan, when you go back, remember to tell Zhu Shi that the blood in this tube of blood is that you broke free from Gui Wu's constraints alone, and you have human nature. You have never eaten the blood of human ghosts. It is very important, and you must take it seriously and study it carefully. And that's right, I'll go back in a few days. Wash yourself and wait for me. Cha Chawan nodded. Meow. Cha Chawan disappeared. Although Cha Chawan is not a ghost now, it is more spiritual than most creatures. It has an IQ comparable to a crow. It is still possible to simply pass a message. Chapter 36, Nation Spider Mountain. On the way to the ghost home, Tanjiro came from Kuta to the research object needed to develop human-transformed medicine. The blood of the 12 ghost moons. Brother Mingeng, where are the 12 ghost months? Let's go and kill the 12 ghost months. The only ghost of the lower string that I know now is the lower string that is tired in the spider mountain in the field. Where is the stringed ghost? Tanjiro asked. I know 2 ghosts in the string, but do you have the strength? Gyutar Himenzi has no beard and is afraid that Wei is stupid. Just with your half-baked strength now, any ghost with a string can beat you out. Tanjiro smiled awkwardly. I was a little excited just now. Let's go to Spider Mountain in that field. Li, lead the way. When the Gyutar Han Tun was in the Spider Mountain in Weishan Bonnet the news that the two killed the Hakashixian Lu and Xiangkai was soon returned to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. The headquarters of the Demon Killing team, in the courtyard of Shakia. Yoya Shakia listened to the description of the crow, smiled and said. The goal is clear, and you can find evil ghosts through the crow. I just left the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team for half a day and killed the land of the Xiaxian. It seems like everything is in his control. Guaren is really unfathomable. On the way to the Spider Mountain in Nation, Gyutar he was afraid that the colorful horseshoe horses in Weishan were beaten to the point of being beaten to the pavilion. There should be only 5 ghosts in the mountains at present. There are the Spider Ghost Mother, the Spider Ghost Dad, the Spider Ghost Brother, the Spider Ghost Sister, and the strongest Spider Ghost Brother who is the best brother of the lower strings tired. Has all 5 of the family turned into ghosts? Tanjiro said sadly. You are so sad. These 5 people have no blood relationship. Mom, dad, brother, and sister are all tired and caught ordinary people, or other ghosts, and transformed them with their own ghost blood. For what this so-called family? After you get to the mountains, I will leave the 4 ghosts, mom, dad, brother, and sister, to me. You will be tired of killing me. Don't wave, you're fully equipped with fire power. You're much better than Xiang Kai's tiredness. After half a day of travel, the sun had set and the sky gradually dimmed. Gyuder Hantun is afraid of Wei Shaokang maple blows and stirs the 4 characterized fermented non. There is an ominous aura. Tanjiro said with a serious expression. Ominous? I think it's quite auspicious. The sun is setting, call Nezuko out too. Oh, Tanjiro put down the box. Nezuko walked out, returned to normal, pulling the Katahanyi neon frame. After a little sense, Gyuder Hanta determined the 5 ghosts in the mountains. Where are you tired? Just go find me, I'll take Nezuko to hunt other members. Tanjiro nodded, pulled out his hibiscus and ran quickly towards the direction where he was tired. There is a kata Tatsuo Tanjiro who doesn't have to worry about Nezuko's safety. Kin let go of the battle. The Gyudid was walking in another direction with Nezuko. He is going to kill the spider ghost brother with a human head and a spider body. As the spider webs around the sword are getting bigger and bigger. You can also smell the smell of blood and pungent odor from time to time. A sluggish sound came, a human with no hair on its head and spider body? It should be human. Climb out of the grass and looked at the man and ghost in front of him. After howling dumplings were given away, he asked in confusion. Do you speak? Hiss. The creature with a spider body in the human brain suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth and bit the skeleton. Chew. A hole of the Gyuder Hefei directly penetrates it. It seems that I can't speak, so I'll kill them all. Let's go, Nezuko, stop watching. Gyuder defended Nezuko to a pungent and stinky open space. Above the open space, a broken wooden house hung on a huge spider web, and 3 or 4 creatures with 3 or 4 limbs turned into spiders and only human heads were left. It's so smelly. The guy's welding core ankle was spicy. Even after Nezuko smelled the smell, she frowned and reached out to cover her mouth and nose. It's so bad, just fight quickly. The defender of the Kutayashi pulled out the gap-like hibiscus knife that Tanjiro used before. Hey! Hey! The moment the spider ghost brother shot out of his butt and fell from the broken wooden house. The weight of the uranium-brown benzene uranium was used to slash it. The light of a knife flashed, and the spider ghost brother's head still kept his face as he had lived and fell to the ground. There is nothing to say when you show up. After the spider ghost brother was cut off, the other human-headed spider heads were cut off, and he took Nezuko away from this stinky place. The tiredness of waiting for prey to come to the door several kilometers away was that he felt that his family and brother had been killed by someone, and he was angry. Dad, what are mom and sister doing? Why didn't you protect your brother? Tired, I was running towards the other family members on the spider silk running in the mountains and forests. The other 3 ghosts sensed fatigue through spider silk and ran towards them as they ran towards fatigue. The 4 ghosts soon met. Sister Spider asked. Where is brother? He was dead and was killed by the ghost hunter. Tai said angrily. My mother and sister were shocked and sweated in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say. The spider dad with the lowest IQ roared. Take revenge. No one can kill my family. When the 2 female ghosts heard this, they nodded repeatedly and said. Yes, take revenge. Avenge your son, brother. Seeing this, the anger of Thirsty was relieved a lot and said. You 3 are going to avenge your brother, and I will kill his companions. Killing a spider ghost brother will not make you feel tired, after all. Spider ghost brother is not strong. Moreover, in order to maintain the family bond in my heart, I was tired and did not take back my own body. Ghost blood. The 4 ghosts separated, parents rushed towards the direction of the Kyuden nuclear, and the younger brother rushed towards the direction of Tanjiro. Gyutar spent a few seconds looking forward and said, "Nezuko, 3 ghosts are here. Do you want to join the war?" Nezuko nodded, she also wanted to help brother Ming-Ang fight. "Okay, since that's the case, I'll deal with the strongest ghost dad and ghost mom, you'll deal with the ghost sister." The Gyutar nuclear incited Nezuko's hand, and Nezuko's body began to develop twice, entering semi-ghost transformation. Die. When I saw the spider-headed ghost father who was walking through the forest with his hands and feet, stretching out his claws and grabbing him with one claw. On his side, several headless ghosts with sharp weapons controlled by the spider ghost mother also rushed towards the skeleton. For these evil ghosts who have no appearance and no brain, the skeleton stamp is worth thousands of pieces. Those who die can't die again. Instantly, he came to the spider ghost who was hiding in a hidden place to control the headless ghost and was extremely frightened. He smiled and said, "Hello." Looking at the warm smile in front of him, the spider ghost mother who was already scared closed her eyes and said relieved, "Kill me. Please." On the other side. When the spider ghost sister saw the oncoming half-ghost Nezuko, she sprayed spider silk from her palm, trying to tie up Nezuko and make a cocoon. Slowly melt Nezuko in the cocoon. Nezuko easily avoided the spider silk and came to the panicked spider ghost sister, and kicked up. A kick shattered the spider ghost sister's ribs and smashed heavily at the giant tree behind her. Chapter 37 The lower string of the army, exhausted and killed. The spider ghost mother is obviously the youngest ghost among the 5 members of the family of 5 in Nation Spider Mountain, but she is regarded as her mother. "I am often beaten by the spider ghost dad because of doing something that does not suit my mother. I have always lived under the fear of the spider ghost dad and tiredness." She had already had enough of this kind of life. Now that someone can kill it, the spider ghost mom doesn't plan to resist. If you can be liberated after death, it is not impossible. Kill you. It's not impossible, but it's not now. Let's go, I'll take you to see how tired you die. As he said that, Gu Tahao took the hand of the spider ghost mother and walked towards Nezuko who was beating the spider ghost sister. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! We are all ghosts, why do you want to hit me? You have such strong strength and will definitely like it if you are tired. We can become family. Forever family. Oh, stop hitting." Nezuko showed no sign of stopping when it came to the spider ghost sister who kept begging for mercy. "Become your family? I don't care. To become a family member of brother Ming-Ang. Nezuko, stop and leave the next one to me." After hearing the voice of brother Ming-Ang coming from behind, Nezuko finally stopped. "Get up from the spider ghost sister." When the spider ghost mother saw such a cruel Nezuko, she couldn't help but send her forgiveness to the Gyutar Hanazuzi. "I don't want to be targeted by Nezuko." The spider ghost sister lying on the ground didn't care about her when she saw Gyutar Han waving zinc consortia. Suddenly he raised his palm and shot out spider silk. Excited. "Die." The spider silk that I thought I could instantly trap the coffin Yuhuang was cut into pieces in the moment of taking action. It fell on the ground like snow. The spider ghost sister was stunned in place in an instant. When she saw the Gyutar Hezi's stick seal, she was so proud that she would ask the sea to retreat and said, "Don't kill me. I can also be like my mother, yes, I can listen to you like my mother and her." Sister Spider pointed at the Gyutar hegemony and the desire to survive was full. "Everything I did was forced, I was tired and asked me to do it. I was forced to do it too. I just wanted to survive." The spider ghost sister was still quibbling, crying, looking pitiful. The spider ghost mother walked to the spider ghost sister and reached out to her head. The spider ghost sister endured her fear and looked like she was enjoying herself. Gyutar Welding touched the spider ghost sister's hair and said, "Oh, what a pity. You could have been decent. But you chose an indecent way to die. The spider ghost sister was stunned and a severe pain came from her waist. His body has been cut off with a knife. The slaughter and fat manipulator threw it away. Waving the sun wheel knife, the spider ghost sister's arm was cut off and her head was separated from her neck. Putting away the hibiscus knife, Kyutaro Tsumaki held Nezuko with his right hand, heading towards the direction where Tanjiro was fighting against him. Only 1 minute before and after, my own bond, my own home people, their own fathers and sisters are all dead. Only one mother is left, life and death are unknown. Tired and furious. Go to die. Vampire technique and rotate. Faced with the sudden fatigue and the cocoon made of vortex spider silk flying towards you, Tanjiro dared not entrust his tyrannical resistance. The breath of the sun, the shape of the sun, the fantasy sun rainbow. Looking at Tanjiro, who had been hit by his own blood ghost technique, he was tired and not at all happy. Because 3 of my family have died. Now he is going to kill the companions of the people in front of him and avenge his family. Sun breathing 3-shape tread sun mirror. A severe high temperature suddenly came from behind. The fatal danger came, and I quickly used my spider silk to cut off my head. The red mirror of the scorching sun slashed 2 times, slashing the tired neck, and the tired head fell down. Seeing this, Tanjiro exhaled and relaxed. Finally win. Tanjiro put away his rosary knife, thinking about where to go to find the tired body, turned around, and supported a spider web between his hands. On the ground, he looked at the shocked Tanjiro with a tired head and said fiercely, "Die!" Vampire technique cord a thread. The spider web shot out from his tired hands and shot towards Tanjiro. After coming back to his senses, Tanjiro quickly drew his sword and fought back. But it was still 1 step late. Just as the sun wheel knife was halfway through, the spider web had already arrived in front of him. "It's over," Tanjiro said with a wry smile in his heart. "But it doesn't matter, anyway, Nezuko already has someone to rely on." Ding! Death has not come. A sunwheel knife full of gaps appeared in front of him and smashed the spider web. "Brother Akyong," Tanjiro said excitedly. "Basic, don't worry. Gyuder he fi's feed." After crushing the spider web, Gyuder Han's pom-pom was said. "Why are you still standing there? Take a knife and finish the knife." Tanjiro quickly pulled out the Hiburo knife and came over his tired head. The breath of the sun, the shape of the second, Biloshan. Death comes again, tired and scared. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw the spider ghost mother who was with Nezuko. Tired and hurriedly shouted, "Mom, save me!" The spider ghost mother was indifferent and stood there watching her so-called son, her head being cut to ashes. "The lower strings of the army are tired, kill them." The spider ghost mother finally died when she saw that she was tired and sat on the ground excitedly. Smilingly said, "You demon, finally die." The tired body fell to the ground because of the exhausted death. After returning the hammer and the turtle, he came to the spider ghost mother. The spider ghost mother looked up at the Gyuder Hai and smiled. "Thank you. Kill me." The spider ghost mother closed her eyes. Gyuders consumes money and plating the trash. Yuluo, can it be purified? It should be possible, provided that she has no resistance. Ayu and Xiao Luo said in unison. The Zanpakara can send the mark on the head of the deceased soul to the place where the deceased should stay. Therefore, Gyuder Helong smashed the Emperor's Acai's tomb and the squadron of 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 the SQUA. After all, it doesn't hurt. The knife head of the spider ghost mother was stamped on the forehead, and a white light flashed. A transparent black red, ponytail little girl floated out of her spider ghost mother's body. She is the spider ghost mother. The little girl looked at her current appearance in surprise, and thanked her for saying, "Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang." Then his body became increasingly faded until it disappeared. "Did you go to heaven or hell?" After the soul left the body of the spider ghost mother began to dissipate. Nation spider, mountain spider, ghost dad, spider ghost mom, spider ghost brother, spider ghost sister, spider ghost brother, slay. Chapter 38, The Courtesan and the Fallen Girl. Meow. Cha-Cha Pills appeared again, and the tired blood of Gyotarhang was put into Cha-Cha Pill's backpack. Meow. Cha-Cha-wan disappeared again. Far away in the Tokyo imperial capital, Guiwuzan, who was staying up late to do experiments, realized that his favored person was exhausted and instantly became furious. Incarnate as a desktop cleaning master, smashed all the experimental equipment on the table to the ground. Who is it? Who did it? Guiwuzan, as the ancestor of ghosts, can connect to any perspective of ghosts that are not out of their control. At the same time, when the ghost is very close to him, Guiwuzan can still read the thoughts in the other party's mind, and even control the ghost's actions and communicate with the other party's heart. In order to avoid any ghosts betray him, Guiwuzan still curses him in the middle and lower levels. Any ghost who tells about his information will die suddenly, no matter whether it is near or far. In order to find the legendary blue-red shore flower, Guiwuzan also set some keywords for the ghosts, such as the blue-red shore flower, the family of the Yoshishi family, etc. Once a ghost hears the words blue rich boat, the ghost dance can directly connect to the other party's perspective. Old, no matter what distance. Just like last time at Ghost House. But the premise is that this ghost is not dead, and there are keywords. Obviously, the tiredness is not in line with it. So Guiwuzan didn't know who killed his beloved tired. Only furious. At the same time, I was also thinking about the existence of the ghost in the lower string. Since the establishment of the ghost of the lower string, there have been many ghost hunters killed. However, there is not one column. I thought their existence would weaken the combat effectiveness of the Demon Slayer team, but now it seems that it has become a stepping stone for the growth of the pillar-level combat effectiveness of the Demon Slayer team. Now that I am exhausted, it seems that there is no need for the ghost of the lower string to exist. As soon as he thought of this, Guiwuzan felt it was necessary to hold a meeting for the ghost of the lower string. My daughter. After killing Xiaxian's army, Gyuder regrets the guard's injury and the equipment is broken. Tanjiro, my special training for you is almost over here. Where you should go to train in the next place has nothing to do with me. Remember, it doesn't matter if you die or not, Nezuko cannot die. If you still want to become stronger, think more about what your father said to you. Your father Tanjiro is stronger than you think. Stripes, transparent to the world, these are the abilities that must be mastered by killing ghosts and Muzan. Protect yourself, goodbye. After saying that, Gyuder Hui blinked and flew towards Yoshihara Yukiwahawa Street. Let's go find the crying ghost fallen goddess to play. As the top brand of a well-known store in Hawaja, Duoji is still a young man. How can this be done? Fulanji uses blood ghost techniques to make guests fall into hallucinations, secrete dopamine, and entertain themselves, creating the illusion that they have done things. If there is a chicken, try the depth of the rooster. Yoshihara travels to Kiwahawa Street, and the day may not be very lively. But at night, it's very lively. The streets were crowded with people, and the lights were brightly lit. To some extent, it is even more lively than the nights in the Tokyo imperial capital. There is at least one door on the houses on both sides of the street, and the girl from the store is sitting inside for customers to choose from. The top cards in those shops, such as those who are proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and have beautiful appearances and graceful figures, are the opposite. In turn, choose the guests you like. The money needed to sleep with the courtesan for one night is about 14 million yen. Most people don't have the money to sleep with the courtesan. The guest of the Gyuder Hichi Demon Slayer team naturally has money, but he is not prepared to spend money. After all, it is illegal to spend money to get prostitution. It is not illegal to get a free job. I came to the door of a shop and looked at the 3 big words Kyakoya written on the door sign. It must be here, right? Gyuters drove his father and brother to see the fallen girl on the 2nd floor. The girls in the Kyoko house stood up to greet him. Handsome guy, come and have fun. Handsome guy, choose me, I'll live well. Handsome guy, choose me. I'm proficient in everything and can do any posture. Handsome guy, choose me, you can walk on water and dry roads. Facing the face of Gyuter Hyesiang Hun Huan, he looked very rich, compared with the handsome men in front of the screen. The girls naturally don't want to miss it. What if the other party feels that they are alive and redeem themselves? The commotion of the girls in the shop attracted the attention of the boss lady who had tried to use a fruit knife to kill the fallen girl alone. The boss's wife is currently confused about why the number of girls in the store has decreased a lot. But when he saw the silence of the Gyuter Hanteng temporarily suppressed these confusions in his heart. Such a guest who seems to have strong financial resources cannot be spared no matter what he said. If you can get into the eyes of the fern girl, that would be great. After all, the courtesan can only make money when moving, rather than putting it there as a decoration. I wonder which girl this guest fell in love with when he came to our Kyakoya. Do you have a courtesan named Fulvera Fernji? The madam was overjoyed when she heard that the auntie drank a fat bench and grabbed the title. Yes, although Fernji is just the courtesan of our Kyakoya, her reputation has been resounding throughout Yoshihara Yuko. Customer, please wait here, I'll call her here. However, if Faniji fails to fall in love with you, I can do nothing. I hope I won't make things difficult for me, an old woman. Of course, I understand the rules. Then the madam stretched out her hand to look at the skeleton of the skeleton without moving. The meaning is very obvious, pay. If you want to sleep with a courtesan, you need to order a courtesan 3 times in a row. The first time, the courtesan will observe your words and deeds from afar and not talk to you. The second time, the courtesan began to talk to you, deciding whether you were worthy of in-depth communication. If the courtesan thinks you are not worthy, then there will be no third time, and you don't want to sleep with the courtesan. If the courtesan thinks you are worthy, then there will be a third time and you will get the courtesan for 1 night. After 1 night, everything has to be started over. 3 times, a total of 14 million yen, and each time you have to pay 4.7 million yen. Although it is a bit expensive, when you really have the third time, the courtesan will hold the courtesan road. But the Gyuter Hashong's son who has made up his mind to have sex for free is declining. The aunt swayed the madam and hooked her hand, asking her to come to him. It is okay to give money, but be careful, after all, the money will not be revealed. The madam walked to Gyuter Heathi and looked down at her hand. Look at my eyes. The madam subconsciously looked up and saw the 3 guya sharinon. He was directly hit by the illusion. Then the madam laughed. You are so generous, guest, I'm going to call Faniji now. The madam came to the 2nd floor and pushed open the door of the room where Duji was. Fenji, the guest is here. A young and handsome guest must be in line with your taste. When the fallen girl heard this, she smiled. Oh, boss, since you have said you've spoken, I'm going to take a look and won't lose the face of Kyakoya. Immediately afterwards, he got up and walked out with the madam. Come to the corridor on the 2nd floor and look at the lobby on the 1st floor. Look. It's that guest, what do you think? The fallen girl didn't need the madam to point her finger, and she saw the skeleton of the skeleton in the hall at a glance. Unlike the guests around who were full of lust, the Gyuters were drought, and in a drought, Meng Ting's coat was so fierce that she was judged. Coupled with his handsome appearance and imposing momentum, it really stands out in the crowd of chickens, prostitutes. Extremely conspicuous. Chapter 39, True Capturing Zushi. The appearance of the courtesan Fernji caused a commotion among the clients of Kyakoya. The fern with various gold hairpins on his head was wearing a kimono. 1 person, 1 ghost, and 4 eyes meet. Unlike those ugly monsters, this man is very handsome. I really want to eat him. Duoji looked at Gyuder Hai on the first floor and was very satisfied. For the first time, I developed an appetite for a man. But I soon felt lost. Because Guiwen has issued a special order, he cannot kill those nobles or celebrities, otherwise it will attract the attention of the ghost-killing team or the country. It is not conducive to the development of ghost dance. The man in front of him can name his own name, obviously a rich man, and must be a nobleman or a celebrity. It is obviously the meat delivered to your mouth, but it cannot be eaten. It really makes the ghost feel itchy. No, I have to find a way to taste the taste of this man, even if I only have one bite. Just how to do it? Soon, Duoji's head, which was not very smart, flashed with a flash of inspiration. I already had an idea in my mind. It looks very good. Boss, please arrange it. I'll watch from a distance. Hearing that Fenji agreed to observe the Madame Gyuder Hai, he was very happy. Fenji, go there first, wait, I'll let him come up now. The madam left and quickly came to the first floor. Defend the Gyuder to a very spacious room. Inside the house, where is the distance between Gyuder Heki and Do? At this moment, the Doji was sitting behind the screen, observing the skeleton of the Gyuder. The road to the fallen jade in the Gyuder Heun King is right behind, but he didn't say much. In just 1 minute, the madam took the best girls in the Kyoko house to pose and sing and dance for the karaoke, perform her talents, or accompany the karaoke hankinal wine to taste delicious food. For these pretty girls, Gu Takan moved his hands and just admired the performances of the girls and asked the girls beside him to feed him fruits. 2 hours later, the full-fed slut smiled and said, "See you tomorrow, Miss Fern." Afterwards, more than half of the girls and the madam were sent off from Kyoko house. I have observed the screen behind the house for 2 hours. I am increasingly looking for a taste of the scattered vinegar. If it weren't for the custom of making an appointment with the 8 thieves, the fallen princess might have directly sent his silk to follow him and kept it in the granary. After leaving the Kyoko house, the Kyoko mansion was Asakusa. I haven't met Zhu Shi for more than half a month, and I don't know if Zhu Shi was obedient and washed himself in bed and waited for him. Above the sky, I saw the study room with lights on. It seems that Zhu Shi is taking notes in the study. The structure of the Gyuder Kanzei's eye who lived in Zhu Shi's family for a month is still very clear. The study room has windows, but this window is very small. Normal people cannot get over it. It was just that the crow could stand under the window with her body upright. Therefore, the balcony on the second floor was pushed open, the door from the balcony. Walking towards the study. The door of the study room of the Gyuder and the bottle. Just put the black tea on the table next to it. If you have nothing to do, go out. Zhu Shi did not look up, but was still taking notes seriously. I thought it was Yu Shilang who entered the study. Antarius, Nipu Lai now, knocked on the street and covered Zhu Shi's eyes with both hands. Before Gyuder could scream, Zhu Shi stood up. He said furiously, "Yu Shilang! What are you doing? Let go!" Gyuder instigated Zhu Shi, and Zhu Shi turned around angrily and wanted to open his mouth to scold him. But when he saw the anger on his face disappeared instantly, it turned into shock and joy. And quickly explained, "Ming Ang, I thought it was Yoshiro's child. It's okay, do you miss me?" Gyuder Hehan touched Zhu Shi's cheek with his finger. Zhu Shi nodded happily. The chair in front of Gyuder Hang Zhu Shi was pulled over and sat down, and held Zhu Shi in his arms and let him sit on his thighs. He buried his head in kissing Zhu Shi's pink lips. Zhu Shi also actively responded to Gyuder Hai, holding Gyuder Han and Bad Seals with both hands. Soon, the tongues were entangled. Yu Shiro, who was resting in the house, heard Zhu Shi's angry shout when he heard the direction of the study. He quickly got up and ran to the study, kneeling and crawling. "Mr. Zhu Shi! Mr. Zhu Shi! Are you okay?" With a bang, Yu Shilang quickly pushed open the door of the study and shouted anxiously, "Mr. Zhu Shi! Are you okay?" Bead. Looking at the sitting of the olive bulge of Gyuder Hang and Gyuder Hang's olive bulge, Yu Shilang was silent in an instant and silently exited the room. And carefully closed the door of the study. I was afraid of disturbing the two of them's private lives. After a long time, Gyuder he started to turn his head, Zushi's complexion flushed, and he took a deep breath. I almost suffocated myself to death just now. Seeing that it was almost done, Gyuder Hang Zushi picked it up and placed it on the table where Zushiji notes were just now. No. I can't be here, I still have to take notes here. Hearing this, Gutak picked up Zushi again. Then go back to the house. Zushi nodded in Gyuder. The next day, the holy lion of the Gyuders stole the sleeping Zushi's cheek. Get a good rest, I'll go out for breakfast and I'll be back soon. As a ghost, Zushi's body's recovery ability is naturally self-evident. It is far beyond the reach of a petite and weak woman like Butterfly Ninja. In addition, there has been no feeling in the world in a century. Therefore, last night, Gyuder Han's oval maple collapsed, one person and one ghost, and he did not sleep for a night. Until the sun rises eastward, Gyuder Han beats the world. Zushi was so tired that he lay on the bed and fell asleep. After breakfast, I won the prize. Holding Zushi on the bed, closed her eyes, and rested and slept with her. It was not until noon that Zushi woke up. The stroking the slut, the herd minister of the Han dynasty, blinked and called the slut of the slut. Woke up. Zushi nodded happily. Get up, I won't go anywhere today. I'll be here to accompany you and do experiments with you. Zushi's eyes were filled with love and kissed the skeleton of the Gyuder. After a brief period of warmth, the two left the room. Zushi came to the bathroom to clean his body, put on new clothes, and entered the laboratory with Gu Tak He Huang. Chapter 40 Storytelling. In the laboratory, Zushi was conducting experiments seriously, Gyuder dry dragons and dragons. Anyway, there is nothing to do, so it is also a kind of viewing to accompany Zushi here to do experiments. Beautiful ornamental. The beauty of a beauty. Moreover, the Gyuder River is fierce and subhuman blood, and a calm environment can increase S cells in the body. By then, as long as you have enough combat power and enough S cells, you can become a Super Saiyan easily. In the afternoon, Zhu Shi, who had finished his phased experiment, collapsed at the nuclear facility sitting on the chair. It is only a matter of time to make the human transformed medicine based on the 12 ghost moon blood and Nezuko's blood that we now have. If you want to speed up the progress, it is best to get the blood of the winding ghost. Or there are doctors who understand this as assistants. The blood of the ghost on the string is simple. The blood of the ghost was suppressed. As for the assistant, the butterfly tyrant of the house. But will Xiren agree to be with Zhu Shi, who is a ghost? It's a bit difficult because she doesn't have love and tolerance for all charming creatures like me. Zhu Shi is not a fool either, so naturally he can hear that the nuclear archives of Gyuders are disgusting ghosts. Zushi came to Gyuder Hebai and sat in Gyuder Thumb Rengzi with his arms wrapped around Gyuder Han Mao Mao Ba Seal. Close to the account of the Gyuder Han Mass Minister. She is also one of your little lovers. Gyutar Han nodded in the existence of Butterfly Ninja. Yes, so it's a bit difficult. Then don't tell her, so as not to affect your relationship. Ming Ang, I am already satisfied that you can get the blood of the stern ghost for me. I love the drought and the maple collapse. Of course, I will not let the little lover who retreats to the death due to these trivial matters break up. Thank you for your hard work, Zhu Shi. Zhu Shi shook his head, and his head was pressed against the grave of Gyuder, and the drought man shook his head slightly. It's not hard, with you here, everything is not hard. For you, everything is worth it. Zhu Shi, who had been resting in the school for a while, got up and came to the test bench and continued to do the test. It was getting late as the sun set. When the sun sets completely and night falls, the other side of Yoshihara Yukuahawa Street also began to become lively. The Gyuder Haolakan Dang Ma Zushi, I will come back in the middle of the night, remember to wait for me in bed in advance." Then he left the villa and flew to Yoshihara Yukiwahawa Street. The madam in Kyoko House is now looking around at the door of Kyoko House, waiting for the sacred sacrificial sack. When he saw the stalker walking among the crowd, he quickly ran over. He pulled the slander and said flatteringly, "Architect, here and here. Miss Fern has been waiting for you for a long time." The madam pulled the squad to the door of Kyoko House and shouted loudly, "Girls are picking up customers." Very soon, a snap. The girls who were still idle in Kyoko House came to the door to greet the skeleton. "Architect, please." A group of girls squeezed their breasts towards the gyuters, making them look bigger or more exposed, so that gyuters would spend some money to lie and give them some money. But what they didn't know was that Gyuter Hao and Wei Duhuan didn't have any, and they still owe Zhu Xi a lot of money. Article: Is it still Miss Fern? Yes, it's still Fern Ji. Under the influence of the illusion, the madam directly agreed that Gu Tahahayai gave her money. So he directly ordered other girls to start working. Take Gu Tak Hang Tao to the room she was hosted last time. However, the difference between this time and the last time is that the Gyuter Han Na's verse is quietly cut by Mei Zheng, but falls into the vagina. The Duoji was kneeling on the ground as if he was about 10 centimeters away from Gyuter. "Miss Fern, long time no see. Didn't we just met yesterday?" After all, he is a brothel. Even if he wants to eat Gyutar Hai and is too impatient, he will not easily reveal his nature when he is a courtesan. Yet. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Miss Feeney, let me tell you a story. The fallen girl smiled and said. Okay. As long as you can order me next time, I will have the opportunity to taste your taste. What story do you tell? Although the fallen girl is a courtesan, if Gyuter Hanhui asks her to not accompany her, she couldn't beg for the silence of 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 the silence of. As the noblest profession in the mind of the fallen goddess, there is no mistake. Fenji, do you know the Rashomon River bank? The Duoji frowned slightly. She didn't understand what Gyuter wanted to ask the bottom and dirtiest place of the flower street on the Rashomon River. But he nodded and smiled. Of course I know, as a member of Hwaja, how could I not know the bank of the Rashomon River? It's just a constructor. Does this have anything to do with the story you are going to tell? Of course there is, because the protagonist of the story I am going to tell was born there. He is called Prostitute Taro. As soon as these words came out, the body of the Shuji suddenly trembled. Because the other party's name was the same as his brother's name. Is it a coincidence? Gyutar Han was so arrogant that he continued. Before the prostitute Taro was born, he almost died many times because of the miscarriage of his mother who was a prostitute. After the prostitute Taro was born, he often abused and beat him because his mother thought he was annoyed, and he was almost beaten to death many times. But the tenacious prostitute Taro struggled to survive. The surviving prostitute Taro did not have the chance to survive the disaster, but still lived a life of not being able to eat, with only mice and insects every day. And his only toy was the 2 sickles that a guest who visited his mother had forgotten at home. Because he looks very ugly, he has a bunch of fleas on his body, and he is always unkempt and has a foul stench. He is often ridiculed and bullied by children of the same age, disliked by the locals in Yukuo, and regarded as a dirty monster. In his opinion, being born in Yukuo is a waste and burden just living. This kind of thinking did not change until the birth of Plum. I have been listening to the sudden question of Gyutar Hang Cai Kuok, and said, "Who is Mei? What's the relationship with the prostitute Taro?" Under the influence of seeing and hearing, the fallen girl has basically regarded her as her brother. After all, the two are indeed a bit similar. Hearing that Mei can change the life of the prostitute Taro after her birth, Fuji was also curious about who Mei was. Plum. Mei is Mei, another child born to prostitute Taro's mother, is considered the sister of prostitute Taro. Plum is born with grey hair and blue eyes. She is considered an ominous person by her mother and wants to strangle her to death. But fortunately, the prostitute Taro rescued him. Oh, Fini, why do you think that the appearance of grey-haired and blue eyes are so beautiful, so why are you considered ominous? I have never seen Mei, how do I know if she has white hair and blue eyes? What if she looks very ugly? Wu Ji said. Chapter 41 Who is Mei? Do you look ugly? Gyutar he times 2. Plum is not only not ugly, but also very beautiful. Plus with her white hair and blue eyes, after she grew up to be a girl, someone would chat with Mei whenever she walked on the road, and Mei's sweet smile could easily get tribute from others. Because of the existence of a beautiful sister, the inferiority in the prostitute Taro's heart has disappeared. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. As he spoke, Gu Tak began to carefully examine the fallen girl in front of him. Miss Fern, I think if Mei is the same age as you, her appearance should be almost the same as you, except for the color of her hair and pupils. It's just a pity that her age is always frozen at the age of 13. Duoji always felt that this story was a bit familiar when listening to Gyutar Han Mu Cai. Especially when she heard that Mei grew up, her appearance was basically the same as herself, and that her age was always frozen at the age of 13. Duoji frowned slightly, and her heart trembled inexplicably. An emotion called sadness spreads in the heart of the fallen girl. What's wrong with me? Why is this happening? Duoji asked. Why is Mei's age always frozen at the age of 13? Is she dead? Yes, she died. Not only did she die that day, but her brother, Taro, also killed her enemy, and fell on the street with Mei losing too much blood in order to avenge her. That night, it was very cold, the night was dark, and it was snowing. The prostitute Taro protected Ume under her, letting the wind blow the snow fall, and never moving at all. After a moment of silence, the silence of 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 Miss Fern, you are crying. The Duoji came to her senses and reached out to touch her cheek. A tear flowed out of the corner of his eyes at some point, and was slowly moving down his cheeks. What is wrong? Why do you feel so uncomfortable? Mio, who is it? The Duoji did not go to take the Gyutar Han Nes Hili and asked. Mei, how did she die? Who is her enemy? The Gyutar Hezang ear confronted and collapsed. Plum was burned to death by someone. She was born on the bank of the Rashomon River and has been destined from the moment she was born. That's to be a prostitute. It was the first time she picked up the guest that day. The guest was a samurai, but because the guest insulted her brother, prostitute Taro, she used scissors to poke the guest's eyes blind. As for the result, you can imagine that Mei was tied up by the warrior and burned in a fire. After the return of the prostitute Taro who went out to ask for the bill, the very beautiful sister Mei, who liked to follow her all the time, was lying in the pit burned by the fire, her body was charred and unrecognizable. When the prostitute Taro was sad, Mei's boss lady took the samurai and tried to kill Taro too. The prostitute Taro was not prepared and was injured by a samurai knife. Although he tried hard to kill the boss's wife and the samurai, nothing could be saved. The prostitute Taro took Mei to seek medical treatment and help, but no one paid attention to it. It's snowing heavily, and the prostitute Taro protects Mei under him. Next is the matter of Tong Mo turning the two into ghosts. The Emperor of Gyutar Haeun sent the Wei Dang Falcon to blow the film. All of this requires Duoji to understand and recall it himself. When the ghost's will is firm enough, it is entirely possible to restore memory. For example, the bead world and Nezuko, or the one in the strings, Black Death Mew. The nature of the Foxheim is not bad. Because he has no human memory when he becomes a ghost, his age and mind are not mature, and coupled with the instigation and spoiling of the prostitute Taro, the Foxheim has the current personality. If the fallen goddess can restore the memory of the human period, she will probably have a lot of gentle temper. Although he looks very beautiful now and has a cold personality, he is indeed very funny, but he is definitely not as good as white hair and blue eyes. Miss Fern, my story is over. Do you have any questions? The Duoji did not answer, Gyuder Hanashishi. She is full of sadness in her heart and is now trying to recall her memories of her human period. As the fallen hero finished his life, the fallen hero felt that the plum blossom was the human period. The prostitute Taro in the story has a double sickle as a weapon, and his brother also has it. In the story, Taro, the prostitute, is working as a debt collection, and his brother often uses debt collection as a catchphrase when fighting against the enemy. In the story, the prostitute, Taro, has a white-haired sister, and his brother also has a white-haired sister. Except for one with blue eyes, named Plum, and the other with yellow eyes, named Doji. The rest are all the same. Brother, come out soon. The fallen girl is so uncomfortable. To endure the grievances and sadness in his heart, the fallen girl said to the swearing of the silence 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 of the S. Article, let's stop here today. I'm not feeling well. Then, Miss Feeney, see you tomorrow. What should be said has been finished, and the Gyuder Hay book and two waved the plaque and continued to stay here. Whether the fallen goddess can awaken the memories of the human period depends on tonight. The girl's wife lies in the Huai River and left the Jingji house. After Gyutar Hoxim was released, Doji returned to his room on the grounds of being unwell. As soon as she returned to the house, tears came out of the corner of Doji's eyes again, and then she felt out of control. Even Doji himself didn't understand why he cried. Brother, come out quickly. Duoji knelt on the ground and covered her face and cried, hoping that her brother prostitute Taro could come out to solve her doubts. Taro, the prostitute who had been lying behind Duoji, heard Duoji's call and gradually grew out of Duoji's back. Ah, sister, I didn't mean to break your clothes. Taro, who saw that he had broken the clothes he was wearing because of his appearance, said a little apologetically. Duoji shook her head and did not take this matter to heart. What she cares most now is whether she is Mei and whether her brother is Taro, or not. It's okay, brother. Brother, do you know Mei? Mei. After hearing the name Mei by the prostitute Taro, some of the appearance of the human period in the prostitute flashed through his mind. Ah! Damn it! What are these? Taro suddenly curled up on the ground in pain, and his hands kept scratching. Even though he scratched the blood, he still had no intention of stopping. Asshole! Skin Taro frantically used his fist to hit his head, trying to expel those painful memories from his mind. However, the more the prostitute Taro did this, the clearer the Mei figure in her mind was. Looking at the crazy prostitute Taro, Duohito stopped crying in confusion. Brother, what are you doing? As Mei's figure completely appeared, the prostitute Taro finally stopped self-harm. The memories of the human period have been completely remembered. Looking at the fallen girl who was kneeling on the ground and did not recall the memories of the human period. Taro, the prostitute, did not intend to restore the memory of the human period. Because they lived a difficult life during the human period. He didn't want to let the doji experience that burning pain again. It is naturally better for the fallen goddess to forget her. All the sufferings are borne by me. Plum. Just live the life you want happily. Chapter 42 I am May. Ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe there was a bug in his head, the prostitute Taro said with an embarrassed smile. Looking at the brother in front of him, whose tone and personality suddenly changed, Duoji was a little confused. Brother, we are ghosts, how come we get into our heads? And the place where I live is so clean. It's not the dirty place like the Rashomon River. The prostitute Taro was silent. The memories of the human period made the various excuses he found were all things that only happened on the banks of the Rashomon River. The past has finally affected the present. The reason why I remembered the memory of the human period when I heard the name Plum is because Plum is really important in my heart. It is everything about you, and it is the hope for you to live hard. Just why did May know this name? Who told her? The prostitute Taro was furious. May is clearly doing well now, but someone is trying to get May back in the past. Such things are unforgivable. This doesn't matter, sister, can you tell me who told you the name May? I'm a guest. I just left not long ago. He has ordered me twice and will come to me tomorrow. Hearing that he had left not long ago, if he hadn't seen what that person looked like, the prostitute Taro would have wished he would rush out and kill him now. But fortunately there is still tomorrow. As for the nobles? Or a celebrity? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Even if you are a god. As long as you want to hurt May, I will kill you too. So, sister, can you tell your brother after he comes tomorrow? Brother will be by your side to protect you. When the celebrating road, a bodyguard needs to be protected, and it is not impossible for a prostitute Taro to become a bodyguard. But in Duoji's opinion, his brother is not very good looking and not suitable to be a bodyguard, which will damage his face. But Duoji didn't know how to refuse. Because she was really afraid that she was Plum. She didn't want to do anything to hurt her brother. So the fallen girl said, Brother, I can't decide on this bodyguard, but you can protect me in secret at that time. Escort me. Hearing this, the prostitute Taro rubbed the head of the Suhime and said, That's fine. Just as the prostitute Taro was happy with his sister when he finally stopped talking about May, Duoji asked again. Brother, you haven't told me whether you know May. Seeing that the prostitute Taro did not answer, Duohito said again. Brother, I am May, right? Is the fallen girl Plum? Of course yes. But the prostitute Taro dared not say yes. He was afraid that once he said that the Fuka is May, the Fuka will remember the memories of human beings. Experience that kind of pain again. But, the prostitute Taro couldn't say it was not. He can't deny his heart. When Proudra Taro was hesitating about how to answer, he already understood that he was May. The Duoji, who was kneeling on the ground, hugged Proudra Taro with both hands and said softly, Thank you, brother. This soft brother finally made the prostitute Taro soften his heart. May, I'm sorry, brother, I'm not able to protect you. A Plum, sorry. It evoked the long-lived memory of the Duji Chen. Memories from the human period surged like a tide and poured into the mind of Fulver. Duoji remembered her real name May. It is the little follower behind his brother prostitute Taro, a little bitch. Elder brother. The plum blossoms were tears falling like rain, and they remembered the ending of the silence 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 of the. I can't help but blame myself, if it's not myself. How could my brother do that? My silly sister, I still can't change my crying habit. Prostitute Taro touched May's head and said pamperingly. After a long time, May asked the prostitute Taro. Brother, let's run away and stop eating people anymore, okay? When the organization gives me the money tomorrow, we will have money. There is no need to stay here. We escape from that person. The plum, who already has the memory of the human period, also changed its mind and nature. I began to feel disgusted with things like cannibalism. Shut up! The prostitute Taro covered May's mouth. May, don't try to betray that adult. I'll die. If he could really escape from Giwuyuzen's control, prostitute Taro would definitely be willing. But they are ghosts who can't escape. A emanating ghost. There is no place for them in this world. Moreover, Giwuyuyen would not allow such a thing to happen. Once Giwuyuyen knew that he and May had the idea of betraying him. It will die miserably. It doesn't matter if you die, but May cannot die. If you don't want to eat, you have to give me patience. Just beg you as your brother, okay, May? May was scolded by her brother for the first time, and she was a little scared for a moment. But looking at his brother's eyes, May knew that his brother was trying to protect himself. May nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean it. Just know your mistake, my brother has never blamed May. Don't have this kind of thought again in the future. On the other side, Gyuder returned to Zushi's family. In Zushi's bedroom, I looked at Zushi who had already washed up and was lying on the bed waiting for him. At midnight, Zushi woke up and looked at the mess in the room. There are traces of battle everywhere, and I feel very distressed. After more than an hour of cleaning, Zushike finally cleaned the bedroom. The black tea that I came back from wandering out took a sip and smacked my lips. Sure enough, I still can't get used to drinking. It's not as good as iced black tea. Taking the black tea that he had taken himself, Gyuder blows a sedan chair and finds Zushi who has just finished cleaning. Come a cup of black tea to moisten your throat. You have a conscience. Zushi took the black tea and tasted it, which was very pleasant. After drinking the black tea, the sun could not directly shine on the window. Enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window. An hour later, Zushi, whose mood calmed down a lot. Touching the Gyuder Han herd minister blinked. Ming-ang, let me go, I'm going to do an experiment. Let's go, I'll carry you there and see you do the experiment. Chapter 43 The Courtesan. As night fell, Gyuders and Zue kissed Ba to visit Kuahua Street in Jiyuan. At this time, the flower street has long been circulated and someone will name the third time today. And it is likely to succeed. Once successful, everyone will have a look at the courtesan. At the same time, they also wanted to see which rich man could call the courtesan 3 times in a row. What is the charm that can be seen through the eyes of the courtesan Fern? The entrance of Kyoko house is so lively that it is so lively than before. The owner of the Kyakoya house, who had been waiting here for a long time, rushed up quickly. Architect, you can count it. But let me wait. It's said that spring night is worth 1,000 gold at a moment, why are you still here so late? Do you don't want to add Miss Fern? The boss of Kyakoya complained slightly. Some things have been delayed. Let's go, take me to see Miss Feeney. Okay girls. Get the way out. The proprietress waved her hand and the girls in the shop waiting with her quickly stood in the silence bar for the silence. Although there was a blockage along the way, under the roar of the boss's wife, she still arrived at Kyakoya successfully. Amid everyone's expectant eyes, the nuclear velocity of the Gyuders collapsed. Today it's still Miss Fern. As soon as these words came out, the audience was filled with excitement. The boss lady even shouted. It has been reached 3 times, and the courtesan Fern agreed to the structure. The courtesan is in the road. Rise. The boss lady came to the silence of 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 the article. Miss Feeney has already conveyed her wishes to me and agreed to spend the spring night with you. But, this last time, Miss Finnick needs to dress up well and spend the spring night with you with the most beautiful appearance. So, I hope the organization will go to the open house and wait. Architect, please. Then, the silence of the house was opened. In the dark, the prostitute Taro hid on the roof of the house and observed the skeleton downstairs. Although Proudra Taro wants to kill Kyuta now, he can only give up at May's strong request. May finally met a man who had a little fondness in her heart, so she spared his life for the time being. After completing the work, directly turn it into a ghost. In this way, you can be with May forever. Although Guiwuyun does not allow his subordinates to turn humans into ghosts privately, it depends on who it is. This is not a problem for Winding. Today, the courtesans in Kyakoya are in the courtesans, and more than just ordinary people and ghosts are attracted. The sound pillars responsible for the jurisdiction of this area are naturally to come and see. Yu Tianyuan disguised himself as he stood on both sides of the street with his 3 wives. On the one hand, beware of whether there are ghosts around you to kill people quietly in the dark while there are too many people. On the one hand, we are looking at the Grand Courtesan Taoist. Lord Tianyuan has found out clearly. He is a young man named Gong who has been lit up 3 times in a row. Wearing fishnet stockings and a hippock skirt spread to her waist, revealing her deep cleavage, one of Yu Tianyuan's 3 wives, Hai He, reported to Yu Tianyuan the information she had found. Architect. It can't be him, right? Yu Tianyuan's mind flashed through Gyutar Han an idea. Hai He, draw his appearance. No problem. He also came from a ninja family. Hinaki is still very good at espionage. Soon, the image of the drought curtain of Gyutar was drawn. Damn! It's really him. Looking at the drawings, I really have a look with the scene of the girl and the girl. Yu Tianyuan is very sure that this girl is the girl and the girl. Just why did he do this? Does it be that you fell in love with the courtesan Fern? Do you want to redeem the Fern? Yu Tianyuan shook his head, unable to figure it out. There are obviously so many little beauties in the butterfly house, and there is a pink-haired beauty around me. Why do you still have to come out to find Fengshan woman? I really can't figure it out. Yu Tianyuan decided not to worry about the conscience. First, you can't control yourself, and second, you don't need to control yourself at all. Who cares about theft of the stolen karma? It's better to be on the Hwaja street and just take a look at the Huaka road. Soon, after some serious dressing up, May in a kimono walked out of Kyakoya under the leadership of a group of little girls named Bald. The guards and girls who escorted May to Yangon outside Kyoko's house had been waiting for a long time. May came outside the house and stepped on the 20-centimeter high wooden clogs placed on the ground, and then the maid next to her assisted her to wear them. After everything was fully prepared, a warrior-headed guard at the front of the team shook the bell and opened the way in front, followed by many men and women. And plumb in position C. May was wearing wooden clogs, put one hand on the shoulder of a guard beside her, and stopped for a while, then swept her legs and dragged the heavy clogs on her feet, and continued to walk forward. Just like this, I stopped, twisted and swept, and walked slowly towards the roof. Nearly an hour later, May finally arrived at the door of the high house. The guard at the front of the team opened the curtain of the house. May let go of the hand that was placed on the shoulder of the guard beside her, and walked into the house with the envious eyes of everyone. The curtain was closed again, and some guards blocked the door of the house with weapons. The purpose is to avoid disturbing the spring nighttime between the courtesan and the guests. In the hanging room, May walked down from the wooden clogs, and several bald men next to her quickly began to take off the heavy clothes for May. Only 2 or 3 thin layers of clothing were left. At the same time, Gu Tak was taken out of the waiting room. Come to May. Looking at the eyes of Duoji, who had changed a lot from the previous one, and at the same time, I heard Duoji's voice through my experience and feelings. Gyutar he recalled the memories of the human period. Plum. Gyutar he feed. May nodded gently and responded with a smile. Article, come with me. After following May for several turns in the high-rise house, the two finally arrived at the door of the house where they should do their business. Antarius he freshman said. Let's go, Plum. Pushing open the door, the two of them entered the room. 3 or 4 meters away from the house, several more bald men kept the door for the two of them. Inside the house, Gyuder Han was wielding his fierceness to roast rabbits and rice croakers. Instead, he sat on the ground with May's hand, reached out to touch May's cheek, and asked, "May, would you like to go with me?" May nodded subconsciously, but soon shook her head and said, "Sorry, I can't go with you. Humans and ghosts have different paths, and following you will only harm you. After you become a ghost, we will be together forever. But before this, please let me taste your delicious food." After hearing May's specific wishes and concerns, the Gyuder He Lambda stumbled. "Then let's start." The flawless, bright, and delicate body was revealed. Chapter 44 Capture of Plums. This is the first time that May has revealed her body in front of outsiders. In the past, she used blood ghost techniques to make the other party fall into hallucinations and solve the problem by herself. But today, she wanted to give herself completely to the man in front of her. It can be regarded as my compensation for him. After all, I will turn the other party into a ghost and accompany me forever. 1 hour, 2 hours. Taro, the prostitute, gritted her teeth when she heard May's scream, wished she could weld the slash. 5 hours later, the sun rose to the east and the sun came out. But the sound still did not stop. The prostitute Taro was forced to hide in the dark to avoid direct sunlight. But it also lost the opportunity to recruit the karst. 6 more hours later, it was noon. The screams of happiness in the house continued. During this period, the madam in Kyakoya saw that it was now, and the courtesan of his family had not come back yet. Yu came to Yangon in person to inquire about the situation. Listening to the screams coming from the house, he May personally said, "Boss, you go back first, I'll go back tonight." Ah! The madam was confused. Wait until the evening? My God, is this still a human? I asked why the architect came so late at that time, but didn't care at all. It turns out that even the daytime counts. Is this really a day and a night of fun? Miss Fern will be broken. Seeing that the madam was still unwilling to leave, the madam's brown lemon coat was stolen, and cooperating with her experience and color, she forcibly changed the madam's perception. Come again in 7 hours. Don't let anyone come here during this period. The madam nodded dully and left the house with all her baldness. 5 more hours later, there was finally no sound in the house. In order to satisfy Plum's desire for mouth, Gyuder Brown and Brown look happy. After all, I can't really let May eat her own flesh and blood, and May didn't plan to eat meat from the beginning. This is a matter of cooperation with the Gyuders. So I was busy for 16 hours. Gyuder was in a trance, so he took out a blood collection device and inserted it on May's arm. Some blood was extracted. This time the meow did not sound. Put the blood collection device into your own pocket. Then he stroked May's head, looked at the little sister's eyes and said, "May, now you have become my woman, I want to take you out of here. But I also know that you can't leave here due to some major factors. So I hope you give me some time. I will come here again in 2 days to get you and Taro Hor completely out of his control. Take you to see the scenery outside and take you to a bigger world. Believe me, you will be much happier than you are now." Gyuder Heza stole the return of the mew of the scattered and flew away. "Protect yourself, I'm leaving. By the way, I forgot to tell you my name. My name is Gyuder Hai, your future husband. The person who will be with you and protect you until the end of the years." The almost broken Plum, now only can I hear the skeleton of Gyuder. When I heard that Gyuder Han was warm in my heart. Nodded gently. Leaving the roof, the Gyuders stirred the maple orchids to suppress the small. Zhu Shi is still doing experiments. 2 days later, the blue-red shore flower will not bloom, and the human-transformed medicine will not be made. But with the slightest solution of the slightest, Zushi was able to make a potion that allowed May and the prostitute to escape from the control of Giwuya in 2 days. The Asakusa ghost in the original work relies on this potion to first restore reason and get rid of Gyuvyu's control. Then, he completely becomes a human through the human-changing potion. As night fell, the prostitute Taro, who had been hiding in the dark for a day, was finally able to come out. The prostitute Taro quickly came to Mei's room and asked anxiously, "Sister, where are others?" Plum Noodles, he was blushing and said, "Ming Ang is gone and says he will come to pick me up in 2 days. Ming Ang? Who is Ming Ang? Why did he come to pick you up? What I said is that Gu Qiao's surname is Gu Qiao. Has he turned into a ghost?" Mei explained. "Brother, Ming Ang is a gangster, his full name is Gyuters. I couldn't turn it into a ghost. Ming Ang is so powerful, I don't have a chance. I was in a passive state for 16 hours. The body was destroyed. And Ming Ang also said that he has a way to get us out of that adult. Brother, don't worry, then we will leave here together." Looking at her sister, who has always favored Gyuter Hai, like a girl in love with her spring. Prostitute Taro knew that his sister was completely trapped in love. Prostitute Taro really wanted to scold her stupid sister, but she believed everything the other party said. "But when I was talking, I still couldn't say it." Seeing his brother, Taro, look as if he is so angry that he is not strong enough, Mei said, "Brother, I am no longer the stupid sister I used to be. It can still be distinguished from the truth. Brother, just believe me once. Believe in Ming Ang too." The prostitute Taro took a deep breath and said helplessly, "What a silly sister. If he didn't come here again in 2 days, I would find him and kill him even if I searched through the whole world." Taro, the prostitute, returned to Mei's back. On the other hand, in order to speed up the creation of a potion that can help ghosts escape from ghost dance, Gyuter Han sent his spirit to tease the Pearl World. Zhu Shi has been conducting various experiments and placing various potions for the sake of Gyuter Heke Kaikiao Fenpu Not Sword. 2 days later, Zhu Shi dripped the potion in the dropper on the pick with the blood of the 12 ghost month. Then he quickly placed the slide under a microscope for observation. Looking at the morphological changes of cells in the slides, Zhu Shi curled up his lips and smiled. It is obvious that the potion that broke free from Gyuvyu's control has been successfully developed. Gu Tak Hang, who was accompanying Zhu Shi, was very excited. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Zhu Shi and kept kissing Zhu Shi's face. "Zhu Shi, you are really my lucky star. Thanks a lot. I'll take you back to rest. I'll give you a reward after the rest is over." Zhu Shi stretched out his little hand and patted Gyuter Han's recruitment party Ying to calm down. "Ming Ang, don't worry, it's not a complete success in development yet. After all, only 1 set of experiments was conducted. Wait until I'll do 2 more experiments, okay?" "No problem, the rigor of the experiment is set up, I understand this." The Gyuter gangster cord collapsed and released the Zushi. "Sit back on the chair." Chapter 45, The Drug That Gets Rid of Washeo's Control. 2 hours later, after multiple sets of experiments, Zhu Shi was finally able to confirm that the potion in his hand could allow the ghosts controlled by Gui Wuyan to escape from Gui Wuyan's control. Carefully divide the potion into 2 parts and package it and hand it over to the skeleton. Time is limited, and only 2 copies are left for the control experiment. "Ming Ang, there should be no problem this time. Put the medicine on the seat beside it," and Gyuters was in the world. "Thank you for your hard work, baby. Have a good rest, and I will bring you a sister tonight." When he came to the laboratory, he put the medicine in the laboratory into his pocket, and said, "The Legend of the Condor Heroes" and "The Legend of the Condor Heroes" in his pocket. It was already evening as the sun set. But it was not dark at night, and Yoshihara Yukio was still deserted. Most brothels do not have doors open. The same is true for the Kyoko house. The Kyoko brown slow plum blossom window enters the Kyoko house. Come to the door of Mei's bedroom, Gyuter Himeng's twist. "Who?" The sound of plum blossoms came from inside the house. At the door of the room, I saw the plum lying on the tatami mat, looking at the ceiling and admiring his hands. Hearing that the person outside the house had no permission, Mei pushed the door open, and she looked at the door angrily. Ming Ang. When he saw that it was Gyuder Han, Mei quickly got up and closed the door. Pull the Gyuder crane across from him. Ming Ang, you are here. Mei said excitedly and shyly. The squad returned to the grazing carriage and said, "Didn't you say that, I'll be back in 2 days? Why? Are you afraid that I won't come?" Mei shook her head like a shaking drum, and clasped her hands tightly and explained. "No, it's just too thoughtful. Ming Ang, should you go with that while there is no one now?" Mei blinked, and her eyes revealed a simple and innocent desire. "Follower, do you want the entire Kyakoya to know that I'm here?" Recalling his loud screams 2 days ago, Mei playfully stuck out her tongue. "Then I'll just sing. Don't worry, have you forgotten the purpose of my visit here today?" As he said that, a bottle of potion in Gyutar Hang's pocket that could break free from Giwa's control was taken out. Mei looked at the bottle of potion and remembered what Gyutar's servant said that day. Amazement. Ming Ang, can this really make us out of that person's control? Gyutar Hefei went to the group to return to the evening and paid the price. Shh. Silly, you are my woman, why am I lying to you? Call your brother out first and let him test the medicine. If it works, I will use it on you again. If it doesn't work, I will come back in 3 days. 3 days later will be the day when the blue other side of the shore is in full bloom. If the blue shore flower can turn the plum into a perfect creature, there is naturally no need to be afraid of ghost dance. Mei nodded, took off her kimono, revealing her original outfit. "Brother, Ming Ang is here." Mei communicated with the prostitute Taro behind her. The prostitute Taro grew out of Mei's back little by little. Without any hesitation, the prostitute Taro directly held the blood-colored sickle in his hand, locking the seal of the Gyuder Han Malfa seal one after another. Once the Gyuder River is fishy, Wei Wei Momata, the prostitute Taro can cut off the Gyuder drought and bad seal in an instant. Seeing this scene, Mei quickly shouted to the prostitute Taro. "Brother, what are you doing? Pick the sickle away from Ming Ang's neck. Are you going to kill him?" "Ming Ang, my brother didn't mean it, so I'll let him go." "Brother, please take it away." Mei's tone was so anxious that she even cried a little. Proud Taro ignored Mei's request and stared at Kyutai with his eyes tightly, resentful and dissatisfied. "With your strength, I can't even hide my sickle, and I want to take my sister away. And bewitching my sister and let him betray that adult. I think you're tired of living." Humph ha ha. Gyutar Han Huang smiled. "I see you are Mei's brother, so I gave you a face and didn't resist. Or what do you think you can get close to me just by your strength? Kneel down." Gu Tahizang shouted angrily. The 2 sickles in the hands of Taro seemed to be under a huge impact and flew out directly. The walls shot towards the surroundings were embedded in the wooden boards. As for the prostitute Taro himself, he was like carrying a huge mountain with blue veins on his forehead, red eyes, bloodshot, gritting his teeth, and struggling to resist the invisible pressure coming from nowhere. Bang! In just 1 second, Taro's prostitute kneeled directly on the ground, and the wooden floor was smashed by Taro's knees. Taro, the prostitute, was completely angry at this moment, and only had endless fear. This person actually gave him a feeling of facing ghost dance. No. His aura is even worse than that of Gui Wu. Giwaba's fear of himself is a blood fear, and Gyuder regrets the slaughter of Arthromycetes, condemns the slaughter of Arthromycetes. That is the fear of biological instinct. "Now, am I qualified to take Mei away from here?" said Gyuder in a drowsy manner. The prostitute Taro nodded tremblingly. Seeing this, Huatar asked a man to put pressure on him. The prostitute Taro instantly felt relieved and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Mei was confused. What happened? Why did my brother suddenly kneel down? And he also agreed to Ming Ang take him away? Is Ming Ang so powerful? I thought he had only good skills in bed, but I didn't expect that his own strength was so strong. Perhaps the words he said to himself that day could really be realized one by one. Take yourself out of here and see the outside world. Oh, you prostitute Taro, I am eager to protect you, so I won't pursue your previous behavior. It was just a punishment for you. You are eager to protect the plum blossoms, but why am I the same? I feel at ease. I will never let Mei down and I will never let Mei suffer any harm. Give it, this is the potion I promised before. You can try the effect first. If it is really useful, then give it to Plum. Gyutarawa pulled out a bottle of potion with a syringe and handed it to the prostitute Taro. Taro, who had already walked out of the fear just now and had recovered completely, said hoarsely, I hope your potion really works. After taking the medicine, Taro Yoshio directly inserted it into his heart. Press and inject. The medicine quickly flowed through the blood vessels along the heart. Don't resist. Don't decompose the potion. Let it slowly work in your body. Gyutar shakes the bait and silence the training of the. Chapter 46 Prostitute Taro let go. As ghosts, they are able to decompose all toxins and drugs injected into their bodies. Depending on the degree of damage to the body and the ghost's strength, it takes different time. Of course, if the amount is too large for a while, if there is no time to detoxify, you will die even if you deserve it. A minute later, the prostitute Taro looked at his body in confusion. Now he has a very wonderful feeling. That is to say whatever you want. There is no feeling of being bound. How about it? Have you broken free from Gui Wui Wuzan's control? Prostitute Taro said uncertainly. I don't know either. It seems that I have already escaped from that adult's control. I met the prostitute Taro not sure, the uranium is broken. Let's read with me. I'll say something to you and say something. My name is Proud Taro. The prostitute Taro was a little confused, but said. I am a prostitute Taro. I am the 12 ghost months, the 6th of the upper string. I am the 12 ghost months, the 6th of the upper string. My boss is Gui Wu, he is in Infinite City. The prostitute Taro hesitated. If the potion is useless, if I repeat this sentence, I will be killed by the curse in the ghost's blood. Even if I am one with Mei, I will still die. Prostitute Taro looked at Mei, the sister beside her. Then he made up his mind, closed his eyes and repeated. My boss is Gui Wu, he is in Infinite City. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the house was silent. Death did not come, and prostitute Taro did not feel the pain. This. Taro looked at himself in surprise. Success. The prostitute Taro said to Mei excitedly. Sister, I have become a ghost who has escaped the ghost dance and is miserable. From now on, we won't have to live here all the time. Mei finally let go of her heart when she saw that her brother had successfully escaped Gui Wu's control. Ming Ang succeeded. I can really be with Ming Ang forever. No need to listen to that adult's order. Mei cried with joy. The tears of Gyutar Hefen Ao Mei wiped away. Silly, stop crying. Now you. It's not too late to cry after you get rid of control. As he said that, Gyutar Hanjing had already absorbed a small bottle of medicine and pierced Mei's arm. All right. Remember not to break down the medicine in the body. It was still 1 minute, and Mei also felt like the restraint of a prostitute Taro disappeared. Following the girl, Hao Qing, the wife of the mistress, was Shao, after the mistress. Mei finally got rid of Gui Wu's control. Mei excitedly stepped forward and hugged Gyutar's skeleton. Gyutar He Kong Rong Musi rushed back to the voyage and took the flight to the twilight. Mei, since you and the prostitute Taro have both gotten rid of Gui Wu's control, there is no need to stay here. Follow me, let's go to the imperial capital to live. Yeah. Okay. Mei said happily. Brother, let's go to the imperial capital. I heard that the imperial capital is much more luxurious and cleaner than Hua Street. Let's go there to live. Looking at her sister's happy smile, the prostitute Taro suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to let her sister be the courtesan. Who said that you can only live on Yukuahawa Street for the rest of your life when you were born on the Rashomon River? Why can't you live with your beloved like now? For prostitute Taro, as long as his sister is happy, it doesn't matter where he goes. The slightest and strongest people. Good. As long as my sister doesn't leave me, my ugly brother, you can go anywhere. Humph, don't say that to me. In May's heart, my brother is the most handsome person besides Ming Ang. The prostitute Taro smiled. I smiled ugly, but I was very happy and very happy. Plum, let all those people go and take the ribbon back and forth. I still like your grey hair. Everyone is leaving Hawaja, and May will live with her in the future. The girls trapped in the granary will naturally be put back. May nodded. For these girls, she had this intention as early as the day when she found her human memory. I am just afraid that after I let them go, they will talk nonsense everywhere and affect themselves. It has been delayed until now. But now there is no need for this. I am no longer a courtesan. I want to be Ming Ang's wife. Leaving here, live with Ming Ang forever. As the silk belts in the granary shuttled through the cracks of the walls of various brothels, the entire Yoshihara Yukuahawa Street became boiling. All the beautiful girls who disappeared are back. The ribbon merged into the plum's body, and the plum's hair color changed to white again. The body is covered with black patterns, which has a bit of a beauty. The problem is not too big. When plums turn back to humans, they will naturally disappear. May, it's time to leave. In the Kyoko room, the madam received a notice from her subordinates that the disappearing girls had returned. Excitedly ran to check the girls' situation. Ask what happened. In the end, the madam came to the conclusion that there was something dirty on the flower street. As for why the dirty things sent the girls back, the madam didn't know and didn't want to know. As long as the girls come back, it's fine. It's getting late. Those girls who have just returned can take a break today and pick up customers tomorrow. After a brief arrangement, the madam walked towards May's room. It has been 2 days, and Miss Fern should have recovered. The madam came to the door and knocked on the door. Fenji, how are you? Is it recovered? No one in the house answer. The madam thought Fern was asleep, so she knocked on the door again and asked. Fenji, how are you? Is it recovered? It's getting late, it's time to show your face. There was still no answer in the house. The madam noticed something was wrong and quickly pushed open the door. Where is the Fern girl in the house? All there is only Miss Finiki's kimono and hairpin. The unwilling madam continued to shout. Fern! Stop hiding, I see you, come out. There was silence inside the house. Ah! The madam screamed. The sharp voice alarmed the entire flower street. Fernji! Fernji disappeared. Heavenly killed. I sent the girl back, but took my courtesan away. Ah! Look for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and you must find the Fernji for me. Chapter 47 Ghost Dance. The madam sent someone to search the entire flower street but couldn't find her own flower courtesan Fern. Instead, she found the granary before May. Everyone on Hawaja looked at the pits covered with bones on the ground and took a breath of air conditioning. Damn it, how much does it take to hoard so many human bones? Is this the black hole that trapped the girls before? It's too scary. Did you think it was done by a ghost? I heard from my girl that it was done by Finiki from Kyakoya. Fernji? What a joke! He's the courtesan. By the way, have you heard the screams of the boss of Kyakoya? I heard that. Could she be killed too? No, it's Finige who ran away. I understand this, I escaped for fear of guilt. Soon, something happened on Hua Street and it reached the ears of the ghost-killing team Yu Tianyuan, who is in charge of this area. Yu Tianyuan rushed to Huaja with his 3 wives in a ghost-killing uniform. Looking at the pit piled up with bones, although the evil ghosts eat people and don't spit bones, Yu Tianyuan still thinks it was made by the evil ghosts. This is the intuition of the pillar. Will it be related to Guoran? This is the second idea that Yu Tianyuan has created. Mr. Tianyuan, many missing girls suddenly came back today. After inquiring, many of them had beautiful girls who said that the Fern from Kyakoya had kidnapped them. Saying Fern Ji is not a human. Listening to his wife's report, Yu Tianyuan had two conjectures. First, Guoran knew that there was a ghost here, so he recognized Fern Ji as a ghost, and first the ghost, and then the relatives were destroyed for justice. Second, Guoran knew that there was a ghost here, so he recognized Fern Ji as a ghost, and first the ghost was ghost, and then ran away with the ghost. Yu Tianyuan was swaying whether to destroy his relatives for justice or to escape with ghosts. Decided to report to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Let the headquarters decide. After reporting to the headquarters, Yu Tianyuan arranged all his 3 wives into the flower building. The purpose is to avoid evil ghosts playing with darkness under the light. If the more powerful evil ghosts are gone, the ghost-killing team will relax their vigilance about this place. Thus, he hunted humans secretly. On the other side, Gyuderdrati returned to the Zushi family with Mei and the prostitute Taro. Looking at the white-haired plum with winding string engraved in the left eye of the Gyuder hegemony, the right eye is engraved in the white-haired plum with Lu engraved in the right eye, and the prostitute Taro with Lu engraved in the left eye, Zhu Shi was stunned. Yu Shilang couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene. After all, Yu Shilang knew that Zhu Shi was an escaped person, and Gui Wu Yuzhen had been chasing Zhu Shi. Ming Ang, this. Zhu Shi was shocked. She had previously guessed that the Gouda Harrigan Yan Yan was gone. After all, when she came back every day, she could smell all kinds of fragrances on her body. And I also found myself to develop a potion that can get rid of ghost dance. But what Zhu Shi didn't expect was that Gyuder Hao Yu Huan Shan Neon Sheath 2 Ghost Yu. And it's a winding land. This is very awesome. The moon is in the upper string. Those are the top 6 combat powers under Gui Wui Yuzhen. Gyuder Hao called her back, she really deserves to be her own man. But who is the ugly male ghost? Why is it also a winding land? Can there be 2 ghosts in the same location in the 12 ghost moon? I'll introduce it to you. Zhu Shi, this is the 12 ghost moon, winding string land, Mei. This is Mei's brother, prostitute Taro, a ghost who truly has the combat power of the 12 ghosts in the strings of the ghosts. Because they are brothers and sisters, and some of the human periods depend on each other, they have become one twin ghosts. The sacred disaster was caused by the sacred maple and the sacred maple. Hello, Sister Zhu Shi, my name is Mei. On the way here, Gyutar Sang Swanya Pantashuo talked about the situation here. Ergui heard that the place he was going to was actually the villa of the escaped Zhu Shi. It was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shi, who had been looking for hundreds of years, actually drank fresh diced with Gyutar. This is my brother, Taro, the prostitute. Thank you for your development. The medicine allows us to get rid of Giwa's control. Prostitute Taro bent down slightly and said in a hoarse voice. Hello Zhu Shi. Zhu smiled awkwardly, and unexpectedly Yu Mei and the prostitute Taro were so easy to talk to. It's nothing, it's a simple task, and it's all developed by Ming Ang. Seeing a few ghosts standing in the entrance hall, the nuclear barrier of the Gyuders collapsed. Yu Shilang, go and make a pot of black tea. Mei, Jose, prostitute Taro, if you have anything to say, sit down and talk about it. 1 man and 3 ghosts were sitting in the living room. Mei Xiangjushi talked about her past, and Zushi also talked about her past to Mei. Soon the 2 ghosts became familiar with each other. In an extremely luxurious room in the Tokyo imperial capital, Gui Wei was lying on the bed, beside him was a plump young woman. The young woman's face was flushed and obviously had just experienced that kind of thing. It's just that it's not with Gui Yuzhen, but to entertain yourself. After all, Giwu has lived for thousands of years and has never done anything beautiful women, and now I just want to focus on my career. Work hard to become a perfect creature. The day before yesterday, he had a meeting, and the result was the same as the original work. Only the outstanding employee, Yan Meng, survived, and was given the ghost's blood. Now he is driving a train at the train station and killing humans, attracting the attention of the ghost-killing team. This made Gui Wuizhen very satisfied. After all, no boss would like employees who don't do things. After the meeting the day before yesterday, Gui Wuizhen discovered many problems exposed to the 12 Ghost Month. Xiaxian Xiu is weak and timid, and has no use. Although Shangxian Xiu is strong, she has her own thoughts. If it weren't for the suppression of He Shi Mao and his own, these guys would have been overthrown. It's time to examine the working status of the ghosts in the Winding Moon. Let's choose the Winding Land first. Gui Wuizhen sensed the direction of the Winding Land, but frowned in just a second. Because he found that he could not sense the direction of the Winding Land. What's going on? You were still in Yoshihara Yuko when you felt it yesterday. There are only two situations when an evil ghost wants to avoid being perceived by himself, one is death. Second, just like the escaped man Zushi, he took advantage of his weakness and escaped from his own control. Now I am terribly strong. The second situation is simply impossible, and the Winding Land is not a doctor. Can't transform your body. Then there is only one possibility left. The Winding Land is dead. How is that possible? Gui Wei was furious and quickly sensed the location of the other stern moons. The perception result can be felt by the other 5 winding moons except the Winding Land. Obviously it was not my own perception problem, but the fact that there was really a problem with the Winding Land. A sense of crisis surged in my heart. Giwu was panicked. Someone could kill the Winding Land in less than a day. This is something wrong? Chapter 48 Infinite Train Nightmare, Part 1. After careful consideration, Gui Wuyan decided to go for a field investigation. He didn't believe that in this era, there would be ghost hunters who were so powerful that they would directly kill the Winding Land in seconds, so that the Winding Land would not even have a chance to report the news. Just based on the record of the ghost-killing team's pillar against the upper string ghost in this century. 66+0. Gui Wuizhen definitely doesn't believe that the Winding Land is dead. Of course, the psychological factors that dare not face fear and do not want to believe the facts account for a considerable proportion. For safety reasons, Gui Wuyan decided to let Fengxian-san Akaza go and explore the way first. After all, there is no ghost that can be used now. There is only the stern moon, and the only one who looks like a human in the stern moon is Tongmo and Akaza. Tongmo cannot get rid of his body in the eternal Pure Land Buddhism, so he is the only one who has been looking for the blue-red shore flower for himself and does not have a specific place of residence. If Akaza finds that Yoshihara Yugyo really has a strong man in charge, he can pack up his things in advance and run away. Akaza, the location of the upper string land is lost, it is suspected of death or betrayal. Go and see what's going on. Akaza, who was looking for the blue shore flower for dozens of kilometers away, received news from Gui Wuyan and couldn't help but wonder. Handling land disappeared. Interesting. I want to see what kind of strongman Yoshihara Yugyo is. Ha! Akaza rushed towards Yoshihara Yugyo quickly. The imperial capital of Tokyo. Purgatory Atsushiro was taking Tanjiro, who came to his place for training, to the train station. After receiving a clear message, all passengers on a train called Infinity Train disappeared overnight. It seems that there is an evil ghost. The two came to the railway station platform. The jungle rusty Tanjiro looked at the dark train that had just stopped in front of him and exclaimed. This what creature is this? You can actually make such a roaring cry. Oh! Someone actually came out of its body. Brother Purgatory, do you think it will be this city the patron saint of the city? Listening to the speech of Tanjiro, the Purgatory apricot, laughed. This is not a patron saint. It's just a bigger vehicle. It is lifeless. Let's go to the opposite platform. Our target is not this train, but the train that is still parked in the garage and has not departed. Purgatory Itsuru pulled Tanjiro, who was thinking about it, and walked towards another platform. 10 minutes later, a train with the word infinity written on the steel plaque on the front of the car officially departed, and the locomotive drove out of the garage with rolling smoke. Soon we arrived at the platform where Aisuro and Tanjiro were located. At this moment, there were more than 2 of them on the platform, and hundreds of passengers were waiting anxiously here. Looking at the group of humans scrambling to enter the infinite train, Tanjiro asked worriedly, Atsuro Purgatory beside him. Brother Purgatory, since we are going to kill ghosts on this train, wouldn't it be nice to have so many humans? Purgatory Atsuro looked at the infinite train in front of him and said, we are just ghost hunters, and we cannot stop people's will, nor can we interfere with the operation of society. All we can do is protect the humans in the train as much as possible. Don't let ghosts hurt them. The Demon Slayer has been like this for thousands of years. It is very difficult to make changes in a short period of time. It's getting late, get in the car. Tanjiro remained silent and took the ticket in his hand and got on the train with Purgatory and Shuro. On the other side, Zushi put on exquisite makeup on Mei to ensure that Guiwei could not recognize Mei's queen on the street. Gyutarhan left the villa with Mei and came to Sensoji Temple to go shopping. As for the prostitute Taro, he handed it over to Yoshiro, asking him to take the prostitute Taro to experience the night in the imperial capital. When leaving Hwaja for the first time, Mei was very interested in everything in Sensoji Temple. Take a look here and there. Touch this and move that. She is simply a vibrant and pure and curious beautiful girl. Wow! Ming-Ang, this one looks so good, I want to buy this. Ming-Ang, this is so interesting, I want to play this. Woo, Ming-Ang, this is so hard to shoot. Please help me shoot it. Ming-Ang, what is that big box? Why are there anyone sitting inside? Is it a monster? Gyutar-Hai, who had various gifts on his body, rubbed Mei's head and said, this is a tram. Let's go and take the tram first. After taking the tram, I'll take you to the train again. Gu Tahao took the tram with Plum's tender hands. Woo! The roar of the train sounded, and Mei looked over curiously, but saw nothing. The railway station is 2 streets away from here and is blocked tightly. Ming-Ang, did you hear it? The sound was so loud just now. What's that sound? A train is also a means of transportation, and you can understand it as several trams connected together. I heard that I was more interested in trains. That's the train. After all, she was a courtesan before. Mei had heard of things like trains, but she had never seen them. But now when I am with Ming-Ang, I have the opportunity to go and see the train. In the tram, the enemy is better than the enemy. Although it was separated by 2 streets, it did not affect his ability to sense the suspected ghosts in the locomotive, as well as the Purgatory in Shuro and Tanjiro sitting on the train. Is there an infinite train? In this infinite train incident that was nearly a year ahead of schedule, will the 3rd one appear in the show? If so, with the current strength of Tanjiro and Purgatory Apricot will still die. Tanjiro's current strength is not much different from the original work, but it is just a full collection of things. Not long after. But Purgatory Apricot Suruo fell. If this is the case, there will be few deaths, and it is impossible to kill 2. Because there are still 9 hours before dawn. It seems that it is very necessary to go there. 1 minute later, the tram arrived at the train station. Gyutarhan Rabbit Waste Aluminum said to be lazy. The gangsters are defeated by the bandits. Mei, come with me and go and save people. Save people? Right. On the infinite train, Tanjiro and Purgatory Apricot Row were already trapped in a dream by the ticket check. Because of his strong strength, Akatsuro's body can be vigilant against the outside world even in his dreams. He grabbed the threatened child on the opposite side, making it impossible for him to further destroy the spiritual core in the dream of Purgatory Apricot. Tanjiro uses his own reminder in the reflection in the water, and Nezuko uses the blood ghost technique to burst blood, burning the rope connecting to the dream. Tanjiro woke up from suicide. Chapter 49 Infinite Train Nightmare, Part 2. Tanjiro's cheeks were already covered with tears. The dream is beautiful and happy, but all of this is fake. Nezuko and the passengers on the train were still waiting for him. Ah! Tanjiro roared, committed suicide, and woke up. I know that I and Purgatory Apricot Shaoro have been trapped in the evil ghost's plan. Tanjiro quickly asked Nezuko beside him to use the blood ghost technique and burst blood, and burned the dream rope tied to the wrist of Purgatory Inshuro and the little girl. Without any hesitation, Nezuko cut through her palm and used the blood to burn the dream rope on Purgatory Inshuro's wrist. The rope broke and the little girl who invaded the dream of Purgatory Apricot Shaoro also woke up. Seeing that her chance to enter a beautiful dream was destroyed by Tanjiro, the little girl took out an awl and stroked it at Tanjiro's neck. If I could kill Tanjiro here, I would still have the chance to be given a beautiful dream and live in a happy dream for the rest of my life. Tanjiro easily avoided the little girl's attack and slashed the little girl out with a hand knife. Try to wake up Purgatory Atsushiro, but no matter how he shouted or hit him, Purgatory Atsushiro was still in his dream. It seems that if you want to leave your dream, you can only rely on your own strength. External forces cannot wake others up. As soon as he thought of this, Tanjiro decided not to call Infernal Atsuro. Change another method. That is to kill the evil ghost who releases this blood ghost technique. Tanjiro smelled his nose and smelled the nightmare standing on the roof of the train. Is the roof? Nezuko, you're watching Brother Purgatory here, I'll kill the evil ghosts. Open the window, jump to the train windowsill, and Tanjiro held the windows with both hands. Easily roll over to the roof of the car. After seeing the nightmare on the roof of the car, I passed by the umbrella of 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 the Without any hesitation, it was a big move. The sun's breathing select the once hyped sun halo of the dragon and head dance. Before Yan Meng could open her mouth to mock her, she was chopped off her head. The same feeling came when he cut off the skull's tired head for the first time. Tanjiro turned around and chopped his head, which was still flying in the sky. Sun's breathing, Feng type, train. The nightmare dream that was about to start searing again, but before the head fell to the ground, it turned into ashes. But Nightmare did not die. He has long been integrated with the train. As long as the front of the car is constantly running, you will not die. A sudden change occurred, and the stronger ghost aura was smelled by Tanjiro. There was a change in the carriage, and the originally normal train wall gradually penetrated into flesh and blood, turning into a wall of flesh and blood. Moreover, these flesh and blood can grow tentacles to kill those sleeping passengers. Not good. The whole train became an evil ghost. Tanjiro quickly returned to the train and waved his hibiscus knife to cut off the tentacles that wanted to kill humans. Nezuko also transformed into a semi-ghost, and she could easily smash and kick the tentacles between her fists and feet. But these are not painful or itchy for Nightmare, and can be recovered in an instant. What's more, Tanjiro and Nezuko are unable to share their skills, and they can protect the 3 cars at the top of the sky. No one can protect the remaining 5 cars. Facing the remaining 5 cars, Tanjiro was heartbroken and wished he could split himself in half and help the other half. Brother Purgatory! Wake up! Tanjiro shouted loudly at the sleeping Purgatory Azuro. Purgatory Atsuro opened his eyes suddenly and quickly pulled out the Sunwheel sword to cut off the tentacles that attacked the man in front of him. What a beautiful dream! I'm just a little ashamed. As a pillar, I woke up later than the team members. And I was shouted up by the team members. If there is a hole big enough, I really hope I will never come out again if I get in. Purgatory Apricot Tsuruo stood up to himself and left the seat. Faced with the tentacles that were striking towards him from all directions, Purgatory Apricot rushed forward in an instant, constantly waving the sunwheel knife in his hand, cutting off all the tentacles that were blocking him. I successfully arrived at the carriage where Tanjiro was. Nightmare, which merged with the train, felt that the body was suddenly severely damaged. It was clear that Akatsuro, who was a pillar, woke up. So what if it's a pillar? There are always places where you can't protect the 8 cars. Tanjiro, breathing in the sun earrings. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's you. The ghost hunter that Lord must be killed. If you kill you, I will be able to get my blood again. The ghost of the winding string. I'm determined. Looking at Tanjiro, who was too busy to take care of himself, Purgatory Apricot said. It's a problem. There are only 3 of us, so it may be a bit difficult to kill the evil ghost. The train has 8 cars in total. I can clean 5 cars, Nezuko, and you can clean 3. But who will cut off the evil ghost's head? Leave it to me. A familiar voice came from outside the window. Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Purgatory Apricot Suzuro turned their heads and looked at each other. I saw the Gyuder C flying outside the train with a white-haired beauty on her back. Brother Ming-eng. Guaren. May, please help them clean the carriage, I'll cut off the locomotive. The plum blossoms came down from the Gyuder lotus and jumped into the carriage. Tanjiro, who smelled May was not a human, had a strange expression. Brother Ming-eng found another evil ghost girlfriend, is it? Very good. Then I'll leave it to you here, Guaren. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, Atsuro Purgatory turned around and rushed towards the 5 rear hulls. Tanjiro, give me the Hiroshikan, I'll kill the ghosts. Good. Tanjiro threw the ridge knife out the window, and the chi flew to the locomotive. The Gyuda Hiju returns to a certain knife with a joke. Holding the sunwheel knife in hand, he looked at the position where the front of the car was connected to the body. The nightmare that hid in the locomotive in his head suddenly felt like he was going to die. Why do I have this idea? The nightmare was puzzled, so I had to continue to increase the tentacles in the train to attack Tanjiro, Nezuko, Purgatory Atsuru, and another female ghost to eliminate the uneasy emotions. Ah! Why is there an extra female ghost in my body? What a familiar figure! Nightmare observed plum blossoms intently. The more I look at it, the more I look familiar, and the more I look at it, the more I feel that I have seen it. Ribble attack. Grey hair. The winding land. Fallen girl. Nightmare was shocked. Why did the winding land appear here? And is helping the demon slayer? No. Such things must be reported. If I know that Fulverji helps humans, and that he is also a ghost hunter in the demon slay team, I will definitely kill her, and then I can inherit the string land with justification. As the only lower string, I have been highly valued by Giwu Vasheo recently. Yanmen quickly called Gui Wu Yuzan. Grown-ups. I discovered the winding land and the fallen goddess. Chapter 50 Infinite Train and Nightmare, End. Ah! Gui Wui was a little confused. He hurriedly asked. Are you sure it's the winding land and the fallen goddess? Sir, the smallest one is certain, that is, the winding Luluji. She is now inside me, helping humans and ghost hunters destroy my tentacles. Giwu Yuzan connects his own perspective with Nightmare Dream. I saw the fallen goddess I had been looking forward to for a long time. Damn it! It's really her. But why did she go against Yanmen? And why is the makeup on her body so different from that of the courtesan period? Could it be that the doji really betrayed? Now, except for the doji who broke free from his own control and betrayed himself. Gui Wui Yuzan couldn't think of why the fallen girl did this. Nightmare Dream. The fallen girl has betrayed me, and immediately remove the name of the Winding Moon and the Winding Land. Yan Men, I see your strength and hard work. I now order you to be the new Winding Moon and Winding Land. And I will give you a new task, that is, to kill the traitor fallen girl. Nightmare was very excited to hear that he had become the Winding Land. This feeling of being valued by the leader is so satisfying. Yan Men will definitely live up to your expectations. Now, kill the traitor, fallen girl. Then, Yan Meng ignored the humans in the other cars and attacked Mei's car with all his strength. Mei had no choice but to reveal her full strength and her eyes returned to ghost eyes. The left eye is Super String and the right eye is Lu. Tanjiro, who was watching the battle, was shocked when he saw the 3 words engraved in Mei's eyes. Exclaimed. The Winding Land. Brother Mingeng is still so awesome, no matter what the hell is, he can easily grasp it. My own sister, Spider Mother of Spider Mountain, and now the Winding Land. Mei didn't pay too much attention to Tanjiro, and focused on cleaning up the tentacles that were rushing towards her. For these tentacles that are broken when touched and look very disgusting, if they weren't trying to be touched. Mei doesn't need to use all her strength at all. The gap between the upper and lower strings cannot be made up by drawing a few big pie. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro, who came from the last 5 carriages, saw the numbers in plum eyes. If he hadn't known this person he was defended by Gyuter. Maybe he would just slash up in the next second. On the other side, the locomotive. After slashing out the body, Gyuter dried turbulently slashed the sun wheel sword. Randomly wave the sun wheel knife and chop the locomotive junction below. A transparent and invisible slash easily cuts off the iron sheet and iron floor of the car, passing through the spine located below the floor. Nightmare, who was still attacking wildly in joy, suddenly found that his body was out of control. The cut tentacles did not recover and grow. Ah! What happened? Why is the body out of control? Oh, why is my head moving forward but my body is not keeping up? No. My neck is cut off. After coming back to his senses, Yan Meng realized that he had his neck cut off. Why does this happen? Who is it? Before Yan Men's consciousness completely dissipated, Yan Men saw a figure on the train track in front of him. Is it him? No, he hasn't drawn the knife yet. Has drawn the knife. The locomotive that was leaving suddenly split into pieces. The fracture is very flat. The upper string land, pseudo, one of the lower string night dream destroy. The Katasi located on the first carriage of the train was cut open after seeing the locomotive in the distance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a smile appeared. Good guy. If I didn't come tonight, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Purgatory Azuru will have to explain this tonight. Apart from myself, no matter who comes to the Demon Slayer team tonight, it is impossible for them to save these 3. There is nothing else, just because the figure standing on the train track is following Guo Yuanika's brother, one of the winding strings, the pattern, the transparent, the 16-style moon breathing, the traitor of the ghost killing team, the black killing gang. After solving everything in the car, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Purgatory Apricot, and Mei came to the first carriage. Greeting, Gu Tak howls, Lu Kenshu. Brother Mingeng, all the tentacles have disappeared. Are the evil ghosts dead? Die, but another end. The Gyuter stood on the train tracks under the knife. Turning his back to everyone behind him, he asked. Tanjiro, are you going to fight him? Who? Tanjiro was puzzled and did not see any ghosts. The ghost who unloaded the locomotive with 8 pieces. Didn't this be done by Brother Mingeng? Gyutar he ×2. Due to lack of strength and the existence of Hei Shi Mao, only Mei noticed the danger of the 2 ghosts in the carriage. And evil ghosts who are stronger than themselves. One of the winding strings, Black Death Mao. Mei exclaimed. It seemed to be in response to Mei's exclamation, Hei Shimu's voice sounded. Fuji, it turns out that you have betrayed us just like what Lord Wuzan said. Call the prostitute Taro out and die together. He Shitmu appeared instantly at a distance of only 100 meters away from everyone. Looking at the face with 6 eyes, the 2 in the middle are engraved with winding and yi. Purgatory Apricot Shaoro changed his past and whispered to the cuter nuclear crackdown. Guaren, are you still fidelity in what you said before? Of course, the 12 ghost months, and even ghost dances are all miserable. As long as you can't beat them, you can leave them to me. Gyuder he's pride and Nana's feed. At the same time, I started to warm up on the track. He looked like he didn't take He Shi Mao seriously at all. Purgatory Apricot breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Gyuder is very good at wielding his salary. Haihemu takes it seriously, and Haihemu also did not impeach Gyuder's fierce advice. Because of the existence of qi, even if He Shimu has a transparent world and can see through the muscles and organs under the skin, he still cannot accurately see the. In He Shi Mao's eyes, Gyuder Hang's words are no different from normal people, but they are just an ordinary person. Those who can defeat themselves are either dead or not born yet. Kuro Kijima looked at Tanjiro, who was wearing the same earrings as Jukiko Yoshi's. Said. You are the successor of Rizi's breath, right? I'll give you a chance to kill me. Let the horse attack over, I won't fight back. As long as you can hurt me, I will leave here immediately. You don't want these 2 ghosts around you to die. If you want to go to the sacred girl, you can do it, just join the successor of Rizi breathing. Ah! For the Black Death who looks so highly attentive to himself. Tanjiro was so panicked. Is it true or false to play one of the strings? I am just a ghost hunter who has learned to concentrate on the field. Brother Ming-Eng, do I want to go there? It depends on whether you want to survive or not. Tanjiro nodded. I want to live. Hakuto Hai, who had finished warming up, threw the Hiro Shiro knife in his hand and said to everyone behind him. Then leave it to me. Everyone retreats, I'm going to start showing off. Oh, by the way, I'll give you back. Ming-Eng. Mei shouted anxiously. The roar is barking. What's wrong, Mei? Mei jumped off the train, held the scented mouth and kissed each other passionately. After a moment, Mei let go of Gyuder Hai and said affectionately. Be careful if you can't beat it, run away, don't worry about me. Gyuder hated the Vapa and returned to the MO to chase him, and said with a smile. It can't be beaten, it doesn't exist. Let's see how you pretend to be a husband. Chapter 51 One of the Winding Strings Black Death. Since Kuian won, right? The oysters and vegetables are broken. What a sad clown. I don't know why I was born in this world until I die. To be the world's strongest person? Or to prove your particularity? If you are the best in the world, it seems that Guiwen can easily kill you, right? As for the special nature, do you have your younger brother's special nature or ghost dance? What a sad life-y. In other people's eyes, Gyuder Hanmu's 8 ping kilograms Liao Su's data are so harsh and heartbreaking in He Shimu's ears. Every sentence is to punish the heart. Looking for death. He Shimu's voice sounded beside Gyuder regret. In just a moment, He Shimu came to Gyuder Heli and pulled out the samurai sword on his waist, Su crying God to go. Swing the knife to slash at the Gyuder's drought and bad seals. The expected head moved, and the scene of the blood fountain did not appear. Table tennis. The crisp slash sounded, and the crying God in He Shimu's hand went to the distance. Gyutar Han instigated the chewing of the zircon and the leached locusts and the leached paddles. Half in He Shimu's hands, and half in the air. Because Su crying God is made of black death blood and bones, even if it is broken in half, it can still be regenerated into a complete knife. The half of the crying God in Haihamu's hands went to miss the Gyuder Han's robbery and the Phoenix Bulletin was restored to complete again. Looking at the Su crying God in his hand, if the broken half had not fallen on the railway tracks and made a ping-pong sound, He Shimu would have doubted whether he had read it wrong. When Su crying God was about to touch the man's neck, he broke it as if he had cut off the hardest thing in the world. Even the air can't attack, but it can't kill anyone. The sound of Gyuder Hefna came into the ears of the stunned Black Death Mew. In the past, I used to mock others, but today I was mocked by others. Haihemu was furious and his left hand passed by Su Crying God. The Su Crying God changed drastically in an instant. Not only did it grow longer, but 3 barbs also appeared on both sides of the blade. Hei Shimu waved his knife to slash at Gyutar Hai again. This time he chose the back of his neck. Like just now, the sacred god went to the distance. Gyutar Han instigated the chewing the sacred Mu Yin sword. No matter how hard he used, he could not go further. The breath of the moon, the shape of the moon, the vortex of the moon soul. This is a move that can release sword energy without waving a weapon. 3 sword energy with dozens of sharp blades of different sizes appeared out of thin air, bringing the sacred spirits of Gyuder Hebe. Then the moon-shaped blade on the sword energy broke away from the sword energy and all headed towards the Gyuder Hang. However, these hundreds of moon-shaped blades, Luchenji's swords, turned into light spots and dissipated 2 centimeters away from the sea. Uneasiness surged into my heart. Hei Shi Mao instantly retreated 100 meters away, as if facing a great enemy. After many years, I have once again felt uneasiness from human beings. The last time I had this kind of emotion was my younger brother, Ji Kuyuanyi. Since Kuyuan has been transparent and traceless all day long, it is reasonable for him to be uneasy. But what happened to the person opposite? The face is white and clean, and he doesn't look like a cultivator at all, and he has no traces at all. Even the muscle density is the same as that of ordinary people. Why can he bring uneasiness to himself? Why can't my attack work for him? Why? Hei Mao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked solemnly. You? Who is it? Who am I? Said Gyuder, who is this? I am an ordinary person in Gyutar Hai. The sound of the Gyuder Hana sounded in Hai Hei's ears. Hai Hei's 3 eyes shrank and his muscles tightened. So fast. Before Hei Shi Mao could react, he kicked his body away. The storm was stolen, and lifted his head. He patted Hei Shimu's face and said, Hey. Call Ghost Wu, no misery. Please answer the phone with cowards and Gui Wu Yuzhen. A familiar voice came into Gui Wu's mind. The last time I heard it through the original lower string Land and Xiangkai. This time, I heard it through my strongest subordinate, one of the strings, Black Death Mew. I remembered that when I answered a call from Kai a week ago, I thought my biggest enemy was the boy named Tanjiro who had the same earrings as Ji Kyoto and was also using the breath of hero. But now it seems that everything is wrong. A big mistake. The person who called him through Xiangkai, hid behind Xiangkai, and talked to him was his biggest enemy. A hand knife cut off Haihemu's head, which was something Ji Kuyuan could not do. In other words, if you don't even have the chance to self-destruct in front of this person, you may die. No. Not possible, it is inevitable. Since escaping from Ji Kuyuan's hands hundreds of years ago, Gui Wei felt that death was so close to him for the first time. The boundless fear surged into my heart, and Gui Wei felt that his breathing began to become difficult. I didn't dare to say sorry to Gyuder through Hei Mao. The current ghost Wu Yuzhen only has one thought, that is, escape. Hiding in the infinite city, using the tactic of humans, welding the Gyuder to death and then reborn. Without any hesitation, Gui Wei directly disconnected from Hei Shi Mao. My daughter! Gui Wei shouted hysterically. The girl from Infinite City received the order and played the pipa to teleport the ghost Wu Yuzhen to Infinite City. Looking at Washao in front of you, the adult actually had a very difficult time breathing, and Naruto asked quickly. Mr. Wu Yuzhen, are you okay? Hi. After a few breaths, Gui Wu Yuzhen said in a panting, he said in a daze. From now on, no one can enter Infinite City without my orders. Infinite City, from now on, the city will be closed for 100 years. After conveying his orders to Mingnu, Gui Wu Yuzhen felt a little safe. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and lay weakly on the ground. On the other side, Gyuder Hangui seemed to have hung up the phone directly after answering his phone number, and suddenly felt bored. It has been guessed that Guiwu has hid in Infinity City. Oh! Hey Shimao, it seems that your boss has abandoned you. I won't take you if I run away. Tisk tisk, it's so sad. Gyuder regrets the gift of vegetables in the courtyard. After Hai Hei Mao felt that he could not contact Gui Wu's son, he was also lost. Then he laughed, sad and sad. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. After laughing, Hai Hei Mu took a deep breath and shouted hysterically. After Kuyuan Yi. Why? Why are you, who only disrupts the world order, born in this world? Why is it my twin brother? Why do you show your disgusting and jealous ability? Why give me hope when I die? In order to be like you, to be unique, and to be the strongest warrior. I will abandon my wife and children, and will turn into evil spirits and suck human blood. I thought I had broken free from the shackles, became the only one, and became the strongest. But you didn't forget to disgust me when you were dying. Why, you obviously had only one breath left at that time, and you still had to humiliate me, defeat me, and then die of your life. Why do you always make me live such a miserable life? I hate it so much. Go to death for me. Chapter 52 One of the Winding Strings, Black Death Mu, Kill. Anger, jealousy, resentment, and various emotions made Hai Hei Mu completely abandon everything. Even the dignity of a warrior. Hei Shimu's body changed suddenly, and the void-crying spirit merged with his body. Black crystals similar to spider legs grow on the body. There are also tentacle-like limbs on the back that make the goddess priest feel cold in the 18 Forbidden comics. Hei Shimu's body blew a step, shattered the ground, raised dust, and rushed to the Gyuder He concrete bath. But he did not regret the slap in Gyuder, but grabbed his head with one claw. I want to smash my head and grow a new one. Then escape from here. I am no longer a warrior. Since that's the case, it's not too late to take revenge. Oh, do you want to smash your head and run away? Who gives you the confidence? Is Liang Jing grew? The three Guya Sharinans appeared in the Gyuder and Ragugas, but only appeared for a moment. They began to rotate in their eyes, turning into a black dot, redifferentiate, forming a new pattern. But this pattern is like the three magma Sharinan just now, and it began to rotate and change again in an instant. Finally, another brand new pattern was formed. Eternal Maniatoscope sharing an open. I don't know what it looks like. If anyone has a picture of the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharinan that is different from the original Naruto, they can be published. If there are any good ones, I will take it then. This is the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharinan. Before, I was obviously strong enough, but I did not open the Maniad Sharinan. It turned out that I had a big one and went directly over the Maniatoscope Sharinan and advanced to the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharinan. With the opening of the third force Eternal Kaleidoscope, the skeleton of the Gyuder Hanbeo Hwa made a dark purple half-body skeleton as high as 15 meters high. The dark purple energy around the skeleton also emits fluorescence. Before Kurashimu's body could touch his head, Susanoo grabbed it. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Susanoo's palm. Under the influence of the body, there are also mutations in the source of the scattered genus. 4 strange bone horns of different sizes and shapes protruded from front, back and left and right of the head. The teeth in the mouth are protruding and completely become sharp teeth. They are extremely ugly and the boss is grinning. Hi! He looks so ugly. The prostitute Taro looks pretty and looks jeweled compared to you. Tanjiro! Come on the ridge knife! Gyuder shouted as he shook Tanjiro in the carriage. Everyone in the car saw that Gutahaheya had taken control of Haihamu and asked Tanjiro for the ridge knife, and understood that Gutahaha was trying to kill Haihamu. Tanjiro quickly ran out of the carriage, looking at the huge half-body dark purple skeleton that covered the skull, and for a moment, he didn't know how to hand over the skull sword to the skull. Skeleton. After all, this half-body skeleton must have a physical entity to grasp Hei Shimu's body. It's okay, just walk in. Oh? Okay. Tanjiro walked closer to Susanoo half-believingly. I reached out to touch Susanoo's skeleton and found that I could not touch anything. Is it so magical? Walking into Susanoo, Tanjiro handed over the Hiroshikin to the skeleton. The rank of the emperor is worth the emperor to pay tribute to the source of excessive materials. At the same time, Susanoo threw Kuroshimu's head into the air. The head and the body collide, and granulations grow with each other and start to connect. The girls saw that the supervised the sacred swords and then jumped up and slashed 1,000 times in 1 second. Before Hei Shimu's head could warm up with his body, he directly turned into pieces of Hei Shimu fragments. In order to avoid special circumstances, there is no exception. Ha! A Kikong wave wiped the fragments of Haihamu into ashes. No, it should be that there is not even ash left. One of the winding strings, Black Death Mao, kill. After Hei Shimao died, Yin appeared one after another. Treat injured passengers on the Infinity train. And report what happened here to the Demon Slayer headquarters. Mei was shocked when she saw the Gyuder trench spring and the Black Death of Mao Ru. She was also very shocked. She had already played Gyuder with Muruk, but she didn't expect that she was so strong. As for the Yanzu and Purgatory Apricot root, his mood is similar to that of Mei. What kind of ability is this? The half-body skeleton that is 15 meters high and is not yet effective and flashes with fluorescent light is really evil and cool. Infinite City. Gui Wei Wu Ba's mind was not at all disturbed after he realized that Hei Shimao was killed. Everything is within your expectations. After all, that is a human being even stronger than Ji Kuyuanyi. But so what, as long as you are a human, you will die. As a ghost, I am immortal. When you die, it will be the day when my ghost King Giwasan reappears. He. Wait in the Sea of Gyuder. 100 years later, I will definitely destroy your entire clan. Although Gui Wuzan hid in Infinity City, he still had a connection with the Winding Ghost. Order them to seize the time to find the blue-red spider lily. As long as you find the blue ribbon and eat the blue ribbon and become a perfect creature, I don't care whether you follow Koyuan or Gyuder Sea will stand aside. On the other side, the girl returned to Zushi's villa. What? One of the winding strings, Black Death Mu died. Then what about Ghost Dance? Escape back to Infinite City. Gyuder said calmly. Zushi was stunned, but when he remembered that Gyuder had made an appointment with Hangzhen Island, he said. Ming-Ang, you can find Infinity City, right? Of course, everything is under the control of your husband. Even if Gui Weiyang is in the Infinite City, I can still pull him out. The emperor secretly visited Dangli's wife because he really had the ability to find and pull out the ghost Wuzan who was hiding in the Infinite City. And there is more than one method. You should know that the Qi has a ghost path, and its energy also has the characteristics of spiritual pressure. As we all know, although the Lingwang Palace is in the Lingting Court, it is in another space. So, how to enter the Lingwang Palace? As one of the most charming villains in the history of anime, Aizen Medical said. Want to go to the Lingwang Palace? I'll help you knock him down. From this we can see that in the face of absolute spiritual pressure, everything is nothing. Of course, this is just a method. Another way is to use the ghost path. The magical ghost realm is omnipotent, killing, setting fire, tracking, saving people, and even connecting the two realms. Isn't this second method coming? Chapter 53 Absorption System Core. It's easy to drink a ghost dance. But now is not the time, after all, Butterfly Ninja has not yet taken revenge. When the day when the child dies, it is the time when Gui Wuzan moves. And now I am doing important things. That is to study your own eternal maniatoscope Sharinon. After opening the eternal kaleidoscope, the Kathaya naturally gained the corresponding ability. If the Zanpakara is a portrayal of the soul, then the Sharinon is a portrayal of the soul. What are the abilities of the eternal maniatic Sherinon? After saying hello to Mei and Zushi, Gyutar Han Langlei said that he had a slight ankle to meet the room where Han Turan was located and began to study the eternal maniatoscope Sherinon. As the saying goes, the most terrible thing in the world is the carnival of the ignorant. There will make everything full of changes and uncertainty in one's own eyes. Therefore, the left eye ability of the eternal maniatoscope Sherinon is analysis and application. The specific effect is as literal as it means, and it can be analyzed. Do everything, understand the essence of the world, and understand and comprehend it. This will achieve application and mastery. Very awesome ability. It can be said that as long as there is enough time, Gyutar Han is omniscient and omnipotent. After talking about the ability of the left eye of the Marliotoscope Sherinon, it is the ability of the right eye. This ability is very good. Perhaps it was because the soul of lust in my heart broke out, or it was influenced by my own enlightenment anime pastime in the academy. Of course, it is possible that there are both. The Gyutar River has already broken, and it is actually pastime. This time it really means literally. However, the range of time that he could pause was not very large. Moreover, with my current strength, I am afraid that before I take off my pants, time will flow again due to insufficient energy in my body. As for why the first thing I did after the time was to take off my pants, I knew it clearly. Damn! The ability of the right eye is really good. With my strength and Daniel Wu's appearance, do you need to pause time to do these dirty things? After making a weak complaint, the ability of the left eye was circling. If you want to play, just play big. The system core left behind by the explosion of the system was taken out. In order to avoid accidents, resulting in the destruction of the system core, all the fairy beans in the core of the system were taken out. Picking up the core of the system, Gyudarshan the ability of the left eye. Analysis, start. The moment he activated his left eye ability, the slump fell on the bed. Not good. The master is playing with it. Zanpakara Yuluo appeared directly into the room. The white-haired and big-breasted lady, Au, felt that the speed of the scattered sodium was passing, and his body temperature reached more than 40 degrees Celsius, and he hurriedly said, "Xiaoluo, feed the fairy beans to the master." After hearing this, the blonde tupani-tailed lowly Xiaoluo quickly opened the bag containing the fairy beans, took out a fairy bean, and broke it open with his hands. He put the fairy beans into the fairy beans. "No, he won't swallow it, master," Xiaoluo said anxiously. "I'll do it." Au took the fairy beans and put them in his mouth, kissed him and asked him to swallow it. Fortunately, it was successful. The sodium syrup of the Gyutar drought instantly returned to full body temperature at that moment. But in just 1 second, the air was still passing rapidly and the body temperature reached more than 40 degrees Celsius again. "Xiaoluo, go and call Zhu Shi and Mei here, so that they can help the master swallow the fairy beans. Now the master's energy is passing by. We cannot materialize it, and it will speed up the speed of airflow." Xiaoluo quickly opened the door, came outside the house, and called Zhu Shi and Mei downstairs. Although the two ghosts didn't know each other and had never seen Xiaoluo, they quickly came to the second floor when they heard Gyutar's sarcastic move. Au simply followed Gyutar Han Naxi to the two ghosts. Zhu Shi and Mei instantly understood it. After briefly learning how to assist swallowing, I began to take over Yuluo's work. Yuluo was removed from its physicalization and returned to the 3 days later. In the villa, the system core that had been holding tightly in his hand lost its original luster. The slightest and sat up from the bed. A little confused. What happened? Inside the room, Zhu Shi and Mei saw that the slutty stumbled at Gyutar Brown Bao Mei, and their eyes were filled with tears, and they stepped forward to hug Gyutar's bones. The ability and perception of the left eye of the Marliotoscope Sherinon are quietly activated. Listen to your heart through insight and observation of everything in the house. The squat was clear about what happened. Damn it! Dog system! It's not worry-free if you self-destruct. I almost sent me away too. Thanks to Yu Luo's existence, otherwise it would have been GG. Chapter 54 Shut Through All Worlds. Real-time pause. Gyuder Hai, who already knew what was going on, was not stingy at all. Let the two girls hold themselves and rely on themselves to soothe the uneasiness in their hearts. Gradually, Zhu Shi and Mei fell asleep. 2 hours later, Zhu Shi and Mei woke up. Gu Tak Welding touched Zhu Shi and Mei's cheeks. Zhu Shi and Mei nodded. As a doctor, Zhu Shi saw that Gu Tahaha was not seriously ill and slandered his forehead with Gu Tahaha. A more subtle feeling of Gyuder dry milk. After confirming that it was normal human body temperature, Zhu Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Shi did not ask what Gyuder Hekiao looked like the night before, but asked about the identity of the white-haired lady and the blonde loli. Ming Ang, who are that white-haired beauty and blonde girl? Zhu Shi asked Yu Luo about his identity because he was not jealous, but because he wanted to thank Yu Luo, and at the same time he wanted to get to know these two sisters. If Yu Luo hadn't informed her that Gyuder he was sick, she wouldn't have been able to grab it in time save. Oh, they both. Yu, Zai Luo, come out to meet me. You will be sisters from now on. Hearing the master's order, Yu Luo became physical again and appeared beside the bed. Yu, a white-haired snow-haired girl with a good wife and mother, but also has the style of a royal sister, greeted Zhu Shi and Mei. Hello, Zhu Shi, Mei, my name is Yu, and it is the master's Zanpakara. A small and cute mixed-blood loli with 2 blonde ponytails and blue eyes, Zai Luo also waved her hand to greet Zhu Shi and Mei. Hello, Sister Zhu Shi, Sister Mei, my name is Zai Luo, and I am also the master's Zanpakara. You can treat us as the legendary sword spirits. Yu Luo said in unison. Zhu Shi and Mei were shocked when they heard that Yu and Xiao Luo were actually the legendary sword spirits. How many secrets does Ming Ang have? After experiencing gracefulness with Gyuder, Zhu Shi and Mei started to single the oxim from Gyuder. Zhu Shi was going to continue to develop the medicine for human transformation, while Mei remembered her brother. I don't seem to have seen my brother in the past 2 days. Where has my brother been? Ming Ang, where is Yu Shilang and my brother? Haven't they both come back yet? I'm back, but I'm not in the villa, but in the utility room outside the villa. The sun is high now, and they'll be back after the sun sets. Upon hearing this, Mei put on the new clothes sent by Zhu Shi, and came to the window and looked at the utility room in the courtyard. Through the window of the utility room, I saw my brother inside. Seeing that my brother had no big problems, Mei began to die for Gu Ta Hengwei. The current Gyuder trench has been rescued for 2 days and 3 nights, and the immortal beans have been prolonged. It fully stimulates the Xun bloodline in the body and improves its strength in the near-death resurrection. Compared with the past, his strength has increased by about 10 times. Strong and terrible. The Maniad Sherinon in both eyes is only 1 step away from the reincarnation eye. He rolled his eyes and was ready to move, and he could only evolve into a reincarnation eye in just 1 step. Zanpakara Yulu has reached a level that can be solved. Not only that, the analysis and application of the system core of Gyuder and have gained the ability they have always dreamed of. Shuttle through all worlds and real time is still. These 2 functions not only do not consume any energy, but can also be used at any time. It can only be said that it is a magical system. Damn, energy conservation is just a roadside in front of the system. No matter what system it is, you can kick it. Good, so scary. When the vision will come to a vast, deep, and dark nothingness. This endless void is dotted with countless dazzling or faint flashing spots of light. These light spots are not still, but are circulating between continuous birth and disappearance, as if the entire space is pulsating like breathing. Behind every glimmer is a new universe. As long as you can project your thoughts into the universe where the light spot is at any time, but then the world will disappear and appear in the universe where the thoughts are. I'll test, open a blind box, right? Because I don't know which spot is the light in the world of Demon Slayer, Blade, the teleportation of the Gyuder Heba Huan Yaimei. What if the teleportation is over and cannot be returned? There is no rush to travel through the world. When the wives who have settled down in this world, find the light spot where the world of Demon Slayer, Blade is located, leave the anchor point and then pause the time to ensure that everything is foolproof, the world can travel through the world. The true time pause upgraded by the system core can be performed for eternal time pauses. This provides guarantee for Gyuder to sail through all worlds. It would not be that after returning again, my wives would all turn into oil because of the different time flow rates in the two realms. When you have a space similar to a small world in the future, you will take all your wives in. Shik through all worlds together. The system core of the system core of the cyst of the Gyuder howling Kong worm species has no luster and has lost all its abilities. Try to pinch it a little harder. Table tennis. No matter how much the Gyuders played with them before, there was no destruction. The invincible system core turned into dust and disappeared into the world. I'll test your mother. Chapter 55 The development of human transformed medicine successfully. The system core disappeared. Although the core of the system is useless, I am afraid of the silence 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 of the silence. After all, those 99,666 fairy beans can no longer be placed in the system core. It's hard to deal with. From now on, I have to bring a large bag of fairy beans when going out. How much is it to fish? Gyuder River Chu Fengmu blows the crisp maple ray shaking. Seeing Zhu Shi was busy doing an experiment, decided to avoid detours for several months. Use the ability of the eternal kaleidoscope Sherinon left eye to analyze the real way to make the human transformed medicine. Zhu Shi. Although he heard that it was Gyuder Hana's voice, Zhu Shi did not stop his work. Zhu Shi said softly as if he was coaxing a child. Ming Eng, wait for me for 5 hours. Will you be able to deal with it after completing the experiment? Jade Zhu Shi misunderstood what he meant. Gyuder Hei Shirikan talks about yin and maple lye sodium umbrella. There was a snap. Zhu Shi was in pain and looked at Gu Tak's skeleton with a little shame and anger. Angry and shy look, she looks very cute. Okay, don't be angry, who said I'm here to find you he he he. The hair that the Gyuder Hang Zhu Shi fell in front of him was stretched to his ears, stroked Zhu Shi's cheek, and said seriously. This time I'm here to help you develop human transformed medicine. Seeing that the girl was drunk and difficult, Zhu Shi was a little unbelievable. How do you want to help me? Help you avoid detours for months. The Gyuder Hong Jushi was pressed on the chair. Sit down and watch the performance for your husband. Zhu Shi sat upright on the chair and looked at Gyuder's skeleton curiously. She was very curious. It seemed that Ming Eng had never been exposed to such an experiment in her own perception. Then how should he help himself avoid detours for several months? I saw that the pupils in the nucleus of the Gyuder nuclear eye changed, and a strange pattern that should be symmetrical appeared. Then the girl's howling smart crickets are shining with the flutes of the mother's fashionable flutes of the mother's thin. Zhu Shi originally thought that Gu Tak's eyes would emit awesome light and so on, so he directly synthesized the human medicine. But it seems that this is not the case. The stolen camel horse was flattering and robbed Zheng. It's just like being stunned. 1 minute or 2 minutes, Gyuder he was good at waving the fishy way. I didn't even blink my eyelids. There won't be something wrong with Ming Eng, right? Zhu Shi was a little worried and was about to get up to check out Gyuder Hanao Kungo. Do not move. Sit there and don't move. It's almost time, I'm almost finding the most suitable ratio. Ah? Zhu Shi was a little confused when he heard Gyuder Fan's famous words. What does it mean to find the most suitable ratio? Ming Eng, the most suitable ratio is not seen, and experiments are needed. Zhu Shi reminded him. Gyuder Han Chunchen. Seeing this, Zhu Shi had to sit on the chair and continue to observe the skeleton of the Gyuder. As long as Ming Eng doesn't have any trouble, it will be fine no matter how long it takes. But what Zhu Shi didn't know was what the various experimental tools and the medicinal liquids on the experimental bench do at this moment, and how to use the described ones clearly. Directly instilled in Gyuder, where is the drought disaster? And as the medicines began to emerge one by one. How to do it first and then how to do it, how much temperature the experimental environment, etc., various detailed experimental steps are reflected in the situation of drought. Another minute later, Gyuder Hiku is forgiven. My eyes didn't look dull. Then, in Zushi's surprised gaze, the model of the sacred agents were prepared in various ways. Heating, distillation, stirring, and dropping. It seems like that. 2 minutes later, Gyuder Airlines picked up the test tube containing the blue medicine liquid. Fit with your own vision. Shake gently. The medicine solution in the test tube changes color instantly. It turned into a bright red medicine solution. What is this Ming-Eng? Zhu Shi asked softly, afraid of disturbing the skeleton of Gyuder. The gentleman smiled confidently. The medicine to turn into a human. Zhu Shi, ah? Salt beans don't contain salt? Ming-Eng, you make it difficult for me to accept the conversation. Don't believe it. Zhu Shi nodded. I really don't believe it. Let's go. Let's take you to witness the miracle. Gu Tahahao blew the door and walked out. Zhu Shi stopped at the entrance and did not step out of the villa. After all, it was during the day now, so I just gave it away when I went out. Zhu Shi, just stand at the door, don't have to come out. Open the door of the utility room, and in the utility room, the two ghosts sitting on the ground drawing circles raised their heads at the same time, looking at the skeleton of Gyuder. Is there anything wrong? Yu Shilang asked. This is a human turning medicine. Who of you will come first? The potion of Gyuder Airlines was handed to the two ghosts. The two ghosts didn't go to pick them up. Yu Shilang didn't want to become a human because he had to wait for the next life of Zushi. I want to become a perfect creature. And the ghosts don't know that Gyuder Hezhong Zinmine sent the emperor to Qian Kong. What if it was a super poison that poisoned him to death? It was not given to me by Zhu Shi, I won't drink it. As for the prostitute Taro, the idea is very simple. Humans are too weak to protect their sister. What's more, my sister is still a ghost. Before my sister becomes a human, I will not become a human. Okay, none of you are interested in such a good thing. Brother-in-law, come on. If you succeed in becoming a human, the next one is Plum. You don't want May to live in the dark forever. The sun is very warm, the sun is bright, and Plums want to become human. After feeding a bowl of chicken soup, the prostitute Taro finally took the medicine for transforming into a human. What do I want to do? Drink it. Just like last time, don't decompose the drug, don't resist, embrace degeneration, oh no, embrace return. With the experience of getting rid of the ghost dance, Taro did not exclude the drug. Received the transformation from human transformed medicine. Crackling. The skeleton of the prostitute Taro was like fried beans, squeezing each other to make a crisp sound. Taro, who had been bent over, was gradually straightening his body. The hair color also changed and turned back to its original black. The black spots on the face that had existed during the human period were also fading away little by little. 5 minutes later, Taro, the prostitute, stretched out his hands, his pupils full of shock. This is. Have you turned back to human? That kind of omnipotence disappeared from the prostitute Taro's body. Extend your hand, I'll check it out for you. Taro, the prostitute, stretched out his palm, and the originally black fingernails have now returned to being like a normal person. The arm of the prostitute, Taro, examined the body of the prostitute, Taro. A very ordinary body, no different from an ordinary person. It seems that it has been successful. Okay, Taro, you have become a human, go out for a walk. I really become a human. Taro, a prostitute, asked again in disbelief. Really, go, May is watching you by the window inside the house. The prostitute Taro walked across the kotasi to the door of the utility room. Take another step outside and you will be exposed to the sun. Taking a deep breath, the prostitute Taro took big steps. The burning pain did not appear in the expected situation. All there is the dazzling sunshine that makes you unable to open your eyes. Taro, the prostitute, blocked the sun with his arms and looked at the ground. Now I am indeed standing under the sunshine. I have really become a human. Plum. The prostitute Taro shouted loudly. He looked at the room where May was and kept waving his arms. Inside the room, May was already crying when she saw all this. My brother has turned back to human. Chapter 56 May and Zushi become human. In the entrance, due to perspective, Jose could not see the prostitute Taro standing in the sun. Only the roar and laughter of the prostitute Taro. Is it possible that Ming Ang really developed a human transformed medicine? Zushi now wants to run out immediately and see if the prostitute Taro is in the sun. Prostitute Taro, come with me. Go back to the house. The prostitute Taro followed the tomb of the toad. After seeing the prostitute Taro standing under the sun with a smile on his face, tears flowed out unconsciously. The human transformed medicine has really been developed successfully. My hundreds of years of hard work finally came to fruition. Gu Tahahao blew a cry and wiped away the tears from the corner of Zushi's eyes. How is it? Do you still think you are having fun with your husband? Zushi shook his head and hugged Gyuder's body. The two came to the laboratory. Will I come to develop the human transformed medicine or do you? I'll do it. Zushi said. After all, it was the potion that he had been studying for hundreds of years, and Zushi still wanted to develop a bottle himself. But you have to wait for the Gyuder Airlines ratio to be said. Okay, you can conduct the experiment as usual. At which step, how much medicine is needed, how much temperature is needed, and how to react. I'll tell you. Gyuder he told Zushi about the ratio and experimental details of the human changing medicine. 10 minutes later, under the question of Gyuder Hanmo, Zushi finally made the medicine for human transformation. Do you use it yourself or give it to Mei or Nezuko? Zushi shook his head. The rigor of the experiment. As he said that, Zushi began to experiment with the blood of the 12 ghost months with the human-making medicine he developed. 10 minutes later, I looked at the blood of the 12 ghost month that met the experimental requirements. Zushi was very happy. Thank you, Ming Ang. Zushi put down half of the human potion left and looked at the slightest toads. After the kiss, Zushi followed the steps just now and made another ghost-like medicine. The time is 4 minutes. It is more than twice as fast as the first time, but it is still better than Gyuder Hao. Zushi did not take this seriously. Ming Ang was so proud that he was so proud, there was no need to be jealous. Because I don't know that the daughter of the sacred girl is a ghost, Zushi asked, Ming Ang, besides Nezuko and Mei, do you have any other ghost girlfriends? This is also to facilitate your plan early. After all, the materials needed to develop human transformed medicine are not enough. At most, 3 human transforming medicines can be made. If Ming Ang had other ghost girlfriends who had not been brought home, Zushi would need to go out to buy the required materials. There is none left. That's just right. I'll have one, Nezuko, Mei, Yoshiro. Because he was not clear about Yu Shilang's thoughts, Zushi also included Yu Shilang. Want to turn him back into a human? Is Yoshiro? Zushi, let Yu Shilang give this to him tomorrow. It just so happens that I will also have a gift for Yoshiro tomorrow. Tomorrow is the time when the blue other side flowers bloom. Since Yu Shilang wants to wait for Zushi's next life, he will let Yu Shilang wait as he wishes. Become the only perfect creature in the world. Living until the end of time, living until it is sliced and studied. When the years end, the more Shalang will find that the Pearl World has never had reincarnation. All right. I will hand over this from Yoshiro, and you can give it to him when the time comes. Zhu Shi put the human changing medicine on the test bench into a small glass bottle and handed it to the skeleton of the skeleton. Then he continued to develop human transformed medicine. 10 minutes later, 3 human transformed medicines belonging to Zushi, Mei and Nezuko were developed. Zhu Shi and Ming Ang came to Mei's room. I saw Zhu Shi and Ming Ang coming, and I was holding a red potion in my hand. Mei, who already knew what the human-turned medicine looked like, came excitedly to the person and the ghost. Zhu Shi, Ming Ang, is this the medicine to transform into a human? That's right, this is the medicine for human transformation. Give it, this is yours, and you and Zhu Shi each serve. Drink the medicine to turn into a human, and after becoming a human, I will take you 2 out shopping. Mei excitedly took the medicine to transform himself and looked at Zhu Shi. Drink the medicine for transforming humans with Zhu Shi. After drinking the medicine for transforming into humans, Plum's appearance changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black patterns on the body are constantly lightening, and the color of the pupils has also changed, changing from yellow to azure. The body is also constantly getting smaller. The chest that you are proud of on your chest is also getting smaller. The changes in the jealous ape vendor were stunned. Damn it! Mei actually turned back to her prime years. This is too cruel. Does the human transformed medicine change according to the psychological age of ghosts? Blue eyes, white hair, delicate facial features, and a white and delicate face. It's worthy of the name of White Plum. The jealousy turned back and sighed. Hearing the smile of the Squatta smiled happily. Go forward and hug Gyuder's body. To be honest, Gyuders are in great harmony with each other and are in trouble. That is, has the membrane of Plum recovered? On the other hand, Zushi also became a human. Except for the rosy feeling of flesh and blood on the cheeks, it looks even more tender. There has not been much change. But this does not affect Zhu Shi's treatment of war in Gyuder box. Zhu Shi is also very beautiful. I have a different kind of beauty. The beauty of a young woman is the only one who is a young woman. Chapter 57 Arrangement for Prostitute Taro. Humph, don't make fun of me. When I get old and lose my sex life, maybe you will abandon me. Zhu Shi joked. If you become a human, your lifespan is limited. And his appearance will naturally not last forever. It is inevitable that you will get old and lose your color. To be honest, Zhu Shi regretted it a little, regretted becoming a human. If it is not human, it can accompany you. Always show your best side to Ming Ang. But now, it can't be done anymore. If you walk there, you will be sad. Hearing Zhu Shi's inner thoughts, Gyuder Hang Zhu Shi hugged him in his arms. The fingertips streaked across Zhu Shi's rosy cheeks. Follow your heart and your stomach. You only need to remember one thing, that is, becoming my woman, and you don't have to worry about lifespan and appearance. I will let you stay young and beautiful with your human body. Zhu Shi's lips moved slightly, and he wanted to speak. Gyuder Hefei held the posthumous title of Ken Lim Wei. SHH. Just believe it, just leave the rest to your husband. Zhu Shi nodded, no longer worried. After letting go of the Pearl World, the Emperor Gyuder threw the Pearl World and pulled the plum with one hand and walked out of the villa. The door of the villa was pushed open, and the prostitute Taro looked over. I saw my sister Bai Mei who once made me proud. Plum. Is it really you? Looking at Mei, who was exactly the same as in his memory, the prostitute Taro was very excited. He trembled and walked towards the plum. Gyuder instigated Mei, and Mei stepped forward and hugged her brother, prostitute Taro. Elder brother. With a word of brother, the figures from hundreds of years ago overlapped again at this moment. The plum is still so beautiful, and it still makes me proud. Sister. The prostitute Taro cried with joy. After a long time, Mei raised her head and looked at her brother. After observing closely, Mei then realized her brother's appearance something changed. The black spots that have been on the cheeks and chest since birth disappeared. Not only that, my brother's back also seems to be less hunched. Brother, you've become better, Mei said in surprise. Regarding the praise, the prostitute Taro scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's a little better. This should be a laborer in the dry tomb of Gyutar. After drinking the human-changing medicine he developed, my appearance changed. Wow, if this happens, my brother will be able to find his wife. Brother, why don't you thank Ming Ang?" Mei pulled the prostitute Taro to the skeleton. The prostitute Taro came to Gyutar and was very similar to that of an adult. Although he was obviously an adult, he was a little bit young. "Thank you, Ming Ang. I heard that Gyutar was sorry for his plan to forgive him. It's just a simple task. If you really want to thank me, go out and find a job. With your current appearance, it shouldn't be difficult to find a job. Stop asking for debts anymore, live well." Just Mei said, it would be great if she could find another wife. The shoulders of the Gyutars were said. Since Taro, a prostitute, has become a human being, he naturally has to live according to human habits. Mei has become her own woman and she will never be able to rely on her prostitute Taro for life. Starting a family and starting a career is the future of the prostitute Taro. It seems that it is time to find Shakia and let him operate it and help the prostitute Taro. The silence of a prostitute's beard. "I try my best, I will not let Mei down," prostitute Taro swore. Seeing this, the silence of the fat maple wax and the taxes of the silence 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 of the silence. Zeus, give the prostitute Taro some money and let him go out and make a living. Good. Zeus returned to the house, took out 1/10 of the money she had saved for hundreds of years and handed it to the prostitute Taro. "After all, it is my sister's brother, so it's better to be generous." Looking at the piles of banknotes and small bags of coins that Zushi handed to him, the prostitute Taro was very moved. "I have never seen so much money since I was a child. It's not enough to use it." Prostitute Taro refused. "Let's go ahead, how much is it?" Zushi is speechless. "It's not your money, you don't feel heartbroken, right?" The refusal was fruitless, and the prostitute Taro had to take over the money. Afterwards, after returning to the stern, the prostitute Taro left the courtyard and went out to work hard. "Ming Ang, is my brother really okay?" Mei is still very clear about what her brother's temper is. "It's not very good." Gutak drank a prayer and gave a gift. "Mei, ah? But there is no big problem, I'll arrange a relationship for your brother. From now until it is buried, arrange him properly." Li. The crow flew into the courtyard and fell on the squad. "Send a raven to follow the prostitute Taro from afar and tell Sayashikiya Yoshia about the matter here, and ask him to arrange a job for the prostitute Taro I asked you to monitor. It would be best if I could arrange another wife." Received. Li replied. Master Meili wants me to ask you, when will you go back?" "A week, I'll go back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team in a week." Mei and Zushi finally could see the imperial capital during the day, and Dijian accompanied the two girls to go shopping. "Thank you, Ming Ang. The plums are fed to the welding process of the Gyutar." Gutak hilariously and returned to the road to chase him. "I should do it if my family doesn't speak 2 words. Let's go and take you out to see what the Tokyo imperial capital looks like during the day." After everyone left, there was only one ghost left in the villa and was still silently staying in the utility room. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten him. Yushiro sat on the wooden board in the utility room and fell into deep thought. He doesn't understand why no one mentions himself. "I'm a human being. Why is no one not right? I am not a human being, it is normal for them to forget." After some self-instruction, Yu Shilang became beautiful again. Because, Zushi has become a human. Yushiro showed a bright smile on his face. 100 years, at most 100 years. I can be completely with the reincarnated Lord Zushi. By then, what a bullshit is the Sea of Gyuters. As long as I live for a long time, I will have everything. He. Yushiro laughed happily in the dark room. On the streets of the imperial capital on the other side, Mei and Zushi smiled happily. There is nothing happier than being with your beloved and enjoying the warm sunshine. Ming-Ang, come on, this candied haws are so delicious. Ming-Ang, here, the shape of this marshmallow is so cute. Ming-Ang, come on, open your mouth, you sip, I sip. Ming-Ang, how is my outfit? Is it beautiful? Ming-Ang, I'm so happy. Chapter 58 Blue Ribbon, Part 1. All day long, Gyuter Regret Pod, the capital of the capital, is playing. It was not until night fell that the two girls returned to the villa tiredly. I just turned back to humans, but it was still a little difficult to adapt for a while. It's like playing games with cheats, suddenly you have no infinite energy. There are many limitations in everything you do, but it also brings a lot of fun. Many fun things that cannot be experienced when you are a ghost. For example, when they are ghosts, they are only interested in humans. But after becoming human, you can taste all kinds of delicacies. Back to the villa, the building is not blow-proof. After letting go of the two women's arms, Zushi and Mei lay weakly on the soft bed. Comfortable. At this moment, my tired body was healed. Seeing this scene, the door of the room was filled with silence. The next day, Gyuter's beat up with a mirage and a young fan. He wanted to take Tanjiro to guide the way. One of the winding strings, Haihamu, died, and he was killed instantly. After receiving the news, Yoishikiya could guess with his butt that Guiwuzan would definitely hide in Infinity City. After Guiwuya hides in Infinity City, the evil ghosts will definitely restrain themselves a lot. The demon-killing team must take advantage of this period to expand ordinary players and increase high-end combat power. Recruiting heroes from all over the world. The Demon Slayer team's big stage, come if you have a living. It is unrealistic to want to overtake and return to the peak of the Demon Slayer team when Ji Kuyuanyi was in the Demon Slayer team. Therefore, Yoshikitayasu slightly reduced the requirement of 100 million points, that is, the column-level combat power must have 3-piece sets. That is, markings, knives, and transparent world. All this is done is to prepare for the future Giwuyuzan to leave Infinite City again. At that time, the Demon Slayer team will even cut off the 5 most basic breathing methods. Among them, the most awesome Rizi breath, as the pillar of the demon-killing team, must be passed on. Therefore, Tanjiro and all the pillars were recalled to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Moreover, Yoishikiya also ordered. From now on, if it were not for the super-large evil ghost incident, Zu would not leave the headquarters of the demon-killing team without authorization. You must stay at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team to train new people and take at least one stepson, apprentice. It is said that Yanzu Yu Tianyuan's stepson is a very timid yellow-haired man. Yanzu and Wuming Yu Xingming's stepson is a rare ghost eater in a century. Fengzhu and Mutaki Kawashimiya's stepson is a pig-headed man. He makes a sudden progress there all day, which is very scary. Tanjiro, as the descendant of the breathing method of the Japanese, also helped to kill Zionkai, Lei, and participate in the Infinite Train incident to protect humans. He was promoted to the 9th pillar, the Sun Pillar. Like other pillars, you also need to take up a stepson. But Tanjiro didn't find a suitable candidate. On the training ground, Tanjiro was serious about leading his dozen of his students to conduct various trainings. A black spot flew from the horizon. Tanjiro looked at him and smelled the Qatar Hana. Brother Ming-Ang. Tanjiro waved his hand and greeted. Gyuter Hao Fenjian is afraid that the guards are good at comparing. Let your raven go and ask Shakia for leave and go back to your hometown with me. Go back to my hometown. Tanjiro was puzzled. What are you doing when you go back there? Do you still remember the picture I asked you to see in Noyashan? Tanjiro nodded. Remember, there is a blue flower painted on it. That's the blue-red shore flower. Tanjiro blinked, not too surprised. Obviously he didn't know what the use of the blue ridge flower was. It's useless to tell you, let's go with me. By the way, where is Nezuko? Tanjiro pointed to the wooden box placed under the tree. Gyuder Huafeng Juju squatted in front of the wooden box to block the sunlight and opened the box. Looking at the little Nezuko inside, Gyuder Hihan held a coffin and surrounded the madman's miasma. Nezuko, can you speak? Occasionally. Nezuko struggled to issue a few syllables. Although I can't understand what it means, by listening to my heart, I can hear Nezuko say. Brother Ming-eng. It is obvious that Nezuko's mind has not yet returned to the level of the human age. Still like a little girl. Only a small number of memories from human periods. I know Tanjiro is my brother, I know that Gyuder he has a relationship with him, I know that he is a mother, a father, and I know that many people. But there is no complete human memory and I also forget what happened at home that night. If Nezuko is given medicine to transform into humans now, Nezuko will most likely fall into a coma directly. She needs to find the memories of the human period in the dream before she can become a human. As for the time required, it depends on Nezuko's willpower. And why are they so simple to become humans, such as Jushi, Mei, and prostitute Taro? That's because these three people have memories of the human period and only need to transform their bodies. Nezuko, do you want to become a human? Before Nezuko could answer, Tanjiro, who was eavesdropping on the side, shouted directly to the Kyuda trench. Brother Ming-eng, can Nezuko become a human? Yes, this is the medicine for human transformation. You can become human again after drinking it. The small bottle of human transformation medicine belonging to Nezuko was taken out. It's just that, Nezuko's condition is so special. She's very happy after drinking it, probably going to be in a coma. It requires regular observation, so I want to take Nezuko away and bring it back after it becomes human. What do you think? Tanjiro nodded repeatedly, trusting the sacred and beautiful girl. Brother Ming-eng said that if Nezuko can become a human, then she will definitely be able to do it. Isn't it just that Nezuko has left her side for a few days? Anyway, Nezuko will definitely not be in danger with Brother Ming-eng. No problem, as long as Brother Ming-eng can turn Nezuko back to humanity. Good boy, come to the road. Kyuder Konyeto Sakura stood up and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Very good, just rely on your trust, Nezuko will definitely be able to become a human. After saying that, Gyutarhan said that the white squid was surrounded by Nanwo cherry blossoms and took off in place. Flying towards Tanjiro's hometown, looking for the blue-red shore flower. By the way, Brother Ming-eng, where are we going? Don't you go to your house? Brother Ming-eng, the direction is reversed. Test, you didn't say it earlier. Chapter 59, Blue Ridge, Central. After half an hour of flight, the stolen Han dynasty was forced to fight the tax due. Tanjiro's hometown. Looking at the house that had become dilapidated after being damaged by wind and snow because no one was maintaining and repairing it, Tanjiro felt mixed feelings. Tanjiro walked around the house one after another. I wanted to push the door and enter, but hesitated for a moment, but in the end I still didn't enter. In the Gyuder Han Kang Cheng Wo Yang Mai, he seemed to notice that he had returned home and became restless. In the box, sway. Brother Ming-eng, let's go and see the blue-red shore flower. Tanjiro led the way in front, and the squid carbuncles on the side of the Kyutan spoon were behind Tanjiro. After walking and stopping, 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived in front of a small land block. Brother Ming-eng, that's it. Tanjiro looked into the sky, and it would take 3 or 4 hours before the sun could reach directly above his head. There are about 3 or 4 hours left before that blue flowers will bloom. Brother Ming-eng, let's wait here. The wooden box behind Gyutarhang was put down, sat on the back of the sun, and played with Nezuko in the box. Tanjiro was wandering around. Come to a clearing. This is the clearing where Tanjiro's father used to jump into the fire god. At the beginning of the new year, Tanjiro Zaemon would wear special clothes and special masks here. In this open space, from the morning of this day, he would dance to the fire god Kamikari until the morning of the next day. One day and one night, sleeplessly, Tanjiro looked at the open space, followed his father Tanjiro, took out the hibiscus knife, and began to jump on the fire god Kamiya. Wolf dance, the sky of the blue, the red mirror of the scorching sun, the sun rainbow, the train, the burning bones of the sun, the sunlight turn, the sun halo of the dragon and the head dance, the flame dance. The breathing of the 12-type sun was performed with Tanjiro's dance steps. When the 12th type of flame dance ended, Tanjiro was already sweating profusely and had difficulty breathing. In Tanjiro's eyes, his father Tanjiro's son Amen was still dancing with the god of fire, tiredly repeating over and over again. From beginning to end, there is no difference in the movements. Father, why can you dance for so long? Aren't you tired? Xiao Tanjiro asked in confusion as he looked at his father's thin body. He didn't understand why his father, who had been ill and sick, could not feel any fatigue when he was having fun. Tanjiro rubbed the little Tanjiro's head and said kindly, Tanjiro, if you breathe correctly, you can keep dancing. The right way to breathe. Tanjiro looked at the scene in front of him, as if he understood everything. Brother Ming-Ang told himself that his own god of fire is the breath of the sun, and there are 13 types. At that time, I had not figured out the god of fire, so I didn't know how many types of god of fire were. It was not until I fully mastered the god of fire that I realized that the god of fire seemed to have only 12 types. So what about the 13th type? After recalling what his father said, Tanjiro woke up. Use the god of fire from the first type to the 12th type continuously, and complete a big cycle is the 13th type of the sun's breathing. Tanjiro straightened his body and jumped again with his father's figure. 1 type, round dance, 2 type, below sky, 3 type, red mirror of scorching sun 12 type, flame dance. This time Tanjiro did not stop again, but continued to jump from the beginning to the fire god Kamiya. One Piece wolf dance. Time passes by minute by minute. It was soon noon, and the Kartarkhan was a sacred man. Looking at the small earth bun in front of him, clusters of blue buds are quietly awakening, as if a gorgeous bloom is brewing in the tranquility. Gu Ta Haoli, his eyes were like torches, and the eternal maniatoscope Sherinon tightly locked the blue buds that were about to bloom. As time goes by, the tightly closed buds slowly crack the cracks in the gap, thin and soft blue petals gently poked out their heads. These petals gradually stretched out, and then bent backwards in an elegant posture, outlining an amazing and beautiful arc. Deep in the core of the buds, the slender but powerful blue stamens stretch out unwillingly, exploring outwards until they reach a perfect length, and then gently bend backwards, forming a sharp and harmonious contrast with the petals. The petals bend outward and the stamen bend inward. The two are intertwined with opposite arcs, forming a natural picture that is both opposite and unified and beautiful. The Gyudersi, which observed the entire flowering process of the Blue Ridge flower, has seen the role of the Blue Ridge flower through the maniatoscope Sherinon. The same as Guiwen's guess. That is, after eating the ghost, he can really be immune to the sun and become the legendary perfect creature. But the nature of a ghost will still be retained. When the blue-red spider flower is eaten by humans, something very terrifying will happen. That's food poisoning. In mild cases, vomiting for a short period of time, and in severe cases, vomiting for a long period of time. What would the blue-red flower that has never been eaten before? But now forget it. Pick a few flowers and go back and keep them for Yu Shilang. 10 blue shore flowers were picked, for each of the Zushi and Butterfly Ninja. After all, I had promised Butterfly Ninja to take the Blue Ridge flower back for her to study. The remaining 2 flowers are given to Yoshiro, making him a perfect creature and able to walk in the sun. Tisk, I am such a good person. After installing 10 blue flowers, I walked towards the direction of the Wiopan on the side of the Gyuder Han's house. At this time, Tanjiro, who had been dancing for more than 3 hours, had already jumped to the limit. Tanjiro, go, don't jump. Hearing that Tanjiro finally stopped. He staggered a few steps and barely stabilized his body. Kyuda Tsukakuba used therapeutic ninjutsu to relieve Tanjiro's physical fatigue. A few minutes later, Tanjiro, who had recovered some strength, broke down towards the welding line of the Kyuda. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Don't thank you, I'll take you back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. After taking Tanjiro back to the headquarters of the Demon Slay team, the Kyuda Hanshin feared that Wei Shaiwan would not be able to resist the slanting keys of the coffin and bloated into the casket. It was noon, and the girls in the butterfly house were having lunch in the restaurant. Among them, Chineu, who is the most talented and sensitive to the perception of qi, looked up directly at Gyuder's squad. The girls were puzzled. Kana. Brother Ming-Ang is back. Chineu said with a smile on her face, then came directly to the courtyard of the butterfly house. When the girls heard this, they followed Chineu's footsteps and waited in the courtyard. Aside the blue sky and white clouds, a small black dot flew towards this side. Mealy and Butterfly Nin also felt the sodium syrup of the syrup. The crowd of the butterfly house in Gyuder Hang has already greeted him in the courtyard, and the explosion is also speeding up. In just 1 minute, it fell into the courtyard of the butterfly house. Chapter 60 Blue Ribbon, Part 2. Brother Ming-Ang. Brother Ming-Ang. Brother Ming-Ang, you are back. Ming-Ang. The girls gathered around the Gyuder heroes to ask about their well-being. Do you miss me? Miri, Butterfly Ninja, Kanahu, Kanazaki Aoi, all 3 little ones nodded and replied in unison. Think about it. Gyuder Hans Hungbo, each of them has a loving wet kiss. As for the 3 little ones, they kissed them on the face. I haven't tasted Kamisaki's craftsmanship for a long time, so I started to eat it. Nezuko was playing with the 3 little guys, Mealy and the others. After eating and drinking, Gyuder Han took out 4 blue flowers from the bag of the white flower and handed them to the butterfly ninja. And explained what this is. Blue-red shore flower. Butterfly Ninja said in surprise, but unexpectedly, Gyuder Hexian was shocked. Jiao Fortress Yu Wuzan searched for the blue spider flower that had not been found for thousands of years. Don't be happy so early. The specific effects of blue ridge flower may not be as useful as you think. It is basically not very useful to humans. For ghosts, it is the same as those rumored. Butterfly held away the blue-red spider flower and shook his head slowly and said, it doesn't matter. It's already very satisfied to see the blue-red spider flower mentioned in the biography. Since there is no research value, Butterfly Ninja decided to make it into a specimen and preserve it. Then Gyuder Hezekin proposed whether to go to the imperial capital to play for a few days. Except for Mealy, the girls shook their heads one after another. It's not that they don't want to go, it's just that they have to do too many things. Butterfly Ninja and Kana should work hard to achieve the state of being able to kill the winding string as soon as possible. Let Gyuder defend himself to avenge his sister Chini. Aoi Kamizaki is unable to get rid of her body because she is the butler of Butterfly House. What's more, there are 3 little ones who only need to take care of themselves. Okay, then I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Zayakui, go, I'll teach you the method of practicing chi. Kanzaki Aoi was overjoyed when she heard that she was finally able to learn. Really? Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. After I learn to be angry, I can fly in the sky like Sister Mealy, Sister Zyanin, and Sister Chineu. Kamisaki ran to Gyuder Hei and ran away excitedly, heavily in Gyuder Han's house Minister Zhang Zizi's sledge boat. When I noticed the eyes of the girls in the house, it seemed that they were all on me. Zayakui lowered her head shyly. The girls have actually tacitly understood this. Since the last time Gyuder defended Tanjiro and left the butterfly house, Miri and Zyanin have found that Xiao Aoi is a little absent-minded. There is no need to think too much, the two girls knew that it must be the old man who criticized Gu Tak-hee and Mu Menglong. Before leaving, she did not forget to hook up Xiao Kui's soul. What a bad guy! Butterfly Ninja looked at Kanahu next to her, shook her head and sighed. His own sister was actually caught by Gyuder Hedian. Does Gyuder Hesanger want to eat sister rice bowl? When he arrived at the Jiandao Hall, Gyuder Heijin Jingxi taught the cultivation method of Qi. Aoi Kamisaki is the final selection of Ghost Hunter through the demon killing team in the same class as Kazuki Tomojiro. The moisture in it is self-evident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed in the butterfly house and developed the inferiority character of the previous one. After teaching Kanzaki Aoi the practice of completing Qi, Gyutaran came to the sword Dokan. With the care of Butterfly Ninja and Kanahu, there is no need to be afraid of any major problems. Calculate the time, Zhu Shi and Mei should wake up too. So, after saying goodbye to Xiren, Gyutarhan flew to the imperial capital together with Meili. On the way, the new sisters of the Gyuder Helioi Pan. Plum, white plum. Grey hair, blue Jean's eyes. So amazing, it must be very beautiful. Otherwise, Brother Mingang wouldn't have let her become my sister. Yes, it looks very good, just as good as Xiao Meili. In the villa, when Zhu Shi and Mei woke up, they first cooperated to clean the room tacitly. Since it was already noon and the two of them were no longer ghosts, they prepared lunch. Zushi's craftsmanship is very good, and the food is full of color, fragrance, and taste. It was just because I didn't know that the two girls were a little absent-minded and didn't have a big appetite. After lunch, the two girls chatted in the house. Talk about the story of the Kota. Discussing the discussion, Sima Zheng begged to make an appointment with a man in love with him. The door of the villa was pushed open, and Zhu Shi and Mei quickly got up and ran towards the entrance. Sister Zhu Shi, Mei, I'm back. Meili happily stepped forward and hugged the two girls. After just explaining to Zhu Shi, Mei also learned about Meili's existence. A pink-haired beauty with a very simple mind, lively and cute, and passionate mind. I am really cute and enthusiastic when I see you today. The three girls were like sisters who had been separated for many years, and they were having a lot of fun chatting on the sofa in the living room. Meili learned that Mei and Zushi were also ghosts, and now they all became humans. I was surprised and happy for them. On the other side, Nezuko, who defended the normal situation, came to the bedroom on the second floor. Nezuko, lie down well. What I want to feed you now is the medicine for human transformation. After drinking it, you can get back human memories. And become human. It's just that the process is a bit painful. So, Nezuko-chan, are you ready? Gu Tat Welding asked while touching Nezuko's cheek. Nezuko held the squat in both hands and put it on her head, nodding happily. The Antarius drank and harbored the punishment and poured the transformed medicine into Nezuko's mouth. After swallowing the medicine to transform into humans, Nezuko's eyes gradually closed. Sleeping in a dream, looking for memories of the past. Close the door and suck the utility room in the courtyard. After Yoshiro's transformation, this place has become his small villa. Yoshiro, who was taking notes, put down the notes in his hand and asked. Is there anything wrong? Gyuder Hai-jun. There is no special emotion about Gyuder Hai Yoshiro. He is angry or jealous, and he doesn't have any. All I have is just my expectation for a better life for Lord Zushi in my heart. I'll give you something. Take out the blue spider flower and the transgenic medicine. These two flowers are blue-red shore flowers, you should have heard Zushi say the specific effect. After eating the ghost, it can turn the ghost into a perfect creature without fear of the sun. It's my gift to you. The medicine in this glass bottle is the human transforming medicine given to you by Zushi. I hope you can become a human. It depends on you whether you want to be a perfect creature or a human being. Between a perfect creature and a human, Yushiro had no idea of choosing to become a perfect creature. But, you still have to accept the medicine for transforming into a human, after all, it was given to you by Lord Zhu Shi. Keep it well. Thank you, Gyuder. Yu Shilang was intimidating the Gyuder Hainra. After all, if there was no Gyuder Hainra and Mutu, even if he was really with Lord Zushi in the future, he would not be able to be together. Living in the sun. Gyuder He suddenly left the utility room. Chapter 61 3 Little Strong. Back at the villa, Meili and Zushi, the three girls of Mei said they would go out shopping and asked the Gyuder to go. Gyuder is good at waving apricot and benzos, and liking it. While accompanying Meili and the others shopping, Gyuder He Kang Yan snatched a snatch. A gift for the Butterfly House girls. Honey, Pearl World. And plums are also fermented by the rugged fermented 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 ferment. Of course, I didn't forget to buy gifts for Meili, Zushi, and Mei. Time passed slowly. One morning 6 days later, Nezuko finally woke up. The tears flowing out of the dream soaked the pillow. After sensing Nezuko woke up, Gutak hurried to check the situation. Push the door and enter. When Nezuko saw that it was a slut, she hurried forward and hugged the slut. Brother Ming-eng. Nezuko, who has already remembered all the memories of the human period and has recovered her human body, lay on the silence of 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 the silence. The tragedy that happened at home a year and a half ago is still vivid in my mind, as if it was yesterday. My mother died, and my younger brothers and sisters died. They are all that demon, they are all ghost dances. Inside the house, Kyuta Hiko gently patted Nezuko's back and comforted Nezuko. Let Nezuko cry in her arms. Meili, Zushi, and Mei quickly put on her clothes and went out to check the situation. When I heard that Nezuko woke up and was still crying, I didn't go in and disturb the two of them. Each of them divides their labor, cleans up the cleaning, and prepares breakfast. An hour later, Nezuko finally stopped crying. With red eyes, he looked up at the skeleton of the skeleton. Brother Ming-eng, let's go find my brother. Gyuder Hikan Limus and me Peng Coffin friends sent Xin Temue and said gently. Okay. But I have to wait for breakfast. Now Nezuko, you are already a human being, so you can't do it without breakfast. Yet. Nezuko nodded obediently. Then Gu Tahahao walked downstairs with Nezuko. When they arrived at the restaurant, Meili and the others had already prepared breakfast, just waiting for Gu Taha to blow his sword and then have a meal. During these 6 days, the sacred and sacred maple basket rabbit taught the cultivation method. Zhu Shi's talent is slightly worse, and he barely mastered flying the day before yesterday. Mei's talent is much better, almost the same as Xiren. Through cultivating Qi, Zhu Shi and Mei's physiques have also been greatly enhanced. However, compared with Meili, they are still too weak. Every time Zhu Shi and Mei saw that Meili could actually control Gu Tahai so much, and couldn't help but sigh that they still had to work hard. Back to the topic, after breakfast, Gyuder Hansu Ovalgen packed up his things together and prepared to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Before leaving, Zhu Shi said goodbye to Yu Shilang. After leaving this place, I may never come back. The villa will be left for you. Yu Shilang, you are a good child, live well. Yu Shilangbao was filled with tears, looking into the sky, watching the world go away. Until it disappears. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, Butterfly House. The women's volleyball teams up and came forward one by one. Gyuder is so good to compare with Ao Yangchek Han Muting's penis. Butterfly nervous, took the gift and kissed him in the Gyuder Han Ao. Chineu took the gift and kissed him at the Kyuta Han Aga. However, compared with Butterfly Ninja, Chineu stuck out her tongue curiously. Aoi Kamisaki took the gift, just like the Butterfly Ninja. It's the three little ones, Gyuder regrets Zi Lukio. Xiao Cheng, and Zionaho took the gift. And everyone was at the sledge of 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 the. Thank you Brother Ming-Ang for your gift. I like Brother Ming-Ang the most. In the ward of Butterfly House, my wife, Sani Yi, who was injured during training with Yunzhou Yu Tianyuan, saw this scene through the window. Jealous hands scratched their heads and pulled their yellow hair. The teeth rubbed and made a squeaking sound. Damn it! Who is this? Why are the beautiful sisters and sisters who are gentle and elegant in their daily life who don't like to be close to others kissing him? And why there are so many beauties around him, pink-haired beauties, white-haired beauties, black-eyed beauties, and brunette beauties? I'm so jealous. Oh, my stomach hurts so much. I was so angry that I had a stomach ache. Why? It's unfair. Shanyi's jealous stomach spasms and cramps, and he lay on the ground and howled. As early as the last time I came to the demon killing team to find Tanjiro back to my hometown to find the blue ribbon, Brother Gyutar Han came to the three small strong men in the original work and had all gathered at the demon killing team headquarters. But I didn't expect that today I met my wife, Shanyi, in the Butterfly House. Xiao Kui, the yellow hair in that ward seems to be in great pain. Don't you go and see it. Kamisaki Aoi followed the ward of the cuter hen, and found that it was my wife, Simon Yam. Humph, that's just a little hooligan. Don't worry about it, and his stomach is fine, he must be pretending. Aoi Kamizaki didn't want to care about Simone's affairs, but she chose to let Xiao Qing go for a checkup due to the doctor's responsibility. Forget it, Xiao Qing. Go and see what's wrong with my wife Shanyi. Okay Sister Zayakui. Xiao Qing returned to the room with a stolen As the logistics center of the ghost killing team, Butterfly House has a considerable flow of people every day, especially after the death of Hai Hei Mao, one of the winding lines. The number of people at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team has increased several times. For the sake of the safety of his wives, the Kutahahe Kol Eslide asked the Chayayuya to build a large courtyard for himself. As soon as he thought of this, Gyuder Brown Ben Yangzi kept a crow and expressed his thoughts to the crow. When the girls heard that the girl asked Shakia to build a large yard, they all said that they wanted to move in and let the girl weld her own room. Don't be anxious, you have a share. However, before the large yard was built, Zhu Shi and Mei had to live in Butterfly House. Fortunately, there are extra rooms in the Gyuder Han Tuyi, which is completely enough for the two of them to live in. Although the two of them may not be able to use it. After all, during the 6 days in the Tokyo imperial capital, Zushi and Mei have always been in the same room as the Gyuder good-hearted ones. After arranging the accommodation issues for Jose and Mei, Kyutan took Nezuko to the villa where Tanjiro was. Tanjiro is now a pillar and has his own big villa at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. In the training hall in the villa, Tanjiro was practicing with his friend Hainashuk, whom he had just met not long ago. Ahaha! At dawn blind Hayaro! I have adapted to your speed. The pig is making a sudden progress. Tanjiro easily avoided the attack of Hainashuk's mouth and smiled. Inashuk. My name is Tanjiro, Zayaman, not Hakiro. And that's not my full strength just now. Eat my sword. Chapter 62, The Mouth of Hainashuk. Oh! It should be said to be fate or fate. I didn't expect you to meet this, Tanjiro. The Kyutahaka Tanjiro was actually with Inashuk. Let's go, Nezuko. Tanjiro is inside the house. Nezuko nodded and pulled Kyutahani's finger behind him. Ha! Hit you. Inashuk used a wooden sword to hit Tanjiro wearing protective gear. Tanjiro ignored Inashuk, but looked out of the house in disbelief, sad and excitedly. Nezuko. Sorry, Inashuk, my sister is back. I'm going to see her. After saying that, Tanjiro threw down his wooden sword and rushed outside the training hall. It seemed that he noticed that his brother Tanjiro was also running towards him. Nezuko let go of the silence of the neck of the silence. Nezuko. Elder brother. The brother and sister hugged each other and cried. Tanjiro was excited that Nezuko finally turned back into a human. Nezuko was excited that she finally saw her brother, and she was also full of apology. For himself, my brother was willing to kneel down to others. For himself, he was bullied by those pillars and distrustful. My brother has carried too much for him. Inashuk walked out of the house, looked at the brother and sister embracing each other, and said in confusion. Oh! Who is this woman? Suddenly, Inashuk seemed to have noticed something, looked around vigilantly, muttering. No. There are experts around. Where? Where is it? Inashuk looked around and didn't see the hidden strong man. Instead, I saw an ordinary human being who is harmless, and ordinary human beings the skeleton of 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 the SKE. If all wrong answers are excluded, then the strong man will be obvious. Because Inashuk and Tanjiro have not known each other for a long time, they cannot accurately read Tanjiro's name. It's the woman that Hakiro was holding in the blind man. Is she so powerful? Hayoro, the premature blind man, actually knows such a strong man. Hainashuk held 2 wooden swords in his hands and circled around the 2 of them, constantly observing Nezuko. Tanjiro let go of Nezuko and took Nezuko to express his gratitude to Gutada. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Thank you for turning Nezuko back into humanity. Thank you, Brother Ming-Ang. Nezuko also thanked. Looking at Tanjiro and Nezuko, who suddenly bowed to him, Inashuk stood there awkwardly. Forward. We'll be a family in the future, why would we thank you? You call me brother, I call you Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro was prepared in his heart, he knew that Nezuko would one day be with the squad of the squad, Huangzhen. But when this day really came, Tanjiro was still a little reluctant to let it go. After all, Nezuko is his only family. That Ming-Ang, Nezuko will ask you. Hearing that his brother agreed, Nezuko said shyly. Brother Ming-Ang, please take care of me in the future. Gyuder Han Shenbo held Nezuko and held him up. Cute Nezuko, your brother Ming-Ang will love you very much. The squid was blown away by the squid, and the right color of the coffin was laughed with great heart. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko's smile and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Nearly 2 years have passed, Nezuko finally smiled again. If it weren't for Brother Ming-Ang, Nezuko might not have been able to become a human in her life. Then the 4 of them entered the villa, Tanjiro sent a message to the Kyuder Henghan to send a message to the squad. Brother Okyong, he is the mouth-mouthed Hainashuk, my friend. The Howling Kong Lin assisted, he reached out and said. Inashuk, do you want to know who your mother is? Inashuk, who was feeding food into his mouth through the pig's head, stopped as if he was still after hearing the speech of Kyuda Hiriki. After a while, a trembling sound came from the pig's head. Ya, what did you say? Do you know who my mother is? Inasuk stood up and lay on the seat, looking at the skeleton. The pig's nose was slapped in the slightest. No, right? I don't have a mother, don't talk nonsense. Inasuk, who had always thought that he was ruthlessly abandoned by his mother, shook his head repeatedly and sat back. I don't want to listen to the so-called mother's affairs. Inashuk, everyone has a mother, and you are no exception. If your mother hears you say you don't have a mother, I think she will definitely be very sad. Do you remember the song your mother often sang for you? Pull it, hook it, hang it for 100 years, not change it. When you were still in your infancy. Gyuder Hesholin Ao tells the story of what happened to her mother. She ran away from home due to domestic violence, but she mistakenly entered the Eternal Pure Land sect. She discovered the secret of the leader Tongma, escaped and lost. Under helplessness, she threw Inasuk off the cliff, hoping to go down the river and survive. But I was killed by the child. By the way, your mother's name is Xiong Pingkainyi. After listening to the story of the reminds of what my mother said. Even if you bet on your life, your mother will definitely protect Inashuk. Inashuk, who was glass-hearted, lay directly on the ground and cried to death. It turns out that she has a mother, and she loves herself very much. I don't know how long it took, but Inashuk curled up and fell asleep. Nezuko asked in confusion about the questioning of the Sea of Kyuda. Why did Brother Mingang tell Inashuk about such a thing? Why? Well, maybe it's because I don't want her mother to be misunderstood by her son. Let's go, let Shizuki Inasuk for a while, let's go to another place to talk. Tanjiro and Nezuko left their location and came to another house. The two of them went toward the embarrassing story of the two. Recalling every bit of the past. At noon, the house was filled with fear that Wei Tandi would disturb the house. After Inashuk woke up, he found Tanjiro and asked. Tanjiro, what's that ambition? Tanjiro took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Inashuk and said. This is what Brother Mingang left to you, saying that if you ask me about it, I will give you this piece of paper. Inashuk opened the paper with the words, 2 of the strings and the 2 of the 2, the 6 big characters. Putting away the paper, Inashuk asked with a firm look. Tanjiro, how strong is the second one of the upper strings? Tanjiro thought for a while and said. Can fight at least 10 me. Inashuk was silent for a moment and bowed deeply to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, please help me become stronger. Ah! Tanjiro was surprised. Aren't you the stepson of Fengju but Hikawa? I think you get along better. Inashuk answered truthfully. He was so fragile that he couldn't get along with the irritable Fengju and Fukukawa. Chapter 63 Tong Mo and Lu Yu. It was late at night, and only the 2 villas in Butterfly House were very lively. After finishing the matter with Miri, Zushi, Mei, and Nezuko, Kyuda houted the villa of Butterfly Nin and Chineu. Inside Chineu's house, Kotahehan touched Chineu's cheek and asked. Kanahu, do you remember the feeling called love that I told you to remember? Chineu nodded. Last time she was a scattered girl. I always remember the feeling of that day. Just as Gyuder he was about to do something wrong, he kept hiding in the house to guard against his sister's butterfly rushing out of the wardrobe. Ming-ang! Let go! Before Butterfly Ninja ended up saying it, Butterfly Ninja also pressed it on the bed. Xiao Ren, don't you really think I didn't feel you, do you? Then let's go together. If not, here are 3 small people in the villa where Kanzaki Ao is located, and they live together. Kanzaki Ao cannot escape last night. Soon, time passed day by day. A month later, both Butterfly Ninja and Konoha reached the level of training dolls who could easily kill in the knife village. During this period, the Katahan Oval also moved to a new villa built by Yoshiya Sakiya. The tragic Suyukang took down Kamisaki Aoi. Ming Ang, is Chineu and I strong enough to kill Feng Shenzi and Tongma? In the hot spring in Daejiang village, butterfly nest lies in the Gyuder drought mouth and true feeding. According to the method I said, as long as I don't waver, I will definitely be able to kill the child's mole in one blow. Really? Butterfly Ninja and Konoha asked excitedly. Of course, I taught you two at least, and it's easy to kill a child's mole. Then when will we set off? It's going to be tomorrow morning. Killing ghosts does not necessarily mean that they have the advantage of the sun during the day. Even if Koinen and Konoha cannot kill the child mare in seconds, they can rely on destroying the house and let the sun shoot the child mare to death. Night falls in a remote village in the countryside. The black hair and blue eyes, frowning, and wearing blue magma around her neck, after the mission was over, I saw a very beautiful vase with aquatic plants on the side of the road. Don't anyone want it? Yun Yu picked up the vase and looked at it carefully. Just as Hu Yu wanted to see what the bottom of the vase looked like, the vase in his hand suddenly began to shake. Not only that, the weight of the vase is also increasing dramatically. Seeing the strangeness, Hu Yu quickly threw down the vase, pulled out the Rihia knife from his waist and slashed at the vase on the ground. However, before it could hit the vase, 2 goldfish flew out of the vase. The goldfish shot out several toxin-carried bone spurs from his mouth, not only knocking away the sunwheel knife in Hu Yu's hand, but also shooting into Hu Yu's body. Paralyze the Lu Yu. Oh, you're so lucky! I actually met the ghost hunter from the Demon Slayer team. A strange sound came from the vase on the ground. There are 2 mouths in the place where one eye is, and there is 1 eye in the place where the mouth is. The forehead was open with an eye, and there were another eyeball, and there were 3 red dots above. There are no ears, and there are 4 arms on both sides of the head. There was only 1 upper body, 5 arms each on the left and right body, and the lower body was a creature with black stripes of substance, which drilled out of the vase. The silence of the sunwheel knife on the ground, who wanted to pick up the sunwheel knife on the ground, and when he saw the strange creature that came out of the bottle again, he immediately collapsed on the ground. Nothing else. It is only because Yun Yu saw the 3 words winding and 5 on the other party's 2 eyes. The 5th of the winding string. Yun Yu sat on the ground, his eyes full of horror. No, 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 no. Please. I'll take you to kill my companion. You can let me go, okay? Oh? What a timid ghost hunter, it's a bit strange. Yohu twisted his body and looked down at the Lu Yu who was slumped on the ground. Thinking of the task assigned to him by Gui Wei Wuzan, Yohu suddenly asked. Do you know where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team is? Seeing that Yohu was about to ask his own question, Yu bowed and said. I know. I can take you to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, but you have to promise me and spare my life. Does Yu know the location of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team? Wu Yu didn't know it at first. But because of the seed plan of Yashakiya's seeds, the seeds of hope for the rebirth of Giwuyuzan in 100 years later. Most of the capable ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer team were recalled to the Demon Slayer team headquarters for unified arrangements. Therefore, Guan Yu learned about the location of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Damn! Yohu was confused. He thought that this ghost hunter, like other ghost hunters, would not obey. Or just ask questions and don't know. But who knew that this guy actually agreed directly? Could it be a trap? When I think of even the invincible synonym in the winding string, one of the winding strings, Hei Shimu died at the hands of the ghost hunter, Yehu had to be suspicious. When Zhou Yu bowed and knelt down, he saw that the Fengxian Wu did not directly agree to his request, and said with a firm heart, "I can become a ghost. As long as you can keep me alive, I can become a ghost and lead you the way to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team." Oh! Yehu was shocked again. Is this TM still a ghost hunter? Fake? This is the first time Yehu has seen such a greedy and fearful person who has killed a ghost hunter for hundreds of years. Interesting. Yehu twisted his body and looked at the Lu Yu who was still kneeling on the ground. After thinking for a while, Yehu decided to turn Wu Yu into a ghost, and then asked him to take him to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. The main thing is that Yehu doesn't dare to believe it. This guy is too timid and can't believe it at first glance. But if you become a ghost, you can believe it. Because ghosts cannot do things that are harmful or miserable. However, before this, I have to ask Lord Wuzhen for permission. If you really find the legendary Ghost Kill Team headquarters, then you want to turn the Ghost Kill Team headquarters. It is definitely unrealistic to kill all the people by relying on themselves alone. Need to shake ghosts. The jade pot changed into a dark vase with spots. Several huge octopus tentacles emerged from the vase, wrapping up the sack on the ground, leaving only half of the head for breathing. As long as you honestly bring me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, I will definitely not kill you, and it is not impossible to turn you into a noble ghost. But if you deceive me, I will make you live and die. After saying harsh words, Yehu returned to the vase and began to call Gui Wui Wuzhen. Mr. Wuzhen! Mr. Wuzhen! I have a big discovery to you. I found the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. In the Infinite City, Gui Wuyan, who can turn himself into a perfect biological agent, heard Yehu say that he has made a big discovery. Then he answered Yehu's phone number. Yehu! You'd better make a big discovery. In the pot, Yehu heard the ghost dance and Wu Zai's cheeks were slightly red and excitedly said, "Ah, Lord Wuzhen, it's really a major discovery. I caught a ghost hunter who could take me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Yehu, are you tired of living?" Wu Kang was furious. Has the ghost hunter who was able to carry the evil ghost, and was also the fifth one in the string, and went to the headquarters of the ghost killing team? Do you think you are catching the pillar of the demon killing team? Or did you catch Yoyasa Saya's son? The ghost blood in the blood of Yehu is constantly destroying Yehu's body. Ah! Yehu screamed in excitement and pain. Lord Wuzhen is colliding in his body. Mr. Wuzhen, this is true. If you don't believe me, please see. Yehu requested a video call with Gui Wuzhen. Wu Kang saw that Yehu was tortured by him so much, and still wanted to make him believe him. Switch to the perspective of Yehu with doubts. The jade pot came out of the pot and looked at the Lu Yu who was tied by the octopus tentacles. Under the control of the jade pot, only one tentacle left behind in the octopus tentacle to tie up the octopus, so that Lord Wuzhen could see the full picture of the octopus. Mr. Wuzhen, in order to survive, this ghost hunter said that he could turn him into a ghost first. Then let him lead the way. In this way, there will be no betrayal of Lord Wuzhen, and you can also tell whether what he said is true or false. Chapter 64, the second of the winding string, the child's mold, and the killing. Gui Wuyan thought for a while and felt that he could give it a try. If you fail, you will lose a little blood of ghosts. Once you succeed, it will be the day when the Xiaoxi clan is completely destroyed. How to calculate, how to make a profit. After conveying his agreed instructions to Yehu, Yehu cut his palm without any hesitation. Open your mouth. Guan Yu opened his mouth and the jade pot dripped the ghost's blood into Guan Yu's mouth. Swallow. Don't spit out a drop of it for me. Otherwise, you'll just wait to die. The stronger a human being, the longer it takes to become a ghost. When Kuiyan Shen turned into a ghost, it took 3 days to transform into Black Death. But it is obvious that Wu Yu is not a powerful human being. He just took advantage of coins and transformed into a ghost in just 1 hour. The strength is just that, barely reaching the level of one of the lower strings. However, due to the vacant position of the winding string, Giwu Wudian simply directly engraved Yunyu as the winding stream. As for one of the winding strings, Gui Wuzhen gave it to Mingnu. In order to find the headquarters of the Devil Slayer team, Gui Wuzhen deliberately did not erase the memories of the human period of Lu Yu. From now on, Lu Yu, I'm asking you, don't lie, do you understand? Wu Yu, who has become a ghost, nodded. After a long time, Gui Wuzhen fell into silence after asking questions. According to Yun Yu's answer, he did know where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team was and could also go in. But he didn't know the Sea of Gyuder and even the Drought of the Rime. This is very uncomfortable. If Gyuder He Kang Quanwan supports Now Yu Jun, then he will send all the winding ghosts except Mingnu to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slay team. What is the difference between this and sending death? Since it is impossible to confirm that the young Yu Jun of Gyuder He is not sure, then I will send Mingnu to use her blood ghost skills to monitor the ghost-killing team headquarters to find Gyuder Han now. Suddenly, the ghost dance appeared in tragic light. Once you find Gyuder Hai, you can let the girl General Gyuder Hao gaze awkwardly grab the body. With Mingnu's control over Infinite City, she can fully follow Gyuder Han's Yen Hui Kang seal. There is no food or drink in Infinity City, only wooden houses. I don't believe you, a human, can survive in Infinity City for decades. He, why is Grandma so smart? When he thought of his intelligence just now, Gui Wei couldn't help but laugh. I am really a genius. Why didn't I think of this method before? As soon as he thought of this, Gui Wuzhen could no longer suppress the urge to die in Infinite City. To be safe, it's better not to stay in Infinite City. A new stronghold and a new identity are needed. Yahoo! Let Yu deliver your pod around the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Don't act without my orders, no one is allowed to alert the enemy. Early the next morning, Qdahaha had a breakfast, said goodbye to the girls with Butterflynin and Chineu, and flew towards Otama County, Tokyo Prefecture. It's similar to the last time I went to Tanjiro's hometown. In the villa of Tanjiro, Inashuk, who trains very hard every day, seemed to have noticed something and found Tanjiro and asked. Tanjiro, you know that Gu Tatsuki is a good man. Tanjiro nodded and asked. What are you looking for him? I'm telling me that I need to find him now. Okay, I'll take you there. Inashuk came outside the house and suddenly turned his head and looked at a big tree in the distance. There's something there. Without any hesitation, Inashuk drew out the Hiroji sword and rushed towards the back of the big tree. Angrily shout. Come out. There is nothing behind the big tree, and nothing except weeds and insects. Running. Inashuk closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation around him, but found nothing. Is it an illusion? Inashuk walked towards Tanjiro in a daze, turning around for a second, but still didn't feel anything existed. The strange feeling of being watched also disappeared. Tanjiro and Inashuk had just walked a few steps, and Inashuk stopped again. He had a feeling that he could not go to the Gyuders today to suppress the resumption of the drought. There is a problem. You can't go to the Sea of Gyuder today. Tanjiro, let's go back. Tanjiro scratched his head in confusion and said. Okay, then I won't go. On the other side. Since the previous Gyuder He Plak and Fan was Eternal Bliss Buddhism, it is very clear where the Tongma is located. After an hour of flight, the town where the Sacred School of the Sacred School is located. The three of them walked to a location 1 kilometer away from the Eternal Paradise. Ming-ang, is Tongma in it? Inside, a woman had eaten only her legs. Gyutar Hang said everything he felt. Enter from the gate, 2-story building opposite the 200 meters away, count from left to right, and the third bedroom on the right. This is where Tong Mo is. Go, I'll take the formation for you. When facing beautiful women, even if they are enemies, they will not kill themselves immediately. In short, it's waves. Therefore, the probability of Coin and Konoha killing Tongma in seconds is very high. Coin and Konoha flew over the wall, and Burning Chi rushed towards the room where Tongma was holding the Hiroji knife. Damn it! Immortal! No, it's a fairy. God bless me, the Pure Land Buddhism for all eternal bliss. The believers in the Pure Land Buddhism for all eternal bliss saw Xiaonan and Chineu flying in the sky, and they knelt down and prayed. Little did they know that the two of them came to kill them. Ignorance! Butterfly Ren cursed inwardly, slashed open the wooden window of the house with a knife and entered the house. Chineu followed closely behind. It is worth mentioning that because the butterfly endured the learning, the physical strength also increased a lot. Therefore, he no longer used the sunwheel knife, which originally had only the tip of the knife, and asked the village chief of Daejiang village to forge a regular-style sunwheel knife. At this time, Tongma held the female thigh in her hand, and blood remained at the corner of her mouth. He stared blankly at Xiaonan and Kana, who suddenly broke in. There is no sense of crisis. Oh! Are the two beauties coming to join the world of eternal bliss cult? Tong Mo smiled with a bloody mouth. We are here to take revenge. The two women said furiously. Didn't the Gyuder Hiroyo outside the house beheaded directly after entering? Why did I just chat? Avenge? Who are you for? Give my sister Butterfly Connie. Butterfly Ninja held the hibiscus knife in his hand, and his veins swelled up and glared at Tongma. Tong Mo looked at the familiar Butterfly Ninja and poked his finger into his temple. Recalling those people I've eaten. Oh, it's her. That style. Are you her sister? It's a pity. It was dawn at that time and I didn't have time to eat her. Such a gentle and beautiful girl must be very delicious. Tongmo didn't take Butterfly Ninja and Chineu seriously at all and said to himself. Die! You dirty trash! Xiren cursed angrily, stomped the floor at the same time as Chineu, and exploded and rushed to Tongmo. Tong Mo reached out to block it, but his palm was cut off the moment it touched the sunwheel knife. The two sunwheel knives passed through Tong Mao's head without any pause. Ah! Tong Magang made a confused voice and moved his head. Duan! Tong Ma's head hit the floor and rolled on the floor for several times before stopping. Looking at the second girl looking down at her, Tong Mao was wrong shocked. Is my head cut off by a ghost hunter? Shut up, you damn beast! Butterfly stole the stinky face of Tongma. Step on the boy's head to the floor. One kick after another, without any mercy. After stepping for more than a dozen feet, Xiren stopped. Kana, come too. Chineu also showed no mercy and stepped on the boy who had only half of his head in anger. This kick directly stomped on Tong Mao's head. Tong Mo died on the spot. He didn't even use the blood ghost technique, so he was killed instantly by Xiaonan and Konoha. It is worthy of being the most swaying winding string, and no matter who comes, you can bully it. The second one of the upper strings, the child's grinding, and the killing. Chapter 65 Winding Meeting. Ah! Gui Wu, who was doing an experiment in Infinity City, was confused. Looking around in a daze. It seems very helpless. He didn't understand why he could not sense Tong Mo's existence. Damn, the fallen girl got rid of control and followed Gyuder Hai. That was beautiful. You, Tong Mo, can't you be taken a fancy to you, right? Excluding the possibility of getting rid of control, the only option is to be killed. How long has it been? From the winding land that broke away from its control, to the second night when one of the winding was killed instantly, and 1 month later, the winding too was killed. In less than 2 months, the ghost of the string was lost half. It's simply incredible. At this moment, Gui Wuzhen was already exhausted. I don't want to get angry because of these shit. After all, the one of the winding strings, the one of the black knowing Mao is gone, and it is normal that the second winding strings, the two of the winding strings, the two of the Tongma are gone. I took it lightly. If you die, just die. Oh. Shang Xian can't die like this anymore, otherwise there would be no capital to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. You can't get on it yourself. With a sigh, Gui Wuzhen said to Ming Nu. Mr. Ming, please bring all the winding ghosts to Infinite City. The time cost of cultivating a winding string is too high, and not any person can be promoted to the winding string after becoming a ghost. Gui Wuyun must protect the only 5 remaining ghosts under his command. At least they cannot miss any of them before invading them. Shhh. The pipa in Mingnu's hand was moved, and all the living ghosts of the string were summoned to the Infinity City. Shang Xian 3 Akaza looked around in confusion. Didn't it be agreed that the city will be locked down for 100 years? Why did you suddenly come to Infinite City? What is Gui Wuzhen doing? I haven't found the Gyuder Airlines competition yet. Gui Wei listened to the voices of the ghosts. To put it aside, a guy like Akaza who questioned himself must have a harsh lesson. But now, Gui Wuzhen has no worries in his heart and has no intention of punishing Akazo. As long as you don't cheat when killing the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team, let him go. After all, among the evil ghosts, the strongest one is Akazo. Alas, I feel so tired. Akaza, the second one of the strings, is beaten to death. As soon as this statement came out, Akaza, who was still confused, felt much better in an instant. CNM, after feeling that Akaza is very happy now, Gui Weiyang almost laughed at him. Akazu, you are now the strongest person in the Winding Moon. I'll ask you a question and you will answer it truthfully. Akazu knelt on one knee, beat the ground and lowered his head. I will definitely answer truthfully. Can you still become stronger? Gui Wu asked miserably. Yes. Akaza replied firmly. For Akaza, whose cultivation is cultivated by himself, as long as he has ghost blood, he can become stronger. Is it just that Giwasang is willing to give it to himself? Very good, since that's the case, I will give you ghost blood. Until you can't hold on. Gui Wu's arm turned into a huge sarcoma, and there was a bone spur at the front of the long sarcoma, which penetrated Akaza's body. The blood of the ghost is being injected into Akaza's body little by little. Akaza endured the severe pain caused by transformation and becoming stronger, and squatted in place without moving, without saying a word. Thinking of the pain of Yan Meng at the Xiaxian conference, Gui Wuzhen was very satisfied with Akaza. This is what the winding ghost should look like. After injecting a large amount of ghost blood, Akaza's momentum suddenly surged. Wu Yu was so scared that he couldn't stop retreating. Now Akaza feels full of strength. I don't know how much better than myself. If Tong Mo hadn't died, he would have to launch a bloody battle to change positions, smash Tong Mo into a piece of meat sauce, and then swallow it. But it was thanks to Tong Mao who was so strong that he could become so strong. Akazu, you can stay in Infinite City these days. I'll let you out to show off the strong after a while. Who else do you need ghost blood? Ghost blood for other ghosts, the baby who has become stronger, but for Wuzhen, isn't it his own blood? As much as you want. Previously, it was because I had to restrain my subordinates, and the ghost blood was used as a reward for distribution, which should not be too cheap. But now, it's cheap. It doesn't matter if it can be exchanged for the improvement of the combat power of the Winding Ghost. Bantiangu and Yuhu both shook their heads, and their strength was like this. If you cannot improve yourself, injecting too much ghost blood will bring about the failure of your body. Well, Lord Wuzhen, I want ghost blood, said carefully. Gui Weiyang glanced at Yunyu. You'd better forget it. A garbage that doesn't even have the first type is useless to give you much blood from ghosts. Okay, that's all for this winding meeting. From now on, you must stay in Infinity City honestly and work hard to practice. There will be a moment when you can show your skills soon. On the other side, after killing Tongma, Kanahu and the other two flew back to the headquarters of the demon killing team. Over the ghost killing team, Gyuder and A Lu Chu frowned slightly. Minister's little eyes. I discovered it very quickly. I haven't gone to find you yet, but you came up first. When Xiaonan and Chineu saw that Gyutarhan was slacking off, they stopped and asked. Ming-Eng, what's wrong? Chineu also looked at the skeleton curiously. It's nothing, I just discovered that Gui Wei Wuzang might have to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. What? Xiren was shocked. Ming-Eng, aren't you kidding? What do you think? Seeing the stolen jokes, Xiren flew back to the stolen house and pulled the stolen house and moved the house to Yuya's villa. Kana, you go back first. Ming-Eng and I are going to our lord's place. The blowing the soup with Gyutar Hanto. After blowing the soup with Gyutar Hanto's soup with the soup with the soup with the soup with the soup of the soup with the soup of the soup. At this time, Shakia was completely blind. The message can only be conveyed through the two daughters around me, who is here. After learning that it was the sacred man, Shakia Shizwaya said happily. I wonder what's wrong with Guaren coming to me. The nuclear file of Gyutar is broken. The decisive battle is about to begin. Huh? I wonder what the decisive battle is about. Guaren. Yoshia Saya was unable to understand what Kyuda-ku said for a while. The decisive battle between Giwyu and the Demon Slayer team headquarters. A traitor appeared in the ghost-killing team, and told Gui Wei Wuzan the location here, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will become an evil ghost. After sensing that Lu Yu was not at the headquarters of the Devil Slayer team, he found the headquarters of the Devil Slayer team so quickly. The Gyutar River sent Yula Falcon to the old way of the original work. I just don't know who turned him into a ghost this time. After all, one of the online launches, Hai Hei Mu has already GG. Chapter 66, Ghost Dance with One Hand. Ah! This Guaren, please wait a moment, and I will summon the pillars here. In just a moment, the other 8 pillars came to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team in an instant. Lord! I wonder what major incident happened. Yu Tianyuan saw that all the 9 pillars were here, and Guaren was here, so something very important must have happened. There are many pillars and Yellow's elves in need of the frames. The other 7 pillars also looked at Shakia Yoshia. You can tell me. Gyutar Hang told his own discoveries. All the pillars were shocked and resentful. Damn, there are actually traitors. And he also turned into an evil ghost. I'm so mad, your grandma. Damn, who is it? I'll kill him now. But Hikawa said furiously. Before waiting for the word to be taken, Yoshia said. Don't be impulsive, now is not the time to kill traitors. The most urgent thing is to discuss how to deal with the next decisive battle with Giwuya. Seeing that Shakia had spoken, Ikikawa could only swallow this temporarily and find another opportunity to kill the traitor in the future. Yoya Shakia looked at the sacred Gyutar. Guaren, I wonder what you have to do. The lawsuit file of Gyutar Huang is broken. Do you want to join the war? If you want to, I can give you a chance to fight against the Winding Ghost. After you kill all the Winding Ghosts, I will kill Ghost Wu Wuzan in seconds. If I don't want to, I can kill Gui Wei Wuzan now. Tongma is already dead, and the revenge between Koinan and Chineu has been avenged. It would be impolite if Gui Wu's head was intact on his neck. Ah! All the pillars were stunned. But buddy, do you want to see what you are talking about? Can you kill Gui Wuju now? Are you an ant on the roadside when you are ghost dance? We admit that you are very strong, but you won't be able to capture Gui Wei Wuzan who is hiding in Infinity City. Is it a second move? That's in a different space. Even Xiren was a little suspicious at this moment. Gyutar was visiting Dangli. Ming-Eng, can you really kill Giwu now? Yes. Howling of Gyutar, feed. If it was an hour ago, he might not dare to say this, after all, it would take time to find Infinity City. But now, just hold it with just a hand. There is nothing else, just because the eternal maniatoscope Sherinon has evolved into the reincarnation eye, and the rolling eyes has also evolved into the reincarnation eye. Although some special abilities, Gyuder hangs his eyebrows and hair, it does not prevent Gyuder from catching the ghost dance in Infinity City and the ghosts that are in the string. The cylinders looked at each other in an eye, and finally they all looked at Shikiya Yoya. They cannot decide on such a thing, it depends on the Lord's wishes. Yoya Saya took a deep breath and said, Guaren, please kill Gui Wu now. Now, the opportunity to kill Ghost Wu Wu is in front of you, and it is 100% more important. Shikiya didn't want to wait any longer. I didn't want to wait for a moment. Let the sinners of the Sayashiki clan disappear between heaven and earth at this moment. To comfort those who are injured and killed by evil ghosts. Simple. Xiaonin, go back and call Zushi, Nezuko, forget it, let's call them all. If you have revenge, you will be revenge. The nucleus eye of the Gyuder switched to the reincarnation eye, and instantly the whole person was shrouded in green energy and suspended in the air. He gently held his right hand towards a shade of a tree at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. After spreading his palms again, everyone saw an eyeball with the 4 engraved in his pupils. This is Mingnu's little eyes. Although it is daytime now, under the protection of the yin-yang escape technique, the little eyes did not turn into ashes. Wu sang, you. Are you ready? Ah! In the city of infinite space, the girl who was monitoring the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team through her little eyes suddenly screamed, which scared the ghost Wuzang who was doing the experiment. My daughter! Giwu is extremely angry. But soon, he couldn't laugh. Because for some reason, he actually saw the skeleton of the Gyuder. What's going on with this perspective? This is Mingnu's blood ghost eyes. Wu sang, you. Are you ready? The sound of the Gyuder Hana sounded in his ears. Gui Wei was so scared that he instantly released his strongest attack method, and used himself as the center to release shock waves around him. The shock wave shattered the test bench and shattered the surrounding houses. The winding ghosts who were practicing in Infinity City were alarmed. Akazu, the dog, the jade pot, and the moon all ran towards the direction where Giwasan was. As a result, they saw a scene that shocked the ghost. Infinity City cracked. A big hand covered by light green energy stretched out from the cracks in Infinity City and grabbed Gui Wei Wuzan. Before Gui Wei had time to explode and escape, he found that his body was out of control and could not move. On the other side, the headquarters of the demon killing team, the sect, and Yoshia Saya looked at the skeleton stretching into the crack in the air with one hand. The shock was indescribable. The posture of an immortal. This is a true immortal. My wife, who is known as having the blood of a priest and has some special abilities, gave birth to Tianyan, is more beautiful than the magnificent curtain of the concave generation. Tianyan of the Sayashiki looked at the Kuta high in the sky and couldn't help but kneel down. This is respect for the gods. The terrified ghost Wu Wuzan was arrested by Gyuder's apology. The dazzling sunlight shot into his eyes, and Gui Wuyan subconsciously reached out to cover his hand to try to avoid the direct sunlight. But soon he found that he did not seem to have been burned by the sun. This is becoming a perfect creature. Ghost dance is ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, the perfect ultimate creature. No matter how awesome you are, you can't kill me. Ah ha ha ha. Silly, the girl is not bad at all. The last ultimate creature is already in outer space. What's more, you are not an ultimate creature at all, but I have sealed your various abilities. By the way, use the yin-yang escape technique to protect you, so as not to die before you start to torture. The Gyuder nuclear incited to capture Gui Wuzan's hand. Gui Wuzan fell and collided with the ground. Several ribs in his body instantly broke, and his internal organs were also seriously injured. Spitting blood in the mouth. Ah! Giwa screamed bitterly. Damn it, where is my self-healing ability? Gui Wu still has self-healing ability, but it will not be triggered until only one breath is left. Ah, fuck, what did you do to me? Seeing that I was injured but did not recover, and this little harm actually caused such great pain to me. The ultimate biological dream of Giwa Wuzan was instantly shattered. I understand that I have not become the ultimate creature at all this is all about it. Chapter 67 Torturing Ghost Dance. While the other pillars were still wondering if this was Washao, Tan Zilang had already sniffed out that this person was the murderer who killed his whole family. Gui Wui I Wu. Tanjiro was furious. A roar. Ghost dance is not miserable. Gui Wui I Wuzhen turned his head and looked at the person who called his name. It's him. The person he saw that day through Xiang Kai's sight. The successor of Sun's breath. Without any hesitation, Tanjiro directly slashed Gui Wu Wu's neck with a knife. The breath of the sun, the shape of the second, the sky of below. Gui Wu Wuzhen instantly separated the body. If Gui Wuzhen had not had the boundary breaking through and overcoming the shortcomings of the Hiroshikan's beheading, Tanjiro would have killed him directly. Due to his various abilities, he was a fierce man. Gui Wu's pain resistance has also returned to normal. The pain in the head was so painful that Gui Wuba screamed. The body kept rolling on the ground. Tanjiro saw that the ghost Wu Yu was cut off by himself and did not die. Without saying a word, he waved his knife again. The breathing of the sun and the shape of the three wolf dance, the sky of the blue, the red mirror of the scorching sun, the sun rainbow, the train, the burning bones and the sunlight turns, the sun halo dragon and head dance, the flame dance. After a set of combos, Gui Wui lost his screams. Trigger the seal last breath. Lock blood. The healing ability is activated. In just 1 second, Gui Wuzhen, who was dismantled from the crowd, instantly recovered and became full of vitality. His face was full of fear, his forehead was filled with cold sweat, and he was breathing heavily. Have you died once just now? No, I didn't die, it was my healing ability that healed all the wounds on my body. In other words, my strength has been restored. Gui Wui Wuzhen was overjoyed again, tightening his muscles and exerting force on his body, trying to release the shock wave again, but the result was nothing. I didn't even let go of the fart. Ah? Why? Where is my power? Gui Wu was confused and shouted. Where has my power gone? Tanjiro saw that Gui Wu Wu was not dead, and was about to call the other pillars to kill Gui Wu 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 Wu. Seeing this posture, Zhongju also understood that this ghost was Ghost Washao. It just seemed that he was controlled by Guaren and could not exert his original strength. Then isn't this a sandbag? Damn, since that's the case. Grass. Just do it. For everyone to have a share, Wildering Yu Xingming proposed. Don't worry, Gui Wuyun has been controlled by Guaren and has become a sandbag that can be repaired. If you want to take revenge, you can do it anytime. If we go together, it will seem a bit crowded and we can't use it. So, each person has 1 life, and they must be killed within 1 minute, and then they will be restored to complete, so that the next pillar will come. Zhongju nodded. It makes sense. I think it's pretty good. So much me. Same for me. According to the time when it becomes a pillar, the rock pillar and the morning island will come first. Wuming Yu Xingming did not take a weapon, but chose to use his fist. Wretched and mourned Yu Xingming while Amitabha Buddha was fist-handed and broken bones. The ghost Wuya screamed with every punch. Soon, a minute was about to arrive. Wuming Yu Xingming held Gui Wu's head tightly with one hand and was ready to go. Dong! The loud sound rang between the palms of the wretched island Xingming fist, and Gui Wuzhen's head exploded like a watermelon. My body fell to the ground and kept twitching. Seeing this, Yu Tianyuan couldn't help but praise. Awesome! It's worthy of being a tragic island, but it actually smashed Gui Wu's head with one punch. But it's a little less gorgeous. Next, my gorgeous god of ceremony will compose a song for you. The title of the song, Song of No Sorrow. Yu Tianyuan pulled out 2 small daggers and began to cut off Gui Wui Wuzhen's body. One fast and one slow, one deep and one shallow, the ghost dance makes the tragic and melodious sound. Ahai you demons! Gui Wuvoba let out a painful wail, a miserable roar, tears gushed, and spitting. The next one is the end of the song, and it is also the climax. After saying that, Yu Tianyuan's two swords moved together, and cut from Gui Wu's forehead to the solace of his feet. During this period, Gui Wu's screams never stopped. He called out the high notes that wanted to destroy the world. Shakia Yoya sat on the corridor, listening leisurely to the beautiful music sung by Wu Ju. Ghost dance is not miserable, you have today too. Miri, who was flying towards the courtyard of Shakia, and Zianan, who was flying into the courtyard, couldn't help but tremble when she heard the heart-wrenching cry from the courtyard. Who is killing a pig? Why is it so painful to scream? Flying into the courtyard, Zushi, Mei, Nezuko recognized the identity of the person being tortured at a glance. Ghost Dancy is not miserable. The three girls all looked at the skeleton of Gyutar. Gyutar Hanji steals. You are not mistaken, this is Ghost Dance. I have sealed all my abilities now and have become a sandbag that can only be repaired. Go, there are grievances to avenge, and there are grievances to avenge. Then, Gyutar, howling Kongsu asked in the queue of pillars. Is anyone who needs a stringed ghost? Fengju and But Hikawa hurriedly said. I want it. There is still that traitor. No problem. At the same time, in the Infinite City, the Winding Ghost was discussing what to do. Do you want to rescue Gui Wu Wu? All the ghosts have their own ulterior motives. Yoho said that Gui Wu must be saved. The dog kept muttering words such as bad things, disasters, and unlucky ones. No practical action. Akaza said that she really wanted to defend the clam string with Gyutar even if she was beaten to death. The girl who was singing in the winding strings, had contacted the sea of Gyutar's close through her little eyes. It was clear that Gyutar's could not match the ghost power. I remained silent all the time. Among them, Lu Yu, who had just become the Winding Land, gave in his heart. Tear the void and grabbed Gui Wu Wu and Wu Ba. What a horror this is! If you slip away, you will definitely die in Infinity City. However, before Hu Yu could speak and let Mingnu teleport herself out, Infinite City cracked again. Yun Yu was instantly frightened to the ground. Looking at the light green energy hand in horror. The big hand hit, Yoho looked dead as if she was home. The dog was trembling for a long time, and Mingnu chose to put it on her. Akazu's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and Yu urinated her pants. Bring it on. Let me see how powerful you are. Akazo said excitedly. Chapter 68 Akazo 5 ghosts who were in the string grabbed them with one hand and held them with one hand. The power of space is used freely, and it appears again as the headquarters of the demon-killing team. The 5 winding ghosts and Gui Wuyan's reactions were exactly the same as before when they first arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. Stretch your hand to block the sun. But soon they found that they didn't seem to be afraid of the sun. As usual, the 3 skeleton ghosts except Naruto and Akaza were all thrown into the courtyard of Shakia. Looking at the vicious pillars, Guan Yu quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. I was forced. Believe me. The breath of the wind, the shape of Ju, the typhoon of Liachuashan. The furious Fengju and Muti Kawamiya did not give Jutsu a chance to explain, and instantly cut him into dozens of dollars. If it were replaced by the original Fengzin Noriki and Prostrum Taro, the one who died would definitely be Fengju. But now the Winding Land is Yu, a Negu who barely reaches one of the lower strings, is not the opponent of Ikui Kawashimiya at all. The String Land. On the other side, Gyutar defended Mingnu and Akaza back to the Infinite City. Mingnu can't die yet, and Infinite City will collapse even if Mingnu dies. At this stage, it is not realistic to create a starting ball space similar to Kagyuta Kagaya at Satsuki. The star ball space is the product of the heaven, and the heaven is the ability that only the Samund Sharinon can possess. The Samsara I is 2 levels different from it. Reincarnation I rightward arrow 6 Guya Symbiosis I rightward arrow Reincarnation Sharing I, unlimited version, no need to swallow the fruit of the divine tree. The small planet is quietly set off, but there is no place to place it. Therefore, Gyotar Hegwanide comes here to learn the most basic rules of Infinity City. Take a look at whether you can learn how to create an infinite city, and then attach it to the reincarnation eye, becoming one of the special abilities of the reincarnation eye. It is worth mentioning that the slightest inability to travel through all worlds is still there. All are attached to the reincarnation eye and become one of the special abilities of the reincarnation eye. Compared with the previous analysis and application of the reincarnation eye, it is more comprehensive and fast. Simply put, it becomes analysis and application 2.0. True time is still and traveling through all worlds. These two are constant abilities and will not change due to the upgrade of your eyes. Gyuder Akaza and Naruto threw them aside and said, "Wait until I study Infinity City for a while, and then I will face you off." "No problem, as long as you are willing to show off with me, everything will be easy." Akaza respects the strong from the bottom of her heart and hates those who use despicable means. Of course, I agreed to the request for the sacrificial sack. No longer caring about Akaza, Gyotar Hang's reincarnation eye switched to the reincarnation eye. The light green energy on the body dissipated, and a pair of purple reincarnation eyes appeared in their eyes. The eyes of the Gyotar Hejachang Huai's religion analyze this infinite city. During this period, Akaza did not disturb the sea of Gyotar, but observed the abdomen. Why? Why did this person's light green energy disappear after the body's body became so low? Is it some kind of costly transformation, now in a weak state? Or have you reached the state of transparency? No, the realm of transparency is the existence that cannot sense the Do-Chi. Akaza is puzzled, but no matter which one it is, he will not disturb the current Gyotar skeleton. An hour later, the Song dynasty was ordered to create the basic conditions required for the Infinite City. If you want to create a different space similar to Infinite City, you have to become a ghost. Because the existence of Infinite City is an extension of the Blood Ghost technique. Without Blood Ghost technique, there will be no Infinite City, and if you want to learn Blood Ghost technique, you must become a ghost. This is the rule of this world. There is a rule. It is also impossible to create the same infinite city through analysis. But so what? If the rules cannot be bypassed, just modify the rules. Hang up. Yuluo, are you ready? Certainly. A Yu and Xiao Luo appeared in Gyotar Helio. Explanation My world. I am the master of this world. All rules are set by me. A strange energy fluctuation came out from the head of Gu Tahijiang. Scan the entire Infinity City by one stone. The most basic rules that form an infinite city are reflected in the situation. Rules and modifications. The rules that hindered himself from opening up different spaces were modified. After modification, creating a similar space like Infinity City no longer needs to become a ghost. Reincarnation eye analysis. The analytical ability is activated again, and the tanning and twisting are ashamed as the tanning and twisting. After analysis, it is used. Gyotar Han took out a fairy bean from his storm and swallowed it into his belly. The originally bottomed out instantly filled his energy. Reincarnation eye use. A space gate created by the reincarnation eye appears in Gyotar. I'll leave it to you here, I must maintain it, wait for me to come out. Don't worry, master, just leave it to us. The man who is a kid in the game is a cheat. By cheating, we have obtained a magical tool that we cannot have at this stage. Before saving, you cannot turn off the plugin, otherwise not only will the artifact be lost, but the account will also be blocked. Gyotar sails into the door of space. There is nothing inside the door of space, nothing. After a while, Gyotar he asked Brother Carbon to find that he could not sense the specific size. It's a bit big. After confirming that the different space has been successfully opened, the different space has been created. Okay, the development was successful. Restore the rules. The three of them began to repair the rules they had just modified. If it is not repaired, Infinity City will have rule loopholes, conflicting with the rules of this world. Causes unimaginable consequences. Of course, the core capabilities of the system cannot be resisted. He has long been free from the rules and is not bound by this world. Otherwise, the method of creating infinite city creates a different space of its own. So, it must be because Tongzi is powerful. If the time traveler had no system, he would have been hammered to death by the natives long ago. Except those with extraordinary talents. After repairing all the rules, the Gyuder Han and Shunjun explained it. Then he took out a fairy bean from his pocket and swallowed it into his stomach. Gyuder and Shihuai comforted himself and created a different space. The door of space appears, and the Gyuder Hepi privately leaves. Yes, it's no different from what I just felt. It seems that it's really successful. Give me a name well. It's called Taishu. Leaving Taishu, closing the reincarnation eye, the Akata howled and the Akaza was stunned. Come on, use all your strength to please me as much as possible. Hearing the sword of Gyuder Hanmu, Akaza grinned and quickly posed. The technique is unfolded, destroying and killing, and Luo Needle. Destruction and killing style. Haha. Akazo stepped on the ground and rushed to the ground with all his strength to target the source of drought. It's too slow, said Gyuder in a droughty manner. Then Akaza felt a very powerful impact coming from her abdomen. Looking down, I didn't know when Gyuder Hana's head had hit her abdomen. As soon as he arrived, he suddenly flew backwards hundreds of meters away, penetrated several houses before he hit the wall and stopped. Akaza wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of excitement and fanaticism. Spalacy. The Sea of Gyuder. Don't hide your weakness anymore. Let me see your full strength. Gyuder Hai smiled and said. Are you full strength? As you wish. The scent of 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 the transparent energy fluctuations in furious winds and waves spread around the center of the Gyuder. Feeling the fighting spirit all over the sky, Akaza's face became even more excited, and her whole body was trembling with excitement. Such a powerful force. It's simply a monster. It's so exciting. Hip-hop. Destruction and killing style. Akaza rushed to Gyuder Aura again, but this time he changed his attack method. Stop in time and unfold the technique. Final style. There is no more than the remaining light of the blue-silver. In an instant, Akaza shot hundreds of punches at super high speed, each punch with all the force, and each punch pointed directly at the key point. Akaza, is this your strongest attack? It's very good, it's close to Hei Shi Mao. But that's the case for me. Go, Liangxiu is still waiting for you. Gyuder Hagen swung forward with a punch, a seemingly weak punch, but it was so irresistible in Akaza's eyes. Bong! The moment Akaza's fist touched Gyuder's head, his fist not only broke, but his whole body was cracked. Turned into blood mist. As his eyes turned dark, Akaza opened his eyes again and saw a girl in front of him wearing a pink kimono, snowflakes, and hair accessories, and even her pupils were snowflakes. After seeing Akaza, the girl burst into tears in the corner of her eyes and went up to hug Akaza. Hai Jun, you are here. Akaza hugged the girl in her arms in a daze. He didn't know why he hugged her. It seems like he is instinctively trying to support it in his arms. My heart is trembling. It hurts so much. My heart hurts so much. Why do I want to cry? Ji, I'm sorry, I can't take you to heaven. But you will always be my disciple. Even if you become an evil ghost, I will not ignore you. A slightly apologetic and magnetic voice sounded. Akaza looked at him and saw a middle-aged man wearing a white martial arts uniform. Memories from the human period come into view. My name is Ji. Chapter 69, Sexual Change and Ghost Dance. After sending Ji and Liangxiu together, the nuclear girl placed the daughter of Henry, opened her reincarnation eyes, tiered the space, and returned directly to the headquarters of the demon-killing team in one step. As for Infinity City, it also collapsed with the death of Naruto. The courtyard of the demon-killing team headquarters, Shiya, was already crowded with ghost hunters. They were all ordered to torture Giwuwuyu. As for Bantiangu and Yahu, they had been tortured to death long ago. They did not overcome the weakness of the sun-wheel knife beheading like Guiwuzan. After his head was cut off, it naturally turned into ashes and died. Seeing that the storm of 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 the storm, I waved my hand and stopped torture the storm of the storm. Guaren, your wives are gone. Are you here to kill Giwa completely? When the ghost hunter had not yet beaten the ghost dance, he said. Kill it tomorrow, and you can deal with him as you wish before this. Of course, it's your ability to kill him. As soon as this was said, everyone in the courtyard shouted. Guaren is mighty. Guaren is really an immortal. The wise and wise. Ignoring these worshipful gazes, the Gyuters stirred up the common people and made a fuss. At this moment, the girls were in a very beautiful and relaxed mood. After all, torture Giwu, it is really exciting. It makes people feel happy. The girls saw the girl ramming the spirit and poking the fire to the wind and chase the silk and the rain. Thank you to the skeleton. The next day, Gu Tahahao stirred up the courtyard of Shikia Shizuya. At this moment, Gui Wu's eyes were dull and his eyes were dull. He lay on the ground and had lost his desire for life. No matter how ghost hunters torture Gui Wuvasan didn't even say a word. Completely ruined. Guaren, Gui Wu seems to have become a fool, Sayashikiya said apologetically. This situation was something he had not expected. Although it is his own fault that Giwaba's turn into this, if Gyuter torture Giwaba's name, isn't this a bad thing for him? Fool! I can save him even if he dies. The seal imposed on Gui Wu's body was lifted, switched to the reincarnation I form, and used the yin-yang escape technique to heal Gui Wu's spirit. Gui Wuzan's eyes returned to normal. When I saw the Gyuter Han ghost Wuya first roared in horror, but then I quickly closed my mouth, got up and knelt on him. And change your appearance and various organs, change your gender, and become a girl with big breasts and black hair. Exquisite face, bulging figure with back and forth. Giwu said in a coquettish way. Ming-Ang Jun, brother Ming-Ang. Dad. Owner. Please let me go. Take me like a fart. Give me your life aside, don't let them torture me anymore. They are not humans. They are demons. I can become your female slave, you can play whatever you want. As he spoke, Giwasan began to tear his clothes and show his sincerity. Damn it! Gyutar Han was shocked by his sudden behavior. Seeing this, the two daughters around Shizuya Yuya blushed and reported to Shizuya Yuya see. Shizuya Yuya was speechless. He was blind, not deaf, so he could hear it. What else can I report on such a thing? Damn it! The Gyuter he called the ghost dance and Wuzan kicked it away. Gui Wu hit the wall heavily, letting out a panting of enjoyment. I want it miserable. Gyuter Hen. Good, how bad are the ghost hunters? They all tortured Gui Wu to such a thug. Seeing his eyes blurred, his face flushed, his tongue sticking out, his super quality figure twisted his body, and crawled towards him with a cat step. Gyuter brown roasted carbonic acid. Too burnt. Damn, you, a male ghost, how could you burn like this? Ghost Wu is tragic. Let me change it back. The sex-turned ghost dance was stunned, and then she smiled in a daze. It turns out that Master Ming-Ang likes this. It's not impossible for Wu Zhang. After saying that, Gui Wui turned into a little male lady. I saw that Gyutar He Huivu was floating. Damn it, Gui Wui, if you go to Chengdu, you will definitely be on the Chengdu must-eat list. And it's the top spot. I like damn. Oh, it turns out to be Ming. Before the ghost dance began to turn again, the lotus of Gyuter faded and the locusts faded. Don't change again, I won't feel any grudges in my heart. He punched Gui Wui Wuzan in the head, hammering Gui Wui Wuzan in the head. Pull up Gui Wu's collar and throw it into the sky. In the courtyard, the howling of the roar begins to accumulate waves. The goal is the ghost dance that has not yet fallen from the sky. The turtle school of Qigong wave rushed into the sky, rushing the ghost dance that was falling freely into dust. Gui Wu's death did not stop the slightest of the turtle sex Qigong wave from taking off. The turtle school Qigong wave rushed into the sky and exploded, opening a hole in the entire sky. Ghost dance, no tragic and kill. The daughter of Shakia reported to her about the miserable consequences of the tragic consequences of the slaughter of Kaira. Hearing that Gui Wuzan had been killed by the Kuta welding, Yoshiyasu immediately felt the curse covering half of his cheek, and there was no original burning pain. Has it succeeded? Ha ha ha! I finally won! Go and call all the pillars over. It's time to tell them this good news. The exclusive crow of Shakia flew out, 1 to 10, 10 to hundreds. Soon, all the ghost hunters at the entire ghost killing team headquarters received news that Gui Wei was killed. All the ghost hunters showed happy smiles and tears of excitement. We finally succeeded. Successfully killed Giwo, Washeo. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer team and the Daejeong village were also in full bloom. After Gui Wei died. Except for the evil ghost who is not the transformation of Giwuya, the only perfect ultimate creature in the world, Yoshiro. All the evil ghosts also suddenly died at this moment. Chapter 70 Gentle Sister Butterfly Connie. In the courtyard of Shakia, in the house where the pillar meeting was held, the pillars were summoned. My cute swordsman, this is the last stock meeting. After all, Gui Weun has been killed, so there is no need for the demon slaying team to exist. From now on the ghost killing team. Dissolve. The pillars were silent for a moment and said. Affect your order. Although it was disbanded, this did not affect the status of Shakia in their hearts. A gentle smile from Shakia. If you didn't have your efforts, you wouldn't have had the success you are today. Thank you everyone here. Saya Shakia and his wife and children behind him knelt down to the 9 Minzu to thank him. After getting up, Shakia looked at the nuclear crackdown of the Kyuter nuclear stall. Thank you especially to Kyuter Haiguren. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how many years we'd have to work hard and how many swordsmen would die. I am a member of the family, and I am a member of the family, and I will express my sincerest thanks to you on behalf of all the members of the family, and I will give you my sincerest thanks. From now on, the only one in the Sayashiki clan is your leader. It will be your most loyal servant. Yuya Shizuya knelt down to Kuta Kam. The 4 white-haired daughters, a black Kaired son, and his wife Shizuya Tatsun also knelt down to Kuta Kam. Gyuter he too. Get up. I will accept sincerity, so let it go, servant. Sayashikiya got up and said to everyone. My cute swordsman, although the Demon Slayer team has been disbanded, it is still open to you. It's still your home. After the disbandment of the Demon Killing Team, the headquarters of the Demon Killing Team suddenly became much quieter. Nearly 99% of the ghost hunters, hidden, took the travel expenses from Shizuya Shikiya and left the headquarters of the Demon Killing Team. Gyutar Han Mao eyes. Gyutar Hang locked himself in the house and studied the will a different space that looks back at Taishu. Since Taishu is still in a state of nothingness, humans cannot survive at all. Therefore, the yin and yang escape technique is used to create everything, and this will be a long time. At least 1,000 years to start. It's hard to do. In the Taishu period, Gyutar and Liu talked. By the way, this world belongs to you, so no matter how you modify it, it will not be a problem, right? Then, Gyutar Hekian, craftsman, and began to test the limits he could modify. It was found that if the rules were modified through Yu Luo's solution and the transformation of Taishu could greatly shorten the time, which only takes about 5 to 10 years. You can barely accept it. To put it bluntly, it is still too weak. If Gyutar Hanmu only transforms into the bloody ring of reincarnation, it will not take so long for the people. Of course, this time will be shortened as the stolen goods are used. After exiting Taishu, Gyutar welding brother took the position of the girls. I found that Zyanin was in his room, and with Kanahu, facing the photo of Connie placed on the seat, and told the good news that he had killed Giwa Washeo. Is Butterfly Connie? A very kind person. Maybe you can try to resurrect. Katarakaba found the courtyard where Yuyashia was located and found Yuyashia. I don't know what to do with me. How did the Butterfly Connie deal with her body after her death? Although Yuyashikia didn't know why Katahi asked this, he still said truthfully. After the Style and Butterfly Connie died in the battle with the Winding Ghost, we buried him in the cemetery of the Demon Slayer. The tomb of the Butterfly Connie was found in the tomb of the Connie. After switching to the reincarnation I mode, reaching out to pass through the built grave, extracting some human tissue, the cemetery, and returning to his room. In the reincarnation I mode, the slightest. Through some human tissues, the entire body of the Butterfly Connie can be easily created. Soon, Connie, the butterfly, who only had body, no soul, no clothes, was created. You have a pretty good figure. After the body is completed, it is the soul. It is necessary to use the heretic and natural art of reincarnation to summon the soul of the Butterfly Connie from the kingdom of heaven. What is the cost of using the heretics and the natural art of reincarnation? There are two statements, one is life, and the other is a large amount of chakra, which is enough to cause death. The second type is as follows here. Yuluo, protect me. Once you realize that you are exhausted, you will immediately feed the immortal beans. Gyutar Hang handed the big bag of fairy beans to Yuluo and the two girls. The second woman nodded, took out the fairy beans, and was ready at any time. Gyutar Hisyehuliang only made a si seal with his hands. The heretics, the innate art of reincarnation. A large amount of energy is poured out from the Gyutar Heju. Tianyu, Butterfly Connie, wearing a kimono with many flower patterns, suddenly felt attraction, as if she wanted to pull herself out of the heaven. Hey? What's wrong with this? Before Butterfly Connie could react, she blinked again and found that she was no longer in heaven. And there was a handsome man sitting next to him. There were two beauties of different looks sitting next to the man. Hey? Where am I? While Butterfly Connie was confused, Au quickly put the fairy beans in his hand into the stewed stew of Kuta crane. Swallow the fairy beans and the blood of the Gyutar nuclear Buddha is resurrected. Arigo, you guys go down first, I'll talk to Connie. Yuluo disappeared instantly. Connie looked at the skeleton in shock. Feeling a chill, Connie realized that she didn't seem to be wearing clothes. That can you let me wear some clothes first? Connie said with a gentle smile without being angry. Of course. As soon as Connie headed, she stood up and looked for clothes she could wear. After searching in the closet, Connie put on honey glass clothes and said, "It's okay. You seem to have a lot to say to me. Do we know each other?" Connie sat beside the bed and looked at the skeleton in confusion. "I know you, but you don't know me. Let me get to know my husband. My name is Kurthahakanu and Chineu." Hearing the bottom of the nuclear root, Wei Shi, the eyes widened in shock. "Ming Ang, are you talking about the little ninja and Kana I know? The ulcer of the drought irritating lung fi? That's right, it's Butterfly Ninja and Kurimika Kana." Seeing that Gyutar Han was a tragic and disgusting child, he was indeed the husband of his two sisters. Chini said happily. "You are so awesome. You can actually become the husband of Koinan and Kanahu. Can you tell me what happened to Koin and Kanaho after I die?" "Certainly." Then, Gyutar and snails were reported to Fu Lanqian. Connie was fascinated by hearing it. "I didn't expect that Xiren had such a big change because of my death, but fortunately I met you. And Channa. Ming Ang, I will thank you for Koin and Chineu." Chini gave the slut to the slut. "Thank you for killing Gui Wu, too. So, Ming Ang, you resurrected me to give Koin and Chineu a surprise, and also want me to join you well become a member of your wife. Is it right? Seeing that his little thoughts were discovered by Connie, Gyuder was shocked to death. Will you, Shanna? Without any hesitation, Connie reached out to caress the guitar dry trading and smiled. Of course I'm willing. Since Ming Ang resurrected me for this matter, how could I disappoint Ming Ang? And you have done so much to Coin and Chineu, as my sister, I should also express my feelings. Isn't it? Chapter 71 Demon Slayer Blade End. Connie's voice is like the warm spring sun, revealing tenderness everywhere. Asai. What a gentle big sister. Faced with such gentleness, Connie, the emperor of the Gyuder, was a slightest move. Seeing this scene, Connie smiled gently. Oh I'm actually shy. I've been holding my sister all day long, but now I've been taken by my sister. How should Gyuder Hanhui say something to Shanna He? Ming Ang, should we give Coin and Chineu a surprise first, or should we taste me first? Connie blinked playfully and looked at the skeleton. The slightest plunge into the bed. Downstairs, the girls were very confused when they heard the sound of Gutak Hishu. Why haven't I heard this sound? Could it be that Gyutar He pointed to bringing back a sister? Coin and Kanaho looked at each other, and both saw doubt and familiarity in each other's eyes. Sister Xiren, do you hear it too? Xiren nodded. Maybe it's just a bit similar, after all, people cannot be resurrected. But Brother Ming Ang's methods are great. Those ghost hunters all say that he is an immortal. What if it is really Sister Chineu asked. If it is true, I will go in and cut him off now. Xiren said a little angry. As the tallest and noble family member in her mind, Xiren doesn't want her to be ruined by the Gyuder Hefengxian. While not wanting to be his sister, Xiren also hopes to be his sister very much. She really wants to be with her sister. Sister, is it you? An hour later, after finishing work, the silence of the people in the world was called the Legend of the Condor He. All the girls gathered around, wanting to know who the new sister was. Shhh Sai. Xiaonin, you two come in with me. Xiaonin and Chineumiya Gyuderika, their sisters called in. The guess in my heart was even more certain. Ming Ang, is it my sister? Xiren asked with his lips trembling. You'll know if you go in and take a look. Gyuder defended Xiaonin and Chineu into the room. Inside the house, Xiaonin saw the familiar figure, familiar face, and familiar smile, and instantly she burst into tears. Run forward and pounced into Connie's arms. Elder sister! Xiren cried bitterly, crying in Connie's arms so sad. The same is true after seeing that it was Chinny. He took a step back and hugged Connie. Elder sister! The two girls cried in sobs and hugged Connie tightly. Connie hugged Coin and Chineu and said gently. Oh, Xiren actually cried, she was embarrassed. My sister still liked Xiren's smile more. Kanakus has grown up, and can open his heart and express his thoughts. It has become even more adorable. The girls poked their heads outside the house and looked inside. After seeing it was Chinny, he couldn't help but be amazed at the sight of the silence 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 of the S. People who have been dead for so many years can still resurrect him. After comforting her little ninja and Chineu for a while, she looked at the skeleton. Thank you, Ming Ang. Thank you for giving me the chance to see them again. Xiaonin, Kanahu will thank Ong too. Connie gently patted the two girls on the back. Chineu loosened Chanahui, her eyes turned red, and she broke into the welds. Thank you, brother Ming Ang. As for Xiren, he looked at Gyuder with a little resentment and dissatisfaction. After all, his sister was criticized by Ming Ang. Xiren came to Gyuder and punched him with a punch. The trait seems to be very hard, but when he was about to hit, he took back all his strength. Gently touched the Gyuder dry man. Big bad guy. But thank you, Ming Ang. union set symbol. As long as you are happy. In the next week, Emperor Gyuder Han had a crush on his sex, just busy transforming the Taisha space or finding his place in the world. In his spare time, he taught all the girls to cultivate their energy, so that Connie could learn the energy together. Finally found it. In the Gyuder howling clever cricket and oak, the light spot belongs to Demon Slayer, Blade. Now, just mark it and position it, and you won't have to worry about not finding your way back in the future. The Taisha space is not yet inhabited, and I don't know what the next world is like. Since that's the case, then go and explore the way yourself. When Taisha's space is transformed, then take Mealy and the others over. As soon as I thought of this, the time is really still. At the moment when the true time is still, everything in the entire world of Demon Slayer, Blade except the Sea of Gyuders was still. In nothingness, there is no change in the light spot that belongs to Demon Slayer, Blade. Gyuder Hichi Xin Qian saw the girls who were stopped by time. The effect is good, you can go to the next world with peace of mind. Switch perspective and come to nothingness again. The badgers are hard to play with nuclear badgers. It's not that I only look at the light spots, but that I can't see the world inside the light spots. You need to go in before you know which world it is. All Worlds Shuttle and Start. Volume 2, The Crown of Sin. Chapter 72 G Pray. Some readers may not have read The Crown of Sin, it doesn't matter, I shorten the chapter as much as possible and finish it as soon as possible. And then release some popular works. The chapter of The Crown of Sin mainly focuses on the plot situation expressed in the animation, followed by novels and games. That is, before being captured by Dart, Chi did not have the soul and consciousness of the real name in his body. Where is this? Gyuder howled and concise the quarrels. Surrounded by abandoned concrete towers. Modern background. The way of the Gyuder opened his perception, and everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers came into view. Apocalypse virus, Lost Christmas, GHQ, Tokyo Bay Area 24, antibodies. The Crown of Sin. Gyuder Hans Hung Bo. The Crown of Sin is an animation more than 10 years ago. It was a masterpiece at that time, a typical work of a grown-up male protagonist. But with the changes in society, people began to like works that the male protagonists were more capable from the beginning. Gradually, The Crown of Sin became a bad episode. Of course, there are also issues with plot transition. But this does not affect the love between Gyuder and some female characters. The Institute of Research. Just now, there seemed to be a female experiment in Gyuder Han's mother. An experimental subject that is exactly the same as Chi. In addition, 10 kilometers away, Yang Shinya was also coming here with his brothers, Quintonyi and Kenji Torito, who had just been brought back from Africa. It was confirmed that the experimental subject in this abandoned research institute is Chi. The original work, Ken Nakamoto, exploded the Tokyo Sky Tower at the age of 12, and was imprisoned until he was 17, and was rescued again. That is to say, the time point we are at is 5 years before the plot begins. The institute where Gyuder Hyo's fist kicked off the steel door more than 10 centimeters thick with one kick and walked towards where he was. In an egg-shaped incubator made of transparent crystal filled with unknown nutrient solution, a girl with pink hair was curled up at this moment. The girl's skin is flawless and there is no trace of fat on her body. So beautiful. The girl in the purifier expelled vinegar and sighed. A desire to possessiveness and protection arises in my heart. Gee, the king's power is too heavy, you can't control it, so let it be left to me. You can be a student with peace of mind. Table tennis. The culture device was rammed by the Gyuders. Chi-Chi's curled body also stretched out. The delicate face was revealed, his eyes were slightly closed, and he was still in a coma. Gyuder Hang picked it up. Yuluo. A Yu and Xiao Luo came out of Taisha space and stood in the Gyuder Helio. Help me and I'll dress her. Au took over the Kikai and straightened the Kikai. Gyuder Hanyu took out all kinds of women's underwear and put it on with Xiaoluo's help. 5 minutes later, I was very satisfied. It's so good. It's simply a healing goddess. Gu Tak Welding said, touching Ji Qi's hair. On the other side, Yang Xinya, Quartet, and Shiro Kenji also came outside the research institute. This is the place where I was imprisoned when I was a child, and I used them to conduct various experiments. But later, due to the lost Christmas incident, the place was abandoned. Yang Xinya heard that the Shindo Shuakairo, who used him and a group of children to conduct some kind of virus experiments, became the leader of the antibody, so he sneaked back to Japan. Come here to collect information and pull down Shuakairo. Yeah, this door was forcibly broken by external force. The time is no more than 10 minutes. Military advisor Quarterpiece, observing the gate of the institute, make judgments on details. Someone is going one step ahead of us. Maybe it's inside. Get the weapon, let's go in. Ya put the submachine gun on his back in his hand. Quartz and Kenji Tokyo also took out submachine guns and followed on both sides of Ya. Resurge 2. Restore power first. Before coming to a main control switch, Shirago Kenji began to take out various data cables and connect them to the terminal in his hand. Alright. Sizzy. Throw. The entire abandoned research institute was illuminated instantly. Don't move. Yang Xinya held a submachine gun in his hand and aimed at the skeleton of the skeleton who was on the second floor and picked up the unconscious skeleton. Quartz and Tokyo Kenji were also holding a submachine gun in hand and aiming at the skeleton. The second-hand terminal of the City Household Research Department will be the one who is resistant to wages. It is annoying to search for the slag in the dry place. The result is that there is no such person. Are you refugees? The files of refugees are not recorded in the CHQ database. Ya is a refugee. Yan are you blind? Do you think he is like a refugee? Quintant cursed Yan in a low voice. Kenji Toru looked at Gyuder Hai for a moment and was silent. It's really not very similar. At least that calmness in the face of guns is like something that refugees can have. If you are not a refugee, you can only be a person who sneaked back to Japan from a foreign country like you and others, or a hidden executive of GHQ. But no matter which one it is, controlling it first is definitely the best choice. Who are you? Why are you here? Ya asked. Gyuder Hiyukiao. Triton, you'd better move the gun away. If you scare me, I'll twist your head. Teritone, Sakuraman's real name was picked up by Yang Xinya, who escaped from the institute, from the sea. This name was left Japan and went to Africa to make a living. Until now, I have never mentioned it to anyone. The only one who knows Terry's name is Sakuraman's family. At most, there is a mysterious person who saved his life. But how did the person in front of him know? I was so ill that I was shocked. Who is he? Ya. Quinton Ya was stunned and quickly woke him up. After coming back to his senses, Ya put down his weapon and signaled Quartet and Kenji Tokyo to put down the weapons in his hand. Looking at the Gyuder Sea on the second floor, he asked. Who are you? Do we know each other? Before she could speak, the guy in her arms opened her eyes. Blinking, he looked at the skeleton who was holding his own. Seeing that Jijing woke up, Jijing moved his eyes to Jijing in his arms. Woke up. Ji-Chi did not answer. Gyuder Hana's servant still had an expressionless face, and naturally looked at Gyuder's body. It is very consistent with the label of Ji-Chi Sanwoo girl and natural naked. Gu. Ji-Chi's stomach made a gurgling sound. It's obvious that I'm hungry. Ji-Chi looked down at his stomach. Take out a rice ball from the first space. Don't ask what's in Taisha's space. If you ask, you have everything. You just can't live in someone's place. Open your mouth. Ji-Chi looked up at the squad and opened his mouth and bit it. The three of them downstairs looked at the loving unknown man and woman on the second floor. Frowning slightly, is this being ignored? It's okay if you look down on us, but can't you look down on the submachine gun in our hands? You are afraid you don't know what the caliber of the submachine gun in my hand is, right? Chengdu Kenji couldn't stand it anymore and asked. Yeah, do you want to shoot? No shooting is allowed without my order. Ya said to Kenji Toruto. Since he doesn't take us seriously, then you can do your business first and copy the information here. Chengdu Kenji received the order and began to look for terminal sockets in the research institute. When he fed 3.5 balls of rice to Ji Qi and was about to continue feeding rice balls, Ji Qi spoke. Said. Eat you eat too. Ji Qi reached out and fed half of the rice ball that he urgently ate to him, and rushed towards the huqiao. The slap of the rice ball was eaten. Are you full? Ji Qi nodded. Then Gyutar Han walked downstairs. Chapter 73 Ya's Determination. When the quarterfinder saw Gyutar and Mian throwing Yahimei, he wanted to raise his gun and signal not to get closer. But when I remembered Ya's orders, I still chose to believe Ya. I hope this person will not be in danger. Ya. There is a major discovery. Kenji Takedo's voice sounded, and Ya said to the quartern beside him. You go and see what you found in Kenji Chinjiu. Just leave it to me. Be careful. This person is very dangerous. Quarters reminded. Ya nodded slightly. You have only 2 teammates. Gyutar Hishifu. You haven't answered yet. Who is it? Ya watched the nuclear crackdown and did not pay much attention to the weapons. It's not that he doesn't want to pay attention to the Ji Qi, but that the current situation is very unfavorable to him, and he must focus on the scattered lotus. Yet. Then I'll introduce myself. My name is Gyutar Hai, an ordinary person. Yat, Yang Shinya, it's also Teritone. Since the other party knew Teritone's name, there was no need to hide it deliberately. Oh, Gyutar Han Naneo asked a private model to introduce himself. After sensing that the teammates around him were only Quinton and Kenji Tokyo, he was defeated. Do you have no other teammates? Ya shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Ayase Shinomiya and the throne have not yet become Ya's teammates. He also lives somewhere in Tokyo. As for the funeral club, this was only chosen to be established after Ya rescued Chi. None now. There is a high probability that I don't know Sakura Manji at the school festival. After clarifying the current situation of his future wives in his heart, Gyutar's was defeated. Do it well, and you will leave Japan's future to you. If you set up any special organization in the future, remember to invite me first. Oh, by the way, this is my girlfriend. How do you think she looks? The imitation of Gyutar He's family. Then Ya looked at the girl. When he saw the girl's appearance, Ya's heart skipped a beat. Real name. In the unknown space, the tomb guardian of the ancient civilization date, the mechanism that determines the human will, the divine consciousness and the will of biological elimination. Tomb guardian, referred to as date. Looking at the person he had never seen before with the experiment, and even didn't know where he came from, his eyes were full of doubts. How is this different from what I plan? Why did he take away the experimental subject? Minja is the candidate Adam. Who is he? Just as Dart was about to come out to correct the experiment, and asked Ya to take away the experimental subject, Gyutar he disappeared. Dart looked confused. Where are people? Ya exclaimed, invisible clothes. There are high-tech technologies such as invisible clothes in this world, but they are very expensive. Ya, a poor man who just returned from Africa, cannot afford it. The roof of an abandoned building several kilometers away. Gu Tak Hang Chen filed the slightest question, and asked. What is a girlfriend in Gyutar Hai? Girlfriend? You will know this in the future. By the way, I haven't told you the name yet. Your name is Guy. Do you remember? Ji Pray. The 2 syllables were repeated in her arms. After a long time, by sensing the direction of the real name, Dart still found the skeleton of the Gyutar. Just as Dart was about to step out of the unknown space, he was confused with Gutahi. Dart, come out and tell me. The eyes were shaped like a girl, looking at Dart in front of her in an unknown space. Dart's eyes were filled with incredibleness when he looked at the changing shape of Gutahi. What's this? Why doesn't it conform to the characteristics of human evolution? It's incredible. This is a form that even humans cannot evolve no matter how many times they have experienced the evolution of the apocalypse. He is the perfect Adam. And he can actually see me. Dart walked out of the unknown space. The eyes were full of desire. Can you tell me where you are from? No, let's arrange it for me and arrange me and Jichi to the floor where the school festival is located and become neighbors. Seeing that Gyuder had made him feel like he was not in a hurry. Asked back. What can I get by arranging you and Jichi to the floor where the school festival is located and becoming a neighbor? Get my favor. Dart smiled. I'm not Eve, what's the use of asking you to have a good impression of you? Speaking of Adam, whom Eve appointed, is in the building that this person mentioned? Interesting. Yes. In an hour, you will become a neighbor of the school festival. Dart has close ties with the senior management of GHQ and the research institute's Shindo Shuakairo. It is very simple to arrange a Gyuder Hanafa. I'll ask you, why did you take her away? Dart looked at Gyuder and prayed. Support as a wife. The cultivation game is not read. For example, a little lowly with a human body and fox ears is her girlfriend. I took a maid named Sylvie as my girlfriend. But Dart wanted to tell you about the container of the real name in the future. However, as soon as he said it, Dart shut up. Because he suddenly realized that he might die if he continued. Will be killed by the person in front of you. Death, a word that has nothing to do with Dart, almost became connected at this moment. Don't say what you shouldn't say, just leave if you have nothing to do. Don't disturb my life and I. Remember to ask someone to pick us up. Dart nodded stiffly, carefully returned to the different space, and quickly began to contact Shuakairo Shindo and shouted for Gyuder before throwing it away. On the other hand, Yad also read about what happened in this research institute from Kenji Toru. Reminds of what my real name said to me. Dart Shuakairo Shindo. Resurrection real name. Damn Shuakairo Shishiro. I actually want to resurrect my real name and let it be used by them. No. I have to take action. After reading all the information, academic decision was made. He wants to create a force to fight against Shuichiro Shindo. Want to kill Shishiro and liberate the real name. You can't let your real name become a tool in their hands. Suddenly, Yai remembered that Gyuder regretted the appointment of the nuclear dealer. Do it well, and you will leave Japan's future to you. If you set up any special organization in the future, remember to invite me first. Have you expected it? Ya was thinking about something, and then told the military advisor Quinton Tai and Tokyo Kenji around him. Quantity, I want to set up a resistance organization. Resist GHQ and let Japan return to the hands of the Japanese people. Are you willing to join? That's what he said, but what Ya thought about was the real name of liberation. It's really worthy of being Ya. Quinton smiled. It's only been a long time since I came back to Japan, I'm going to do such a big career. As a military advisor, of course I chose to join. So too. Said Kenji Takiro. Ya, you will next invite the Gyuderkan Garden Sangjun Bim to give me a gift. Ya nodded. Yes, we have to invite him to join us. This person is mysterious and plays an important role in our plan. Ya doesn't know what it does, but it's all to unite people's hearts. Of course, the reason why Ya invited Gyuder to the Dry and Glutton was because of the experimental subject he took away. Chapter 74 School Festival. GHQ's Special Epidemic Prevention Force Antibodies. Just now I received a special order, and I would like to pick up 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. Then they were sent to the residential area of Tianwangzhu area and a bank card was given. Let's pick up 2 people, and they're a man and a woman. Interesting, what are their identities? Shujia looked at the photo of the man and the woman on the flip phone, and was very puzzled. Apart from being a handsome man, these 2 people don't seem to have any special characteristics. What is the information about these 2 people? Blank. The subordinates on the side handed the terminal in their hands to the Shujia. Bank card. Just put it aside. The shit circle swiped down to refresh, and then the information about the 2 people was found on the terminal panel. Only 2 short lines. Gyuder CG Prey. Living in Tianwangzhu. After reading the information of the 2, Shujia frowned slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. This is obviously what I just recorded. Oh, it seems that I have discovered something amazing. Let's go, I'll go there in person. The Shujia drove an antibody military vehicle and galloped towards the direction of the Shutter Hanchi. Ding bi. A military car was parked in front of the Gyuder Hanchi. After seeing the Shujia in the driver's seat, the Shujia was surprised and did not expect that it was the Shujia who came to pick him up. This guy is so cunning. The sentence in the original work, "Salute for the birth of the king," has been widely circulated today. But, that's the case in front of me. So what if you are so cunning, isn't it just a matter of knocking down with one punch? Please get in the car. Gutak got into the car with a blessing. Along the way, Shujia kept observing the 2 people sitting in the back row through the rearview mirror in the center console. I feel like I think. That Ji-Chi, where is your home? Shujia pretended to look like a big brother and asked. Ji-Chi did not say anything, but looked at the skeleton. Shhhhhhhhhh, didn't your boss tell you? Hearing that the words Gyuder Haoyuhawai were filled with a gentle and elegant word hang, the smile on the face of Shuji froze. According to the original plan, it was not me who came to pick up the 2 of them, but my 2 subordinates. But out of curiosity, I chose to go there alone. And he did not introduce his identity to Gyuder Hanchi. How did he know his name? Ha ha ha, this is not a joke, I'm afraid you will forget it. The SHHHH smiled awkwardly. Continue to drive your own car. I felt more and more that the identity of the 2 was not simple. This little Tianwangzhu is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Not long ago, a family member moved here at the institute. Today, another family came. We must pay more attention to this place in the future. Soon, Shujia drove to Tianwangzhu residential area. Shujia got off the car and opened the door personally for the Gyuder Hangi. The jealousy apa compared to the Darkwood youth, and I felt the cherry blossoms, the stepmother who still has charm, the spring and summer, and the school festival where I sleep in my bedroom at home. Key. Ah. Oh. Shujia handed over his superior from his pocket to the slaughter of the slaughter. Take the key, Gyuder Hemian is afraid to offer his sip. The shrew world is a little confused. I haven't said where you live yet. Under the gaze of the shit world, the Gyuder Hanchi came to the next door to the school tribute family. Opened the door and walked in. It's a bit strange, I always feel like I've forgotten something. Shujia scratched his head and returned to the car. After turning on the lights in the house, looking at the room covered with a layer of dust on the ground, the Gyuder River machinery lots stretched out. Dart's forced work is really not reliable. How long has it been since I lived in this room? I don't know if I can send someone to clean it before I come. Helplessly, Gyuder browned slow rice. During this period, I saw that I was busy with my pump, so I also picked up the cleaning tools to help me clean the room. 2 hours later, the 2 finally cleaned the room. Ji-Chi reached out to wipe the sweat from his face, and the dust on his hands was stained with his face. The dust is all on your face. Gutahi, he's exaggerated. Ji-Chi reached out to wipe the dust again, and the more he wiped more and more. Why are you so stupid and cute, Chi? Gu-tak took out a towel from the space and wiped the dust and sweat from his face. It's beautiful. Gu-tak welding touched Ji-chi's white and tender face. Okay, clean up. Let's go and have a shower. When he arrived at the bathroom, he asked. Can you take off your clothes by yourself? Ji-chi looked down at his clothes, took them off little by little, leaving nothing left. And the gyuters is a pity that causes the brain crab pan. After putting his hand into the bathtub and feeling the temperature was similar, Gu-tak, who also took off his clothes, prayed to take a bath in the bathtub. Gyuter Hicken point mother wiping her body. Ji-chi sat in the bathtub and did not react much. As an experimental subject, she has no understanding of this world, does not understand love, hate, and has no emotions and 6 desires. More than 3 no girls. The mind is as clean as a spotless piece of white paper. A perfect whiteboard. During this period, Gyuter Han undid his actions and made excessive moves. After all, this time it was a training department, so you can do it little by little, so there is no hurry. After washing the white-collar work, Gyuter defended the white-collar worker back to the bedroom. Put on his pajamas and hugged Xiang and fell asleep. On the morning of the next day, I looked at the empty kitchen and fell into silence. I originally wanted to make breakfast for Ji-chi, but now I don't need to make it. Since that's the case, I can only go out for a free meal. In the living room, Ji-chi was holding the pillow in a daze. Are you hungry? Seeing that it was Gu Tahahao who was playing tricks on him, nodded. Hungry. Call Ming Eng, said the beautiful hair of Gyuter Hicken Rippy. Ji-chi spoke again. Ming Eng hungry. First eat a rice ball and let's go out for a free meal. The slaughter is drinking, and the slaughter is hired by the slaughter. Chi took the rice ball, got up and followed the squid and walked out of the house. Come to the next door, at the entrance of the school sacrifice house, Gu Tak He Meng Jishuok. Here you come. The sound of the school festival and the sound of hurried footsteps came from the house. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but cover his mouth when he saw the girl drought and yellow cloth. He muttered in a low voice. So handsome. Chapter 75 Free Meal. The sage asked shyly with his hands crossed behind him. That who are you? I am your neighbor next door. My name is Gyuter Hai. You can call me Ming Eng. Because I just moved here last night, I was in a hurry and I didn't prepare food. Gyuter was thinking about whether he could come to your house for a meal. Okay. It's okay. I was so happy to hear that such a handsome man was his neighbor. After all, she is just a girl who has just entered puberty. That, my name is the school festival. It just happened to be done with breakfast, if you don't mind. Can you come in and taste it? By the way, is she? The school ritual turned his head and looked at the squad Li Zeu, who hired number 1 to pray. I forgot to introduce her to you. Her name is Ji-chi. She lives with me and is here to have a free meal. Isn't it okay? It's okay, it's okay. Yingman Chengxia, who had just left home and was about to go to work in the research institute, went downstairs to the floor where the Gyuter drank. Hearing someone's voice, I'm curious looked over. After all, my son Yingmanji will live here in the future. It will be no harm to help his son get to know him in advance. I don't know if I don't look at it, and I'm shocked when I see it. After seeing how Ji-chi looked, Yingman Chengxia was stunned. Real name. After the 3 of them entered the house and closed the door, Yingman Chengxia quietly arrived at the entrance of the school tribute house. Silently remember the door number. Yingman Chengxia came downstairs with a serious look on her face, got into the research institute's car, and rushed towards the research institute. It's not the real name, but it's exactly the same as the real name. If you insist on saying the difference eyes are different. So who is that girl? For the safety of Yingmanji, Yingman Chengxia felt it was necessary to check it out. Not only are the cherry blossoms in spring and summer, but also the slags in the dry and dry slags in the summer. But at this moment, Ya was very confused. Because he didn't know how to find the skeleton. After I promised to create an organization, let me notify you as soon as possible. As a result, you disappeared directly. How can I notify this? I have it. Ya. I found Guta's silly and took his personal terminal and handed it to Ya. Yazai asked in confusion when he saw the. Isn't it yesterday? It should be the new editor last night, or there was a super hacker like me who hacked GHQ to make changes. Or it's this person who has a background, GHQ's background. Ah! Ya was confused. Your sister, my organization is used to anti-GHQ, but you have a GHQ background? Just know where to live. Go to invite him to the funeral club with me tonight. School worship at home. The school festival brought out the breakfast he prepared. It just looks a little small, and it is only enough for 2 people to eat at most. That I've eaten it, you too can eat it, the school musical said awkwardly. The concubine was so angry that she pressed the school ceremony on the chair. It is not good for girls to not eat breakfast. Sit here, I'll prepare some more. The Gutak was playing the craftsman's room and preparing breakfast for the restaurant's prayer and school festival. She is the only one in the school ceremony, but there are a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator in the kitchen. At the Gyuter Brown Book ceremony, he came to the kitchen door. I'll help you. You are the master and we are the guests. If you kindly invite us, how can you help me as a guest? The kitchen was launched at the Gyuter Aviation School Festival. Sit here, just wait for dinner. Then the little face of the school dojo was slightly red and sat back on the chair. Soon, in just 15 minutes, the breakfast was ready for Gyutar Hanjing. Put a plate to serve the dining table. Looking at the breakfast with a full range of colors, fragrance, and flavor on the dining table, the school festival couldn't help but exclaim. What a hearty breakfast! It smells so good! Don't sigh here, eat it quickly, it will be not delicious when it is cold. Gyuter he was beside him. Chi, you can start eating too. Chi nodded and savored the Gyuter brown score. After taking a bite, the school ritual opened his eyes widened. This is delicious. Ming-ang, how did you make it so delicious? Chi nodded, agreeing with the view of the school festival. The plaque of Gyuter Haika said. The ancestral technique is passed down to men but not women. But if you want to eat it in the future, I can make it for you at any time. That's great. The school music said happily, but soon said embarrassedly. Will you be a little trouble? No trouble, as long as it is for sacrifice, nothing will be troublesome. After listening to the school festival, my cheeks were slightly red and I stopped talking, but focused on my meal. After hearing this, Chi turned to look at Gyuter Hai and blinked. It seems to be saying, what about me? Of course, there is my cute prayer. Gyuter Hikonga touched Chi's hair. The school festival was dedicated to making meals. While making meals, I did not forget to look at the Gyuter Han sitting opposite me. What is the relationship between Gyuter and Han, pray? After breakfast, the terminal in the school sacrifice pocket rang. The school festival quickly took out the terminal and checked the time. Oh! I'm almost late. Well, if you are not full, eat first, I'll leave first. As he said that, he quickly picked up his backpack and ran towards the door. Gyuter shouted. Aren't you afraid that we are bad guys and steal your things? The school festival in the entrance hall was stunned, looking at the two of them with a gentle smile. But you are not bad guys, and we are still neighbors. I believe you. Bye-bye. After saying that, the school festival put on its shoes and ran out of the house. Gyuter He Alpha. What a gentle and kind girl. Clean up the plates on the table of Gyutar Hang. Wash it clean. He took Chi to leave the school tribute family. Not long after I got home, a knock on the door sounded. They are 2 antibody personnel. Is it Gyuter Hai Guaren? Gyuters was shocked by the. This is your bank card, Mr. Shuja asked me to bring it to you. Gyuder Xianzheng was just about to make some gold and sell it, but he didn't expect that he would send money so soon. This is good, and it saves a lot of trouble. With this money, I can go out for fun with Chi. Holding a bank card, the sodium skull file collapsed. Pray. We have money. Let's go. I'll take you out for fun. Chi looked at the sacrificial card, although I didn't know what it was. But looking at Howling the Gyuder looked, you know that this thing is very important. The background time of the Crown of Sin is 2039. Now is 5 years before the story begins, that is, 2034. There are many more things that can be played than in Taisho era in Demon Slayer, Blade. And I have never seen many things before. Now I have become a jungle bumpkin. Chapter 76 Prayer Flower Robe. Unlike Roppongi, which has become a ruin, the Tianwangzhou area still maintains normal social order. The entertainment facilities that should be available are not bad. Amusement park, cinema, snack street, video game city. Using the bank card given by Dart, Gyuder defended Chi to go to a large mall first. Buy some beautiful clothes for you. The clothes in my Taisha space seem a little out of place compared to the current society. In the mall, I changed into exquisite clothes and was very satisfied. It's very beautiful, but so, Chi can't just have this piece of clothing. All morning, Gyuder Han Chi never left the mall. At least 3 sets of various styles of clothing. Maid outfits, JK uniforms, dark lowly clothes, etc. Anyway, as long as you wear them, you can look good. Anyway, some are money. Scan the bank card at will. Seeing the people around each of them, each with a terminal call device, Gyuder defended and purchased 2 more call devices. There are crows flying very fast in the world of Demon Slayer, Blade, and the message transmission is not very troublesome. But if there is no call terminal in this world, it will be really uncomfortable. Passing by a restaurant, I pulled the fire to the fire. Ming-ang, hungry. After looking at the time, it was already noon, so Hu Gyutaran entered the hotel. After lunch, Gu Tak defended and went to the cinema. It's a very scary horror movie, and many people in the theater scream. But the Gyuder Han Chi, who was sitting together, did not say a word. I only know how to eat popcorn blindly. Gyuder he sent a stolen Lu to rob him, but he simply did not understand. It still takes a long time to train a wife who is considerate and has a certain understanding. After watching the movie, Gyuder River went to the amusement park with a persistent prayer. While eating various snacks, ice cream, marshmallows, playing with various amusement facilities. As the evening approached, Gyuder Hangi took the subway and went home. Ming-ang, please. Here. When I took the school festival to go home from school, I saw the Gyuder Han who had just started on the subway. I quickly stood up happily and said hello. Sacrifice, what a coincidence. Gyuder defended the prayer and sat next to the school festival. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you here. When the school festival saw the Chi who had changed into modern clothes, he exclaimed. Wow! Is this Chi? He has become so beautiful. Chi replied expressionlessly. Ming-ang also thinks it looks very good. Then the 3 of them started chatting and laughing on the subway. The school festival talked to the Gyuder Hangi about what happened at school today. Gyuders and cricket slow. A boy sitting opposite the school festival was wearing the same school uniform as the school festival. This person is Sakura Manji. After seeing the gazebo sitting on the gazebo, Ying Manji suddenly felt a feeling of heartbeat. So beautiful. When the subway arrived at the station, the 4 of them got off together. At the school festival, the Gyuder Si prayed, and the 3 of them walked side by side in front. Sakura Manji followed the 3 of them from afar. In this direction, are the 3 of them suitable for living in the same place as me? Sure enough, when I came to the building in the residential area, I looked at the 3 people who went upstairs together. Sakura Manji was extremely excited. Living in the same building, there will be more opportunities to meet in the future. In the darkness in the corner, Ya looked at the cherry blossoms downstairs, and always felt that she had seen them somewhere. Very familiar, but I just can't remember it, I've seen it somewhere. Damn, who is he? This kind of understanding, but I can't remember where I have seen it, made Ya very upset. Yan please help me check who he is. Ya said to the Hacker City household Yan around him. Query the photos of the Takudo Kenji use Sakura full collection in the database. Ying Manji, my mother is Ying Manchun and the researcher of the Research Institute. After hearing the names of Ying Manji and Ying Manchungzia, Ya's heart beat hard. It's him. The real name of my younger brother, my childhood good brother, and a family. But why did I see the experimental subject that looks exactly the same as my real name, and I didn't go up to ask who she is? But I am very happy and feel like I am unrequited love? There are big problems. Forget it, let's not care about him for now. The main goal tonight is to Gyuder see or not to involve the game. When I saw that the Gyuder Hanchi did not go back to his home, but entered the school ceremony home, Ya was confused. I originally wanted to wait for the slurry and liquid radish to come to invite you. What does it mean if you don't go home? Ya, do you want to act now? Wait a little longer, wait until they go home. While waiting, Gyuder's was suppressed and prepared dinner with a school ceremony. Chi was watching TV, and there were programs similar to girls' groups on TV. School festival in the kitchen for the snails to defend the snails. After the death of the European Communist Party, I found a red string from somewhere, tied it up, held up the red rope with both hands, crossed it constantly, and picked up the rope, and it was obviously turning the rope. When I saw is it a flower rope? I can do this. The Gyuder and Oleg Waits pinched two of the ropes and inserted their fingers into the gap. Chi, you can let go. Chi, let go of your hands. The swaying brand pillow, a different flower rope pattern from the previous one, appeared between the stakeholders. Looking at the Gyuder, the GQ smiled. A slight smile appeared. This is the first time that Chi has smiled since he was rescued by the Institute of Kardar. Very innocent, gentle, and beautiful smile. At the school festival, I saw Gyuder Hanchi playing with flower ropes and did not bother them. A man silently brought out the food in the kitchen. After all the food was served, the school festival said, Ming-ang, Chi, it's time to eat. The flower rope held up in Gyutarhang's hand, handed it to Prey. GK took the flower rope and changed the pattern. Gyuder Hehan touched Chi's head and said, Chi, it's time to have a meal. Will we have fun after dinner? Chi nodded, put away the flower rope, and followed Gu Tahi Huang to the restaurant. After dinner, clean up the bowls and chopsticks. After playing at home for another hour with the school festival, Gu Takan returned home with Chi. Ming-ang, please see you tomorrow. Ming-ang, remember to come to my house to make breakfast tomorrow. I understand, sacrifice, see you tomorrow. Chapter 77 Join the Funeral Club. Yeah, they're back. After waiting downstairs for 3 or 4 hours, the three of them met the Quadron and the Ancestral and the Ancestral 2. When they saw the Squadron and the Ancestral 2, they finally returned to their homes and hurriedly ran upstairs. Ding bell. The doorbell was ringed. The auntie drank the door. Get in the house and talk. The three of them were surprised, as if all their actions were in the process of being in the present. The three of them closed the door and entered the Gyuders to suppress the situation. I saw Chi sitting on the sofa and watching TV. When Chi heard that someone seemed to be coming, he turned his head to look. It was the three people that day. After taking a casual look at the three of them, Chi turned his head and continued to hold the pillow and watch the TV. Sit. The three of them sat on the sofa on the side. The Mirage of the Mirage is beside the Mirage. I'm here to invite you to join the funeral club. Ya said. Just call me, join the funeral club, okay, no problem. But I still have something to do now, so I can't go to your base for the time being. Let's contact you through this for the time being. As he said that, Gyuder Hao and Zhu planted weapons and committed suicide. Kin. Ya nodded and the two exchanged terminal numbers. With this, it is convenient to connect. No need to go to Tian Wang's Hu. I also want to let GQ join the funeral club and declare war with GHQ through her. Ya glanced at GQ and said. The so-called declaration of war is actually to make Guy become a famous singer and let him appear in GHQ's Shindo Shuakairo's site. Come and warn Shishiro Tandeo that the dead should not be blasphemed and do not think about resurrecting the real name. My join means she has joined too. As for letting Chi become a singer, let's talk about this later. Now I don't know how to sing. Gyuder soldering account low and said suddenly. Yes. Ji Chi looked at the skeleton of the Gyuder. Ming Ang, I can sing. Then Ji Chi hummed a few tunes, which were very rhythmic. Gyuder Hicken point mother holding the head of Ji Chi, he said gently. Okay, Chi can sing. But Chi wants to become a singer, or even a song, there are more than just these tunes. I pray that I have to write lyrics and compose music, and do a lot of things. When Chi has done all this, I will let you become a singer. How about it? Ji Chi nodded. In fact, she is not interested in becoming a singer or something, but just wants to tell Ming Ang that she can sing. As for Ya, the quarter, the 2 and the 3 Chengdu and Kenshi saw each other looking at each other, and their eyes were full of shock. How did he know that he wanted to train Guy to become a singer? Did you leak the secret? No. How could I leak the secret? Ya, you know, I can't betray you. After a moment of silence, the 3 of them nodded thoughtfully. Everyone was sighing in my heart that the arid eye plant feeds of the Gyuder. The ability to know the future. It's so scary. If the Gyuder river-shaped bed is useless, then everything that happened in the institute before will be reasonable. Is there anything else? Gyuder Hishao looked at Ya with his hand. Ya thought about it and it seemed that there was nothing to say. Their purpose of coming here was to invite the Gyuder Han to pray. Now that I have invited it, the other party agrees. There seems to be nothing to say, right? No, there is still. That is whether the Gyuder River is related. Ya said seriously. I told you the truth. Actually, there is one thing we have here this time, that is, to confirm whether you have anything to do with GHQ. GHQ? If you're talking about Dart, I asked Dart to arrange this house for me. Shocked. In addition to being shocked, it was shocked. Through the data left by Ya and the other 2, they have already figured out who Dart is, a person who can control the existence of GHQ. Very scary. It turns out, your sister. After hearing what Gyutarhi had done, Dart seemed to be his subordinate. This is very scary. Isn't this clear that you are the real leader of GHQ? Invite the real leader of GHQ to join the anti-GHQ funeral club? It's a cheating, father. The key is that you agree. What about playing? Kenji Tokyo was ready to take out the rifle behind him and began to resist and flee. Don't get me wrong, I'm not the leader of GHQ, I'm not interested in GHQ. Dart will arrange a place for me, it's just a deal. It does not involve transactions in the funeral club. So, is there any other problem? Ya and the other 2 looked at each other. Ya looked at Gyuder Hai, stood up and stretched out his hand and said. No problem. Welcome to join the funeral club, Gyuder Si. Ya, Quintant Yi, Takato Kenji, left Tian Wang's Hu and returned to Roppongi's stronghold. Ya asked the Quintant Yi on the side. Quadan, do you think the core cracks are scratched by the nuclear meter? The quarterfinder was silent for a moment, recalling the actions of the silence 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 of the sill. I think it's all true. And I think he didn't seem to be coming for us. Ya frowned slightly. The funeral club is currently only one of them. If it is not for them, then it can only be their future teammates. You meant he future? The quadrant nodded. And it's highly likely to be one or more female players. Kenji Torido said in a daze as he listened to what the two said. Damn, why are you talking so mysterious? Is it mysterious? Did you just make a fuss about the party in Gyutarhang? Ya asked Xiang Chengdu. Thinking of the confused look in Gyutarhang, Chengdu Kenji deeply agreed. It's really mysterious. He won't really have the ability to know the future, right? It must be. Even things like void exist, what does the prophet of unpredictable mean? Ya said. Void, a human being born after the emergence of the revelation virus. Different people have different hearts, and the void they have is also different. When he was an experimental subject in the research institute, he was injected with an AP virus, that is, an apocalypse, revelation, virus. Gain the ability to see the void in others' hearts. In addition to the information read from the research institute, Ya also understood what the void is and the existence of the void. And why I was subjected to human experiments. Everything is related to the void, to atom, to the void genome. It is the king power. Yeah, it's time to get a vaccine. After a glance at the time, the quadrant reminded. Infection with AP viruses is the easiest way to avoid crystallization. However, it is only effective for early-stage infections, and people like those who have already crystallized will be useless. And you also need to get vaccinated for a long time. Chapter 78 Chinjuo Yan Er was arrested. Source Plastid Gene Research Institute are responsible for researching the production of implicated viruses and vaccines multinational pharmaceutical company. It has close ties with GHQ, which controls Japan. It has a research institute at the headquarters of GHQ, the 24th district of Tokyo Bay. The only 3 void gene locks in this world were all studied here. The first branch was used for experiments, creating the first generation of Pseudoking's Skoology. Skoology killed a lot and took the experimental subject Carol and ran away and disappeared. The last time he appeared, he protected Ya and killed Sakuraman's real name in the Lost Christmas 5 years ago. There is no trace yet. The second and third branches are now stored in Area 24. In the Research Institute, Yingman Chengxia used her authority to check the room number she had recorded at that time. I found that the only one living inside was a little girl called the School Festival. Isn't it right? Where is next door? Yingman Chengxia checked the room next door again and finally saw the figure in her memory. Ji Prey and Gyuder Hai Jun. This information is wrong. Looking at the short line of identity information, Yingman Chengxia was very upset. Although Yingman's real name is not Chengxia's biological daughter, Chengxia has long regarded her as her biological daughter. Now the duplicate of her suspected daughter has been brought out, and she is so close to her son. How can you not be angry if you are full of cherry blossoms and spring and summer? What are the damn GHQ bastards doing again? Oh, what other bastard did GHQ do to make you so angry? Chengxia's brother, also the father of Sakuraman Kuroju, came to the laboratory and asked. Nothing. Sakura is closed in spring and summer, and does not want to say more to Shukairo Shindo. On the second day, Gyuder defended the Kikai and came to the door of the school ritual sacrifice house again. Ring the doorbell. With foam in your mouth, holding a toothbrush in your hands, wearing pajamas, messy hair, opening the door, and having a confused mouth. Ming Ang. Ni last spicy. Gyuder he. Okay, go and wash up. Just leave the next one to me. Yet. The school music ran back into the house happily. Chi-Chi came to the sofa and continued to watch TV. Gu Ta-Hyuxian prepared breakfast for the 2 girls. After the school ceremony was finished, breakfast was prepared. It's time to eat. Hearing that the TV was turned off and ran towards the restaurant. After breakfast, the school festival started packing up and heading to school. Since the school ritual sacrifice is located in Tianwang's Hu No. 1 High School, it is very far away from here, so it never goes home for lunch at the school ritual sacrifice, and it is usually done at the school. Give it, take this, it's lunch. The school festival was very happy to see her lunch bento. Thank you Ming Eng. You are so nice to me. The school story festival happily hugged the skeleton of Gyuder. Blessings pray. Beloveds Ming Eng. After going to school for the school festival, Gu Tak Hang Tao took Ji Chi out to play. Day after day, a month soon passed. The school music also fell in love with Gyuder Han in his heart. It's just that because of the fact that Ji Chi has been chasing Gyuder Heli, and he is a little timid, he has never stopped him. When you have a full impression of your favor, everything will be clear. At night, Gyuder he wanted to hold him and pray to sleep. Buzz buzz. The terminal sounded, and someone defended the fence to the silence. This terminal is the personal phone number of the personal phone number. One is prayer, one is sacrifice, and the other is a life. I prayed in my arms, and I slept next door, leaving only one stay, not within my own perception. Hey, yeah, what's wrong? We are planning to attack the Tokyo Skytree today. Are you here? Ya said. Skytree. If I remember correctly, Kenji Toruto went to prison because he exploded the Skytree. Just go in, it's not your business. It is better to go to prison. If you don't go to prison, how can a thug who is also a hacker master join the funeral club? In the past month, every time there was a mission, Ya would ask him if he would go. The Gyuders is a fishy man. Today is no exception. I won't go, I still have to sleep. Hang up the phone, Gyuders slutty clasped the fragrant scent again and slept. The development system is fun. On the other side, on a tall building less than a kilometer away from the Tokyo Skytree, Ya looked at the quadrant beside him and shook his head. As expected, after all, we don't have female players yet. Ya, you have to pay attention to recruiting female team members. Quinton Yi said. I will try my best to wait until the action tonight is over. Ya looked at the screen in his hand, which showed the location of Takuro Kenji. Moving towards the Tokyo Skytree. Ya pressed one hand on the headphones and said. GHQ uses the Skytree to spread virus radio waves, and we must blow up the Skytree. At the same time, the name of the funeral club will be launched. Jian Er, act carefully. Half an hour later, the Skytree exploded smoothly. Not only were the top leaders of GHQ killed, but hundreds of Japanese working in the Skytrees also killed. After the Skytree collapsed, hundreds of people were killed. This wave is a big kill. This made the entire Japan know the existence of the funeral club. Grouped the funeral club into a terrorist organization. Kenji Chindu was caught because he didn't run away in time. Logically speaking, it should be sentenced to death, but who made the second and 12 years old and underage? He was not even convicted, but was detained in the 4th quarantine center and received reform education. The next day, just dawn, Ya once again defended the cricket of the Gyuders. The action failed last night. Failed. This failure means that Kenji Takiro was arrested or killed too many civilians. Isn't it because I called so early to take myself to save people? You won't go to save people now, are you? Asked in confusion. We don't have that strength yet, so we plan to hire some people first. Are you here? Hearing that the funeral club recruited people, Gyuder's nuclear bunzi shunshu. If the newly waving person has a yase shinomiya or a thrush in his hand, you can't miss it. Come on. Wait for me for an hour or two. Chi, it's time to get up. Gyuder Hantun Fiza slammed the forehead of the slanting no Chi. On the other side, Roppongi, the funeral club base. Ya hung up the phone and looked at the quarter finder. The girl drank fat and waited for her to hang her. She agreed to herself, and said she would wait for an hour or two. At this moment, Quintant looked at Ya with a look, I guessed right. As a matter of knowing what is going on, you just said that the action failed, and the news of Kenji Takada was arrested was not notified, and GHQ has not yet reported it. The result was made in the elliptical channel of the Gyutar Trench. Yet, you have to take such an important person in your hands. He will become the key helper on your way to becoming king. Quinton said confidently. It seems that I have already grasped the Gyutar High and can see through it. Chapter 79 Genius Otak, Dong. Take Ji-Chi to the school ceremony home. Gyutar defended Kai's TV and asked Xiaoqi to sit on the sofa in the living room to watch TV. Let's watch TV here for a while, I'll call the festival and prepare breakfast. Xiaoqi nodded and was in the sledge of the Gyutar Han herdsman. Leaving the living room and coming to the bedroom door. Knocking at the door. Sacrifice, get up. Yet I understand. A hazy sound came from inside the house. Seeing that the festival had already started to get up, Gyutar Han prepared breakfast for the two daughters and herself. On the dining table. The nuclear file of Gyutar is broken. Zioki and I may not be at home in the past few days. Remember to eat on time at home and be careful of safety. Ah! The school ritual put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand and looked at the skeleton in surprise. After a moment of silence, the school sacrifice said. Okay, then you and Zioki should also pay attention to safety. I'll wait for you at home. Gyutar he. Don't worry, I'm very strong and I will definitely be able to protect Zioki. After breakfast, Gutak defended and walked towards Roppongi. As the two went deeper into Roppongi, the number of people around them became less and less, and the house became more and more dilapidated. When I arrived at the Roppongi area, the surrounding area was desolate. In a dilapidated high-rise building, the quarterfinder looked at the location of the Kyutan nuclear with a telescope. Here you come. Xiaoqi, here. The position where Gyutar howled and confiscated the beating, was several kilometers away from the quarterfinder and had four eyes opposite. When the Gyutar Han Chi came downstairs, Ya and the quarter also made time to go downstairs to the first floor. The magnesium appearance is troubled. Ya smiled. Gyutar's was shocked by the. Haven't seen you for a long time. By the way, how do you recruit new team members? Gyutar he asked Brother Carbon to find that there were only people around him and no one else at all. This is simple, find it. Quartet replied. But before that we need to recruit a master who is proficient in the field of hacking. When he heard the quarterfinder say that he would recruit hackers first, Ji Fen was in a panic and thought of the little beauty in the original work, the Piss, who had been wearing cat earrings. Oh, is anyone a choice? It's already there. Before Yan Er was caught, we had already considered this situation, so we asked Yan Er to set up a program that can screen out hacker experts. The final screening results meet our criteria. A girl whose parents all died of last Christmas. As he said that, the quarterfinder handed the terminal showing the girl's image to the skeleton. On the terminal is a girl wearing a school uniform, black hair shawls, and Kate-ard hair accessories. It is obvious that the girl mentioned in Quintonyi is a Piss. Well, it looks pretty good. I'll leave this task to me and Zioki. I've been joining the funeral club for a month, so it's time to do something for the funeral club. Hearing that the squadron squid volunteered to go, he looked at Ya. I want to see what Ya thinks. Originally, the two planned to bring the Gyutar Han Chi with them, and then through Ya's perception of the void in the girl's body, Ya's prescribe the right medicine. But now only the squid plant is replaced by squid plant. Ya smiled and said. No problem. Since you have spoken, the task of recruiting her will be handed over to you. Quantity and I went to recruit some other team members. Give. This is the detailed information of the goal. Ya passed the detailed information of the Piss to the girl who was pissed by the Piss, showing a satisfied smile. Xiaoqi, let's go find a Piss. The Piss, a super hacker genius who can compare with Kenji Takada in the original work. Not only that, the pirate also has superb humanoid robot driving technology. Perhaps it is because he is very confident in his abilities and his throne has a bit arrogant personality. But the throne lived a very lonely childhood and was always alone. The only thing that can barely be called a companion is just 2 rabbit puppets. The loneliness in the heart makes the throne long for friends, family, and playmates, and the void has the ability to create puppets. A girl like this is the best guide. According to the information given by Yat, the Gyuder Han holds weights to blow the damage and blow the rhyme. Dingling. When the doorbell was ringing, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the house. The throne opened the door and said, "Come in." It is obvious that the throne has detected the umbrella through hacking technology. Gyuder he. Sit down, sit here. I'll prepare food for you. I have been the only one at home for many years. Now that I have finally arrived, the guest is in a very happy mood, so I naturally have to treat it well. Putting various snacks and fruits in front of the 2 of them, the pirate smiled on his face, pressed his hands under his thighs, and sat down at the Gyuder's green joy. "Hey, you are from the funeral club, right?" A orange on the table was peeled and handed to Zyoki, nodded and replied. "That's right, my name is Gyuder Hai. She is Ji-Chi. Gyuder Ji Pray." After repeating the names of the 2 of them several times in a low voice, the whisper glanced at Ji-Chi, who was eating the snacks placed in front of him, and said, "It's not bad that Gyuder Hai asked me to join your funeral club, but I'm going to conduct a TOEIC inspection on you. Whether I join the funeral club after the end of 2 weeks depends on your performance in the past 2 weeks. After hearing the method of priests examining themselves and Zyoki in their minds, Gyuder He-Fi collapsed. "No problem. I was a little confused when I saw Gyuder Dennis's purity. Don't you ask about the inspection content? No, you didn't even doubt Zyoki and I, so you brought us into your home. If you trust us so much, how can I not trust you? I believe the thief will not make things difficult for me." The piss was slightly stunned. "Keep blinking and looking at the skeleton." After a long time, the throne showed a bright smile and said, "Hehe, I knew I didn't see the wrong person. I have decided. Shorten the inspection period by 1 week. The examination content is that in the next week, you and Zyoki will live in my house." The throne pulled out her hands from under her thighs and pointed at the Gyuder Han. Click. Ji-Chi bit the potato chips he was pinching with his fingers, and looked at the piss blankly with expressionless face. "Do you live together? Be able to live with the piss and cultivate feelings and increase favorability." Soon, the 3 of them began to clean up the room. Looking at the same room as Gyuder Dry Yellow climbing, the throne asked in confusion, "Xiao Qi, isn't the room I arranged for you opposite?" Ji-Chi shook his head. "No, I want to sleep with Ming-Ang." "Ah!" The piss was shocked. Although she could see that the relationship between Gyuder River and Ji-Chi was very close, she never thought that they were even together when they slept. Xiao Qi doesn't look a few years older than him. Is this really a punishment? The throne looked at Gyuder Hai like a pervert, and she also revealed a hint of excitement in her eyes. Is this considered attracting a wolf into the house? Unexpectedly, the feeling of Gyuder Hanlongchen porcelain is like a big brother, and the feeling of Oni sauce. There is such a pervert in secret. Big hentai. If this is what I would say, Gyuder and Locust Melon, one night. At that time, the young and beautiful girl will fight to the house and the hungry wolf. Hey! It feels a little stimulating when I think about it. Ahem. The throne coughed twice, pointing at the Gyuder nuclear cradle. The big perverta, no, Gyuder C. From now on and until the end of the inspection period, you are not allowed to enter my room without my order. Otherwise, let you taste my missile kick. Hi. 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 Hey ha. As he said that, the throne kicked at the air beside him, showing his powerful force. Looking at the vibrant, quirky, and lively piss, Gyuder Hangchi embraced her arms, stroked her smooth and tender cheeks, looked at the piss and raised her eyebrows. I have such a beautiful and considerate and gentle Xiao Qi, why are you doing in your room? Did you think so, Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi smiled slightly red, nodded and said softly. Seeing that Gutak was drunk with a grey face, he teased him in public in front of him. Dare to provoke yourself? The throne widened her eyes, looking at the skeleton in anger. You big pervert, do you think I am not as good as Xiao Qi? Eat me a missile fly kick. The thief jumped on the spot and kicked the skeleton. She thought that the Gyuder was trying to avoid it, so she would fall on the bed. It will not cause harm to anyone. But what she didn't expect was that Gyuder was so excited and vigorous to refine Minlian's cyst muscles. The throne panicked. If she kicked Gyuder Haochensi, she would have no new friends. Hide! Before the throne shouted, the jade feet were covered with swelling and swelling. Logically speaking, the throne at this time should have already faced its head down. But the fact is that the throne actually maintained the flying kicking posture and was still in the air. The throne looked around in surprise. This. How is this possible? Just as the throne was about to suffocate the throne, Zheng saw that the throne was staring at the bottom of his skirt. The throne subconsciously covered her skirt. I'm wearing safety pants, is there a difference between covering or not? Humph. I want to cover myself, you can care, big pervert. The throne covered her skirt with a blushing face. After putting the throttle safely on the bed, the throttle quickly jumped out of the bed and said excitedly. Big pervert, did you see it just now? Gutahi indefinite integral 2. Don't interrupt. I'm not talking about underwear. The piss said in shame and anger, I'm talking about what I'm actually hovering in the air just now. Oh, Omega, you are talking about this. Seeing Gyutar Han taking the magical things just now, he looked dull. Even Ji Qi. The throne was very puzzled. No, we do, you all look used to it. Xiao Qi, don't you think it's magical? Xiao Qi shook his head and said. Can I, too? Ah. The piss looked like a black question mark. Xiao Qi, let the piss see. After getting the silence of the silence, he began to use the silence of the air dance technique and flew up little by little. Ah! This. The throne widened her eyes and stuttered, pointing at the Ji Qi floating in the air in front of her. Look, big pervert, Xiao Qi is flying. The pirate looked at the sea of Gyuder but found that Gyuder He Buletin Shanhu was playing. Damn it! The piss was shocked. Sitting on the bed, he looked at the Gyuder Han Qi in amazement. Big pervert, you are not that. No. I was hovering in the air just now because of you. The throne suddenly realized and understood. Big pervert, you. Ouch, carrot, comma. The Gyuder He fell out first and Huan Chu complained that his daughter-in-law was bombed on the throne's forehead. What a big pervert, am I very lustful? Call me Ming Eng, or brother Ming Eng. The throne covered her forehead with pain. Big pervert, big bad guy. I didn't talk about teasing you, but I also wanted to see how fat I was. What is it if I wasn't a big pervert? The thrush sticks out his tongue. Beeb. Humph, don't want me to change my words. I'll teach you how to fly. Hee, brother Ming Eng, please don't lie to me. The throne stretched out her little finger, her eyes blinked, and looked at the skeleton like a good girl. Gyuder He Alpha. Call it again. Brother Ming Eng. The throne said obediently. So well behaved. ... Hang the hook and hang it, it will not change for 100 years. The little fingers of both sides hooked together, and then pressed each other's index fingers together. Seeing that the hook had been successfully pulled, the throne happily got up from the bed and sat on the skeleton. Brother Ming Eng, when are you going to teach me how to fly? Where are you and Ji Qi coming from? Are you a human or a ghost? Can the people in the funeral club fly? The piss kept coaching the servants like a curious baby. House, the room has not been packed yet. I'll help you. While the three of them were cleaning the room, the three of them answered the previous questions. I will teach you to fly in a week. I need to conduct a weekly inspection to see if you meet the requirements. The whisper who was cleaning the room was stunned and something was wrong. How did it become an investigation into me? Xiao Qi and I are from the Tianwangshu area. Can't you tell whether we are human or ghost? The Piss smiled awkwardly. I wasn't too excited at that time. The only one in the funeral club, I and Xiao Qi will fly. I taught her how Xiaoqi's flying abilities. Only you and Xiao Qi can fly? What abilities do the rest of the funeral club have? The thug said in confusion. I have no ability, I'm just a group of ordinary people. Ah! After seeing the sacred Gyuder Han Mu Shangzin, the throne thought that the funeral club had gathered various talented people and then resisted the rule of GHQ. But it doesn't seem like that now. This is a very ordinary resistance organization with some ability. At most, add a capable and powerful person, a great pervert, Gyuder. Chapter 80 Xiao, Mia Aya, Ling, Se, Lai. It was almost noon. After the room was packed, the man started preparing lunch. If it was when I was alone in the past, the Piss might just prepare lunch. But now my family has come to playmates, and in order to learn how to fly from the pervert, the throne decided to give Gyuder Hagudwawan his own skills. Do you want me to help? Gu Tahahobu asked. The throne wiped the water stains on her hands and turned to look at the skeleton. You can still cook. I'm a little underestimating, I'll help you. After some busy schedule, lunch was ready. After having lunch happily, just as the throne was about to bring the school sacrifice came to the school ceremony. In the living room, Gyuder Han Chi chatted with the school festival through the terminal for nearly an hour. The thug who was eavesdropping on the side frowned slightly as he listened to the slightly ambiguous words of Gyuder Hezhu's joy. Good guy. It was actually more than one of my little girls who had fallen into the big pervert's scheme and were taken over by the big pervert. The big pervert is really hateful. If I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have to open his butt. Just finished the call with the school festival, the slap of 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 the slaw. Which little girl is this time? The Piss looked at Gyuder Han Nao Shuo in confusion. As a result, the sound from the terminal disappointed the throne. It turned out to be a man. Yeah, is there any problem? It's almost done here, and I can go back in a week. Gyuder raised his eyebrows as he raised his eyebrows. The Piss is heading towards the Gyuder and the Crane arena. Beeb. The jealous pirate smiled knowingly. So cute. How are you there? Looking at the information of new members coming from Yacht. There are many familiar faces in it. The strong man is in it. But there was no Ayase Shinomiya. After hearing Gyuder Heliama's words, the throne also understood that Minja was the boss of the funeral club. But for some reason, I always sound like this boss is not as good as a pervert. Compared with the big pervert, Ya is more like a subordinate. It's so strange. Let's go. Pig. The sniper cried out to the puzzled and thoughtful pirate. Ah? Oh. Xiao Qi, go. I'll take you out for fun. One night 3 days later, Gyuder Hanto was strolling on the streets of Akasaka. Brother Ming-Ang, don't we go directly to participate in the funeral club's operation? Just now, Yacht and Qatar Airlines made a phone call and said that they would take people to rob a GHQ's Apocalypse vaccine storage base in Akasaka. Ask Gutahi not to come. Originally, for this daily task of hijacking vaccine storage base, Gyuder he sent a lot of money to add to the. But after hearing that it was in Akasaka, Kyuta became interested. Just because of the hacker's hacker, Kyutaki told Shinomiya Ayase's address Akasaka. This is a coincidence. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be today. Shinomiya Ayase, I'm here. Don't go. I prefer saving people than grabbing vaccines. Save people? I don't really believe in the escapist. But it is unlikely to go to save people. There must be some hidden information in this. The thrush took out his terminal and found information about Akasaka. After seeing the person about Akasaka in his search record, the throne clicked on the information about that person. Ayase Shinomiya. Disabled persons. Not only women, but also beautiful. After seeing the message from Shinomiya Ayase, the throne understood everything in an instant. Did the big pervert come here to save Ayase Shinomiya? Brother Ming-eng, we are going to find Aya Shinomiya side? Asked the thug tentatively. Gutak nodded and said. Well, that's right, just go find her. After getting the slightest thunderbolt, he muttered in a low voice. What a big pervert, I won't even let the disabled go. On the other side, Akasaka GHQ Vaccine Center, which is still 3 kilometers away from Gyutarhi. Yaya has already successfully sneaked into it with members of the funeral club. And immediately controlled the internal personnel one by one. But there was still an error. During the transportation, a member of the funeral club accidentally touched the alarm switch. Dingling. Woo 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 W. Various alarm rings rang. Ya's face changed suddenly, and he quickly said to the quarter finder through his headphones. Quadrant. Start Plan B. In a convenience store 1 kilometer away from the GHQ Vaccine Center, Ayase Shinomiya went out to buy daily necessities in a wheelchair. As soon as I finished the settlement and left the convenience store, I heard various alarms coming from afar. This direction. Vaccine Center. Before the alarm could sound for a few seconds, Akasaka's radio tower rang. Hello, all Akasaka residents, the GHQ Vaccine Center is now open to the public, and all the vaccines in it are free. First come first served. Say it again. In this Japanese where the apocalypse virus is raging, the preciousness of the virus vaccine is naturally self-evident. Vaccines like this from GHQ vaccine centers are even hard to come by. Even if you don't need it, you will take it out and sell it, it will be a huge sum of money. To survive, to make money, and for various purposes. Tens of thousands of people living in Akasaka chose to follow the words on the radio and check the situation. The so-called Plan B is actually to make things bigger and attract more people to come here to distract the attention of the antibody and thus increase the probability of the funeral club successfully retreating. After launching Plan B, Yaya directly ordered the members of the funeral club to move half of the vaccines in the warehouse outside the warehouse and open all entrances and exits. Outside the convenience store, Ayase Shinomiya holding daily necessities immediately chose to push her wheelchair towards her home after hearing the alarm and the radio. Obviously, this is a conspiracy. What kind of bullshit is open to the public, completely free? It is all conspiracy. Organizations invaded the GHQ Vaccine Center and triggered an alarm. In order to escape, they chose to mix up the pond. Only in this way can they escape. In addition, Roppongi is next to Akasaka, and once Roppongi's abandoned people receive the news, they come here. At that time, no matter what kind of organism it is, as long as it is close to the GHQ Vaccine Center, it will be hit by 2 sticks. Ask you if you have received the vaccine. Staying here now is undoubtedly a gift to give away ahead. And after the antibodies come, no matter who you are, as long as you get the vaccine, you will all be served by peanuts. He was lucky and thought that with his speed, he would be very likely to be able to return to Ayase Shinomiya at home. Put daily necessities in the bag in your arms. He pushed the wheelchair desperately towards the direction of home. But as a disabled person, no matter how busy Shinomiya Ayase is, she is not as fast as a normal person. What's more, it's not an electric wheelchair. Those rioters who rushed towards the GHQ Vaccine Center as soon as they heard the radio saw Ayase Shinomiya, who was pushing a wheelchair in the corner and holding a large bag of things. Without any hesitation, he stopped and looked at Shinomiya Ayase greedily. brothers. That disabled woman has something in her arms. It's a vaccine. You can't let him run away. In fact, whether the vaccine is being held in Shinomiya Ayase's arms is not important to this group of people. Importantly, there is a disabled and very beautiful little girl here. Damn it! Seeing 5 or 6 hooligans rushing towards him, Shinomiya Ayase cursed inwardly. Pull out the dagger under the wheelchair. Roll. I don't have a vaccine here. If you don't believe me, please see. It was already this time, and Shinomiya Ayase naturally no longer dared to put the daily necessities in her bag in her arms. Shinomiya Ayase tore the bag open and threw it out. However, these hooligans didn't even look at the daily necessities on the ground, and their eyes were staring at Shinomiya Ayase. The eyes were full of lust. Seeing that these hooligans did not fight for strength because they threw out all the bags containing daily necessities, they retreated and gave up robbing themselves. Still looking at myself as lustfully as before. Shinomiya Ayase was extremely panicked. Get out! Didn't you see that it's not a vaccine? Don't blame me for being polite if you get closer. Shinomiya Ayase roared and kept waving the dagger. Due to the majesty of the dagger, the gangsters did not dare to step forward, as they were too close to Shinomiya Ayase. Go to die! If you don't get out of here, you will arrest you all when the antibodies come. Shinomiya Ayase yelled loudly while waving her dagger. I want to shock these hooligans and attract nearby people, I hope someone will come to save themselves. But now, except for this group of hooligans, everyone around is focused on vaccines, so they can't help but care about Ayase Shinomiya. It would be nice not to join this group of hooligans and bully Ayase Shinomiya. When the rogue leader saw Ayase Shinomiya's resistance fiercely, it was difficult to grasp for a while. In addition, he also wanted to grab the vaccine, so he ordered his subordinates. Mad, what are you afraid of? Akamoto, snatch the dagger. When it's over, hurry up and grab the vaccine. The ordered gangster Akamoto had to wrap his clothes around his arms and rushed towards Shinomiya Ayase. Bang! Akamoto, who had just taken one step, had not taken the second step yet. The body flew backwards instantly, hitting the wall 4 meters away, and slowly falling down. There is no sound. The gangsters turned their heads and saw Akamoto, who died on the spot, and the wall that had been smashed out of a pit. They all took a breath and swallowed. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the black shadow who kicked Akamoto away just now. Damn it, trash! The cold light flashed by the gangsters in front of them, and the heads of the gangsters in front of them all moved home at the same time. One by one, they fell to the ground. In the wheelchair, Shinomiya Ayase looked at what was happening in front of her and felt that everything was so unreal. The hooligan who was still looking at me unscrupulously and trying to invade him, but in just 1 second or 2 seconds, they were all dead. Not one left. You okay? Akata Tsubaki looked at Ayase Shinomiya, who was still in the shocking scene just now. When Shinomiya Ayase saw Kata Hano's angry face, she burst into tears after hearing Kata Hoko's voice. The crying was very miserable, very sad, and very aggrieved. In the dark, Ya was about to take action to save Shinomiya Ayase, but when she saw the squid shaking squid, she turned around and disappeared into the darkness. It's okay. All the bad guys were beaten to death. Ayase squatted down and stroked Ayase's head. Comfort Ayase Shinomiya. Hey, my name is Gyutarhai. What's your name? Shinomiya Ayase choked and said. My name is Ise, Shinomiya Ayase. Shinomiya Ayase just finished introducing herself, and the sound of the helicopter propeller spinning at high speed in the sky sounded. Several GHQ antibody military helicopters, loaded with humanoid robots, came to the sky above the vaccine center. Those rioters who were looting the vaccines thrown out by the funeral club to attract attention, saw the military helicopters with antibodies appear above their heads, and panicked and fled away in a direction away from the vaccine center. Damn it, run away! The antibodies are here. At the antibody headquarters, the antibody commander watched the big screen in front of him and ordered in a dedicated channel. Within 5 kilometers of the vaccine center, no matter who is, as long as you are not staying at your home, you will be considered infected and will be shot dead. No one left. Throw! 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 The roaring robot jumped out of the helicopter and hit the ground hard. Collision with the concrete ground and sparks are generated. As soon as it landed, she took out the extra-large Gatling and shot at the crowd. In an instant, terrifying screams continued. The human body remains exploded and splashed out. A thick blood mist formed. Ah! The violent sound of firearms and the tragic screams of the rioters were so scared that Shinomiya Ayase hugged her head and ears with her hands, and her whole body was trembling. After all, she is just a young girl in her prime, not the strongest man who can drive the roaring robot, the main combat power of the funeral club, and pursue independence 5 years later. Shinomiya Ayase's eyes were weeping, and her face was filled with horror. I realized that I had no chance to escape. The nuclear crackdown on the Gyutar nuclear file. Williu will die. You run away. Don't worry about me, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Shinomiya Ayase tried hard to squeeze out a smile and looked at the skeleton. The tears in the corner of the eyes of Ayase. I won't die, neither me nor you. I take you out of here. Ayase Shinomiya picked her up from her wheelchair. A roaring robot that was chasing the rioters smiled when he saw the rioters holding a girl. It's time to go away, don't you want to be a desperate mandarin duck? Then let's help you. Whoosh! A grenade dragged the tail flame from the hole under the roaring robot's arm and headed towards the snarling Hang. After seeing the grenade, he struggled to get rid of the grenade. Gutahiya has saved her once, and this time it is her turn. Although it may not be able to block it, but what if? God, save him!